they do is put feathers and bowling balls in them.
Yeah,
No, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done some radioactive stuff. Just I don't know exactly what they've done, but something to do with radioactive testing.
Why would you put radioactive stuff in a vacuum?
Who knows, dude? Who knows? I want to know now. I want to know where's the vacuum chamber they're testing the NASA suits in. They must have video of this, right?
Didn't James May go in a fucking vacuum in a fucking spacesuit?
Is there video of dudes in spacesuits inside vacuums on Earth?
Nah. Maybe on YouTube, but not from NASA. NASA doesn't release anything. It's too top.
That's top secret shit.
Yeah, top secret. It's on the top secret shelf. It's where they keep the plans for the initial moon landing.
Yo, I want to know how long do they got to push it back? Another human moon landing. How long do they have to push that back before it becomes suspicious?
But me and Merle are going to get a recycled washing machine, and we're going to the. That's what we're going to do. It won't be.
Seriously,
it was supposed to be in 2024. It's supposed to be in 2024.
They've been saying it for decades.
Yeah, now
it's like the first time they've like had a plan to do this.
They'll probably lose the plan. That'll happen. That's what'll happen. They'll lose.
God, like no, seriously, how many decades are going to go by? Because it's already been. It was suspicious for me after 2 or 3 decades. You know, in the 90s, I was like, okay, this is weird. Why aren't we going back to the moon? So now it's even more obvious because now here we are, like 2 decades later, and we're still not.
Well, the moon. I don't think they actually initiated a program to make that happen. They talked about it, but then there was a change in president and different agendas came along, But I think the Artemis program that's underway is really the only one that's actually been initiated and followed through with. I think they're committed, though. I think they've already spent so much time and money on the Artemis that they really can't turn back. I mean, they're going to have to follow through with it.
Elon Musk should have sent his Tesla to the fucking moon and landed.
Why isn't Musk landing on the moon? Yeah, good question. Yeah. Why isn't Musk landing on the moon? Why? I have so many questions.
He should have put it
about. Right.
There seems to be a lot of talk. We want action, Howard. We want action.
I do too.
So
I'd love to see that.
What if they do it? Then what, Bandsaw?
What if they do it? We're fucked.
Yeah. No. I'll tell you why they're not faking it now at this point, because they didn't expect the internet to be out in the 60s when they did this, right? I don't think they knew the internet was going to be a thing. I didn't think they knew how many people were going to actually see the footage. They tried to disguise the footage as much as possible. They filmed it off a screen. That's terrible. Anyways, nowadays they know people scrutinize every split second of every video feed these people are putting out. They even had to change the YouTube feed. What did Jeranism call it? SpaceX? They editing a live stream. They went back and edited a live stream. So, anyways,
what did they edit on a live stream?
I think it was a landing when they were landing one of those vertical rockets. I'm not 100% sure though, but they got away with editing a live stream. Yeah, SpaceX. Jeranism Bagman. That's what I'm saying. People are watching every split second of every fucking minute of video that these people are putting out, and that's why I think that's why they're very hesitant to fake it at this point, because no matter how good you are at special effects or whatever, we're gonna scrutinize the shit out of it, and just if anything's wrong, we're gonna see it. Look at the Apollo missions were a joke when it came to spotting continuity errors and just all kinds of weird shit.
If they go to the moon, I'm buying myself a P11,000 I'm going to film that puppy.
Yeah. Get you,
you think
an
that's
EQ.
cool?
Track the rocket with an EQ mount.
Yeah.
Eggshells, you think that's cool? Edited in a live stream? Does that sound legit?
I'm just was wondering which it was about because I vaguely recall having that conversation with somebody else who was saying that it had happened, and then I wasn't sure what it was about because there was one where they were like, they cut this out of the live stream, and here's a GIF of it like cutting from a green screen to the car in like being ejected from the rocket.
It was something with It was something with the rockets, or I forget exactly what it was.
Tesla? Because the main one I've heard is like, if you look at these few frames that they accidentally left in, it still shows a soundstage behind the Tesla car, and whoever's made that GIF has been trying to fool flat earthers because if you watch the actual stream, you can still scrub to it, and it's still there.
Is that because it's so real, or it looks so fake? What did he say? It looks so real
you can
because
tell
it's
real
so
because it
fake.
looks so fake.
Right. Oh, that's a hint, right? And no one's seen the car whizzing around in space since, right?
No, it got lost. They didn't have it.
Wasn't it going to burn up on re-entry? I don't know if it's still meant to be up there.
Yeah,
it's still up there, is it, Howard?
Yeah. Just driving around, Harry.
Just driving around on autopilot. It's got its nav, man, going from fucking planet to planet. Yeah. Probably applied to be uber
They got to figure out which preset to turn on when they show the Earth too. Sometimes it's light blue, sometimes it's dark blue.
Sometimes they forget to have it spinning.
Yeah. Overlay a weather system that matches perfectly. Job done.
We caught them that one time on ISS. The clouds weren't moving under it.
Yeah.
And then we had another one where the clouds are just whizzing by, right? As to put side by side with it.
Have you seen the Dark Side of the Moon GIF? You used to see the moon cruise past.
Oh, you should see the shit Jerry was posting in chat earlier. With the shit like JAXA or the Chinese people or something, the shit they post, the lunar surface doesn't even look real, right? Even Eggshell spot, right? Eggshells.
There was one that, two of them look really fake to me. One of them apparently was real, but it looked like a. I don't know if it was because it was so low res, but somebody commented that it looked like an image from a 90s PlayStation game, and I think that was a good description of it.
Yeah.
Dodgy as all fuck.
Yeah, I mean, why would they be faking it?
To make a composite image doesn't, to me, mean faking it. Like, if you say this is a composite image I've made of the Earth and of the Moon's surface, but I put them together in this orientation, and that's what you say when you release an image of a composite, that doesn't strike me as.
Did that look like the Moon's surface?
Which one are you talking about?
The first one he posted, that was an actual GIF where it was Earthrise.
Yeah, no, it didn't look real to me. It looked actually very similar to the one that is a confirmed composite image that they admit is a composite image.
Yeah. Most everyday people don't give it a second, they don't bat an eyelid. That's how I put it. They don't even think, is that real? They're not forensics, zooming in, trying to find a pixel out of place.
Oh, yeah.
The channel Paul on a Plane. You've seen his latest, the second to last video that he just made. He was talking about how he used the example of the latest eruption in Tonga, and that one there. Just a minute.
It's a good.
Yeah, I switched phones that I watch my kind of passive YouTube videos on. I make $1 a day now. I had switched it to an iPhone. That Android sucked. I kept getting errors with the browser or some shit. The iPhone runs that shit smooth. If anyone's got an old iPhone they don't use, I can make you $1 a day on that shit easy.
How?
There's an app where you can watch YouTube videos, and every couple hours it'll say, hey, are you still watching? Or they might make you click a little captcha real quick, but you don't have to actually watch them. It'll just like automatically play them for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Mad easy.
So what's wrong with that image that Jerry posted? What's up with it?
Well, the GIF didn't even look like the moon. The surface of the moon wasn't even close.
No, the one he just put in chat.
Well, if the Earth is in front of him, then what is that thing reflecting off of his wrist?
I don't know.
That looks like a tough angle right there. I'll give it to you. It's a tough angle to have the Earth still. Who knows though? But, Jerry, post that shit you were posting earlier with the moonrise, that GIF or the Earthrise from the moon.
All right.
You got that one? Yo, wait till you guys see this one, Left Wing. Look at this shit, bro. There's no fucking way.
But the moon looks like a cardboard cutout.
Yeah, dude. Come on, bro.
The dodgy.
Fake as fuck, bro.
It doesn't pass the sniff test.
Why they faking the funk though?
Oh man, this dumbass. Hey, drivers shouldn't be out here.
Just look right there. It'll take you up to the picture. I'll put the other ones too.
That's as dodgy as all get out. That is.
Yeah, no fucking way, dude.
That is so dodgy. Come on, Howard.
No way.
Come on, Howard. That's dodgy as.
Yeah, I was laughing at that shit earlier. Even Eggshell said that shit looks fake as fuck. I mean, come on, man.
My kids could have done a better job with paper mache. What the hell?
Yeah, we would have made a crater or something at least. Like, dude, the moon's littered with craters, bro.
That is, oh man, that's off the charts.
Plus, what is even taking that video? Are they orbiting the moon?
Who knows what they're doing? Whatever they're doing, they're not doing a very good job. That's for sure.
You can tell it's fake because it. I mean, I fucked up the quote. I said you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
I've got to save that GIF. That's gold.
That's gold right there, right?
Man, that is gold.
Like, if you think about it, like, why did he even need to say that, right? Like, why did he even need to utter those words? Like, what came across him to say you can see it's real because it, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. It's like, what was in his brain that made him say that? The only thing I can think of is it is fake.
He just got off the Joe Rogan show and he was eyes all fucked. That's what happened.
All right, guys, I'll catch you later. Don't get too fucking crazy in here.
All right, Jeremy. Catch you later.
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, you're right,
Rock. Yeah, what up?
Hey, man. Yeah, I was just going to comment on those face pics. Or, if they are trying to pull off a fakery, of course all that can be fake. Anytime you post a picture of something from that medium, it's done by a certain group of people that we all think are faking us. So of course, they're capable of faking it.
No doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
They're getting worse at it though. I mean, the stuff they used to show in the 70s was amazing.
Well, they can get away with it because it's on black and white TV. Well,
yeah. All that outer space footage though from the 70s, if you look at that, it's like art.
Mm.
They don't do it anymore.
I think they're having to post so much of it nowadays, and people are so good at the technology. It's out there. People have ways of detecting if it's fake or not. We can pick out every little fault that's going to be made. Every little detail's scrutinized. So it would be really hard to fake it. I agree. That's why they don't put the stars in there, because the constellations, you can't get around those positions that they've dictated that they must be in at the angle that they're going to be in because of the distance. I think that's why, they don't put the stars in there. The new iPhones, you can just take a picture of the sky and they put the stars in there. So you can't tell me they can't take pictures with the stars.
Do
what now? The challenge for me with space pictures is I don't know what to expect because I haven't been to space, and I think like everything on Earth has like muck and smudges and grit and shit, diffusion and all sorts of stuff in it. Whereas like once you're out in space, everything looks really clean and crisp and clear edges.
What's this moon pic? Is that a cloud or snow or what's going on the surface of the moon right here?
That was the one I said both of those look fake to me. Again, saying I don't know what fake looks like.
It must be moon's Earth's atmosphere. The moon's in it.
It just looks like fucking paper mache. That's what that one was like.
Jeremy, to answer your question, yes, that image was supposed to have been taken from orbit.
Yeah, I figured it looked like it was moving.
Because that top one is super similar to the composite image that they admit is a composite image.
Yo, look how, if you ever go back and look at the Apollo mission, I think they caught one picture of Earth only on the Apollo landing missions. The Earth is super tiny in a photo, right? You would never see a moon 1/4 the size of that, of the size this Earth was. I don't think anyone could possibly. You can use whatever fucking camera you want.
Yeah. And the horizons on the moon, whenever they take pictures, have a look at the horizon on the moon. In any picture.
Flat moon confirmed.
It's close horizon.
Well, it should be, shouldn't it? On a small ball?
Not that close. Not like in a studio close with lighting equipment.
You can't tell
and massive shadows that don't make sense.
I remember Mythbusters went to debunk them, and they were like, "Look, we can get shadows to not be parallel." And you know what they did? They used a fucking light in a warehouse to show it. It's like, dude, that's how they were faking it, and that's why we see the shadows not being parallel. You used a close light source, which would give you non-parallel fucking light or shadows.
But what they did with that was get lights going one way, and then show how the topography, like by piling up dirt, could make it look like the shadow was going the other way, wasn't it?
Yo, look at this picture I just posted of the Earth from the moon. Can you show me a fucking picture? And we know what camera that was and what the film was, all that shit. So we should be able to recreate. You should be able to take a picture of that. You should be able to get that camera, take a picture of the moon, and it would be 1/4 of the size of the Earth. You think that's...
Jeremy, have you ever tried to take a picture of the moon? with it, just like without any zoom or anything. Just take a picture of the
It's
moon.
tiny. Every time I've seen it, it's just this tiny
it's
little
so
spot
small.
until you zoom all the way in.
So you're telling me it would be a quarter of the size of that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
Did you
believe
just say yes?
I said yes, Rock. Yeah.
Then show me a picture of it 1/4 of the size of that.
That's what I'm
Could you
saying.
show a
Does that
picture
even
of
seem
it being
possible?
Yeah,
How
you're
could you
acting
take
like
a photo?
take one picture. You're
How could you
acting
take
like
a photo of both
take
the moon and the sun at the same time, and the moon and the Earth at the same time?
not
What
what he
kind
said.
of request is
Take a
that?
picture of the moon that looks
Things
like
get
it's
smaller.
1/4 the size of that Earth, which
I
you said
posted-
yes to. That's ridiculous.
I posted it.
You obviously have not taken pictures of the moon.
Rakia, shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. I have taken pictures of the moon.
Well, then show it.
I'm looking for the server on my phone. 1 second.
Can't wait.
The fuck server is this?
Yo, that shit don't even seem possible to take a picture of the moon and have it be a quarter of the size of that. You know how small you'd barely be able even to see it. It'd be a
How's the
fucking dot.
moon? How's the moon? I mean, how's the Earth even above the astronaut? He's on the fucking moon.
Where do you think he landed?
He's on the moon. How's the Earth above him?
Exactly. Have a think about it.
Yeah,
Could the
you
moon
think
ever
about
be? Let me
moon
flip
is
around the
supposed to
question.
face the Earth.
Could the moon ever be roughly overhead from you on the Earth?
His head is supposed to be facing the Earth.
Sure.
The Earth's
Yeah.
underneath. If he's on the moon, the Earth's underneath him.
That doesn't make any sense, Mel.
Doesn't
make
it?
any-
Where's,
it doesn't make any
where's the moon right now, Harry?
So they landed on the near side of the moon that
Which
is always
faces the
facing the
Earth,
Earth.
right?
So what's his orientation going to be compared to the Earth?
Not at that angle. His head would be at the moon, at the Earth.
I mean,
look at the American flag. That's
okay.
like got
If you show me where he landed, where they match up on their
It
respective
doesn't matter
goals.
where he landed. If he can see
It
the
doesn't-
Earth, then he's facing the Earth.
He's
He's
facing
on
the
the
Earth in
side-
that photo.
Yeah,
now.
he's on the side of the Earth.
So
He's on the
Merle's
side of the
complaint is
moon
that the
that's facing the Earth.
Think
so
of
Merle's
that, Harry.
complaint sounds like it is that why is the Earth above his head, and Rake's complaint is why is he facing it? Do you guys want to pick a side that we
I
can
didn't
discuss?
say,
Okay,
didn't say his
so
face. The face of the moon faces the Earth.
you're on the moon, Harry, right?
Yeah.
Like now you're on the Earth. You got to put your camera up, right, to
Mhm.
get a shot of the moon. So you're on the moon. You're going to point your
Right.
camera up at what? What's up? What's up above the moon?
The Earth. They're balls,
How can
right?
the Earth be
So,
above
so
the moon?
let me try and make it simple for you. A ball, given it's a ball, will have a face facing in every direction. It will have a tangent to every possible line, correct? Or another way to say it is like it will have a plumb line that looking up will look in every direction. So could you be on a plumb line that pointed up in the direction of the Earth? And the answer has to be yes, right? If you accept the first statement, the second one has to be true. Correct? So all he has to do is land somewhere roughly on the side of the moon that faces the Earth. And then up for him will be up towards Earth.
Right. Sure. Okay.
Like,
Whatever you
maybe
Why don't you take a little more time and try and twist a few more words to tell us that at that angle, that's where they landed. Where we only see
what
one
words
face
am I
of the
twisting
moon.
exactly? Which words am I
One
twisting?
face of the moon ever.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that image. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Hey, does anybody know when they took the lander to the? They took that like go-kart to the moon for the first time. Was it on what number journey to the moon? Journey
I
1,
Googled
2, 3?
I googled it before, but I don't know it now.
Because like I was thinking, like for such a serious thing, if it was not the first, but close to being one of the, the first trips ever to the moon, and it's such a serious thing and such a hazardous environment, it's very dangerous. Would you think let's take a doom buggy to the moon and some golf clubs, or would you think let's do something serious? Because like you're going to another planet for the first time
testing
ever.
and proof of concept that you can drive a vehicle on another planet not useful? Like the golf ball is kind of useless.
So you're kind of trying to sort of say that if you've got the money, then yeah, just do it, bro.
No, I'm not saying if you've got the money, just do it, bro. But like, part of the excitement about the moon, at least to my understanding, is there's helium-3 there. You could potentially in the future be mining it. What you would need is to have vehicles. If you can say we've got this proof of concept, that means we can get vehicles there. That to me is a useful thing to find out.
So you take them on the first trip, huh?
Do you? Did they?
I don't know. Do you? Did they? I don't know.
What?
You take it on the fourth
I don't
trip?
think they took them on the first trip. No.
So you take it on the third or fourth, and
Yeah,
then never go back.
Any
Listen,
one of
listen,
those
listen.
answers could seem reasonable to me. That you
And
took
then
it on the
never
first
go back
trip,
to mine
possibly.
it.
You know the weight and the complication of that vehicle they took. I mean, they could have just used a model like a remote control car or something. You know, something small they could have had in their cabin in their handbag. You know.
I mean, these complaints just seem like a scatter shot of like I don't get, like complaining
And your
you don't understand
excuses
it.
seem like you're just making excuses.
Weight was such an important thing that they had to take into consideration. Let's take cars, let's take golf clubs, let's take everything that we...
Golf clubs I agree with. Like golf clubs I think is when they're weighing up that cost, is like they were, my understanding at least is people were super excited with the first Apollo that landed and they became really quickly disinterested in moon landings.
Well,
so it was kind of like some of it is trying to get people excited.
So let's play mini.
Not true? Is that not what they say, or are you just heckling?
You think people are disinterested in flying to the moon, man? Really?
I mean, what I
Is that
would...
your excuse? That's why they took a golf buggy and a golf club and a golf ball to play
You
golf.
okay today, Rakir? Because like you're just heckling at this stage.
No, I'm not heckling. You're just repeating things that you've said 1,000 times with the same inflection in your voice, like you're just here to do that.
Can you?
You're just here to heckle.
But hang on, put it like this, right? So, like, if you had the option and to take a myriad of different things to the moon, instead of taking that golf buggy and the golf clubs and all of that, right? Why wouldn't you think, let's do something like take a mini helicopter, like a remote control, or do some other experiment?
Have a think about that. Why would you not take a helicopter to the moon? Can anybody just let's meditate on that interesting idea?
Do some proper experiments with the atmosphere.
No, what's wrong with that? They took it to Mars.
Yeah, you can take it to Mars. You can't take it to the moon. Any guesses why?
You're going to say atmosphere, the gravity or atmosphere?
I mean, you would want to know these answers if you're going to be ridiculing them for not doing it.
No, go ahead. Why are you heckling now? Why don't you just tell us, smart guy?
Sure. There is virtually no atmosphere on the moon.
Virtually, but there are no. If they spin the blades fast enough, it would fly, right?
No. I'm pretty sure the answer is no. I'm pretty sure your tips would break off even if they were made from titanium before you got any lift. There is virtually no atmosphere on the moon.
Pretty sure.
Virtually, not pretty sure.
If I'm wrong, prove me wrong, but just heckling is a bit dull.
You want me to fly to the moon with a helicopter and prove you wrong?
Just find the page that says there is atmosphere there and they could fly helicopters, you weird heckler.
Funny thing is that you haven't proven yourself right to start with.
Yeah, you haven't even proven that they took anything to the moon yet. Or that there is no atmosphere.
Okay, fine. Here's the Wikipedia page that says that they took
What is
rovers.
Wiki proven? I can't even use that in my
We're having a debate about what the official line is, and if I tell you what the official line is, now I need to prove the official line is right to somebody who thinks space is fake?
No, maybe use something besides Wiki. Something more credible.
Apollo 15, 16, and 17 took rovers.
Who told you that?
NASA.
Another great source of truth and democracy.
Yeah, I trust them over you.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you got many t-shirts.
I just posted a video in the text, a guy that went up to 17,500 feet in a paramotor. It's pretty fucking good. Like, this guy's flying.
That guy has
he said he wouldn't do it again.
Oh, you've seen it?
Yeah, I've watched it. It's cool, man. Some great views, but he said he wouldn't do it again. If it's the same one I saw.
Like, when he got to that altitude, he was at 15,000 feet, and the sound of the engine, it was like it was cutting out. It was missing.
That's super
Like
interesting to
it
me.
was losing its power, the engine, you know, at 15,000. Then he went to that ultimate height, and then he just floated back down with no motor on.
Apparently, the Chinese put up a rover as well in 2013.
Oh, they've got the most fake videos, absolutely, of all of them.
More fake than fake.
Absolute, like drenched and soaking in fake maggots.
None more fake.
2018 as well, apparently. 2019. Interesting.
It's kind of like a McDonald's food chain, this space industry. It's like they're all sort of in on it, and it doesn't matter what country they're in, they can fool the government into, you know, giving them shitloads of money to do it, and I think it's just like incestuous. It's like this space system. It's McDonald's on steroids, man.
Maybe, just maybe, it's all real.
Yeah, you've got people growing the cows for McDonald's. That's real. You've got customers. That's real. I mean, but how much money are they getting, man? And what have they actually done for the people of this place?
What was that one that was actually a fake space program that was like, was it Kenyan or something? It was somewhere in Africa. And this guy's like, we are going to be the first African nation to go to the moon. And it was just hilarious where he's like, gets these random people to be astronauts and like their training consists of throwing them down a hill in a barrel and like all sorts of funny stuff. And they keep like shagging one another. The male and female astronauts keep shagging one another, and one of the women goes off pregnant, I think. I find it's the funniest story. This guy is like, you can't tell if he's nuts or is just a chancer who's managed to trick the government. But like, yeah, he's making catapults for them and stuff.
Sounds like that English comedy. What is it? Red Dwarf.
That's a great show. I loved Red Dwarf.
It was pretty good, eh?
With Lister of Smeg and Kat and Rimmer and everybody. It was good.
Yeah, I imagine that most Americans, I don't think that's probably been in America, that series. But then again, quite possibly it was. It was just on one of those obscure cable channels that no one watches.
Yeah, here it is. The guy's called Edward Makuka Nicoloso, and to train the astronauts, he would roll them down a hill in a 44-gallon drum. I'll post it. It's pretty funny.
What makes the flat earther so suspicious about everything, you know? Feel so suspicious about everything.
Now that we're suspicious, they just haven't given us any way to verify what they're telling us. They're just telling a story. So how are we suspicious? We just don't believe everybody that tells us everything.
I think the suspicion comes before flat earth. I think you've got to be fairly suspicious of a fair amount of stuff before you become a flat earther.
I think what happens is you go through childhood and you lose your naivety, right? And you become an adult. But then there's another naivety that you need to lose one more time. And that's what flat earthers have been able to break through.
Possible. Whereas I think it is the recognition that of the other things you're suspicious of well before you get to flat earth. They necessitate bigger and bigger conspiracies, so you're already suspicious of virtually everything before you get to flat Earth. And then it seems like a natural conclusion.
It kind of is like the evidence just piling up, right? The evidence just like stacking up. And when Flat Earth came along, you just got a bonus.
Plus, I think it pays dividends. Like, I think it's probably enjoyable to think that you've spotted something that all of these physicists and pilots and stuff haven't.
Was it Einstein, I thought, that said there's no way to measure optically the curvature of the Earth?
No, the rotation of the Earth.
And he was wrong.
The rotation, not the curve?
Turned out he was wrong.
It depends how you look at it. I know. In what way do you reckon he was wrong, Andy?
Well, we can watch the rotation with cameras in space. Einstein probably didn't think we would ever go to space at the time he said that.
Right. I see. So yes, I think if you've got cameras and they're just on Earth, there's no way you could differentiate turning of the Earth from turning of the heavens.
Einstein can't envision space travel.
Oh, I just think he probably didn't expect it to happen.
I mean, I think he was talking from a frame in which putting a camera in space was ridiculous and had never been done, so it doesn't make sense to say it.
I do believe that it's never been done.
Yeah, 100 years ago, it had never been done. That is correct. We just figured out how to do flight about 100 years ago.
And yeah, when was Einstein around? He was around since White Brothers, wasn't he? I'm trying to remember when both were.
He died in 1955.
Oh, so well into after the Wright brothers, because the Wright brothers are.
Yeah, he was born in 96, so he would have been like 16 years old, 15 years old when the Wright brothers were a thing.
Right. Yeah, didn't he get it on with Marilyn Monroe?
What?
Wait. No, he was born in 79, actually. Sorry. 1879.
Yeah, so the Wright brothers are only like 8 years older than him. Like the younger Wright brother is only 8 years older than him. They're kind of contemporaries.
We talk about the Pierce brothers from New Zealand who were first before the Wright brothers.
The Pierce brothers.
Actually, it was just Richard Pierce, really, himself.
And he managed controlled sustained flight
before the Wright brothers. Yeah.
It is interesting. I've never heard of him.
Right. So as witnesses claim that he flew 9 months before the Wright brothers. Documentary evidence for these claims remains open to interpretation and dispute. How interesting. Pierce himself never made such claims. He claims he didn't attempt anything practical until 1904. Still, that's super impressive. Very cool. But as we all know, powered flight is fake. So, or just a conspiracy.
I mean, like if you had 2 years to think of, I'm going to the moon next in 2 more years. Let's write a shopping list. What should we take with us? All of the amazing inventions and ideas that they could have come up with using
So
their
the first
time
one you
on.
came up with was helicopter. What's your next one?
You didn't hear me right. I said model helicopter.
Okay, sure. So the first one was model helicopter. What's next on the list for things that are more important than a rover to take to the moon?
Well, anything except for a rover and some golf clubs.
Okay, so
Anything
what about a goat? Would a goat be more useful to take to the moon than a rover?
You could have all sorts of experiments that would show,
Sure.
some meaning for the taxpayer.
Sure, beach ball. You could take a couple of beach balls.
But without any form of transportation, you would be limited to the radius in which you could walk around your craft. Why would you not want a rover so that you could explore more area?
They were fucking walking. They were walking and bouncing just as fast as that rover.
Just as far or just as fast?
Just as fast as that rover. You know how
right? Because I remember him taking like 2 bounces and then face planting pretty hard, and then taking like a couple of minutes to get up.
That could have been.
So
really
if you want to
dangerous.
I certainly in Kerbal, it's a bit of a nightmare taking samples because of the aforementioned face planting. So we've got a helicopter. What else? You're saying just about anything. I think we're agreeing a goat would be a bad idea to take a goat. Watermelon, bad idea to take a watermelon. So far, I'm thinking the rover utility is stacking up quite well against a goat and a watermelon. So is it really anything would be more useful than a rover?
I guess you'd take all sorts
house keys,
because you've only got pretty much the ground you're standing on and the atmosphere around you, and then you've got your cameras to take the shots of the sky. So the sky, the ground, and the atmosphere. That's it. What little atmosphere there is. But you want to take advantage of one of those 3 things, if not all, and as many experiments.
There's virtually no atmosphere on the moon.
As many experiments as you could possibly do on these 3 things: the sky, the atmosphere, and the ground. But you don't. You take a golf club and a golf buggy instead.
Right. But Howard's given. I gave one idea. I think Howard's is a better idea about why you might take a rover. Have you got if you've got the weight, take out the rover. Now you've got a bunch of spare weight. I'll find out how many kilos you're working with. You tell me what we're going to fill those kilos with. If it's not a goat or your house keys or a watermelon.
A vacuum cleaner.
Okay, vacuum cleaner. That's a good idea. Yep, we can take a vacuum cleaner, do some cleaning while we're up there. I think they did
And
have
some
something like
samples.
that, didn't they? For getting samples of dust.
Yeah. Some rocks and some of the vacuum. Bring the vacuum back down to earth.
Oh yeah, bring some vacuum. Cool. But why cleaning? Why do you need to clean the vacuum?
No, you don't need to clean the vacuum. You just need to take a sample.
So it weighs 210 kilos. That's how much you've got to work with. Carlos? What are we taking?
Because
Merle's got a vacuum cleaner on board. That's what, 5 kilos, good Dyson?
You know why Merle said take a vacuum, right?
He's making a joke about vacuums.
Because there isn't one, man. That's why you need to bring one.
So the rover was 210 kilos?
Yeah, that's what it says. 210 on Earth, 34 on the moon.
Wow. That's only like 450 pounds. That's amazing that they could, that size of a vehicle and it be that light.
Yeah, pretty impressive. So we're scoffing at the idea of taking a rover that, as Howard points out, can get you to further places where you can do more samples and stuff. We're saying they should have taken something else, but it doesn't seem like we've got a really good, legitimate answer as to what else they should have taken that would have been more useful. Quite a few brains in here. I'm sure we can come up with some.
How about you come up with one, just one?
Well, they brought a bunch of other things.
Here's the problem. I think a rover's a pretty good idea.
I would personally take an 8-stroke engine up there.
I love you, Jerry.
Yeah, man. I'm broker. an 8-stroke V8. I wonder what that would sound like.
Yeah.
I wouldn't start. That noise, Merle.
Deal with it. There's wind down here on Earth. Not on the moon, though.
You know where that wind doesn't have to be? In your goddamn mic.
Lunar surface experiments. Yeah, like if I'm thinking about what else I'd want to bring, I don't know if it'd take up space instead of that, because I'd certainly want to drill up, like pick up some rocks, possibly even do experiments there. But a drill is what I'm thinking, like a drill with a, what do you call it, where the drill bit is like a rounded, they're already round, but you know, like rather than drilling out the middle, it drills out an outer piece and then you take out the middle. What the fuck's that called?
It's a core drill.
Core drill, yes. So yeah, like a core drill that's able to drill out a big core of like, so I can go, is there layers of sediment and strata on the moon? Could I get an idea about the moon's history?
They had a hard enough time with the drill that they did have.
Really?
Yeah, they had a really hard time.
What's the story about that?
It just like, it got stuck.
Right.
Yeah. Because of how, I guess it's really like, basically the surface of the moon is just like not good for drilling shit. It's like drilling into rock. It's not easy. A bunch of broken up rock also.
Yeah, I imagine it'd be like really fine, silty stuff.
Yeah, for the lack of moisture, you would probably have trouble with the integrity of the material. It'd probably just fall apart.
Right, so you're going to drill out a core and then it's going to kind of crumble, you mean?
Mm-hmm. But
oh my goodness, look at this. They didn't even have to wear helmets. Where's the vacuum? Moon disproven.
Yeah.
Go on, sorry, left lane, you were saying something?
No. It just would be interesting to know what is deeper. But it's probably pretty consistent.
Yes, apparently. So I found the records of the distance of different things. It's a pretty gutting. The Chinese one's YouTube, which dies pretty much immediately. But
you shouldn't have posted that, Harry. You shouldn't have posted that picture.
Why is that?
Where is that picture taken of them with their helmets off?
On Earth,
where,
of course.
Dude,
where?
It's in the desert.
That looks just like the moon.
Except for
that's
it's
probably
not white.
why they chose that bit of the desert. Not going to do much good in a swampy marshland testing out what it's going to be like on a sandy surface.
Mm-hmm.
So U2 and U2 went 0.1 kilometers. And the Apollo 15 rover did 27.8. The Apollo 16 did 27.1. 17 did 35.74. Yeah, I wouldn't want to walk 35 kilometers in a spacesuit. And then a Russian one apparently also did 39 kilometers. And then Opportunity wins at 45.16. You reckon that's where they faked the moon landing, do you, Mel?
So 14 years. That rover operated for 14 years.
Wow. Yes, I think I once heard it went 10x its expected lifespan or something like that.
Pretty crazy.
So have we got any other things that we could bring instead of a rover if a rover is so ridiculous? can take you 35 kilometers. I don't know if we're keen on the idea of a goat or a watermelon. Apparently, they already took a drill. Probably don't need my house keys.
Stop being stubborn, Harry.
I mean, the points seem pretty people seem pretty confident about it, and now when being invited to suggest what would be more useful than a rover that can take you 34 k's, the room's gone a bit quiet.
Yeah, NASA wins.
It does this one, doesn't it?
It's one year.
We're just waiting for all the smart people to wake up now, Harry. You've dug your heels in so hard.
Yeah. He's the spokesman. He must be the smart one with the great voice.
Why, thank you.
Yeah. You're just randomly here as the spokesman, huh? The globe defender. The government defender.
I've actually received a paycheck directly from NASA in the past.
Yeah, mocking.
$200. Yeah, I got a $200 paycheck for working on a project that was sponsored by NASA.
What were you working on? Can you tell us about it, or do you have to kill us?
Yeah, it was not nothing special. It was just we made a little satellite box and sent it up with a weather balloon.
All right.
But we got money
so
for
you
it.
partook in their fakery of satellites, and you only got $200 for it.
That's exactly what happened, Harry.
But what are you doing telling us about it? Like, aren't you sworn to
No,
secrecy?
it was just it's called the project was called DemoSat. So it's like it was to teach students about the basics of satellites, like learning about like instrumentation and weight restrictions and stuff like that. So we were limited to 1 kilogram, and we were supposed to have a certain number of measurements that we were taking. So, and I had to survive the impact when it landed.
You're not from Colorado, are you?
I am, yeah. Did
All
you
right,
just
I think I found it.
Yeah. It's There's actually a couple different DemoSat programs. There's one where they put it on a rocket and send it up. I part of that. A friend of mine was. He did that, but I was a just weather balloon. There's like 10 other schools that did it with us.
They call satellites all types of things nowadays.
Well, isn't definitionally a satellite just something that orbits the Earth? Like the moon's a satellite?
I don't think so.
Yes.
Yes, it's a natural satellite. They're natural and artificial satellites.
Well, he just called his thing satellite, and it was on a balloon. I've had surveyors tell me their satellites are on top of buildings.
It's called DemoSat.
Yeah, I think satellite is a term that's used for several different things now.
But when they're saying satellites are on top of buildings, you sure they're not like mistaking it? Because a lot of people say that when they mean a dish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Satellite is a universal term now. It's not something that just orbits the Earth. It's, they hang satellites from balloons that don't orbit the Earth. They put satellites on top of buildings, which relay.
That to me is not so much somebody broadening the meaning of a term as just straight up misusing it. I mean, I guess its definitions and definitions are prone to change. So if lots of people call satellite dishes satellites, it might come to mean that. But to me, a satellite is still definitionally something that orbits the Earth. Something that orbits. Maybe not. Maybe it's not limited to the Earth.
Yeah, that's right. That's how I've always understood it.
Yeah, I think the moons of other planets are also considered their satellites. So maybe it's something that orbits a planet. Maybe that's what it means.
They're the natural satellites. Exactly. That's what it says on the internet Google thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Exos. Besides being like the star of movies, what do you do?
I do training now, like communication skills. I've
Right.
done movies for many years.
Are you an actual movie?
Yeah, I was an actor for a while.
Interesting.
Lots of
Now I get
actors
paid.
around here.
Yeah, now I get paid to shill for the earth. So, you know, and sit at home in my voice studio and act like I am living on a globe.
If you're not getting
Makes
paid for
sense.
what you're doing right here today,
Makes
it
sense,
doesn't
though,
make any
Harry.
sense to me.
That makes
See,
sense,
what?
though, Harry, right?
Does it?
Yeah. You like fight the flat earth.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
it
way
makes
better than
perfect
fight the
sense.
flat earth.
Just a coincidence you're an actor. Awesome.
So
No,
Rucky,
I'm not an actor. That I was an actor, is how I put it.
Right,
You want to
that
still
you
say
can
is, then
act.
fine.
Yeah, I understand that you can act.
Well, I don't know. Bacon, you've seen that film I shared the link of. Would you say I can act like I was an actor? But I don't
That's a
think I
pretty
can act.
convincing acting. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree you're not
I'm
very
pretty
good at it.
bad.
You do have the voice for it, though.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, well, thank you.
damn, why are you so abrasive, man?
Were
Yeah,
you
I
on
just
home?
see through BS, man. You think he's here just by coincidence and he's the leader of this group?
I'm a
Were
leader.
you an
I
actor?
think he's leading the conversation. He's in every detail of every conversation since I've been here for like an hour. He's been the lead of everything.
I mean,
I want
I
to
train
know,
people
like,
on influencing skills. So if that I talk people listen is suspicious to you, I don't know how to help you.
Nah, you're just involved in everything. Anytime anybody says anything, you're just right in there. You're the leader.
Then
Right?
you're right after that calling me a shill.
No, I wasn't.
Where
I
are we?
listened for a while.
Who's paying you?
Nobody. I pay myself. I listened for a while. Right? I wasn't involved in every little bit of the conversation. I was listening. But you, on the other hand, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I like to talk.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You love flat earth.
Yeah, he needs it.
Yeah. I even always mention it now when I go to do training. Mention it today. I was doing with Qantas cabin crew again today. I was like, I talk to flat earths. They'll look at me like, the fuck did you just say? Like, I don't know. I got weird hobbies.
Yeah.
Like pretty much motorbikes, computer games, and flat earth in that order.
What were you doing with Qantas cabin crew?
Training them on how to do customer service stuff.
Do they ask you any questions? Do they dig a bit or just smile and go, oh, that's nice?
Sometimes people ask questions. Most of the time people just look at me and go, that's weird, and move on with the conversation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did you tell them that if they believe they live on a sphere, that someone's training another cabin crew antipodal to them at the very same moment?
I mean, for people going into international cabin crew, I don't think it's going to surprise them that people are in the UK doing the same thing. Like I've been over there and traded people in the UK. I don't think being like, doesn't it blow your mind that they are oriented a different way to you is going to really blow their mind.
Well, you might be surprised. I mean, most people that I've talked to don't even think about it. Most people that I've talked to that even defend the globe don't even realize that they have to have water curving underneath their feet.
Sure.
So I've asked them and you haven't, but you're just assuming, right, that they would be cool with it. Maybe you should go out and ask a few people. Ask them if they've ever measured curved water. I bet you won't find any.
I mean, no, I don't think there are many people who've measured curved water.
Boy, isn't that suspicious? We live on a sphere with curved water from our feet in every direction, and no one's measured it.
Right, but have you measured the carbohydrates in your food?
What does that have to do with living on a sphere where we live?
I mean, you eat food more.
70%
Eating food
of water
is more central to
in every direction of
whether
our
you live
feet
on
when we're standing at the shore. It's curving away from our feet, and no one's measured it.
Right, but
I guess
don't
they just
think cabin
don't.
crew
They're
are
so
that
busy.
interested in measuring it. Have you
cabin
measured the?
crews are so busy worried about what they're going to eat next. They don't even think about things like that. Strange,
Sure,
right?
yeah, I don't think most people do. Just the same as I don't think you think too much about how many carbs are in your next meal.
Most people, after they fool with motorbikes and video games, come online and talk about flat Earth, but never measure the curved water. Don't even know how they would.
Most people don't talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, a lot of
think
people
it's a joke.
do. You're wrong about that.
Most people think it's a joke.
A lot of people are
No,
talking about
they
it.
don't.
Most that's actually true, Andy.
psyop.
Yeah, you
Most
just
people
saying
that
that
I've
is
talked
crazy.
to about
That's
it
the
just
psyop.
go, "Oh, come on!" They don't really believe that. Most people, when you talk to them about flat Earth, think that flat Earth is mostly a troll.
Yeah, the
Yeah, same
psyop
for
worked.
me.
Definitely worked. And then you guys realize it's real and serious, and you're like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, and we want to find out what's wrong with these people.
Yeah,
Like,
you
I thought this was a
automatically think
joke.
they have a mental.
Yeah,
Automatically think
exactly.
you're wrong. I don't know about
They start
mental.
psychoanalyzing us.
Yeah, they spend all day psychoanalyzing us on the internet.
Sure. Do you do the same to us? Like, do you not find that there's a lot of talk even from the
No, I
flat Earth
can
side
care less
about?
what you believe. I do find it strange that
Okay.
you're here.
Like, you don't find that other people in flat Earth, if not you, talk a lot about cognitive dissonance and how people are in denial and they have separation anxiety from the globe and like
That's just
essentially
human
both
nature.
sides.
You
Right.
asked
So
if
it's
I
just
did.
human nature when
Jim.
flat Earth does it, but when the
No,
globe does it,
Yeah,
there's
but
something
when you
suspicious.
asked if I did, I answered you, right? I can't answer for flat Earth, you idiot.
Right, now we're getting into insults.
Oh,
Good
you're
to see
not a
we're
flat
all
earther.
adhering to the rules of the server.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You couldn't wait to say that, right?
No, I just
Right,
think
the
you're
rules.
When
a
you
terrible
twisted my
mod. I don't think you're a
words,
bad person, but I do think you're a bad mod.
I don't care what you think about me, but when you twisted my words so eloquently in your voice, then you're being an idiot. You knew what I meant. You knew
Well,
what
now
I
we're
was
back to
talking about.
breaking the rules of the server. Okay.
I'm not breaking the rules of any server. I'm saying you're being an idiot.
Thin-skinned of you, really, isn't it?
Rocky, yeah, calling people an idiot is breaking the rules of the server.
Saying they're being an idiot is not breaking the rules of any server.
That's not true.
Fuck, guys.
Oh my goodness.
Funny.
Hey, no, at least he didn't say you're a cunt.
That, I mean, in Australia, that's a compliment.
You're in Australia?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unless Australia's fake, I'm pretty sure I'm in Australia.
It's how you say it.
It's
If you
that
say it,
pretentious attitude you have.
yeah.
So
You can
nuts,
tell when
man.
it's friendly.
It's like,
yeah. Do you want to look at what I posted in the chat and tell me which rule you're not breaking?
File your grievance. Do whatever you're going to do.
I mean, I don't care. I just
calling
think
you a
your
snowflake?
denial of what the rules are is, contrary.
Okay, great. Like I said, file your rules. Let's move on. Just file your grievance.
I mean, I agree
file
about
it.
the let's move on. I mean, I get a bit tired when anytime I speak up, if you're in the room, you devolve into this. This has been like our last 8 conversations, Rakia. So
Dude,
if
I
we
haven't
could
been
move on with
here
a
in
conversation, I'd be down with that.
How many times have you been here in the last month? Every day?
Loads.
Yeah, I haven't.
So
It's true.
the
I
only
haven't seen
times
you
you
for a
turn up,
while,
what explain what relevance that has. I don't follow. The times you turn up, you are going to devolve the conversation into insulting me?
No, I'm gonna go after the person that I think is deceiving people, and I think you're here to deceive people on purpose.
Right. I think you're mistaken. Go after me how? Like what's that going to get you? Where are we going to end up in the conversation? Is anybody else enjoying this?
What conversation? About what you think you know about the atmosphere on the
We were
moon?
having a conversation and then you open your mouth and now
when
we're
you were
doing
being
this.
pretentious and being ugly to people. Oh, take my car keys to the moon. Can't believe you idiots can't think of anything better than the buggy.
Yeah, we
How
were
many
having a
times did you
conversation
say-
about the
as you were
substance
calling
of
people dumb.
whether there were moon landings, not just sitting here randomly insulting one another.
Yeah, as you were
I mean, I
calling
think you're a
people dumb in your own
thin-skinned
little way.
person with
you're
not
talking about
nearly as
me
much
now. You're
integrity as you
insulting me
purport to
now.
have.
Yeah, you're insulting me now, and a while ago you were insulting the whole room.
I'm describing your behavior. Your
No,
behavior
I'm describing your
demonstrates that
behavior.
you do not have as much integrity as you think you have.
Yeah, your
Because
behavior.
You selectively,
you were attacking.
You
people.
selectively enforce the rules. You've
I
multiple
don't
times
enforce any
muted
rules.
me in the middle of conversations.
I have not muted
You're
you
a
in over a month.
thin-skinned person.
You're lying.
Sure, call me a liar.
No,
Let's
I'm
stuck in
saying
this
you
having
are
a tantrum. In fact, last time we didn't devolve into this was you having a tantrum and somebody else called you a liar.
Yeah, you're just saying I had a tantrum.
You kind of did.
So how does the
atmosphere
stay in lockstep with the Earth, let alone, and we've got all these winds and friction. I mean, is the atmosphere sort of like separate from having to have friction or what?
It's
Is
not
it
in
in
lockstep. We have wind. I mean, we have wind and the dynamic system in the atmosphere, so it's not in lockstep. But overall, it's not just stationary, and they're not rotating with the Earth. Of course, it's rotating with the Earth, but it's its own dynamic system, so it's not exactly in lockstep.
What's the number one thing that makes you say it's a dynamic system? What part is it? Because it's got a container, or what's that one thing that's so dynamic?
I'm not sure I could point to one thing.
Yeah, there's winds, there's tides, there's life living and dying.
This Coriolis.
No, what's the dynamic part that makes you know that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth? Which is this dynamic thing?
Bacon and I both just said it's not in lockstep. Why would you then say what makes it in lockstep? Like, doesn't that seem like begging the question?
So there's no friction, right? There's no friction between the atmosphere and the Earth or the ocean.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Been,
Any Globus here agree with that?
Outside on a windy
I
day
mean,
before?
apparently, I mean, you can't just say, well, it's either everything or it's nothing. That's none of us here is arguing for that.
So what is the main factor then? What is the main thing between the spinning ball and the non-spinning ball with an airplane that is landing on a runway north-south?
Why are you asserting that it's not spinning? Nobody said that.
I'm saying though, if it's spinning or if it's not spinning, what is the main deciding factor that is going to let you know that you're spinning or not? For that airplane to land safely on a runway north-south.
I'm not sure if I understood the question.
I can tell.
If there's an airplane that's going to land north-south runway, right, and it's on a spinning ball with all of these magical attributes, I'd like to know what that magical attribute is compared to landing on a runway where it's not moving.
There's no conservation of momentum. That's it. That's all you need.
North to south.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You mean you're leaving?
On the equator.
Leaving. Let me see if I get it. So you're saying if the airplane leaves at the North Pole and goes towards the south to get to the
it's a
South Pole?
north-south facing runway on the equator. Just a normal runway, north-south facing, giant jumbo jet coming in to land. If it's a ball and it's spinning, you're going to miss that runway.
No.
And I want to know what your explanation is why it's going to be all good, just like it was a flat and stationary runway.
Conservation of momentum.
What do you mean north-south facing?
The direction of the runway. Keep
Oh,
up,
right.
Doesn't matter, Merle.
You won't miss the runway. Why would you miss it?
I think you're overestimating. I think you're overrating the effect of Coriolis.
Coriolis. Oh no, that's an effect. It's not a force.
Yeah, I think you guys are underestimating landing
I
on
think
a
we've
rotating
calculated a few times. We can do it. Sorry, Mel, I spoke right up in front of you. Keep
right. No, it's just one of those things like theoretically it's all good, but actually landing on a rotating sphere would be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah,
well,
I think that
in a
intuitively
sphere the
makes
size
sense.
of Earth. Yeah, I mean,
we calculated it last time, and we were going to like the heaviest plane to the fastest possible speeds. I think I was even getting it up to like, let's imagine it's an SR-71 Blackbird at cruise speed, but the weight of a whatever it is, Boeing 787-800 or whatever that fucking huge one was. And imagine it was going that fast as it landed, and it's still only about as much as a quite stiff crosswind.
But can you see what Carlos is saying about you'd have to reposition the plane?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I think after you just said that about the crosswind, just imagine. So you say it's comparable to a very stiff crosswind. That means there is this discrepancy there. So what if there was no crosswinds? It was a perfectly still atmosphere. I mean, you're just saying that you've already admitted there is going to be this like banking pressure to one side of the airplane.
There should be, yeah. But it's, I mean, plane, like when I was doing the SR-71, it cruises at like Mach 3 or something. Planes land doing about 80 knots, I think is a general recommended something around that region.
It actually equates to like a very slight, like a mile an hour crosswind or something like that.
Yeah.
Carlos, if the atmosphere is in lockstep of the Earth, let's suppose, because you're saying, let's say that there's no wind, so let's just think that the atmosphere is in lockstep, and so if the plane is trying to keep a straight line to the surface, and it starts feeling Coriolis effect, right? The divergency is also going to. I mean, the divergent path is also going to be divergent in relation to the atmosphere. So there will also feel like a wind coming from the side of the airplane, because to the airplane. Well, I'm not sure how to put that into words, but that acceleration is going against the stationary air, let's say. And you would feel that as a crosswind, even if it's Coriolis and the air is in lockstep with the Earth.
Yep.
I'm unclear what the actual scenario or hypothetical is.
Like Carlos is asking, north. Shouldn't there be Coriolis? If a plane's landing due north or due south, shouldn't there be the Coriolis sort of effectively pulling the runway away from them as they land? Is that the sort of gist of it, Carlos?
I think he also added there's no wind.
I thought you were talking about reorientating the plane, Carlos. You kind of lost me too then.
The plane already leaves the surface with an orientation, so it would just try to stick to that orientation, because there are multiple forces acting on the airplane all times, and they might make the airplane tend to go left or right. So while you're piloting the airplane, you're trying to avoid that, and you don't know if what's happening is the wind, or if it's your turbines, or if it's Coriolis. It's all mixed up.
Well, if you take off from the equator, go north, you'll feel a Coriolis to the right, right? I think that's
I don't know, to the left. You're going south to north?
From the equator to, and you go north, you'll be deflected a little bit to the right.
Oh, right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
I also got to admit, does my brain in.
Yeah, so, but if the atmosphere is in lockstep, the tendency isn't there for the atmosphere. So if the airplane starts to it has this tendency of going right, and you're correcting it and forcing it to go straight, so you're going against the atmosphere. So you would still feel as like a wind.
I don't really understand. If the
This is
so you're saying it's possible to go against the atmosphere. So there is like there's this atmosphere stopping you from going in one particular direction, is there, with the spin because of the spin of the Earth.
Huh? I don't understand that at all.
It feels like, I'm not sure if you're doing it to make the point clear or something, Carlos, but it sounds like you flip from like the atmosphere is nothing and does nothing to the atmosphere becomes an impenetrable wall, where we're trying to like lure you into the middle territory of maybe the atmosphere does something, but it's relatively little.
Well, it can do quite a lot if you get into the jet stream with the aircraft.
You know, it doesn't make sense, and everyone, like even yourself, you said, "Fuck, it's hard for me to get my head around this Coriolis." It does my head, and it's like we're all so confused about this atmosphere conundrum. Is because you're working on the wrong model. You're trying to figure out something that just can't be fucking possible.
Actually,
With respect,
really
the
complicated.
Coriolis and the
Pretty
atmosphere are
advanced
different things. You would have Coriolis on a planet with no atmosphere. Coriolis, at least my shady understanding of it, is just the difference in angular velocity, angular momentum you'll have going from higher to lower, lower to higher. It is related to the atmosphere in that it like causes, tornadoes or whatever you call them to spin one way in one hemisphere and one way in another. But it's not, one doesn't cause the other. The only reason we say it's like a crosswind is because it'll be a sideways force, which is virtually identical to a wind for a plane. So it's not actually atmosphere causing Coriolis.
So do you think the sideways force, which is the thing that we're talking about in lockstep, which is now not the atmosphere, but it's a sideways force, is that force probably the same amount of force as gravity?
No, gravity is far stronger.
Gravity's far stronger.
Yes, because otherwise you'd be flung left or right at the same pace you are flung at the ground. So if you were going 9.8 meters per second left or right, meters per second, left or right, you'd notice it. We wouldn't need to have debates about whether Coriolis was a thing. We'd be like, holy shit, don't try walking south, you'll die, right? But we don't, it's so slight that we barely notice it, that we need to talk about these extraordinary long-range sniper shots to be even able to, or gyro compasses, like things going very far or very fast to even begin to try to measure this very slight effect. Whereas gravity, you can drop a bullet, not even fire it, just drop the slug of a bullet and it'll hit the ground pretty quick.
They don't really account for it.
It depends on how far you're shooting.
That's right. Long range, they don't really account for it.
Oh yeah,
I'm
they
not
do.
sure that's true.
Yeah, I disagree.
We've looked into this. They don't.
So does that force on the equator ever catch up to the speed of the Earth? Like, and if this force isn't as strong as gravity, but it's a force which is there, and on the equator, 460 meters per second, you're spinning. So this force should be keeping up with the rotation of the Earth, is it?
That's not how it works.
No, yeah, it works. It's not a force that is there, actually. The force, it's an acceleration that takes place when you change your latitude. So if you're... Yeah, it's a bit hard to explain, but every point on the surface has a different tangential velocity, right?
Yeah, it's because of
the axial
differential
rotation.
Yeah, differential tangential velocity is what it has to do with.
Exactly. So when you go to higher tangential velocities, lower tangential velocities, you tend to be faster than the surface. So there's this tendency of you going east, for example, when you're going from the equator to the north or from the equator to the south. You tend to go east because you were in a circumference that had a bigger tangential speed. And the opposite happens if you're going from the poles to the equator. You're now going to a ground that is rotating faster than you used to be. So
yeah, we're trying to get it. It's like the ballerina putting her arms out and bringing them back in and spinning faster. It's kind of like that.
That's not what it's like at all.
I'm not sure what's
that's also
kind of similar to some of it.
Well, it's related to rotation.
No, it's not what it's like at all. No.
Yeah, it's just related.
I don't fully understand
because they're both spinning.
Stabbing around in the dark.
Sorry, guys. It's not my fault.
They're coming for you, Merle.
Tsunami.
And there's no clear separation between, like, for a Coriolis effect, for example, and Yotfu's effect. They're basically all the same thing. You're going from a position that has a certain. I mean, you're changing your tangential velocity, and if you assume that the surface is a inertial frame of reference, that's going to produce pseudo forces.
Like long range, they've definitely got to account for wind and the distance to the target. But that's pretty much it.
That's not true. It's
Yeah,
in the manual. It's in the manual for long range.
Barrett even have a page on it for Can I have Barrett have a Coriolis calculator or something like that? Let me find it before I just start running my mouth.
If I'm not mistaken, one of the first analog computers were computers to aim like naval guns, and yeah, they also took into account the speed of the Earth.
Yeah, during the Falkland Wars, the British Navy forgot that they were in the southern hemisphere.
That's right. They plugged in 20 degrees, and because their computers only ever assumed that 20 degrees would mean 20 degrees north. Sorry, I stole your story. You finish it, Brenda.
No, you go ahead. That's fine. I'm not.
Lapua, sorry, is the one I was trying to say. Yeah, because their computers assumed that 20 degrees would only ever mean 20 degrees north, they were aiming far left when they should have been aiming far right, or vice versa. I don't know which. And we're missing by like double the distance of Coriolis. And when they clicked it round the other way, they were hitting.
Yeah,
Here's Lapua.
Missed their targets at first.
Have you guys ever done a long range shot?
Nah. Like, if the longest I've ever shot with a rifle, if I miss, I know why I missed. It ain't the spin of the earth. It's because I'm not very good.
Yeah, as close as I've ever come to. As close as I've ever come to. I mean, my next door neighbor, he was artillery in Vietnam, and he's a millionaire. He actually owns a self-propelled howitzer, and I asked him about it one day, and he's like, "Why do you ask?" And I said, "Don't worry about why I ask. Do you account for Earth rotation when you fire long-range shots?" He said, "You'll account for it, or you'll miss."
I've only ever shot a shotgun. They don't.
They're not going to need a lot for Coriolis.
Yeah.
The bullets are going to have more, individual pellets are going to have more spin than the Earth.
You sort of just get in the general direction.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like what I've found here is Lapua, who make guns, are in on this whole Coriolis thing. So they're obviously in on this con of telling us about Coriolis. And they've even released an app for the people who use their guns or otherwise, I don't know, maybe anybody who uses any gun, that tells you that you need to plug in your latitude in order to shoot accurately. Now, I don't know I imagine most people who are American here are like, freedom-loving, gun-loving people. Well, I'm afraid to tell you Lapua are part of the con now. Globus has been saying in the chat, I'm assuming he can't speak at the moment, that the rotating frame of reference causes the object to appear as if it is traveling along a curved path. I think that is correct, isn't it? That's a fairly apt description of what Coriolis is meant to say about the path of bullets.
Yes, and here on planet Earth, that's rotating. We are in the rotating frame of reference.
Right. But yeah, because the thing we were debating in the chat with Globus is whether it is an illusory, because by definition, in many of them, it says, as he's posted here, the Coriolis effect is an apparent, in quote marks, effect, an illusion produced by a rotating frame of reference. And I think he's saying, therefore, it is illusory, but I think it is just dependent on the bullet isn't actually, I think the answer is the bullet isn't actually traveling in a curved left-right path. It is just that we're in a rotating frame of reference, so it's like chucking something when you're on a merry-go-round.
I think that's not a very good description.
Okay.
I mean, if the Earth was at least a flat rotating surface, that would be a good description. But because it's not, then even I don't think that's a very good description, because the curve that the bull is doing isn't just a like a straight line, but the Earth curved. That's not exactly how it works when you're curving around this curved surface and rotating.
That app looks kind of detailed. You can switch on or off Coriolis, and you've got to give it your sight in latitude and your shooting direction, so what bearing you're shooting in. Just weird that they'd add that in if that's going to cause them to miss their target by telling them to click their sights a certain way when they shouldn't. Be a good way to test it though, if somebody wants to download the Lapua app and see how much difference that is. You know, give yourself a target of 400 meters away and then give yourself different latitudes, or just pick a latitude and change your bearing of shot. Because it also talks about the IOTVOS, which I also don't understand, which is when the bullet is fired in the direction of the rotation of the Earth, i.e. to the east, the shots hit high. The bullet is to the west, the shots hit low.
Yep. There's a good YouTube video of a guy. He makes, I don't know, takes 3 or 4 shots to the east, and then of course those hit low, and then he turns around and shoots to the west, and all of his shots are grouped. You know, it's a pretty tight group, and they're high.
That is
so it's a good demonstration.
Isn't it supposed to be the opposite?
No, if you shoot to the east and you aim at the target, by the time the bullet gets there, the rotation has caused the target to drop a little bit.
Is it Gunworks? I've just posted a link in the chat. Sorry,
if you're shooting east, you're shooting with the rotation of the Earth. So there's more. There will be more centrifugal force on the bullet, so it will fall slower. And if you shoot against the speed of the Earth, the speed of the bullet is going around the Earth slower, so that there's less centrifugal force, so it should drop faster. That's at least the IOTVOS effect, right?
Yeah, what you're saying, Bacon, sounds right, where at least Lapua say shooting east, you'll hit high, shooting west, hit low.
Correct.
Oh, so we're all saying the same thing. Wow, for anybody who's missed this guy says we get hundreds of calls a week. He's from Gunworks, so he's also in on it, as well as Lapua. He sounds like a freedom-loving American too. He said we get 100 calls a week when people are trying to make their drop charts or something else that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what they are. Because they're not taking into account a Coriolis effect. It's an interesting start to a video. I see. So it's not to do with the angular conserved speed as much as the target dropping or raising.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, yeah. You were saying that, but as you were saying it, I was like, surely not. But then I was like, I should trust Howard because Howard sits quietly and then says stuff that he's almost always gets right. I don't know any time he hasn't. Why do they? What are bolts that have that like corkscrew shape, like almost rifling on the bolt? What's that do?
The rifling on the bolt?
Yeah, it's like a bolt that's got a kind of corkscrew looking design on it. I don't know if it's just a design to look that way or.
Is it an automatic weapon?
No, bolt action. Thousand-yard shot is mind-blowing. So he's saying here, not that it doesn't make an iota of difference yet. I'm not yet at the timestamp that you've given Globus. But he's saying it's a very small effect and it is dwarfed by other effects. I would agree with that thus far. I think most of us here would, like of Globers, they would say, yeah, wind and other stuff. I imagine even humidity. I don't know what effect humidity would have, but I imagine it would be some. I love it. He goes to explain what a Coriolis is, and now he's got to explain a car's diff lock. I'm like, this guy's a four-wheel driver, because that is not going to be making it simpler for anybody except a four-wheel driver. One thing he does say to Steelman for the flat earth here, he goes, proving it is nearly impossible. Bolt fluting. Okay.
What is it
That's
you're looking at?
I'm watching a thing called that Globus posted called Mark and Sam After Work, and he's talking about the Coriolis effect, and he's saying like he's giving a pretty good explanation about it. He's talking about how it's similar to like a differential in a car, and the effect of it. But then he says, look, it's nigh on impossible to prove it because almost any other effect will dwarf the effect of Coriolis, right? You'd need to be shooting in a vacuum. Perfect, like the conditions would need to be so perfect to he also says, though, crucially, Globus, I always factor it in when I'm trying to do my first shot hits. So he's saying other things are bigger effects than Coriolis. That is, though, what Globus said. Conditions, spindrift, wind. Yeah, that makes more sense. But that makes sense. But I don't think anybody would argue with that. Hmm.
Globus beat me to my comment.
Say again.
I was typing and it looks cool too. And
Yes.
Globus had
Globus
already
was
put it
saying
in
the
there.
same thing.
Yeah.
It does look pretty cool. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I think that's like, that goes some way to what this guy's saying, where he's saying it's a very, very small effect. He does do it into his calculations, but like, I wouldn't say it doesn't make an iota of difference. I don't think he says that, but I think you're right when he says this guy just, for example, just likes to factor it in for the maths. Yeah, I think that's right. But I mean, I think it's a very weak effect. He'd be probably right. You know, Spindrift or whatever else it is going to make a bigger effect than Coriolis. I think the best evidence of Coriolis would be gyro compasses. Like a gyro compass, pretty basic but pretty impressive. And only work if the Coriolis effect is real. So what do the flat earthers present think? Like, if we find this guy from Australia saying it does exist, but the effect is very small, but I still factor it in, but it doesn't make a huge effect. And then you have a guy showing the Yotvos effect who's got a YouTube channel on guns, and we've got Lapua having an app to factor it in. And we've got gyro compasses that work on the same effect. They just don't seem like NASA faking the existence of Earth rotation, right? That means a fairly expansive conspiracy that includes gun enthusiast YouTubers.
If you take away the atmosphere and all the other things and control for it and verify it, you have me sold. But it's so negligible within all that stuff, it's only ever a calculation.
Did you see the guy doing the Yotvos one though? Like it seemed, I mean, it seems pretty noticeable. He's shooting one target and he shoots low, turns around, shoots another target and he shoots high. Like the groupings on the
no
targeted.
Error possibly in him turning around the gun. Can you
Well,
imagine the slight movement of the gun that would take to be off by that much at the other end? Like, fuck all, man. Like, where's the precision in that?
It's very small, but I mean, he precedes it by saying, "This is what's going to happen," and then we get hundreds of calls about this a week, and then like tests it and shows it. So sure, I mean, I guess he could be getting it wrong.
Was it edited? Was the video that you just saw edited at all, or?
Yeah, I mean, they don't show them walking for 2,000.
Right. So have you
show
seen
him-
the bloody PBS the PBS thing where they do the laser across the lake with the fucking helicopter and shit? Have you seen all the anomalies on that?
Yeah, I have seen the laser across the lake. Sure. I mean the chopper
Have you seen
across the
all
lake,
the
sorry.
anomalies with that?
Yeah.
All the editing
Yeah, I mean,
and
they clearly at one
and you
point
agree
fake a
that
chopper
it's
shot.
dodgy?
Sure.
Yeah, but I
What
mean,
is
they're
that? What,
faking a chopper shot. I mean, why? Why are they faking a fucking chopper shot?
but does that have a lot of bearing on how a gun enthusiast YouTuber does something? Is the suggestion that he's been like paid or coerced to fake it too?
No. God, no. But he
Okay, so
admitted
what's this
to
guy
you
doing with the Gunworks thing?
understand that it's calculated. There is
No,
no
he shows it.
movement
He
that
doesn't
he can
calculate
say
anything. He just shoots bullets at a target and they hit high or hit low.
And what? And he's saying that's Coriolis.
No, he's saying it's EOTVOS, which is a similar but different effect. But it's
Or
still
whatever he's
rotational.
saying. So okay, but how has he proven that? Because what, one goes down, and that's good enough for you.
I'm not saying it's good enough for me. I'm just asking your thoughts on it. But yes, it is.
Yeah, like I
they
said,
don't film him
not verified.
firing 2 bullets and then walking a grand total of 2,000 yards. That'd be a long video.
Well, no, but if you appreciate, mate, but if you've got a laser and I set my laser up and I try and get my laser like level, even if I've got a theodolite and I've got and it's fucking it's level, right? The slight movement of that laser, any minute movement at that point is going to change the other end depending on how far it is by fucking millimeters, inches, fucking feet, depending on how much you move it and how far away it is. So, and you're talking about a shot that's obviously over some distance, and he's shooting one direction, and then he's turning around and shooting the other direction, and you're honestly thinking, without verifying, that he's done that on an exact horizontal plane.
No, I'm asking your thoughts on it. I mean, I think that's possible. I mean, I also think it's possible that there's a bunch of other things that cause it to go wrong. But I mean, this guy, he prefaces the entire video by saying when people are trying to sight in their guns for very long range shots, they keep making this mistake, and it's explained by the EOTVOS effect. You've got to control for which direction you're shooting. Then he tells you what you're going to expect and then shows it. I could absolutely conceive that he's got it wrong and has just, happened upon the answer he predicts. I'm just wondering moreover what your thoughts are. Is he faking it?
Yeah,
Is he
I said that straight away. No, I just said it's calculated. It's not verified. Gave him straight away.
But that's what I'm saying. This is not calculated at all. He aims his gun at a target and shoots. Okay, he's assuming that that's what it is then. He's not accounting for the fact that there's all the errors that could be causing it. So, can you verify? That's what I said. Is it verified that's what it is? Or is he just shooting and you're seeing a video where there's lots of editing and it just happens to be that way? I'm not saying it just seems when you say lots of editing, the suggestion is deception, and then in the next breath you're trying to say mistake.
Did he shoot 100 each way and they were all exactly the same? Or were 70 of them how he needed to produce for the video and the other 30 were even? Like, that's what I'm asking.
It's possible. Is that your thought? I'm asking your thoughts on it. Is that what your thoughts are? That he I mean, that could be it, right? He shot again and again and he only showed the targets the bullets that did what he wanted them to do. Is that what you think happened?
Am I saying?
Because otherwise, it sounds a little bit like you're grasping at straws. To in one moment go, he could be making a mistake, and then in the next moment to be like, oh, he's editing and lying.
Do you want me to say, oh, that proves fucking Coriolis then? Is that what you want me to say?
I obviously I don't think it's going to prove to you Coriolis. I'm asking what it does make you think.
Well, it makes me think shit. There's more evidence, that these people have in their little kitty to say, here, this proves what we presuppose. If Earth is spinning, shit, bullets will drop one way and go up the other way. Oh, look, here's what we see. It's just the same old bullshit, eggshells. Same old shit, just another example of it. Sorry, I'm trying to eat a steak, mate. I'm going to go on mute for a minute.
Nice. Delicious.
No one wants to do that.
home that garlic butter is just too good.
Jerry's complaining about your
Sorry, Jerry, I'm talking around a steak.
It's all right, man. All of us are busy.
might have to go back to arguing even around your steak, otherwise no one's going to talk in here. We'll bring back in Rakir to tell me that I'm a shill.
He's a difficult one to talk to.
Say again, Howard?
So he is a difficult person to talk to.
I've had okay conversations with him in the past, but like of the last few months, I'm like, wow, these are all not.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like a bulldozer.
Is it a recent thing though?
No, he early on, like a couple of years ago, he was pretty easy to talk to, pleasant, and then he just became aggressive, and he stayed that way. And then when this server first opened up, and he came in as a guardian mod, and he was doing a really good job. I was bragging on him, and he was being fair, and then he just kind of flipped, went back to being aggressive.
Hmm.
Well, I think I'm gonna crash for the evening myself.
Oh, nice talking again. Hope to catch you again soon.
You too, man. We'll probably see you guys tomorrow.
Be good, be safe, keep looking after that truck.
Sleep well, mate.
Alright. I got it down. We can argue. The Yotvos effect, is that purely just the east to west, up and down movement of the Coriolis, is it? Yotvos? No? I'm gone. Wiggy wiggy.
Oh, sorry. I was talking. I was responding, and I was muted. Yes, it's similar to it, but not it. So it's a totally different effect, which is that if you are shooting east, the target will be dropping in your shot because the Earth is rotating towards the east. So you'll shoot high. And then if you're shooting west, the target will be coming sort of up over the hump, if you like. And so you'll be shooting low.
Yep. So, obviously, any degree, you know, southwest, you know, or northwest versus, you know, straight due west or east, any degree change would obviously incorporate both, wouldn't it? Would have the Yotvos and Coriolis.
Yes, yeah. I think that Coriolis is 0 east-west, and Yotvos, I imagine, is 0 north-south. But I imagine what you're saying is still roughly the same, which is like everything except exactly due north, south, or east-west would be experiencing a bit of both. So I imagine the gist is like it'll be low left in one quadrant, high left in another, high right in another, low right in another. You know, like, yeah.
Yeah.
That seems intuitively to make sense. I know nothing about these things, but yeah, intuitively that should be the case.
How did you find it, mate?
Can I find Coriolis? Yeah, no, I don't know. I cannot find it.
Have you asked Mum Champ?
I haven't, no, but I'm not sure if she knows where Coriolis is either.
Oh, hey,
So, Eggshells, do you think that if I could get a big enough cannon, you know, with a heavy enough ball, and could get it plumb, and I was on the equator, and I just shot that thing straight up, do you think it would also, like other ballers, do you think it would land back in the barrel? Like, let's just say we got it to 300 or 400 meters height, you know, like a big enough height to give it some time. I'm talking to myself again. Need some time to think about that one. I understand. That conservation of momentum thing, it goes against that intuition. Counterintuitive. No, talking to myself. Fine. Wow.
What'd you say, Wyatt? Sorry, man.
Oh, it's all right. I thought I was talking to Eggshells, but he's obviously busy doing other shit. I can ask you, but you're a flatty. You just agree with me.
Okay, then. Hit me.
Well, the ballers seem to think I put the proposition that if we had a big enough cannon and a heavy enough cannonball, and we're on the equator, and we set the thing up plumb, and we were shooting straight up in the air, and we got up to 300 or 400 meters, what would the ball do? Like, where would it land? Left, right, front, back? Like, you know, how far? What's your prediction? And the ball was like it would land back into the barrel, like if it was ideal. Conservation of momentum would have that thing land back in the barrel. And that just blows my mind. So I'd like to hear Eggshell's opinion on that.
Well, according to the ballers, it shouldn't land back in the barrel because of Coriolis.
No, the conservation of momentum will have it land back in. It'll go backwards, Coriolis, the other way, back down.
Right. Okay. Don't know. Because I think I heard something similar Nathan Oakley's channel a couple of years ago. I can't remember which baller it was, but I think they were arguing. Sure, Nathan Oakley was saying it'd land back in the barrel, and the baller was saying that it wouldn't because of Coriolis. But I could be mistaken. I could be mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was NASA and I don't know, a few of the other ballers the other day were arguing over it, and I was basically said so. Okay, so on a flat plane, stationary, it'll go up and land back in, and on a rotating, spinning fucking sphere at whatever, it's going to go up and land straight back in, is it? And they went, yep. So yeah, apparently,
yeah, because that makes
couldn't tell the difference.
Oh man, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what they come up with. What they come up with.
Hey, it might be true.
Yeah,
it might be true, mate.
And they make marshmallows out of unicorn too. That could be true.
Yeah, and Santa actually has claws.
Yeah. But I don't know. Like I said, the thing that gets, and I say it time and time again, and I've only just recently looked into it. The star trails, especially at the equator, right? When you see the stars come straight up from the horizon or going straight down towards the horizon, and when you first look at them, they definitely look, and I defy any to say that they don't look like they're going down below the horizon. Now, because that's exactly what they look like they're doing. Now, we can use a personal dome, we can use the atmosphere to explain that our eyes are being deceived, but the initial appearance to the naked eye, that's exactly what they appear to be. And unless you jump in a speedboat and you travel towards them at light speed, I suppose you're really never going to know exactly what stuff is doing. It's a best guesstimation at this point. So, the star trails are a anomaly to me. I can't explain them. I can give reasons to them, but that's not necessarily fact either. But, I always fall back to water and plumb bobs every single time. And until those can be disproved on a reliable basis, I'm not going to be swayed one way or the other, really. Not at all. Not with something that's observational anyway.
And that's fair enough too. If you're going to be really critical of something, definitely.
Yeah.
But also, you mentioned on the equator looking at the stars, and if you're going to be honest with yourself, they do look like they're going down, straight down, or straight up, below or from the horizon. Yeah. But again, you put yourself in a long hallway with a light that starts off all the way down at the end of the hallway on the ceiling and travels towards you, above you, and shoots all the way down to the other end of the hallway. It's at the same altitude the whole way, but it looks like, to your eyes, like it's coming up and going down.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
We've got examples of what looks like what we see with the stars, but we know isn't curving or going in a circle or anything like that.
Yes.
So that's what gives someone the confusion. It's like, it looks like this, but we've got other examples of where we know it's not that, yet they tell us it is that. But,
exactly right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. And I've only started just looking into star trails over the last week or so, to be quite honest with you. And the whole optical thing, like I said, I can try and justify it in my own mind. Then when you're looking at it, it does play a bit of a mind trick on you, if I'm being completely honest.
And can I interject with one difference between the hallway and the light? Because I think I agree with you. If you're moving dead away from a light and keeping it dead, like bang overhead, it's going to drop. But don't you think it's going to drop a significant amount in the first step you take? But as you move away, it's going to get like closer to the horizon, but it's going to like slow down. So it's not going to move at 15 degrees an hour. It's going to like move towards the horizon, but with every new step you take away, it's going to slow down such that it just slow down.
Well, look, that all comes down to there's different things that are at play when you talk about the scale of the sun and the earth, as opposed to a hallway and a fucking light. And I reference the light moving and us being still in the hallway, not us moving away from the light. It's a slightly different thing. I know the angles are.
So in your case, then we'll go the light moving away from you. Don't you still agree the same thing is there, that it's going to move a lot overhead with the first bit it moves, first meter it moves away from you, it's going to move a lot. But once you're 1,000 meters away and you go to 2,000 meters away, it's going to barely change.
Similar to the sun. The sun moves quickly above head, but then when it comes down to the horizon, it seems to slow way up. It takes a lot longer to finish that last 20 degrees than it did over the top. So it's the same.
Yeah, and that GIF that Hank shared with me a couple of days ago to try and help me get my head around it, it really is interesting. That one I've just put in chat writing with the candle. That is really interesting, that. Because obviously the candle is exactly the same height as it's moving further away from that lens. And we know that acts like a lens. No one can deny that. But it appears as though that candle is disappearing below the table.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, I'd agree with both the points you've made.
And I reckon that's a really good one, actually, because once again, your eyes are playing tricks on you, aren't they? Because you're looking through a lens. Because you can see when you can see the whole thing, from a distance that it's at exactly the same height, but it definitely gives the appearance through that. I think it's a Fresnel lens that they're using there. I stand to be corrected, but it's quite interesting that that's what it appears to be doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm still waiting for it to download. I've got a fucking shocking connection at the moment.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's so bad. I think I'm going to drop out and come back.
You and Rakia get into a bit of argy-bargy before I went on mute, and you guys were getting into a bit of argy-bargy.
He honestly, every time, like except for the second to last time we talked, where I don't think he knew who he was talking to. The last like 8 times we've been in the server, he will like sit there and listen for a bit, and then just launch into an attack. Like it is so reliable. I feel like starting a clock next time to be like, I bet you I can only speak for another 4 minutes before he starts calling me a liar and saying I'm paid to be here. And
You see it now, White? Maybe he's still got a shit connection.
Oh, I do. Everyone's roboting, and it's me. It's not you guys, obviously.
Yeah, no, it's definitely you, mate. You can't. We can hear you, but
No weather. It's fucking beautiful. There's no reason for this shit.
it's magic, isn't it? It's a glorious 19 degrees at the moment.
18 where I am. Lucky bugger, he got that extra degree. Extra centigrade.
Yeah.
Fucking, yeah, look, the whole bloody spinny spin Earth rotation thing. I just can't believe it's not just settled science. I know you ballers will say it is. I just can't believe it's not, though. Like actual real science.
It's a lot of theoretical science, isn't it? Just a lot of the ideas just being thrown around.
Seems like it.
Yeah, it's like when they
No, I don't agree with that. I think in order to say that, you've got to throw out all of the robust science as fake, right? If you send a rocket into orbit and deploy a satellite, that's not theoretical. You have to deny that the existence of that in order to say, of the bits I accept as existing, they are only theoretical.
Well, they've got to do it.
No, it's words, because you okay, shooting a rocket up, deploying something, yep. Then you bring in the word orbit. Specifically states something going around something else, in its center point, as opposed to shooting a rocket, deploying something, and it just drifting above the flat plane. Like these things can still be happening, but it's just not going around a sphere necessarily.
Right. I'm not talking about the existence of a sphere or flat for the moment, but just like when you're saying it should be settled science, it should be something, proper science, not just something theoretical. I'm saying there is a lot of like, even if you don't accept the existence of the rockets, a gyro compass, like there are practical things. Foucault's pendulum, like there's a practical, physical, physics-based things that are strong evidence for
Pendulum doesn't prove anything when it's fixed to a surface at all. And when you have to have a mechanical object to keep it moving, that doesn't prove anything.
Well,
right.
I think it is good evidence for something, because even if you've got to keep it going, the Foucault's pendulum is not saying this pendulum will swing forever. What it's saying is the way it processes left or right will be dependent on latitude. If that's not the case, like set one up and disprove every Foucault's pendulum that's ever been put installed. But either that, or you need to make the claim that everybody who's ever installed a Foucault's pendulum has given it a bias and a swing and continued to return and give it that swing again and again in order to make us think we live on a globe.
Well, it doesn't take much to give anything attention. It could be the tension in the wire that they use, because all wire is wound the same way. Could be bias the way people start off. Could be bias in the modem. It can be the electrical field that's around things. All these things can cause a bias, and they haven't been ruled out.
Well, sure, but A, it is a practical demonstration. B, that bias every time stacks up one way and never the other.
But does it though, Eggshells? Like, isn't there a situation where it stops actually processing like a certain, like, I don't know, lunar alignment or fucking something like that?
Not that I know.
Or is that a lie?
There's no point at which the Foucault's pendulum stops working to my awareness.
And we have the practical demonstration of water levels.
Right, but what does water do in your what have you observed or practically demonstrated water doesn't do that the globe says? Because I think you agree, anytime you talk about water, the answer is you're testing it on too small a scale. Nobody claims that water should curve measurably, discernibly across the length of a bathtub.
I'm told that it's on too small of a scale, right? It hasn't been demonstrated to me that it's on too small of a scale, so I can agree that the scale isn't large, right? No problems there whatsoever. But I know that if I run a water level from point A to point B, and if I put a central point in that water level, right, and I run a string line between the two ends, that water level in the center is going to be exactly at the same height with no deviation whatsoever. Now, I am told in the biggest scheme of things, right, that it is not on a grand enough scale to be proven either way. Now, that's not up to me to prove that it's not on a grand enough scale. I would say that's up to the globe side to prove to me and show me a black swan that they have done it on a larger scale and that they can prove.
When you say it's up to the globe to prove it, in what way is it up to the globe to prove it?
Well, I can prove it on a smaller scale. It's not like that on a bigger scale. Well, show me it's not like that on a bigger scale. You only have to do it over half a kilometre.
Whose responsibility is that to make a half a kilometre water level?
Well, it wouldn't be mine. It would be the globe side.
Why would it be the globe side?
Because they're making the claim that it's not big enough.
But like, if you want to know something,
I know on a smaller scale. I know on a smaller scale. I know that if I fill a pipe, right, with water and have it horizontal, right, that water is going to remain horizontal and even all the way throughout it, without a shadow of a doubt. I know that. That's what I was taught at school. That's what I was taught at tech school. That's what my peers taught me when I was.
Yeah, that's also what the globe. That's nobody's saying that doesn't happen. Nobody on the globe says that water isn't horizontal.
No, but your horizontal is curved.
Right, and that's what everybody says.
No, I don't say horizontal is curved. Do. I have never heard one person ever writing say that horizontal is curved. Never in my whole working life. Not one of my peers, not one of my teachers have ever said that horizontal is curved. Never.
Were they talking? Was anybody ever talking about it in the scales or in such a way that Earth curvature was part of that conversation? Like, you know, if I said this thing is heavy, it weighs 5 kilos, you could say, does it still weigh 5 kilos when the moon's overhead? Because technically, if it weighed exactly 5 kilos, it would weigh slightly below 5 kilos when the moon's overhead. But like we all simplify things, but I mean, the base point seemed to be about whether the globe was just theoretical. The thing I'm pointing out is it's not. There are many, many, many practical demonstrations of many things that the globe claims.
And like I said, time writing, it's very, very convenient for the globe side to say measurements are either way, way, way too small or way, way, way too big to quantify.
But
You know,
but they aren't. Only if you focus on the ones that are. So a gyro compass measures something in real.
Hold on 2 seconds. Hey, White, you're roboting really bad, man. If you're trying to talk, you're roboting really bad. Sorry, writing. Had to get that in.
I'd say like a gyro compass would be one demonstration that is really stark and obvious. That the only other object I know that can find north does so with magnets, and this finds true north, not magnetic north. And you can open it up and look at how it works. Second is celestial navigation, which will show you in stark amounts between 90 and 0, if you want to travel at those distances, the difference in latitudes. If you look at things like Coriolis, then yeah, you're talking about forces that are so small that in almost all applications they're negligible. But what I would suggest is you are looking at the ones that are small and then saying that they're very small.
I'm looking at the ones that are accurate.
So I would say celestial navigation and gyro compasses are accurate, practical, and large effects.
Well, a gyroscope is accurate, 100%. I know nothing. I don't know anything about gyro compasses. If I'm being truthful.
Well, I mean, you can use a gyroscope as well. A gyroscope, a sufficiently well-tuned one, will find rotation.
Well, they find. Well, they give you a horizontal plane. That's what a gyroscope does. Gives you a horizontal plane.
But they'll process at 15 degrees an hour.
Will they?
Yes.
Will they?
Yes.
A precise mechanical one.
I mean, yeah, you need a good one. I mean, if you're trying to measure a slight effect, you need a good thing. But I mean, 15 degrees an hour is a gross physical and measurable thing.
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
Should any gyroscope, if it's balanced, sufficiently made well enough, should all of them process like at 15 degrees an hour, or
what was the preface you gave? If it's what should every gyroscope process?
Like if it's sufficiently made, tooled and tolerant, if it's machine, are they all going to process like at 15 degrees an hour, or are they just going to process because of friction?
To the point that I would I mean, if you're saying if they're sufficiently made, they shouldn't be processing one way or other due to friction. They should have, if they're sufficiently made, they should have perfectly balanced that. And I don't know this, but here's what I'm going to stab in the dark and guess, and we can check later if you want. If you get a gyroscope and you want to test if it's sufficiently made, I imagine you hold it in a bearing of north, then south, then east, then west, and you should check that you get 0 precession east, 0 precession west, and 15 degrees an hour north and south. I'm probably going to get some of those numbers wrong and the way they test them wrong, but what I'm guessing is when you make a gyroscope, you test it by controlling for precession and seeing if it precesses one way then the other. Because if you just made a gyroscope and tested it in one orientation, you wouldn't really be testing it.
Yeah, so you'd be testing it with the assumption that you're supposed to be getting a 15 degree per hour drift, no doubt. And that leads me to then say, well, hang on a minute, because RPMs very much govern how much precession.
Right. Yeah. I think that anybody who's turning it north, south, east, and west to test it, and this is all my guess, not knowing anything about how gyros are made or calibrated, but yes, I think they would be doing it based on the assumption of the Earth rotating this way and that. But the point I'm making is you can test this yourself, and then you can come up with a hypothesis about why this gyro, processes one way when pointing one way and another way when pointing another, when it's devoid of camera chips and stuff. Chips and software and such.
Yeah, but that's why that's all questions, because there are videos of people who have got gyros, like fucking expensive ones, where they sit there and do nothing for fucking several hours, and that the argument is, well, they're just not sensitive enough. Now, if they're not sensitive enough, surely they might take 1 or 2 degrees, or 3 or 4, maybe not all 15, but to sit there and do nothing.
Well, I mean,
you just have to go.
I don't know of that video, but what I do strongly believe is that the makers of gyroscopes, like either you're right and the makers of gyroscopes are in on this, or either you're wrong or somebody lied to you in a video or made a mistake in the video or oriented the thing east-west without realizing that would cancel out the effect, or 1,000 other options. But to me, the least
they do what they claim.
I haven't, and I'm sure I could, but I haven't verified it. I'm just very confident of it. Because as I said, a stranger claim to me, a more grander or harder to imagine claim would be that manufacturers of gyroscopes have A, not noticed this effect, or B, are lying about it. That it need to be one or the other. We make these extremely precise devices.
They build them to process 15 degrees because that's what they believe they should do.
Right, but now what they need to build into the gyroscope, so let's run with that line of logic. They build a gyroscope that they think will find 15 degrees precession, whether it's based north, south, east, or west. But then when they face it north, south, east, or west, it doesn't. So now what do? Like, they believe it's going to, but they build an object that doesn't. Because if it just had a bias in it, if it just had more friction on one side, then when you turn it around, it's still going to have friction to that side. Its bias will be left or right, not north, south, east, or west. So you got this maker of a gyroscope who builds an object designed to do one thing and one thing alone, who gets it and it doesn't do that thing, and they don't notice.
No, well, their design is to be rigid in space, right? That's what it's designed to do. There is a claim that they process.
Right.
You haven't verified it. You are just assuming that's the case. Now, it might not be the case, and it might just all be a calculation. They might not process at all.
Right, I get that's the claim. My question is, how do they do that when, as you turn it around, it will process differently? It'll go from leaning right to, as you turn it 180 degrees, now it's leaning left.
Yeah, okay, so show me where that's happening. You're assuming that that's what's happening.
All gyro compasses, including Bob Nodell's. Sorry, all gyros, all gyro compasses, including Bob Nodell's, do that. All of them.
So they
100%
process
of
the
them
opposite direction when they're turned around.
Yeah. If it's facing north-south, it should process one way. If it's facing south-north, it should process the other way. It has to do that, or the globe's wrong. And so when you say facing north-south, are you saying that the gyro has a knowledge of north and south? Or no, that's exactly you're missing it. That's exactly my point. That in order to do what you're saying, to follow the biases of the creator of the gyro, it would have to know that. It would have to know which direction it's pointing.
No. So you missed my point critically. So for the videos, for all the videos that prove that compasses gyros process, it's very easy to set that up. You can just go to a certain RPM, you can induce friction, and you can make it look like it's all good. In reality, I'm talking in the real world.
I'm talking about reality, so I'm not talking about YouTube videos.
Yeah, and they're okay, but that's your only evidence that gyroscopes process 15 degrees an hour is because
Well, they have to because we're spinning, and I've been told that they do.
But also
You've never seen
because
one.
no, that's not true. I've seen Behind the Curve,
Oh.
and Bob Nodell does this, and I've
So that's a
talked to
video. So you've
right,
seen
and
a
I've
video of one processor.
and I mean, come on, don't interrupt me while I'm talking, please. And I've talked to, and a guy showed me on Discord, walked into his garage and said, "Here's my gyro compass. I refurbish these for a living. Here's how it works." The mere existence of them. What you're saying to be right, the gyro compass already knows which way is north or south, then shows you north and south, but for some reason has a spinning wheel that does that.
What is it that's different in your mind about a gyro compass versus a gyroscope?
So gyro compass capitalizes on the same drift effect that you're talking about, capitalizes on that same thing, but demonstrates that that's happening. Rather than that, like for most gyros, that is, I wouldn't say an error, but something close to an error. It's not an error. It's something you need to correct for, is how I'd say. In every other gyro, 15-degree-an-hour drift is something you need to correct for. In gyro compasses, that's how it works. But it's in base, it is exactly the same thing. It is a wheel spinning at many thousands or whatever RPM.
Okay, but obviously a gyro compass mustn't be free to just spin.
Yes,
because a normal compass is gyroscope is just free to spin and holds its rigidity. So can you explain to me in detail or simple, however, what is the mechanism in a physical mechanical gyroscope, gyro compass that separates it from a gyroscope? What is it
A
mechanically?
gyroscope will just hold whatever position you give it. The gyro compass will find north based on, it'll be pulled this way and that, right? But because of the Coriolis effect, it will be pulled a little bit, I forget which way around they go, but let's say they'll be pulled a bit right to the north and left to the south. It could be back to front, but it's
What is it that is mechanically doing it? What's the mechanism?
So
how is it
depends.
affecting?
So there's a spinning wheel with weights on it that is spun up to a very high RPM. The physical effect that is doing that is the rotation of the Earth.
No, hang on. So we've got two units side by side. We have a gyroscope and a gyro compass. And if I open them up and looked inside, both of them have spinning things with weights. What does the gyro compass have extra?
To my understanding, nothing extra. I mean, the
So
wheel
how
is
is it different?
the wheel. So the wheel is different in that quite often gyroscopes are on a horizontal plane. This will be on a vertical plane, but like they look very similar. It's like it's in essence the way I would describe it. Though this is quite possibly wrong. Is gyro compasses were made because they worked out they could capitalize on the error or the need for correction in gyroscopes. They're very similar things.
Riding. You've made an assumption, though, Riding. You've said that the gyroscope is due to the Earth's spinning, yeah? That hasn't been proven, you see.
That's what we're talking about.
Can you prove to me that the Earth is actually spinning? That we can see that we can actually perceive it and see it with our eyeballs? Can you actually do that?
You're just sort of, we're midway through the conversation of that, and you've just sort of stopped the conversation to ask exactly what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, because you've said something that is totally non-reality. It's not.
You need to listen
it's not
for a
what
bit
we
longer,
observe
Jim,
in our
before you
reality, and then you're basing your whole life and ethos on this gyroscope thing, and you're saying it's because of the Earth spinning, which is rubbish. The Earth is not spinning.
It's just okay, cool. So
yes, cool. You understand what I'm saying, though, yeah? That you're speaking.
I mean, I understand that you're wrong.
Assumptions. You're assuming what you're saying here is an assumption. It hasn't been proven.
I'll show you. So don't really. I'll show you an image of a. You're just going to keep going, Jin. So I've got to. There's a point where I've got to be able to interject.
Whilst I'm talking, you're talking. It's fine. You must remember when you speak, you must speak honestly. You've never seen the Earth spin with your eyeballs, so you have to say, "I've never seen it, but this is what I think. This is what I'm putting forward." Don't speak like this. We know the Earth is spinning, and it's
Jin, writing and White were having a conversation, and you kind of railroading in it at the moment, to be
I'm
honest
not
with you.
railroading it. I want them to carry on. I just want the intellectual. I just want some integrity here. I just
So
like
let
some
me
integrity as a listener. As
so
a
let me
listener,
explain to my
Yeah,
layperson.
hang on a second, and I'll
Right,
finish.
Jin, shut the fuck up.
Jin, hold on,
Shut up,
mate.
you cunt. It
Seriously.
upsets me
That's
when
the only
they
difference.
say,
We'll just
okay,
be upset quietly, Jin, please.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm
make
just
me
gonna
cannot do that.
mate. Don't
I
make
will
I'm
me
just
call
going to turn him down.
objection.
Can't handle it any other way. I've got to turn him down. So Whites, I've posted an image of a gyro compass. That's not the one he showed me, so I'm going to be doing a fair bit of guesswork at this point. But that main wheel thing you can see in there, to my understanding, that's the main thing. That will spin up to a really fast speed, and the compass will be pointing at any old direction at that point. So like it's like when a boat's about to go out to sea, this will be off. And my understanding is they have to turn it on while the boat is in one orientation, like a bit of slip and slop doesn't matter, but you can't turn the boat in this point because it will take like, I think something like half an hour, he said, to eventually spin up to get to the point where it'll start to point north and south.
So it finds north and south on its own. Does it,
Crucially,
Righty?
yeah, it finds north and south on its own. And crucially, it'll find geographic north, not magnetic north.
Hang on, I've just done a quick Google, and apparently these things, you set them so when you spool it up to basically point at whatever you want. So you obviously choose north for these things, and you spool it up, and they're continuously driven so that it's actually going to hold its rigidity in space and always obviously be set from north.
So you're saying you've got to calibrate it, do you, White, to due north, yeah?
So that is wrong. That is wrong to my understanding. But what wouldn't
that's when I asked you, Eggshells. I asked you what mechanism in it, because I can see that it's a gyroscope. It spins up and that holds its rigidity, right? But I asked you what is in there that's different that makes it find north. And you
that's what I'm
you
saying.
Answer me. So
okay.
I went
so
and
let me clarify for you. The
fast
spinning disc inside it. No. So with
normal gyroscope, Eggshells, has a fast spinning disc. That doesn't automatically find north. This one apparently finds north automatically. What is the difference between the discs?
So, my understanding is some of it is to do with the way they are oriented. Whether they are set up, I want to go to the point you said, whether they are set up pointing north. I think that makes sense. I think that is correct, that they are set up facing north, quite possibly, but I don't think that means that they just keep pointing in the same direction. My guess on that would be to lower the time you need to wait for this to finish processing. Because the guy who showed me the ones he has in his garage process left and right for like half an hour before they find north. I've got a strong suspicion if you point it during southeast, it'll take like an hour and a half because it's such a slight effect.
I think that's the same. I mean, with the airplanes, before they had the laser gyros, they would have to sit there, and the plane would have to be very still while they spooled these things up. If the plane moved while they were spooling up, they'd be inaccurate, right? But the thing with this is you line it up for north and you spool it up. Obviously, it's going to go left or right or whatever until it's fully up to RPM and balanced, and then it will obviously center to north. But it's centering to north based on what you've given it. It's not. Okay. It's not finding magnetic north or geographic north.
Wrong. No, I disagree.
And then from that point,
I disagree with that. That is not correct.
Okay, so
they find.
Okay, so a second ago you said
fine tune north.
It can separate from geographic or magnetic.
No, I didn't say it can. No, you misunderstood that. I didn't say it can separate from them. I mean, it finds due north, not magnetic north. It doesn't know where magnetic north is.
How the fuck does it find due north?
By the Earth's rotation.
What? Oh my God! Can you explain how Earth rotating helps this thing find due north?
Sure. The Coriolis effect will cause a subtle pulling left at north or right at south, or whichever way around that's going to be, such that it will, if it's out one way, it'll be pulling it back the other way. It's out the other way, it'll be pulling it back the other way until eventually it finds bang on due north. I've got the paragraph here. I'm going to post it. I'm sorry, it's a wall of text, but I'm going to post it where you're saying how does it work different to a gyroscope. I posted the first paragraph of what it does to explain how it's different from a gyro compass.
Okay. So, but just what you explained just then, the Earth pulls this way, the Earth pulls that way, it corrects, blah blah blah. Why doesn't a normal gyroscope do that?
It does. In fact, in this page
No, it
I just
doesn't.
posted. So in this thing I just posted.
To hold their rigidity in space, eggshells.
Right, but listen. A gyroscope, not to be confused with a gyro compass, is a spinning wheel mounted on a set of gimbals so that its axis is free to orient itself in any way. Let me finish. When it is spun up to speed with its axis pointing in some direction due to the law of conservation of angular momentum, such a wheel will normally maintain its original orientation, here's the important bit, to a fixed point in outer space, not to a fixed point on Earth. Since the Earth rotates, it appears to a stationary observer on Earth that a gyroscope's axis is completing a full rotation every 24 hours. So that's in the bit about gyro compasses, it's describing exactly what you're saying about gyroscopes as wrong. Such a rotating gyroscope is used for navigation in some cases.
No, you can assume that the Earth's turning underneath you if you like, but the gyroscope itself is moving purely because you're moving about. Not because the Earth is turning. That's an assumption.
The creators and users of gyroscopes would have to all be wrong. For you to be saying that, there are countless companies out there, probably not countless, but maybe there's 10 or 20 companies out there making gyroscopes.
No one has to be wrong.
Okay, explain how they can not be wrong. So explain how they can not be wrong.
None of this has anything to do with 15 degrees an hour drift when they're still. None of this at all.
So let me repeat it again. Since the Earth rotates, it appears to a stationary Earth observer on Earth that a gyroscope's axis is completing a full rotation every 24 hours. Every gyroscope manufacturer on Earth, and everybody who's manufactured gyroscopes, and everybody who's fixed gyroscopes, and everybody who's used gyroscopes needs to be wrong about that.
And
no one needs to be wrong. No one's just ever looked to see if it does it.
They set them writing. I just found an article that says with electronic control unit, the orientation of the ship's F&A plane is set in the form of a reference heading, which must be determined when the compass is mounted on the ship. So the actual setting, right, that gyro compass follows has to be set when they're mounted.
What's the ship's F&A plane? I mean, that makes sense to me.
Yeah,
that's going to be fore and aft. Yeah, of course, that makes sense. But that makes sense. Like, just think about that, Bandy. What that's saying is you have to orient the compass exactly along the axis of the ship, so that when a compass gives you due north, you know exactly what bearing you're heading at. You can't just slap a gyro compass on a ship and hope that it points north, because it will point north, but it won't know what you are in comparison to north.
You might be right, writing. Okay, I'll concede that point. I'll concede that point.
I mean, there's probably many ways these go out of whack. My understanding is that, I mean, I'm sure they could develop a bias one side or the other, but if they had a bias one side or the other, just due to friction or something, they're just going to turn in a circle, and they'll turn on that same circle regardless whether you're facing north or south, right? Whereas the claimed way that this compass works is once it's spun up to speed, it will point north regardless of which way you're facing. Regardless of magnetic interference. It's unaffected by ferrous materials.
Set though, doesn't it? Say
again?
The setting of due north has to be set initially so the gyro compass has something to follow.
No, so you don't, my understanding is it doesn't know north. When you turn it on, it doesn't know north. But once those discs are up to speed, it starts to find north.
Then
that's the way it was described to me.
Yeah, that's right. Every gyros.
You wouldn't be able to. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to have gyros in fucking the intercontinental ballistic missiles.
But I mean, this effect wouldn't affect something that is mounted horizontally, right? Horizontally is not going to have a Coriolis effect. It's Coriolis effect is only going to be affected north-south.
So you're saying any vertical gyroscope is affected by its rigidity in space.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it is holding its rigidity in space, but what it's finding is, thanks to the Earth's rotation, that it is being moved. Like that. This is my guess at it, because I'm noticing that they are all mounted vertically. There could be another explanation for it, but that it finds north, I'm fairly confident.
because that's what the guy told me. That's what the Wikipedia page says, and
Yeah, I think
it's a
you're just
compass.
misinterpreting his
Definitionally, it's a
words
compass.
because he sets it right. He gives it a direction and then he spools it up, and it takes time to spool
Stop
up.
saying
And
that.
while it's
That is
spooling up,
wrong. That is categorically
finds the center.
wrong. That is categorically wrong. It doesn't, you don't point it at north and then say, please keep pointing north. As it says here on the Wikipedia page, they find true north as determined by the axis of the Earth's rotation, which is different from and navigationally more useful than magnetic north. You don't find north and point it there and keep it pointing there. You turn it on and it finds north. If you give it a hint where north is, sure, but it finds it and holds it.
Yeah, well, again, this is another claim, isn't it, Shells? It's all good to claim
Yes,
these.
it's
and
a
you're
claim
now
that is
going to
made
say,
by
people lying, but that's not the case either.
It's a claim made by people who manufacture, or in the case of the chap I talked to, refurbish for cash. That's his like side job. Refurbish and sell gyro compasses. So they have this thing with a spinning disc that they claim finds north in a particular way. They either need to be mistaken or lying.
Well, I wouldn't go with lying. I would definitely go with mistaken, like a lot of people.
Right, but like I understand,
just like a doctor who recommends
4%
him
about them.
just mistaken.
But so this is what I'm getting at. How would you say they're likely to be mistaken, given what we now share probably a roughly equal knowledge on these things? To my mind, it would be nigh on impossible for him to make that mistake.
Everything. Well, no, not at all. I don't see
how could they make that
you
mistake?
have the confidence that what he thinks he's doing, he thinks he's doing.
I mean, yeah, I've got confidence that if some guy takes in broken gyro compasses, fixes them up, refurbishes them, and like he's able to talk about the different RPM and how this RPM is optimal, and that one, if it's too low, it'll process too much, and like he sounded to me like. Go on.
You possibly could get onto the phone with your friend and have him set up a little thing where he gets a refurbished one and then watches it fucking do a 360-degree spin in 24 hours. Now, I know the comeback will be, well,
north doesn't, no. North, if you're orienting this thing north, if you're orienting this thing vertically, it shouldn't. It should stay pointing due north for the whole time. A horizontally mounted gyroscope.
It's true.
Horizontally mounted gyroscope should process around for 24 hours. A gyro compass should not. A gyro compass would demonstrate that it is not working if it was processing over 24 hours.
Okay, so then you can't actually verify it. How do you verify this?
What do you mean? How do you verify? What do you mean? You're saying if this thing doesn't work, that would prove that it does.
No. So if you've got a gyro and you spool it up and it's facing a certain direction and it doesn't move over 24 hours like you're stating this one does, because it just points north, so it's not going to move, is it? Right. So therefore, you've apparently just proved rotation by showing a gyro that doesn't move.
No. Okay, here's how you could test it if you really wanted to test it. I've got it. So every time I find a picture of an actual gyroscope, I'm finding pictures of it mounted horizontally. So I'm getting more and more comfortable in my guess that it is a difficult difference in orientation from vertical to horizontal.
Okay, do you understand that gyroscopes that have multiple spinning wheels?
Quite possibly. I don't know about them, but everyone I just Googled.
There are horizontal and vertical wheels, like one within the other. They both spin. So they would have to be surely under the influence of this effect that you're talking about. They couldn't possibly.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah, okay.
I would assume that would have some sort of effect that it would have to either control or correct for.
Yeah, fair enough.
That seems like a natural conclusion to reach.
Well, based on what you're saying,
test one vertically, test one vertical, test one horizontal, and I think what you'll find is the over 24 hours, or even over, you can do it over an hour and test it for 15 degrees. One's tilted 15 degrees, the other one's pointed due north, and if you turn them both around, the other one will have continued to point due north, and the other one will start tipping the other way. That's my prediction. And the suggestion that gyroscope manufacturers and users haven't noticed this, to me, is Just a strange, like that's the only way I could conceive of what you're saying to be true. They built this thing to do this one particular job and they don't notice that it doesn't actually do it.
Okay, I would like, I mean, shit. It's funny because, you know, if I build a gyroscope and I've got it spinning and I've got it flat out and I'm like, look, I've proven the Earth isn't spinning because, look, it's holding its rigidity in space. And we're not moving, therefore it's still. But you come along, or someone else, I know, that happens to be a gyro compass. That can sense north somehow and follow north so closely that you can't tell that it's actually not moving. Like, so you can't tell the Earth's spinning, but it's not moving. So on a stationary plane, this gyro proves we're not going anywhere. But on a spinning Earth, a stationary gyro proves that we're spinning. It's like the cannon thing, you know. It goes straight up and goes straight down. Apparently, on a spinning ball and a flat Earth.
Well, I mean, I don't know anything about the cannon thing. That doesn't seem related to the conversation.
Well, I asked you your opinion. No, that was my first thing I asked you. But anyway, yeah, keep going.
Like this. I don't really know how many other ways to say it. Like, how would you then, let's say they have made this, they've got this bias in their head that it should process this way of pointing that way, process that way of pointing that way, that the Earth isn't rotating, but for some reason, some gyros do a full turn in 24 hours and this one doesn't. And this one's designed to find north and
that's where you're mistaken.
And the whole Wikipedia page describes it as working based upon the rotation of Earth.
But no, that's the thing. You've got a gyro that spins up and holds north. And as far as you're concerned, it does a fantastic job. Because look, it's not moving. The world's spinning and it's not moving. It is holding north. Or the world's just not fucking spinning and it's started up to point north.
But this article specifically says the gyro compass is a type of non-magnetic compass which is based on a fast-spinning disk and the rotation of Earth or another planetary body if used elsewhere in the universe to find geographic direction automatically. Mm-hmm. So everybody who's built a gyro compass who's happened upon this page hasn't corrected this page. And then when it gets down to gyroscopes, and even if I click on gyroscopes, I imagine they will say the same way, involving the rotation of the Earth, you know, all of these things about the rotation of the Earth. So anybody who's built or used a gyroscope and anybody who's built or used a gyro compass has come across this Wikipedia page and gone, no, it looks okay to me.
So in that article writing, it very specifically says here, or another planetary body if used elsewhere in the universe. Yeah. So what is it directing itself towards? So if it's not directing itself towards magnetic north, it is directing itself to true north, as we are led to believe. What is true north? What is the force that makes it point to somewhere else other than magnetic north?
The rotation of the Earth around the poles. So it
has to be
point at the center of rotation around a rotating body. So if you had a non-rotating body or a slowly rotating body, my suspicion is this wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to have a gyro compass.
So,
for example, on a spaceship,
what do you take it to? It's always going to point to the axis.
Yeah, it'll point to the axis of rotation. Point to the center of that axis of rotation.
This up then. So if I got a gyroscope, this is a good one, Andy. Well done. If I got a gyroscope and put it on the outside of one of those fucking roundabouts, those whirly things to play on.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting that if I just got one and it was all stationary and spooled it up, if I started to turn that slowly, it would eventually just align itself with the center, would it?
A gyro compass or a gyroscope? Yeah, two different objects, two different tools for two different jobs.
Okay, I've asked you a number of times, what is the mechanical device that's in these that influences the spinning disc, and you keep not even answering me. Just say it has some way to find geographical, or it's based on the pull of the fucking Earth. Okay.
So do you want? I can
it's just
I can read.
no. If it's
I'm not 100% on it, but I can read out to you the paragraphs that describe this. If you don't want to read the
okay, but you
Wikipedia
don't
page, I
need
can
to
read it
right
out
now.
to you.
Based on the pull of the Earth, like you've said a couple of times, then surely all of the roundabout, as it goes around that central point, will do the same thing.
Okay, so I'm at this bit, and this seems like this answers your question. The crucial additional ingredient needed to turn a gyroscope into a gyrocompass, so it would automatically position to true north, is some mechanism that results in an application of torque whenever the compass's axis is not pointing north. One method
so
uses
there's
friction.
a direction. Oh.
I'm learning this at the same time now. Do you want me to stop?
Well, it's not that I don't want you to stop. It's just that there's more to it, isn't there, than how it finds north than just the fact that the Earth's turning. Surely.
I don't know. Let me read. One method uses friction to apply the needed torque. The gyroscope in a gyrocompass is not completely free to reorient itself. If, for instance, a device connected to the axis is immersed in a viscous fluid, then that fluid will resist reorientation of the axis. I don't know what that means. This friction force caused by the fluid results in a torque acting on the axis, causing the axis to turn in a direction orthogonal to the torque, that is, to precess along a line of longitude. Once the axis points towards the celestial pole, it will appear to be stationary and won't experience any more frictional forces. This is because true north, or true south, is the only direction for which the gyroscope can remain on the surface of the Earth and not be required to change. This axis is considered to be a point of minimum potential energy. Right. So from what I'm guessing at that is it's saying if you put it in fluid, it will be subtly sort of slopping around if it's changing along the axis of rotation of the Earth. So that fluid there means that the minimal potential energy, the minimal torque or friction applied either side will be in the point where it's bang north-south. Another more practical method is to use weights to force the axis of the compass to remain horizontal, in brackets perpendicular to the direction of the center of the Earth, but allow it to rotate freely within the horizontal plane. In this case, gravity will apply a torque forcing the compass's axis towards true north. Because the weights will confine the compass's axis to be horizontal with respect to the Earth's surface, the axis can never align with the Earth's axis except at the equator and must realign itself as the Earth rotates. But with respect to the Earth's surface, the compass will appear to be stationary and pointing along the Earth's surface towards the true North Pole.
Yeah. Yeah, that all sounds very.
It sounds like weights or liquid.
On the base. Yeah. It all sounds very legitimate on the basis that there's an assumption that correction is required and that it actually takes place. So it's all built in on the assumption that it must take place and whatever, but you don't ever see it because if you point it north and we all watch it, it doesn't move.
So if that's wrong, if the assumption is wrong, wouldn't you agree that the compass wouldn't work?
Well, no, not at all. This is the story that goes along with it, right? So you could. What else? What?
You should be able to override then. If you were to put a gyro compass on a merry-go-round, on the outside of a merry-go-round, that centrifugal force should be enough to override the spin of the Earth, and it should point towards the centre of that merry-go-round. One would think if it is flying on the Earth's rotation, right, which is one rotation in 24 hours, as we're told, right, and it's pointing to the axis. If you were to put it on a merry-go-round or one of those whirly things in the kids' playgrounds, you should, in theory, be able to override it.
Yeah, I think that to me, I think is yes. If you're on something that was rotating, I think the case would be yes. I'm not sure if you would override it such it would orient to the center of rotation of the merry-go-round because just me trying to guess at it, I imagine you would then have two effects: one the Earth rotating, one the merry-go-round rotating. But I certainly think that it would
But
mean that it no
eggshells,
longer pointed due north the whole
Earth
time.
is in
Yeah.
space. There's already more than one effect than just Earth spinning. So there's already multiple effects. And now you're going to say because it's on a roundabout, there's two effects: Earth and the fucking roundabout. But when it's on Earth, it's just Earth. What?
Right, but one happens at one happens at one rotation per day. The other happens at one rotation per year, and the other happens at one rotation per 180 million years, or something like that. Like,
Yeah, but it's
yes,
still a
there are
biased
multiple.
force. It's not an even force.
There are
is it?
multiple other effects,
Only
but
one
what
way
you're saying is
significant.
one is 365, one to the power, one to the a ratio of 1 to 365.
Objection.
That it can
Again,
find
you're
a 1
talking
versus
like
365
it's
makes
real.
sense.
Hang on, guys. It's an assumption, that 24-hour thing. It's
Doesn't
an
it?
assumption. It hasn't been proven that the Earth rotates around the sun. That hasn't been proven. So you're talking like, it's real. Again, it's not real, is it? Is it? So, you've got to be honest when you speak here. You've never proven it. You haven't brought any evidence here to back up what you're saying. You're just speaking like it's real. Nothing is final here. You understand? So I'm rather tiring listening to you. Tiring.
Cool story. Great contribution.
Well, what I'm doing is hitting the brakes and reeling you back in, because you're going well into the weeds. You're not proving anything. Anyone else listening to this would be bloody falling asleep now. You know what I mean?
Let's have a little jam system, White.
Hello, Bansor. How are you?
Hey, Button. How you going, buddy?
I am great now that I've heard your voice. And it's a nice morning.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
How would you say then, White, if it was the bias of somebody, I think you understand the point I'm making, that they would have to put their bias into the device in such a way that when they handed it off to somebody else, it still had a habit of pointing north. How would they do that if the device is entirely mechanical?
Well,
I can understand
how do
it
we
happening
know
if it was like
geographic
computer
north?
based.
Well,
Has a chip.
How do we know
can find
geographic
corrects
north
for
is separate to magnetic north? And how do we know anything metal and these sorts of things don't just over a period of time align themselves with magnetic north? Or just a magnetic line, north-south line?
Say again the first point.
And gyro compasses do have to be calibrated. Whatever they do with that calibration, I got no idea. But ships constantly, I think it's every 12 months, or I think it's every 12 months, it's mandatory that they have their gyro compasses recalibrated and reset for whatever.
Right.
For whatever
Would
reason.
you keep recalibrating something that doesn't work?
Sorry?
Would you keep recalibrating something that doesn't work? Like, why would you need to me, if you need to recalibrate a device, it's because it is super accurate.
Well,
and it's got bearings in it, and they can wear out eggshells, and you might need to replace them and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I think. Or you just go, this compass, over the last 9 months has got a habit of drifting, or it's not working properly anymore, or something. You need to be able to hit a pinprick in an ocean, pretty much, if you're doing merchant shipping.
You don't want to slam into the Great Barrier Reef or something like that. That's for sure.
Yeah, pull a Costa Concordia on some motherfucker.
Yeah.
And like with rigidity in space with just a normal gyroscope, you can do that. You can spool it up. You can go anywhere you want, and it will know exact path back. You don't need a gyro compass to know this. You don't need to maintain north to know this. But if you happen to spool it up and face it north, you will always have that reference of north.
Right, but it'll flip over 24 hours. At least that's what the claim is of gyro compasses.
Well, that is
Sorry,
a cloud.
gyroscopes.
So what part of the gyroscope, that picture that you posted there, writing that last one, the grey and black one, what part of that is pointing north?
I mean that's a gyroscope, not a gyro compass. Apparently, the chief difference between them is the application of torque or friction. Whereas my understanding is a gyroscope works best the least friction you can apply.
Okay, so that first one that bubble one that you posted, that's a gyroscope, is it? That
The
first
first one
one?
I posted is a gyro compass. The second one I posted is a gyroscope.
Right. So that first one, the gyro compass, what part of that is pointing north? I can't see what part.
I don't know is the honest answer. I think that the cutaway has probably, in order to show what's inside, cut away the fact that I'm going to guess that north is either straight along towards us-ish, following the line of that drum we can see, that spinning drum, or due away from that, one or the other.
Okay then. All right.
That's my guess.
Yeah. I've got no idea writing, so.
It makes sense that it holds a 90-degree angle to that, probably. But anyway, one or the other.
Oh yeah. There's that to it as well.
If it is truly going around the centre. I don't see how it could. Anyway, we don't know. I don't think it's even fucking going around a centre point. And like I said before, how do we know geographic isn't the same as magnetic? Who the fuck's ever verified that definitively?
You can test it. That's super easy to test. You get your magnet out, you get your map out, and it's like 23 whatever degrees off. 15, I forget what it is. Off the north of your map. If your map's pointing north, or you orient yourself to a known point to another known point like a mountain, you're not aware of a like easy way to check whether.
Hang on. No, so hang on. If you orientate yourself north, you're obviously doing that with a compass. Right. So you've got your compass.
We can do it with a map.
Oh, hang on, but that's a map. So you're going, hang on, orient yourself north on a map is based on what, the geographic north or the magnetic north?
So like you agree lines of longitude on both models, the AE model and the globe model. Lines of longitude go from either the southern ring or the southern pole directly due north to the North Pole, right?
Well, hang on. You've got your poles where it says that the Earth rotates, and then you've got your magnetic. How do we know that the magnetic is different to the actual poles?
This is what I'm saying. So this is why you need to answer the question so we can answer that. Do you agree that lines of longitude on maps point due north on both, whether it's the A map or?
Well, hang on. Of course, if due north is geographical north, then of course they fucking point to it because that's what they're based on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So maps are based.
Yes.
Whether they're AE or globe maps, their lines of longitude point geographic north.
We have a disagreement about what that due north means, but at least most people in flat Earth agree that it points at a North Pole over which. Okay, here's another way to test it. It is the point over which Polaris does a circle very close in the sky. So Polaris is almost exactly due north, less than a degree off. Polaris is due north.
How do we know that magnetic north is different? How do we know?
Because you can point your compass at Polaris and it doesn't point there.
Well, of course it wouldn't point at Polaris. It would point down into the Earth.
I mean, I don't know if that's like it will point.
It's going to point north, isn't it? It's just going to go.
It's going to point north, but
yeah,
the difference between magnetic north and true north.
I don't know what that is.
Like there's a chunk of ways you can test this, but like I do it by testing by having confidence in the north-south lines on a map. If you're concerned about it, you can find due south with the south celestial pole, and it will not point directly away from that. It won't be 180 degrees away from that. You can do it by Polaris, and it won't point directly at that.
So a north-south magnetic line,
If you're in Australia, does your compass point to the north?
My compass will point at magnetic north. It will not point at geographic due north.
You're 100% certain it's pointing to magnetic north, yeah?
Like I'm fairly confident that my my compass that's whole job is to point north is pointing north. Yes.
Okay, but are you sure it's 100% magnetic north? Yeah.
I'm fairly confident of it. I don't like going to 100%, but I mean, of things I can be confident of, this is rating on among the highest possible. Yes, that compasses point north.
Okay, so you do get a north reading. Okay, that's all I want to know. So you do get a north reading.
But you get a different. You don't get a. I mean, this is where you're mixing terms. Do you mean due north or do you mean magnetic north?
Well, I mean, when we're let's say we're in the northern hemisphere. When we point our compasses, we're pointing to north, are we not? Which is what? Magnetic north.
Which do you mean? Do you mean magnetic north or due north, or are you not aware that there is a difference between them?
When I hold a compass, a regular compass ordnance survey compass that you hang around your neck, you open it up and you move. Now, when it starts to register, it's following what's that? Is that magnetic north or normal north? Because it can't do both.
Magnetic north. That is magnetic north.
Right. So every compass we have does magnetic north. Right. That's what I'm
except
trying to
gyro
explain.
compasses. No, not every compass. Gyro compass will find.
Yeah, hang on a second. This is something we're now contesting, how it is able to do that. Yes. Especially when the Earth doesn't spin, you see. Hang on a second. Let me just get this clear because I've been listening. You're saying due to the Earth's rotation, which has never, ever been proven in 60 fucking years that I've been alive, you're saying that's how that compass works. Okay? That's what you're saying? Yes?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Right.
And
that's why
if you don't want to accept that, you could just observe what they do, and what they do is find true north, not magnetic.
It's an assumption, isn't it? It's an assumption, isn't it? You're saying due to the Earth's rotation, this is how this gyroscope works. I've posted 5 videos there that show you that the Earth's rotation has never been bloody proven. So you've got a long way to go to prove
I'm not trying to prove the Earth's rotation. I'm trying to demonstrate that compasses work.
You're saying that the Earth is moving. You're believing in it. So then you need to prove. Otherwise, what I said the other day, we're looking at the psychology of the heliocentrists to want to believe things they cannot prove. You see what I mean now? Now that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. All right? It's an assumption. So here you are again exhibiting separation anxiety disorder. Because what you're saying,
cool
it doesn't
phrase,
fit reality.
I'm pleased you've got a new phrase.
And you're asked how it works. You said you don't know exactly how it works, but you're basing everything. I think
I've got the basics of how it works. So yes, if you want to determine magnetic declination, there are many simple ways to do it. In fact, I was pretty good in that the antique declinometer is exactly the way works in the way I said, which is apparently done by what's his name? We talked about him just the other day, Bowditch, or maybe it wasn't done by Bowditch actually. I might be getting those two things wrong, but the antique declinometer has a fixed thing. I'm still not done. Sorry, Jen. Has a telescope that looks at due north, and then has a large compass that finds magnetic north. So if you want to test this, you can test it that way if you want. I mean, depends how precisely you want to measure it, but to know that they're off, it doesn't take a whole lot.
Okay, try and condense it. Now, as I was going to ask you, ask for your agreement here. You have to agree, or I'm sure you will agree, that we flat earths say that the Earth's rotation hasn't been detected or proven. You agree with that, yeah?
Yeah, I just don't think that it's reasonable to interject in the middle of someone speaking, but you haven't proven that, because I don't.
Well, I need to, okay, I'll tell you why we do that. Because you're running away with it like it's real, it's all been established. And anyone listening to this episode needs to be reminded that everything the gentleman has said hasn't been proven. It's all assumptions. He doesn't even know how the equipment works.
Here is the difference.
Folks.
Okay, episode. I love it. Yeah. We're in an episode. That's fucking awesome. I feel like this is paid as an actor.
Strongly, in my opinion, why Jin turns up to monologue like this, because he imagines himself like on a world stage and people are listening.
Well, well, the thing is, right? Geo, who owns this server, puts it out live. So if there's anyone listening now, they're going to be. I'm trying to make sure that this thing has some.
So if anybody listening now, nobody's ever detected the ether, we don't know what it's made of, we've never seen anything about it, and this is the whole crux of what they're supporting it on, which is a web of nothing.
And that is this. I am going to get my.
Hold on, Gin. Gin, I'm talking.
Not get my point out.
Gin, I'm
talking a moderator.
I'm only going to be 15 seconds.
Mate, I'm a moderator.
I'm going to get
Please
my point out. 15
Gin.
seconds.
Bit shorter, Gin.
I've been listening to you guys for ages. I just want a 15-second.
You've had your 15 seconds times 10.
Now, I'm going to tell you, Geo's, what he wants with this server is for it to be a conversation, all right? He doesn't want it to be a dictatorship, right? And he doesn't want over-talking. He wants polite conversation. That's what he wants for this server, right? And he has reinforced that many, many times. So I'm going to unmute you now and just keep that in mind, please.
I'm always keeping that in mind. And when I talk, people
love
talk
it when
over
he
me.
gets unmuted and he's still mid-sentence. It's my favorite. He hasn't even listened to what you've said. He's just kept filibustering the whole time.
Not even talk now, can I? See what I mean? Moderator.
Good on you, Gin. Don't ever change. Not that you.
I want 15 seconds, moderator. Can I have that?
Just seconds go.
All right, Gin, do you want to answer this question? Were you aware there is a difference between magnetic and true north?
Say what I got to say first. I've got something to say. I've been listening to you guys. Now, the reason why I speak to like the third person, because this server is going out live. If there's anyone listening now, what I'm trying to do is bring in some rigidity of integrity to
We're well aware of that. We're having a conversation, Gin, and you're invited to engage in the conversation by answering this question. Were you aware that there is a difference between magnetic and true north?
Moderator.
Gin.
You're being moderated, mate, not me.
Moderator, can you now let me speak?
Gin, you got 15
seconds. Why are you not muting the guy talking over me?
Gin, you got 15 seconds. I'm telling you, you got 15 seconds. People are going to be quiet for 15 seconds.
Give me my fucking 15 seconds then and shut up. Don't interrupt. And anyone interrupts me, you're going to be in trouble. Like I said, I'm bringing in some integrity to this conversation because writing tends to speak as if the things he's talking about are proven facts. So for the listeners who are listening to this in the future of this episode, they need to remember that what this gentleman has been saying.
That's 15 seconds. He's just repeated himself. The 15 seconds is now up. Gin, you're invited to answer this question. Are you aware of that there is a difference between... I mean, I can fire this question at somebody else. It's just he's filibustering. Well over his 15 seconds now.
Oh,
I
Gin,
timed it.
if you've been listening, Gin, we've been having a conversation with writing, and both myself and White have been challenging writing every step of the way. He hasn't been getting away with anything. We have been challenging him on what he's been presenting. So he's not getting away with anything.
Okay, but then do I not have the right to say that you guys are not pulling him up? Not putting him up the way I am.
No, you're just filibustering and ruining the conversation like you always do, like you are incapable of not doing.
You speak
compulsive, just shouter.
Look, because I have to shout.
Filibustering, old blathering, old.
You talk over me all the
confused
time.
old man, incapable of following conversations.
And I can't get
incapable
my words
of having conversations.
Why? That is why. So
capable of doing only one thing, and that is ruining conversations.
Eggshells. You could choose to be better
Well, I am. That's what I'm trying to say. Gin, are you aware that there is a... No, but his rant will continue. Honestly, White, his rant will continue for 45 minutes. He's been given 15 seconds and he's still going. I put up a timer for 15 seconds and then let him have 25 and he's still going. He's not going to stop. I've known him now for over a year. He doesn't stop. He just keeps doing this till he gets muted and then he shouts flat out the truth whenever he gets unmuted.
I need to be able to do the same.
Are you aware of the difference between magnetic north and true north, Gin? That's the question. Either answer the question or you're not having a conversation. That's the two things that are happening.
if you are allowed to speak for 2 to 3 minutes and I listen to you, please allow me to speak for 2 to 3 minutes, because I've been listening to you guys for like a couple of hours and I haven't really interrupted once or twice only, but I've done a majority.
So have a conversation.
Okay.
So have a
I'm trying to
conversation.
have the conversation. I am trying, but you keep interrupting. Because what I'm trying to do, as I said earlier, if you don't interrupt me, is that I'm
Is this
trying
going to
to
be
make
moderated, Bandy? Because like I'm getting kind of tired. Like it might be time for me to dip. If it's going to be the Gin show for the next 4 hours, I'm kind of done.
You're interrupting again, and I'm listening. I'm trying to listen and learn.
He's just going to keep saying this. He's going to like. I guarantee you. Here's the next 10 minutes.
So I can't finish.
I've got to hold you to account. I will not, because the Earth has never been proven to be a globe. There is never proven rotation.
Hold on.
Finish what I got to say.
Gin, writing, hold on.
Yes.
Gin, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Get what you need to say out in 2 minutes, and then we can go back to it, all right?
I'll set the timer.
Okay, that's an excellent piece of moderation. Thank you very much. And all I'm trying to say is that when I'm listening, I'm also thinking of those who are also listening to this episode. Now, the way writing goes on is that he thinks everything is real. Now, people might get that impression when they listen to him. So what I'm trying to do is bring that back in to remind the listeners that what this gentleman's saying hasn't been proven. That's all I'm doing. And I think if you guys did the same, then I wouldn't have to say that. I now yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Gin. I appreciate it.
I have a very quick question that I would love to ask Gin. It's just a very simple yes or no. Gin, do you know what the ether is made of?
That's a straight answer. No, I do not know what the ether is made of. I really do not know.
Thank you. That was it.
I do.
So the conversation we were having was about, is there a difference between magnetic north and true north? Are you confident with what I'd said, Whites, that it's 14 degrees out, that there are these ways to measure it, that there is now a difference between magnetic and true north?
I'm confident that that's the story, sure.
Like you can test this. You can, like, if you want to find the South Celestial Pole and assure yourself that it aligns with the longitude maps lines on your map, 14 degrees is big enough you can eyeball it. You can just get a compass.
I know for a fact that as soon as you get even close, the needle just starts to dip down. So how are you actually?
No, I'm not saying you need to go to the South Pole. I mean, from your house, you can go outside your house right now with a compass, do the standard 4.5 staff lengths to find South Celestial Pole. You know how we do it from Southern Cross. I imagine you were taught that at school.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but
you would eyeball it with a compass, and it's going to be 14 degrees out.
All right, I'll do that tonight. Maybe not with the clouds.
Yeah, I've been waiting and waiting because I got my sextant. I'm like, I want to now try and use Bacon's app with my sextant, but it's just cloudy every fucking night now.
So how does that vary? Is you know how the survival method of finding north and south with your wristwatch, you point the hour at the sun. I think it's the sun. Does it
rings a bell? I don't know it though.
It doesn't, because there you're using a stellar object to determine north rather than the magnetic. So when you're doing navigation, you're doing a correction on your core for true north. You correct for true north.
So stellar north, magnetic north, and true north are 3 different.
No, so celestial north or stellar north will be due north, and magnetic north will be out from that.
Pretty much. Okay. I mean, it's the square root of fuck all.
Is it? Yeah. So hang on, what is there a difference, Druss? I don't know.
If I was using the North Star, you could argue the fact that the North Star is not at the center of rotation, so there is a small differential. So I'm being pedantically fucking concise.
But no, I would argue that you're not. Where I would say that if you're using stellar north, you're correcting by that half degree, 2/3 of a degree, whatever it is that.
Yeah, that's why you have a Sales Almanac.
Yeah.
Which will not only correct you for that, it'll also correct you for atmospheric refraction, depending on your latitude.
Yes, I didn't realize that. I thought you just threw out refraction below 15 degrees, but you apparently correct for it everything below 90.
Right. Can I put in a 15-second comment there, or even 10 seconds?
Sure, you can just have a conversation as well. That's also an option.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to have a conversation, and this is what I'm trying to do. 10 seconds, that's all. All what these guys are saying is happening on a flat and stationary plane. That's the thing that those who are listening need to remember. That
So
what they're
when-
talking about, the action of their Polaris and everything else, this is all happening on a motionless, leveled plane. Okay, folks?
So when you
Carry on.
get due north, and you are at, let's say, 10 degrees north, so that the North Star is 10 degrees above the horizon or thereabouts, because it's not perfectly celestial north, is that line of latitude larger than the one at, let's say, 80 degrees north, where the North Star is almost bang above your head? That one's for you, Jin.
Oh, me? No, I don't know that. I couldn't answer that.
Because what you'll find is it is. In fact, lines of latitude are, well, all latitude and longitude are based on these celestial observations. And what it basically means is if you're at 0 degrees, I'm not quite done yet, Jen. If you're at 0 degrees, what that means is Polaris is on the horizon. It is at 0 degrees. It is, if you're trying to measure its elevation, you can't because it's nothing. Whereas if you're at 90 degrees north, you're standing on the North Pole. And you can measure those lines of latitude. And on the North Pole, they're a point. And on the equator, they are the full circumference of the Earth. The same thing happens when you head south. You have the South Pole rise in the sky, and for each degree it rises, or for every point it rises, you know, consistently as it rises, the lines of latitude you would draw around that shrink until you get to 90 degrees south, where you're standing under the South Pole, and it's not a line, it's a point.
I would have to say I can't agree with that.
I know you can't agree with that, but I'm wondering if you've got a counter argument.
Hang on, look. Can I not talk? I listened to you for 2 minutes. Didn't interrupt. So, like I said, I can't agree with that. Now who's dropping the guitar now? Put the guitar down. But yeah, basically this. We need to be together. We need to be together on that ship, and then you can show me your how you're using your and that, and show me these latitudes, thus proving curvature, because that's what you're saying, basically.
I mean, there's a number of ways I could
that's
demonstrate
what you're saying,
it.
yes?
But I think that the strongest is that mariners have used this. We could test that and we would find that. But what I would say is mariners have used this since time immemorial, since long before this idea that NASA's purporting a globe. Mariners have used, particularly lines of latitude, which are easy to find. They've known this since like before Jesus was around, pretty much. Not all over the world. Indeed, the people in Jesus' area thought they lived on something flat, but thousands of years. The Egyptians were pretty good on it. So it's pretty robust.
I'm going to contest that Jesus.
If you finished, well, okay. Everything that you've said has happened on a flat, stationary plane, as I've said. Because
what I'm describing precludes the existence of a flat, stationary plane.
You're doing it again. When I'm speaking, you don't talk. I don't talk when you're speaking.
Yes, you do. That's a lie.
I didn't. You spoke twice so far, and I haven't interrupted you. So let me finish what I got to say. Moderator, please. Right, as I was saying, what you've said about the Jesus thing and that, everybody at that time knew that it was a flat, stationary plane. And up until today, folks, those who are listening to this episode, it hasn't been proven, okay, that the Earth has curvature and is indeed spinning. This is why we're here. We're contesting this. And with today's technology, it still hasn't been proven. So everything you've said is just an assumption on your part.
Well, so I'd like to respond to that very quickly, if I may, Eggshells. So I will actually deny that, because you've got people like Pythagoras, you've got people like Plato, you've got people like Aristophanes, all who came before Jesus, all who kind of sort of were what Pythagoras alluding to a globe, Plato making observations of a globe, and Aristophanes demonstrating a globe, all before Jesus, at least 132 years in the case of Aristophanes.
I would like 30 seconds to rebut that, please. Thank you very much. And it's those who are listening to this
conversation.
Aristophanes is a man that we cannot prove he lived. That's the first thing, okay? And then he assumed that the Earth was a ball before he began, right? So that's his problem there. And he had to assume the distance. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. He had to assume the distance to the sun, folks. Okay, so it's not. My words still stand as a flat earther here. that they haven't proven curvature, spin. They haven't done that either. Okay, everything that's happened on Earth to date has happened on a flat, stationary, motionless plane. Carry on, folks. I yield.
So how can you have shrinking lines of...
I just want to rebut that because, again, it's totally wrong. So Eratosthenes did not actually estimate the distance to the sun whatsoever. He didn't assume that the Earth was a globe. What he noticed was a differential between the shadows at Cyrene and the shadows at Alexandria. And because of that differential, he then came up with an idea. Well, if we see this and we actually calculate that as an angle, what we actually find is the Earth is a globe. So there wasn't a presumption that it was a globe at that point. There wasn't a presumption of the distance to the sun. All he noticed was an angle, and from that angle, he then worked out a radio.
And he has to presume that it's a parallel.
Would like 30 seconds to rebut that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
What he just said there was slightly inaccurate because he missed out the point that if you bring the sun closer to the Earth, you get the exact same measurements. And the other question that we flat earthers like to ask is, how was he able to tell what was happening 500 miles away at the same time? How could he have done that at that time? There was no transport, no communications of any kind. How was he able to do this?
So if
right,
there's 3 points there, so it's turning into a bit of a gish gallop. So if we're taking a close and local sun, that would work for 2 posts and 2 shadows. If we're taking a close and local sun, then three posts and 3 shadows will disprove that, as will celestial observations like a sextant disprove that. And they do. They all argue with one another. Once you get to, I thought you weren't interrupting, Jin. Sextant measurements will show that either the Earth's curved and the sun's far away, or the sun moves. It skitters about in the sky depending on where you're looking at it.
Folks, you will find that sextants can only work on a flat and stationary plane. That's the only way they've ever worked.
You don't understand the first thing about celestial navigation. You say that.
Interrupting me now? Thank you very much. As I said,
you just did to me. What?
Are you interrupting? Right, as I said, folks.
Just let it go back and forth. Stop saying you're interrupting, because you're interrupting people all the time. You've been doing it since you've been in the room. And just make it a bit more back and forth.
Moderator, I'm trying to talk here.
It's pretty hard to actually moderate this conversation without actually having to mute people. I wish people could just act like adults and have a conversation. That would make my life a hell of a lot easier.
When you say people, can I check, Bandy? Do you mean foolish, or do you mean me, or do you mean somebody other than foolish?
I'm going to tar everyone with the same.
I will accept that tarring in respect for Armand.
Can I carry on? Can I now carry on?
I mean, I respect Armand too, but sometimes I think he could have a bit more of a spine.
Carry on, please. For the interest of those who really want to know the truth.
I mean, we can talk about sextants then, Jin. Go for it.
And I'm still talking now. Especially my dear listeners who are listening to this episode right now.
God.
I would say what they are actually doing, what they actually
2 of them
doing
are in
here
the room right
is
now.
that they're especially writing. The man is displaying what's known as separation anxiety syndrome, and he's bringing up, he's assuming everything and then believing in it without any evidence or proof. Everything that's happened so far has been leveled, motionless plane. Thank you very much.
Say again, Bandy?
I said, are you seeing a doctor for that separation?
It's a fun line of his, isn't it? He's really come keen on it. So I got myself a sextant. My dad was fairly confident that sextants demonstrate that we live on a globe. And I've been able to describe how lines of latitude work, which we've known about for a very long time. Jin seems to think that sextants prove a flat Earth while not understanding how lines of latitude work. The fact that you cannot understand lines of latitude but think you understand sextants is so mind-blowing, it's worth exploring a little bit further. So in what way, Jin, does sextants demonstrate? I thought you weren't interrupting. If we want to have a back and forth, that's fine. We can do that. In what way do you feel sextants demonstrate a flat Earth, Jin?
Sextants only work on straight lines of latitude. They don't work on curve. But so the Earth in itself trumps your sextant because they can only work on straight lines of angles. Straight.
Which are the straight lines? Which are the straight lines?
Horizontal plane, angles of elevation. Angles of elevation are taken straight.
So what is a circle?
What is a circle of equal altitude?
Are you interrupting? Are you interrupting?
I'm interjecting to ask you a question.
Let me finish.
What's a line of
You're
equal
interrupting.
altitude?
You're interrupting. You're interrupting whilst I'm talking. Moderator, what's going on, man? Why are you not muting the man? Thank you. Mute yourself.
It's a reasonable interjection to ask you what is a line of equal altitude.
When I tried to do, you're interrupting again. When I tried to do that, you said I thought you could let me talk, so I let you talk, don't I? So let me talk. Thank you very much. Button it. Please put a sock in it. Put a sock in it for a minute or two.
Wait, me? Are you talking to me?
Horizontal and vertical prove that the Earth is not a ball. Because you can't do it on a ball. Sextants can never work on a ball. Your angle of elevation is a straight line. It's not curving.
It is in both models, Jin.
Sextants
Jin,
work.
the question's for you here. Please answer the question so we can have a conversation. Do you know what a line of equal altitude is? Because hint, you can have one on a flat Earth, and second,
yes,
hint,
I understand
it's not
that.
straight.
Okay.
What is a line of equal altitude? How would you describe the shape of a line of equal altitude?
A line of equal altitude means that you're at a fixed altitude and your observation line is level. Equal.
No, it doesn't. That's wrong.
Oh, bloody hell. So
That's
now
wrong.
an equal altitude is not level?
That's right. It's not level. It describes a circle on the It describes a circle on the ground.
What a lot of bollocks. An assumption again.
Even Nathan Oakley says this.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Even the people you're taking these ridiculous thoughts from, Jin, describe a line of equal altitude as a circle because it is.
I'll tell you, Jin, what it says. I just Googled it. A line of equal altitude is a circle of equal altitude, also called circle of position, is a real line of position in celestial navigation. That's what it says.
Whack. Right in the feels there, Jin. You can get a curve out of a line because if you keep that object, that light at the same altitude, and you want to find the line where it can be at that altitude, that will describe a circle. It'll do that on flat or round. But to suggest that no celestial navigation involves curves is disproven by the mere existence of lines of equal altitude.
But having said that,
Bansor, what writing said? Question.
No, he's just wrong. He's stating things that are wrong because he doesn't understand celestial navigation. It's not a cheap shot to demonstrate that.
Riding, hold on. Jin's addressing me. I can't hear him.
Thank you. Shut up now. Now, listen up. You know, the question that I was asked, okay, applies on a flat, leveled surface as well as a circle. So I wasn't wrong in my reply. Yes?
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
What you said is there are no curves in celestial navigation. I showed you that one of them is a circle. I can show you many other circles, including the line of longitude that goes all the way around the poles.
We don't live on a circle. We don't live on a circle. I've never experienced a circle. So when you ask me...
You're just begging the question by reasserting your position rather than demonstrating your position.
I'm going to answer with my experience, and that is...
lacking. That's what it is, lacking.
Equal of altitude means that you're on whatever your altitude is, it's going to be level and equal.
No, wrong. Still wrong. You could have just listened to Bansor.
The actual section itself, though, works on straight lines, right? You have to transpose.
That's what I said.
You have to transpose that celestial object or that celestial equal altitudes or whatever it is. You have to work that into it. But a sextant itself, right, works on straight lines, and that's how you get that.
I don't think anybody reasonable would deny that unless they were quibbling about refraction.
There is no curvature enough, so it cannot work. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying all the time.
I really would like to address that point of because the Earth is curved, it can't work. So when we're dealing with sighting to the horizon, one, you make a correction for the horizon dip. Secondly, yes, you're doing a straight line of observation to that horizon. And thirdly, we're on a fucking big planet, so your quibble about the fact that it's curved is really the square root of fuck all difference.
And the sextants themselves have over a dozen different error margins in them, in the tool itself. Riding and I were talking about this the other day, and when I actually Googled it, I was actually surprised at how many errors a sextant itself can have and that you have to allow for. Quite surprising.
Yeah.
there's
Thank
lots.
you very much
Absolutely.
for that one, man.
I mean, if you're
and
trying to be
your
precise, that will always be the case, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, foolish decisions. Your assumption that we're living on a planet. Yeah, that's very loud. No proof of that. Yeah. So we're not living.
But it's a bit like your
saying
assumption.
the same fucking thing.
It's a bit
He just
like
keeps repeating the same
I
thing.
would like to respond to this.
I'm going to
It's a
do
bit
that.
like your
Of
assumption.
course.
I'm just responding it, Jen. It's a bit like your assumption that the ether exists, yet you don't know what it's made of. And pretty much your entire thing that the Earth is stationary, that big, long 50-minute video that I skimmed through, it's all to do with the ether, which you don't know what it's made of. We've never detected, and it is an assumption.
The fact is, the Earth Earth's not
ether?
moving is not an assumption, because that's what we have when we are born by default. The Earth isn't moving, and the fact that it's being claimed that we are spinning, that there speaks volumes when you can't prove that.
I've never really taken a measurement just after
That is
I was
what we
born.
flat Earthers are contesting.
No,
we're
I don't remember
contesting
conceiving
the
of
fact
the
that we
Earth
cannot
when I was
detect
born.
Earth
No.
spin. That's what we're saying.
Hey, Trust. Isn't the ether just the atmosphere, and vice versa?
No, that's just the atmosphere.
So
no, the ether is the thing that's invoked to explain precession, Coriolis, the behavior of gyrocompasses, the south celestial pole. The ether is, I would describe, as the bucket you put that flat earthers put every difficult question into.
So
it is everything from an optical to a physical to a plasma to a magnetic to it's everything.
So is it some magical thing? Is it really?
Yeah, like when people say, why does the South Celestial Pole appear to rotate in the sky south of Sydney and south of South Africa and south of South America as well? People say, oh, it's the ether causing a personal dome. When people say, why is it gyrocompasses flying due north? They say it's ether.
No one says it's the ether. You liar.
Yes, they do. That's true. I mean, people do. If you don't, that's fine. If you don't, that's
I've
fine.
never heard anyone say the ether creates the personal atmospheric dome. Not fucking once. Been around for a while.
Okay.
Yeah,
So what about the ether explains the reason Bob Nodell's gyrocompass kept finding 15 degrees rotation per hour? Exactly.
Well, of course, people hypothesize that. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's doing something in in laser gyroscopes.
I don't know what that.
Well, it's doing something everywhere. So
It's doing. I would say it's like a flat earther's version of dark matter. It's used to explain things that aren't understood. It's just used to explain a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's just that quantum foam's in outer space, and the gyrocompass is here on Earth, and we can touch it.
Yeah, but the fucking thing is, the Earth is not spinning. That's the thing, you know what I mean?
I'm glad you repeated that because I'd almost forgotten.
And then
Jen.
Bob
You'd gone a
Nodell's,
good 15, 20 seconds since you'd said it.
Well, you still haven't
I'm not satisfied by Bob Nodell, whatever.
All the audience.
I don't think they've done
Aren't you percentage?
to show it. No, I'm not at all.
No.
What do you reckon happened then?
I think they need to do it again, and they need to have the Foucault's pendulum or whatever gyroscope, and leave it in a chamber with a temperature and pressure controlled, and then move that to different latitudes. Same apparatus, different latitudes, or different apparatuses at the same latitude, because that's the claim. That the latitude changes.
And at the same
should
time,
be,
put it in
yeah.
the Faraday cage at the same time.
Well, he did it in a bismuth chamber, didn't he? Which is pretty close to a Faraday cage, I thought.
Percentage. That is exactly what Bob Nodell said.
The fiber
Percentage.
optic, and they
He
just
said that.
basically screwed up the electromagnetic, frequency. So
I mean, if I were doing it, I would also want to get somebody who deeply understands laser gyroscopes to be there setting it up and calibrating it each time.
Yeah, I think
if we're worried about the error.
much more reasonable.
Yeah, because if we're worried about the error bars and sextants, like as many error bars as there might be, one can tell the difference between 0 degrees and 90 degrees without needing a sextant. If we're talking about gyro compasses, I want an expert.
That's
fair.
Can I just say one thing
about these laser gyros?
Go ahead.
If I may just address the Bob Nodell.
Why would it wander? Why would it drift? Why is it showing 15, 16, 17, 18, 13? Why isn't it just literally 15? It should be so precise, these things, that it's just... Why didn't Bob Nodell's experiment come out with exactly 15, not a fucking average? Like,
So
bam,
my
15.
understanding is it did accept. I forget what somebody said. I think they said it did accept when it was in movement or something.
if these things like I last time I had this discussion, I googled the list of things you need to do to calibrate a gyro compass, and the list was like 2 pages long, and it was a long flow chart. Set the temperature, turn
So
it
you
on,
could never
turn it
rely
off
on
again.
them. How the
Da-da-da.
fuck are they ever going to be expected to be accurate then?
Well, because you've got somebody who's highly experienced, that's their job. So that's how they calibrate them. You don't get some guy who's eBayed one that fuck knows how long it's been since his last calibration. He doesn't actually know what affects it, and he switches it on and off sometimes.
Yeah, that's why you do repeated experiments. So my example. I work. Well, not so much anymore, but I used to work with tools that required to be calibrated, predominantly around sort of cable and wave testers. And there was a whole series of things that I would have to do to go through that test procedure, and then I would take some known stuff that I could then calibrate it against. And that's the start of, but even then I've still got an error bar. I've still got a tolerance level within that instrument. So I know I'm good to about here, but beyond that, it's starting to get woolly because now my tolerance is going outside the accuracy of the measurement I need to take. And this is a point that I've made fucking hundreds of times.
And the point about error bars, I think, is quite interesting because my understanding is the lowest, almost exactly as you said, Whites, the error bars between what he's finding sounded like they went from 13 degrees per hour to 18 degrees per hour. It sounded like they drew a pretty neat gate around 15 degrees per hour. Whereas to me, if I was saying this is out, such that we can discard the results, it would need to be going from plus 15 to minus 15 and beyond. But if I'm saying it's 0, but it seems to waver around 15, that to me says it must be more than 1. It must be more than 0.
Actually, I'll give the mic to you next.
Interpret that however you like. You can interpret that however you like. At the end of the day, it wasn't 15. And for an instrument,
it was 15. My understanding is it regularly did read 15.
It just the average was a little bit higher because at lower temperatures it processed more.
That was at the temperatures. Sorry,
was like 18 degrees or something.
There's too many variables.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, the temperatures was the thing I was trying to mention before, not in motion.
Where I would have a problem with the measurement, if my standard deviation from plus to minus didn't include kind of the value level I'm looking for, so say it went from 16 to 18, then you'd have a fucking problem. Then you've either got a serious problem with your instrument, or you'll take, if it's been correctly calibrated, correctly set up, then you've got a really serious problem with the assumption.
Which is what Bob Nodell said, you see. Bob Nodell said that, that he had to do over again. What was registered was taken out of context. Just what Bob Nodell said.
What would have been ideal is to have them repeat the experiment deep underground and high above the ground so that you can actually then also compare velocities. Right? Because obviously there's different speeds going on these different.
It won't measure velocity; it'll measure rotation, is my understanding. So I don't think
angular change.
Yeah, so it could be going thousands of kilometers an hour, but it'll still only measure as much rotation as there is.
Yeah, but surely it's angular change over time.
But angular change over time
doesn't change.
RPM. Yeah,
because if you're doing one rotation, if you're doing one RPM, if you're doing one RPM, and
so
it doesn't matter whether you're on the edge of the record.
I'm sure there were miles per hour
in the middle of a sentence.
Well, I was actually still talking about.
So the problem you got with that,
I don't understand RPM.
Yeah,
I don't
but you see
understand
the
that
problem.
concept. It's just that at different altitudes there are different speeds. So
different speeds, but the same RPM.
Yeah, of course, same degrees. Yes, change, but different speed. So that would be good enough to know. I didn't realise it didn't do that. How could it not, though? Surely it could do that.
It's measuring RPMs, it's not measuring speed.
Yeah, it's like saying, how is my thermometer not measure how happy I am? It's not built to do that.
It's like saying, why is my rev counter not telling me my speed?
Yes, that's a better example. Why is my rev counter not telling me my speed?
No, not at all.
Because rev counter is measuring RPM and speed is speed.
It's not just a mechanical gyro, it's light. It could have other functions to it. I actually thought it calculated the speed as well, or detected the speed. I was sure that was in the data.
I'll be honest with you, Tom, I don't know.
I'm fairly confident that they don't, but it wouldn't surprise me if in his data he presents the speed for the sake of completeness or because he's confused about what it does, because I think that's quite possible. But it's designed to measure shift in rotation.
Riding and foolish. I've got a question for you because you two are bikers like myself. We're bikers, yeah? Yes?
Yeah.
You would agree. We ride motorbikes. Okay. You know, for example, if you ride your bike and you look at the rev counter and then you look at the speed you're doing, if your rev counter suddenly broke down, like in the old days, there were the speedometer works via a cable. Now, when the cable snaps and breaks, you would have to use your rev counter to gauge your speed, and I've done that many a time. Yeah.
Ish. I mean, I for that I would need to know what
gear you're in.
X revs means in Y gear. Reliably, and I wouldn't know that.
You can do that. You would know that.
Sure, yeah, you could possibly do that.
Okay,
you rely on experience.
Yeah, that's what I'd be eyeballing it. I wouldn't. I mean, I know roughly what am I at 4,500 RPM at about 100. So yeah, if I was in fifth gear and around that, I could guess at it, but I only know that one mark, that one sort of
that
thing,
one mark, that one gear. Yeah, but you can work it out.
Let's take that, Jen. Let's take that. You've had a problem with your bike. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Jim.
No, carry on.
Yeah.
Very much.
So let's take that idea, Jen, and say you've had a mechanical problem with your bike, so it's now in the workshop. They've now given you another bike, say like a low revving V-twin, where the speedo doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the problem, mate.
You're not going
well, not really. No, not really. Really, no, because at the end of the day, yeah, your movement.
I think it can measure in at least 2 different axes, maybe 3 different axes. I don't think it has 3 separate rings though, so I don't know how it does it. But I think it. Oh no, no, sorry, totally wrong. My understanding is this: each laser will only measure in one axis, and if you want to measure, you need a ring laser gyro per axis you want to measure.
Yeah, it measures the yaw, roll, and whatever the last one is, pitch or
tilt roll pitch, tilt roll. Yeah, your roll pitch.
Yeah, because I was thinking the way they work, it can really only measure on the axis that goes around its center point. It couldn't measure anything from tipping left and right, could it? You need one on a different axis.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Right? Is you need to essentially mount them as if they're on 3 sides of a cube, one on top, one on the right, one on the back of the cube, and then it'll give you 3 axes.
The interesting
software would integrate those.
The interesting thing is if you look at his data with the Helmholtz coil, him and this Rick dude or whatever, Rick Zimmerman, did the thing with it, and they applied the Helmholtz coil, which basically like it applies a directional like electromagnetic field within the chamber, right? And if you look at the data, the time it took to reach 1 degree of yaw was 15 times faster than without the coil being applied. So and all it does is kind of like focus the directional field in a specific direction, right? So it could just be that this field is going in a specific direction, like electromagnetic field is going in a specific direction for most of like the Earth or wherever they were testing it, what have you, at around about 15 degrees, and this device, which is affected by electromagnetism because it's propulsion of EMF, really light, right, is affected by this thing a lot, right? It could just be that it has nothing to do with the rotation and just with electromagnetism and whatever
So is your suggestion
the field is moving?
There is like an electromagnetic ether that is making it appear to the ring laser gyroscope that it is processing east to west.
Yeah, it just might be like the flow of of like it could just be the flow of electrons or electromagnetism or something like that, and not necessarily anything moving per se.
Have we ever measured anything that seems to behave in that way, specifically east to west? Like, because you can put a Helmholtz coil around it, but then to
we
go,
can
this
see
is
the stars moving they could all be attached to something that's moving all around us that we just can't fucking
Yeah,
feel
that's
and
kind
see
of
and test.
that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, which is you've got a gyro compass that points due north. You've got ordinary gyros that hold their place. The gyro compass works on the Earth rotating. Gyro compasses seem to measure the Earth rotating. This laser gyroscope seems to also measure the Earth rotating, and you can see the stars, all of which describe the Earth rotating in a particular way. But it all happens to be this one electromagnetic effect that we aren't able to measure or detect, except through these things that are designed to measure or detect the other thing.
That's not what anyone just said.
We are able. That's
kind
the
of
point
is. It's kind of
this thing.
necessary.
But the thing that I find weird is that. Go ahead.
But it's necessary from what percent. It's necessary for what percentage is saying, which is why he's got to agree with it. And he is saying it. I'm not saying he's got to agree with it like I've tricked him. That is necessary for what he's saying.
What's necessary for what I'm saying?
That all of these different devices, including and the stars, are an electromagnetic effect that make it look like the Earth's rotating.
Well, I wouldn't say the stars are an electromagnetic effect, but maybe they're causing an electromagnetic effect, on Earth. Like affecting
that would certainly simplify it a bit, yeah.
The field that we have,
Yeah, it's like by Occam's razor that takes away one of the, I would say, quite few assumptions in there, and says maybe one is causing the other. So then it's a less unfounded assumption.
But you can
we
use
do
something
know
like
that
a Helmholtz.
stars are lights. Lights are electromagnetic, phenomena. So it's possible that it's affecting, that as the stars move, the electromagnetism field on Earth is affected. I would say it's actually very plausible.
So you could actually use a Helmholtz coil to eliminate that.
You could use a Helmholtz coil to eliminate it, to do it the other way. You could just modulate it in whatever direction you want to counteract it, or reinforce it as much as you want.
The whole point of having one of those coils is actually to stop the effects of magnetic fields, including the Earth's magnetic fields, on sensitive instruments. That's why we use them.
Well, it depends on how you run it through, right? In which direction and stuff like that.
Calibrated it.
But that's generally the way they use.
They could just zero it out and calibrate it in so that it's a perfectly good instrument to use.
No, but you could zero it out. But if you're using a fiber optic gyro, which works off of electromagnetism, then you're just basically making this thing inert, right? You're basically making it useless. So it's tough to know what the control would be.
Well, no, because you're excluding it from the instrument. So I can still run an electronic instrument which is working off electromagnetism. We're still having the exchange of ions between shit. But what I can do with a Helmholtz coil is I can eliminate any external. That's what they're used for. They're used for really sensitive
because the Helmholtz
equipment.
coil becomes the new external. You understand?
No, it basically deflects. It deflects all the fields around it. That's effectively what it does.
Yeah, but it also creates its own, and it propagates it through a particular direction. So whatever device you have within that is still going to be, at no point did you have something without any electromagnetism whatsoever.
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't work, would it? You wouldn't have the flow of ions.
No, you could still have the device working.
Consistent, protected field.
Internally, but externally you can't get rid of electromagnetism. We don't have a control, right? We have
within the field of the coil, all external magnetic fields are excluded. You can do that, can't you?
So does a laser gyro depend on magnetism? And what was the reading he got? Like you said, it got up to 1 degree quicker than it did without it. What was his 1 hour measurement? But what was his 1 hour measurement of rotation?
I don't think they did it for an hour. They just would, they did it in a few different ways. But for this particular one with the Helmholtz coil, they just timed how long it would take, all else being equal, to reach 1 degree of yaw. So they just measured that with and without the Helmholtz coil. Give me a second. I have the data right here.
So that's increasing. That's increasing your requirement of accuracy by 7 times.
I also don't understand how it would lead to flat. Like that would lead to faster spin, or maybe this thing is affecting our.
So test 1 was with the Helmholtz vertical field directed down through the top of the unit, and the time it took to 1 degree of yaw was 35 0.08 seconds. Okay? Test 2 was with no field applied, and the time it took to 1 degree was 7 minutes, 12 seconds, and 23 milliseconds. Test 3 was with the helmet's vertical field directed up through the bottom of the unit, and the time to 1 degree of yaw was 40.05 seconds. So the field, like, you know, they had the strength and direction such that the time for 1 degree of yaw was about 15 times faster than normal.
So the point remains, Helmholtz coil or not, he is measuring rotation. He's not switching on this Helmholtz coil and going, wow, bang, bingo, bango, bongo, we've got 0 degrees rotation per minute or per hour.
I don't think it's measuring rotation, no. It measures...
The device measures rotation.
Rotation of what?
So
rotation
call it, okay, yaw then.
Yeah.
He's not, when he switches on this Helmholtz coil, he's not getting 0 degrees yaw, is he?
No, he's not. He's, you know, they're
so that's kind of important,
purposely waiting for it to reach 1 degree of yaw and the time difference. So, like, remember how in the first test
if we're on a stationary plane, wouldn't it be 0 degrees always? Wouldn't it never get to 1 degree of yaw?
No, so that's my exact point.
No.
What's going on here is that the light is bending in such a way that, like, it's obeying the electromagnetism of the unit, right? So my whole thing is that it can't be reliable because what we're talking about is just it's the electromagnetic frequencies being affected, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is rotating. It's too indirect of a test, is what I'm getting at.
So
and I should mention for the test 1, when the field was directed down through the top of the unit, and test 3 when the field was directed up through the bottom of the unit, that it reversed the flow, and it also reversed the direction of the field. So one had counterclockwise rotation, and then the second one had clockwise rotation.
Hang on, so what it's measuring, like rotation in the opposite direction of the Earth, of the supposed
Basically,
direction.
the z-axis was the exact opposite rotation, just because they applied the field through, like, you know, through the opposite direction.
I mean, that's kind of interesting, provided they haven't turned the device around or something in the meantime. That's interesting.
And the z-axis is the yaw. So basically...
Right, but it only measures one axis. I thought that was the case. I mean, that's what I said before, but I might be wrong. But my understanding is it only measures one axis.
No, they measure 3 axes: the pitch, the yaw, and the roll, right? And they could have set it so that they're testing the time for 1 degree of pitch or what have you, but they just, you know, they had decided to test it for 1 degree of yaw, which was the z-axis. And in the first one, from top down, it was counterclockwise rotation in 35 seconds. And then for the third one, which was bottom up, it was clockwise rotation in 40 seconds. So near enough. I mean, there's a little bit of a discrepancy, probably to, like, you know, source of error, what have you. But without a field, it was 7 minutes and 12 seconds. And that was...
Everything I'm reading here says it only measures one... It only measures along one axis.
Yeah, no, a gyro compass is based on a gimbal, which is based on
laser gyro.
Yeah, but a normal gyro compass. I'm just wondering if they're confusing the two.
Right.
It's fiber optic, which works kind of the same as a ring laser. It's 3 axes.
Yeah, but it would have to have
fiber
3.
optic. So I thought we were still talking about the ring laser.
But even ring laser measures in 3 axes.
No,
I thought you needed
you must have the 3.
ring laser. I thought you needed 3 different to measure 3 axes.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they have, like, the rings inside are such that there's, like, 3 different kind of interferometer type of things to measure each axis. I don't think you require 3 different ring laser axes to measure the 3 different
That's what I'm reading.
That's
what I'm reading says.
I might be wrong. As far as I
know. Well, if you think of the way the light travels through the ring fiber optic, well, they loop it up for kilometers. So the Donnershall rings would have to be on the 3 axes to get the different phase patterns.
Right, but what we're debating is whether you need 3 of them to do that, or one can measure all 3 axes. My understanding is each,
how?
at least ring laser gyro, only measures along one axis.
So most fiber optic gyros have a single axis fog sensor, which is mounted. You can get them that have multiple fog sensors, but that's unusual.
Yeah, right. That makes sense. Because you'd want, idealistically, if you're going to have all three axes, you'd ideally want three rings to be the same size, and it's hard to do that in one unit. So 3 separate units, but all combined, like I said before, with software to give you the output.
Yeah, and also, why would you want to have something that you're using for compass measurements to give you pitch and yaw? that's
Well, yeah,
the
for
bit
a compass, that's separate.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you had all three, you could actually show that
fiber optic gyro,
even if there's a...
I was just going to say, the one that Rick Zimmerman and Bob Nodell or whoever else was doing it, the one that they used is a 3-axis gyro. The model is DSP-1760.
Okay. So hang on, they never had a ring laser, or is this a separate one after they had the ring laser?
As far as I know, they never had a ring laser.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a fiber optic gyro. That was one of the things that came out.
Wow. Okay. What do you mean? When you say it came out, what do you mean by that?
Because Bob was calling it a ring laser gyro for ages until someone actually corrected it.
Yeah, I think in the Beyond the Curve thing, he misspoke and said ring laser, and that's where the confusion arose.
I will be charitable and agree with misspoke. I think if that were the other way around, people would say that was a lie.
And for anyone that's
Sure,
interested,
in the end, the mechanics
the
of it is very similar, so it doesn't really change much.
I was going to say,
No,
shoot a laser.
I agree. I'm not going to quibble over it, but I just mean if you had a leader, quote unquote leader, being like, it was this object.
I think it's been lying all this time. Okay, thank you.
Though to be fair, he did mention something about it being 20,000 and stuff like that. So I think maybe there was a ring laser gyro, and it's just like has to do with a different story or something like that, because a fiber optic, as far as I know, isn't $20,000. So I think
these all
he's
look
just
like
talking about something else, and then two stories
cheap
were
little
kind of
things
merged into one.
Yeah.
Just
because also he says I bought it and it was 20 grand, but then when I've heard the recording from 24/7, he's saying I didn't buy it, I was lent it from somebody.
Yeah, he said someone else bought it for 20,000.
Yeah, somebody else bought it, but they're claiming it's mine, so I'll wear it or something like that. He says. Go on, sorry, White.
If they use the 3-axis one, why are we all just talking about degrees 15? Why aren't we also talking about whether it moved in an arc or not?
I mean, that'd be another way to test it. Like test if it's spinning once every 24 hours and once every 365 days as well.
But wouldn't it be plotting points within 3D space if it's got X, Y, and Z axes? Couldn't you see?
No, it'll just record rotation, which you could interpolate and put back onto a point in space, but it doesn't know its displacement. There is in physics there is no way to know displacement. You cannot tell raw speed. You can tell acceleration. You can tell rotation. But like what speed you're currently going, there is no way in physics to know just sheer displacement.
Okay, but irrelevant of speed, what about just position relative to the last position? So if it's a gyro, it's got 3 axes. No. Well, it has nothing to do with speed, though.
Well, okay, so you provided one does so at a constant rate, one cannot tell if they're moving from one place to another in fixed space, if you want to put it that way.
So if I had a gyro, not a gyro, if I had a drone, the gyro on it, and I spooled that gyro up, and I got it to just mark its data every 5 minutes, and I just flew. But surely in a program that could be spat up and showing me the actual path every 5 minutes where that gyro was in relation to the point before it, because it's got all 3 axes.
It's got all three axes, but all three
Therefore,
axes are just measured in terms of angle of rotation. So if you're flying that drone dead flat straight, unless I'm missing something, you will get a reading back from that gyro, all XYZ axes on that gyro saying 0.
No, 'cause I'm just trying to think. The people that did that experiment years and years ago, where they took the accelerometer out of a mobile phone and mounted it on a separate board and put it in their car, and they went for a drive, from ocean to ocean, sea level to sea level, over some distance. And the data plot that they got was not curved, and they showed how this accelerometer, I suppose there's a difference.
Accelerometer will get acceleration. It still won't
Yeah,
measure
no, that's right.
displacement.
I just answered my question. I just fucking realised, we're not getting the speeds. Yeah, you're right. Sucks. That unit is really lacking. Can't tell speeds, it's lacking.
Nothing can. There is no known device.
Accelerometer.
No, accelerometer will tell you acceleration. Change in speed.
Yeah, I think the takeaway here is that we can't rely on electromagnetic devices like the ring laser and the fiber optic to tell us about the rotation when it's conflated with, electromagnetism that we have on Earth. We have no device that's capable of removing electromagnetism and not providing its own, like the Helmholtz coil does,
I think you could build one. Just build a gyro compass out of something gyro compasses already are non-ferrous. They are deliberately designed, if you read the page on the gyro compass, they're deliberately designed to not be affected by magnetic
interference. You mean a mechanical one? Because I would agree.
Mechanical gyro compass.
We need to move away from, we need to move away from EMF based and have a mechanical one. I agree with that. And so far I haven't
mechanical
seen,
measure rotation.
There's the one video from I was going to say there's the one video from, his name's From Jesse or something like that, or like Stephen P or something, where they do it on one side, but they don't reverse it to show that it's kind of this, it would be the same effect from the other side, that there's no kind of bias towards the side that it's physically spinning up towards, So that's the closest I've seen to showing, the precession. And
gyro compasses work based on the precession. If you're using a gyro compass, you are measuring the precession. Right? You are finding north from the precession.
Yeah,
so I would say the mere existence.
Other ones precess then?
Say again.
You're saying that proves rotation, the gyro compass, but why don't normal gyros precess then?
But that's like saying why don't normal lasers give you a reading of
No, it's not. It's not at all.
Of your orientation, because a ring laser gyro can tell me my rotation, so why does an ordinary laser do that? They're slightly different devices designed to do slightly different things, and they're built in slightly different ways.
Well, one's got adjustments that adds friction and impediment to make it move and follow north. But at the end of the day, if there are forces at play, a normal gyroscope that's just spun up should precess at the rate that being moved, depending on latitude.
And it does.
Okay, but where? Where's the evidence? Because I've only ever seen one that precesses a little bit for a little while, but then it was shown that at different RPM it would precess at different speeds, at different rates. So it's purely based on RPM.
And if it's working properly, I can easily believe that at low RPM it's not very accurate, but
it's fine. But if you just change it changed.
A proper gyroscope should precess all the way around in 24 hours.
I know it should. I know a proper one should.
And everybody who's built one says they do.
Okay. Well, I just
everybody
haven't
who uses them reads that they do.
Yeah, and maybe they build them and balance them and get them all perfect so that for the 3 seconds that they check that they're fucking calibrated up to speed, look, it's held 0 beautifully. Maybe they've never actually done a 24-hour test with them, mate. Maybe it's just all an assumption on their behalf. I don't know. I've got no idea.
I don't know that they haven't, but that just seems to me absurd. Do you let's imagine it. Let's imagine this gyroscope creator who's devoted their life and built a company.
Because that's why there's no camera on the moon, apparently.
because they just lie.
Why does this relate to a camera on the moon? It's like somebody who built a gyroscope and a gyroscope company, and who says, and people put on a Wikipedia page and put on pages all over the internet.
We know it's spinning. Why do we need to test? Why would we need to set up a 24-hour gyroscope just to see if it was processing?
But I'm not saying they haven't. You're saying they haven't without any evidence. I'm quite confident somebody has.
I'm asking
quite confident.
for evidence.
I in fact think it's quite probable that when people make these fiber optic gyros, part of the procedure of testing them before selling them is you switch them on and make sure they register 360 degrees over 24 hours. Otherwise, they're faulty. I'm going to guess at that's quite probable. I would be surprised if they don't calibrate those devices before selling them to industry. And you're not going to be able to calibrate a device that is rotating at 1 rotation per 24 hours. If it doesn't register that, it's a broken device. You need to start again.
Okay, fair enough. Sure. Is there any evidence that they've done this?
They put these things in all sorts of stuff. Let's see what these fogs are used for. Like they're used for underground tunneling. They're used for, so if you're digging across city tunnel,
it doesn't matter.
What do you mean? If you're digging across city tunnel, it doesn't matter?
No, if we're not moving, we're stationary, and we've got one of these gyros, and they're precise and they don't process, then that's all they need to do, and they're perfect. They're going to work with everything you're talking about. Right. They're going to be precise.
So if you've got one that does process once per day and gets you out 15 degrees per hour,
I've never seen one. Have you got any evidence for one?
Yes, loads of evidence. How much would you like? I've given you Wikipedia pages. I bet you I can even find. Do you want me to download it?
Please.
Okay. What do you want me to do? I'll get you a manual. Do you want me to get you a manual for a fiber optic gyro? Because I'm confident it will talk about rotation.
I want a mechanical gyro video that it processes at 15 degrees per hour.
Why does somebody have to make a video for this to be true? Why does somebody have to cut up your food and make it into baby mush for you?
Oh, why? So hang on. Have they done it though? Do you think they've ever done it? Because
so what's your suggestion? They sell expensive gyroscopes that are used in mining applications that should measure a 15 degree per hour drift, depending on whether you're pointing north or south, and 0 drift if you're pointing east and west. Remember that. That's an important bit. On actually it's 3-axis. So it should always measure a 15 degree per hour drift on one or some of its gyros. And it doesn't, but they still get tunnels that point exactly at one another from opposite ways, even though like the north-south tunnel in Sydney is like 40 kilometres long and had to meet itself north-south. Like, it doesn't make any sense. That's just so logically absurd, it's not worth engaging.
No, or is hold their rigidity in space, and it makes perfect sense.
But they don't. They process at 15 degrees per hour.
Okay, can you show me evidence of that other than a manual for them?
So what is your if I find you a manual for one that says there's a 15 degree per hour drift and they're putting these in like tunnel digging equipment, what is it you think they do when they read the manual?
Eggshells, really? So you're going to give me a manual that says that's what they do, and then they use that to do this, therefore it's true. Show us it. Come on, why don't you show me a half a boat in a horizon and go, look, curvature? Because that's what you're doing now.
I mean, you're noticeably changing the topic. Is it you? Like, let me ask you the question super clearly. So
no, you don't need to summarise. You just answer the question.
But I'm just asking you. I'm asking you a question. Like, what do you think is?
You're not listening.
Video footage of a gyro processing, like a mechanical gyro processing.
Sure, I'll try and find it for you. How's that? I'll try and find it for you.
You should have had one by now. Back up your case.
Can I ask you the question though while I'm trying to find it for you?
Go for it.
Go ahead.
What is it you think happens when these people make a device and put in the manual that it's going to process it with exactly the 15 degrees per hour is quite a bit, right? It takes you a while to build a tunnel. What is it you think happens then if it is in the manual that people then, I guess, aren't correcting for? How do you think that whole thing happens? Are they correcting for it?
Why do they need to correct for it? What are they correcting for?
They're getting a device
that processes at 15. They're going to look at that gyro and go, yep, I'm still on track.
You're not answering the question, are you? I'm saying you get a device that shows you 15 degrees per hour. So you get a device that shows you a 15 degrees per hour precession, but that is false.
is one
It
choice,
doesn't.
or you
Who
get
is
it.
checking
Okay,
it? Who's checking it?
let me finish. Let me finish.
Who is
Your
checking
two
it?
choices. Your two
Hold
choices
up,
are
guys.
this.
Yo, riding.
The truckie check it?
I don't see like why going into speculation what would be there, what's actually going on if it is
Because
15
why
or
won't
if
you
it
let me
says
finish?
it.
Let me finish the thing and then say why it's invalid.
Okay.
No, but it's
Does the
just
truckie
Your
hop in
two
his
choices.
truck
Your
and
two
watch it
choices
for
are
an
this.
hour?
Your two
Okay,
choices
yep,
are
it's
this.
processing. I'm good
Your
to go.
two choices are this.
Right.
You either have a device that does process at 15 degrees per hour, or you have a device that doesn't process at 15 degrees per hour. Right? Those are your two choices, right? Then you have to either correct for one or not correct for the other, or get one that doesn't process and you don't correct for it, but then what does the manual say? Or you get one that does process at that rate, the manual does say that, and you do have to correct for it. Which is
Okay, can you
which
now
do you
get the
think is the
video?
case?
Can you
Because
get the
it's
video
got to be
now?
one or
Can you
the
get
other
the video?
by reasoning.
Get that
Never
video,
have
mate.
to correct. It's
I'm
all
getting the
within the
video, please.
software.
That's what I want to
As
see.
far as they're concerned, they are on track and on target and doing their job. There is no truck driver, no
What
plant
software?
operator that has to spool up his fucking gyroscope and then go, yep, wait an hour to make sure it's processing 15 degrees so that they can get on with their work. If you've got any evidence to the contrary, please provide it. Please.
What software? You're making the claim that there is complex software that is essentially lying to people about what the gyro is designed to do. So the gyro is measuring something and showing them something else. What is your evidence for it that this software is doing that?
Alright, okay. You're claiming that to dig tunnels and shit with these things, they need to process, and someone would
No,
have to be accounting
just that they
for the
need to be
procession.
accurate. No, just that they need to be
Oh,
accurate.
no shit. Okay, they have to be accurate. Yep, there you go. So stationary, gyro, off you go. Accurate.
Right. But what you need to invoke for that, the crucial bit in what you had to invoke for that was some software, right? Describe the software.
No, not for flat and stationary, mate. No. No, for your little world. To correct the 15 degrees, there have to be some sort of software to correct
I don't think that's the case. I think because some of these are going to be mechanical and some of these are going to be optical, I think some of them you're going to have to correct by time of day. You're going to have to set them at a certain time and then count for exactly that and times that by 15.
You think that a plant operator in this day and age has to get his watch out to correct his gyro to make sure he's going in the right direction?
You're the one who has to invoke software that lies to the operator, right?
No, I don't. No.
Do they have a manual that says there's going to be a 15 degree an hour drift?
Isn't it a black box in an aeroplane? Doesn't a black box do a lot of stuff?
It's actually orange.
Black box doesn't
black
give
box is
anybody
orange,
any
yeah.
readout except for people on the ground. It doesn't help the pilots. It just records what the pilots
No,
do.
not the black box. Not the black box that crashes. The fucking black box that fucking runs the fucking
the instruments, the gyro on that in the plane.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head. It's like a black box, but it's I'll think of the name while we fucking talk. There's a certain name for it. The pilot's unloaded.
Yeah, why don't we get that video then, writing the evidence, so we can actually see this thing, what you're talking about, rather than just words that you say and a manual that said what you
that
said.
argument is an argument from absence and an argument from ignorance. It's saying because I haven't seen this video,
not from ignorance. We know that the Earth is not spinning.
I'm going to say that I don't know that exists, therefore
you
it doesn't
are the
exist.
one that is ignorant because you haven't proved that the Earth.
I mean, if we're going to go all Nathan Oakley about it's two fallacies at once.
Spinning, you see, so you're the one that's ignorant here.
Could it be the case? Could it be the case that gyroscopes do process at a rate of once every 24 hours and nobody's bothered to upload a YouTube video of it? Is that possible?
They do not. Please get the video because at the moment, Earth spinning.
He's not able to answer questions. He just doesn't have conversations.
Jen,
Please get the video, please.
Jen, asserting things isn't a good conversation.
Please get the video because I'm losing my patience now. Get the video like you said you was going to get. You've gone on
I said
for
I'm going to look
ages.
for it. I don't know that it exists. I don't know that people set up cameras and film gyros for 24 hours.
Come on, hurry up and get the shit.
There you go. I knew you were going to come back
if
with
it
that.
doesn't exist, writing.
So if the video doesn't exist, what could we conclude logically from that?
What would you assume?
That's my question.
The Earth is not spinning.
Huh? What would I conclude logically from that? Nothing. Nothing. That would be. Why would I conclude something from the absence of something?
Wouldn't
That
you?
would be a fallacious way to reason, wouldn't it?
No, but wouldn't you think it was kind of suspect that they keep on making claims to this thing which hasn't been demonstrated, or that you know, after doing a very thorough search, find no demonstration of?
No, that would be an argument from absence of evidence. And absence of evidence is not, finish the sentence for me, boys,
I'm with
evidence
you,
of
I'm with
absence.
But when
So
you
it wouldn't
keep
be a
on
good way to
reasserting-
reason to any conclusion.
I'm with you normally. Hold up, Jen. Let me just say this. I'm with you. In normal terms, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. But when the party keeps on reasserting the claim again and again and again, and yet in the face of that claim, there's still no evidence, at that point, I think maybe some shenanigans are afoot. Maybe some chicanery is going on.
That's why I talk about the user manual. If the user manual didn't mention this at all, that would be kind of sus for me. If I went and found every gyro, and even ones that were mechanical and had no software, didn't control or account for this, yeah, I would start to find that kind of absence.
If the user
sus.
manual didn't mention it, but they're still making the claim.
No.
Right?
I mean, if a user manual teaches you how to use something, if the user manual for like even mechanical gyros didn't explain or mention this phenomena of rotation and just went, it will always hold its place, and you spin it up and it holds its place and it doesn't process, and the manual either doesn't say,
Loves that word.
Hey, by the way, the Earth's curving, but we've corrected for that, or even just didn't mention it, or did mention it and said how it corrected for it, but that was unfeasible, I would start to find that sus. But that somebody hasn't uploaded an image of a gyro continuing to spin for 24 hours, spinning through its orientation, doesn't seem sus at all to me, no.
Okay, if I may just say something, because you're going on a
Can we please have a video of Jin's intelligence? Because if we don't find a video of it, it doesn't exist.
No, don't worry. You know what
We
you got to
already
do.
know
You
it
know
doesn't
what you got to
exist.
do. Can I say
Don't need
something?
evidence of that.
Let me say what I got to
Lack
say.
of
Thank you
existence.
very much. Let me say what I got to say, Riding. You might find it funny. If I had my way, I would gather all those fucking gyroscopes that you're talking about, put them in a skip and have them crushed and burn all the fucking manuals.
I bet you would,
why?
yeah.
Wow.
They destroy your claim to a flat Earth, flat and stationary plane. I bet you destroy them. Like a book burning Nazi.
Finish what I'm going to say, Riding.
Go
I
ahead,
haven't
Jim.
finished
Finish
yet.
your
You know
thought.
why? Do you know
Finish
why
your
I want to do
fantastic
that?
thought.
Riding. Do you know why I want to do that? Because I want to help you with your ailment of this separation anxiety disorder. That
Oh,
you've got.
I'm so glad you
This
mentioned the
is going a long way,
separation
haven't you?
anxiety. It'd gone a
I'm
good
gonna
4 minutes
separate
since
you
you
from
brought
those
that old
fucking
biscuit up.
possessing gyros that you believe in so much. Have them destroyed, and you'd come back to reality.
Jin has gone full militant. He's going to rename all the planets after his own family because that's supporting lies, and now he's going to destroy all gyroscopes.
Yo,
So that's
Jim,
trying
Jin's been a
to
gangster.
lie.
Boom. All right, there we go.
He's been a gangster.
I don't know about this
Why?
going for 24 hours, but I found a gyroscope. Who's from Jesse?
Yeah, that's the one I mentioned.
Oh my god.
All right. Who's he?
There's some guy that did. Actually, if it's not Stephen P's from Jesse one, it's even worse because he uses a couple of different gyroscopes, and like they'll process in one direction and then go back in a different direction within like minutes, and then it'll go back.
Well, that's
again.
what a gyro
very-
compass will do when it's first spun up. Like until they find and stick to north, they'll continue to bounce back and forth past due north. This
is like within the first hour, Yeah, and the
that's
second hour and stuff like that. It shouldn't take an hour for it to, find.
That's exactly how I relayed it before you got to the room. But I had a chat with a guy in one of these flat Earth rooms, and he refurbishes gyro compasses. That's exactly how he describes them working. My estimate from what he said before was for the first 45 minutes. But I mean, a massive ship is barely even pulled up its anchor in 45 minutes. I mean, I watch them go out of Sydney Harbour. They take half the day. They don't need to do anything in 45 minutes. In fact, what he told me is they will go on board the ship and spin this up as like the first one of the early steps in their departure procedure, and it'll be spun up before it's going anywhere.
Yeah, but we're talking about the gyroscope taken out just in and of itself, the instrument alone. It's not in a ship or anything like that. They just.
But the way he described it to me, it works. Is it takes, I forget what he said, but I think he said something like 40 minutes or something, and it will keep in that 40 minutes where it's not reading due north. Will keep processing back and forth.
That doesn't make sense.
It'll bounce this way. It'll get out of whack. It'll get out of whack too far, east. Then it'll swing back, get out of whack too far west. But those bounces will become narrower and narrower and narrower until it settles on due north. No, it's not a gyro compass.
Yeah,
no.
If you read, you're supposed to measure it
if you
Sorry,
read
I was
the
just going to say you're supposed to set it to due north from the get-go. So that doesn't make sense
No,
at all.
that's an aviation compass. So because a plane moves pretty fast, that's why they do it. So they'll actually set it to north and then they'll take off. But with a ship compass or a normal gyro compass, you don't do that.
You do if you have the gyro compass in and of itself on a workstation.
No,
You
not
just
even if
are
it's in
measuring
on
it
itself of
to.
workstation. It'll
That's
still
what
process and
Jesse
fly
did.
north
He
on
did
its
it in
own.
his like garage or something.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
he may have done
he-
that, but it's not the normal method of what you do. What Eggshell said is exactly what I've seen.
Anyways, I encourage you guys to watch the video from Jesse. You'll find that it's very weird that it doesn't process. Not just that, not just that it goes in the other direction, but it'll slow down and then speed up. And this is throughout the entire thing. He just averages it out. Like it's in some windows of time to be 15 degrees per hour, but in reality, it's not going 15 degrees per hour. It's not going 7.5 degrees per 15 minutes. It's not going 2.5.
So somebody using
minutes.
it wrong might be a bad demonstration, but I mean, what you described is, for the people who were here before percentage got here, that was pretty much bang on exactly what I said. The guy told me gyro compass is meant to do. To also clarify for you, Lights, he says gyro compass in that video. He then clarifies it's a gyroscope, not a gyro compass, in the description of the video.
Well, I mean, well, yeah, we asked for a gyroscope processing at 15 degrees an hour, and you said you'd look for a video. So I wouldn't expect you to present one with a gyro compass in it.
Right, but I thought that's what you were saying before, because he does say gyro compass, but it's a gyroscope. Anyway, I got to go have dinner.
No worries. I look forward to when you find that video. No worries.
I'm not certain that the video exists.
That's our contention. That's why we have questions, mate. Yep, just like that Southern Star.
I just don't demand videos for
24
things,
hours.
because it's videos are good evidence of things, but absence of videos is not good evidence for anything except the absence of the video.
I know, but assuming people sit there and watch it do 24 hours drift just to make sure it's calibrated when all it needs to do is actually just be still, yeah, it's good. Enjoy your dinner.
If I told you guys that you don't need a gyro, you can just look at the sky moving and then discern that it's probably the planet rotating and be happy.
You could, definitely, and there's lots of people that are.
Yeah.
They look up at the clouds and they see pigs and angels and shit, and yeah, there's plenty of people. I just spotted a cloud now that looks like a fucking happy face. I wonder if I can get that in the
I'm
photo.
not talking about clouds or pigs or angels. I'm saying you don't need a gyro to know Earth is rotating.
Oh, okay.
You agree? Some people wouldn't need a gyro. They would just think about it.
Well, no, I don't. I think a lot of people have like grown up in a system that leads them to just already have that in their mind. Personally, people are very, very rarely having their own thoughts these days, Dawn. Even yourself, a free thinker such as you.
So you're denying that anyone can know Earth's rotating without a gyro. You reckon everyone needs a gyro, a definitive gyro test to know?
Well, there's the what's that ball that swings? The pendulum. There's a few of those around, and they were built to convince people that it is indeed happening. So
Not really.
there's a bit of money going into it.
Oh, Folcott's pendulum. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got it.
That's the one. Yeah.
Got it muddled up with Cavendish.
Yeah, Cavendish's pendulum.
Well, let me blow your mind. You don't need a Foucault's pendulum to know Earth's rotating.
Well, a lot of people
What do you need?
seem to.
You just need to observe the relative movement of Earth and the sky, and then think about it. That's all you need.
I kind of agree with
I
that.
think, Dawn, someone has filled in a lot of the gaps that you would have come to on your own conclusion, mate.
Are you in denial that some people can just know without using a gyro?
Well, yes, because what we know now is apparently built upon lots of shoulders of other people greater than I. So no one person has ever known
It's apparently been built upon all this information over time. So no one person could have ever come to that conclusion, mate. No.
You reckon until somebody does a new definitive gyro test and then convinces everyone it's real, until then, no one will know probably if Earth is rotating.
There's a problem even with that, John, because then you'd be standing on their shoulders, and that's a problem, it seems, for Time. So the only way Time will ever actually know this is for him to do it personally. So we're back into the genetic fallacy.
Yeah, my mum's not my mum, foolish. Don't stress.
The idea that you would have to definitively show everyone a good gyro test just to prove Earth rotating is ridiculous. That's all I have to say.
Okay, but hang on. What's with the fucking Foucault pendulum then?
These are nerd science to prove with a method. But yeah, you don't need to worry about that. You're just a man. You're just a man.
Built them.
You're not a scientist. You're not a nerd. You don't have to care about real proof. You just have to think and then get on with your life.
They look really cool if you swing them in big shopping centres and they knock over little blocks. And I'd say that is probably the average understanding of what people see when they look at a Foucault's pendulum.
Yep. Yeah, we should have sand in it and it should be drawing pictures.
But, for me, it's no different to, I work in IT and, I stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before me, to get my understanding. I've never built a processor personally. I've taken a few apart, but I've never built one.
I never
I know
said
the
that
method
can't be
to
done,
do it.
foolish. I never said it can't be done.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem.
That he, as an observer, could have worked these things out. And I said, no, we've only worked them out based on information from other people. So no one person could have ever just looked out without any other information and gone, yeah, this is here.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that one with the, if I had no knowledge of how the world works and all I've got is what I observe around me, I have one of three conclusions, which is the sky's moving, the earth's moving, or the sky and the earth are moving.
Well, look, you only give yourself those three conclusions because of where you are now. You put yourself back in primitive times and you might not have even fucking had time in the day to even think about that. You would have just seen that the stars were clearly moving.
No, I'm ridiculously smart. I would have had time.
Other than that, you wouldn't.
I'm not saying we don't listen to other people and we just think on our own, sitting there. Obviously, we have to take in all the available theories. Then we just think. What I'm saying is we don't have to do the science method definitively or find someone that's done it that we trust definitively. We can just take a general picture of all of the information, all of the theories, all of the environment, and then think about it.
What I find interesting is the countries and the people that came up with ideas around the shape of the Earth were the ones that traded over the longest distances. And I think there is definitely a good connection there. Little sedentary people, like in the Levant, which didn't really move around because they basically had people kicking the shit out of them on every side, so they didn't really have a huge amount of time to think about it. Problems. Phoenicians, who had a big sort of naval environment trading across the entire Mediterranean, North Africa, southern Britain, into the Black Sea, they had a much better idea of it. Same with the Egyptians, who did a lot of traveling and trading. Same with the Greeks that did a lot of traveling and trading. People that didn't move around much had stupid ideas. People that move around more had a better idea of what was around them.
Excellent.
And when you come across a problem, you try and find a solution.
So have the Egyptians got sort of carvings inside their hieroglyphs of Earth being a ball, and like countries being antipodal to other ones anywhere in any of their hieroglyphs?
No, I'm not even saying that. But if you want to use ancient cosmology, then why did pretty much every ancient culture, certainly in the Bronze Age, think that when it was night for everybody.
Well, I can't speculate why they thought that, but could you just answer me, why there are no depictions of a ball anywhere throughout history other than to when we see it? And yet there's claim that you're saying that there are civilizations or whatever that knew more about the plane or the Earth because they travelled further. Did they know it was curved?
That's a logical conclusion. If you travel more to,
Did they,
if I never travel to the Netherlands, I'm never going to know much about it apart from what I might read in the paper. But if I've actually visited, done a bit of training. No, we're talking about knowledge. So the reason that I invoked the Egyptians was they sort of came up with sort of ideas that were very similar to lines of longitude. Same as the Phoenicians. They also noticed that they were changing in star patterns as they moved north and south.
Okay. Is there ever any representation of a globe? Did they ever make that connection? Even though they made some comments on some anomalies, did they ever record anywhere that they went the next level and went, I think it's a sphere?
Yeah, the earliest we've got for that is you can argue for the Chaldeans and the Babylonians, which is you're getting to sort of like 5th, 6th century BCE, but I don't think that's very good. The best we sort of have is when we start to get towards, Pythagoras in Greece, which is about 6th century, who postulated it, and we have his writing on that. Plato, who again made philosophical observations of the Earth and also took information from the sailors that said, the Earth must be a large sphere. And then Aristophanes in 132 that actually, came up with a way of kind of coming up with an idea to measure it.
Right.
So those are the best
amazing,
documented. But one of the things that I've always noticed is those are the guys that wrote it down. So, we credit a lot of shit to Pythagoras, but we've also found in archaeology where, things like Pythagoras' theorem has been used before Pythagoras. So the question is he writing down stuff that he found out, and that's just the oldest recording we have of it, or is there older stuff there? Now, obviously, that's where we get into speculation, and I agree with you. So all we can do is go to the oldest writings or the oldest documentation we have, the oldest history that we have showing that. But I don't think that precludes the fact that people knew that before. And certainly one of the things that I'm a strong proponent of is the knowledge of the precession of the equinoxes being a very old piece of knowledge.
Do you think that, like, obviously, new discoveries are happening all the time, and it'd be silly to rule out the fact that, fucking hell, some ancient city could be discovered at some point that has a fucking library and has documentation that shows that they thought the world was a sphere, or perhaps knew the world was a sphere fucking way before. Do you think we found everything there is to be found, or do you think there's still treasure troves of information that could surprise the fuck out of everyone?
If we found 5%, I would be amazed.
Okay, right. That's
yeah, I mean, I think that we have scratched the surface of shit. There are still languages that we can't translate. So one of the languages that we've never translated is Linear A. But there are a whole host of languages where we've got stuff written down and we don't know what the fuck it says. We still have about 500,000 Sumerian tablets to decipher.
You're kidding me with quantum computing. We can't fucking just shove fucking these texts into a quantum computer and out comes the translation.
Yeah, and just because you say that shows me the level of IT knowledge you have.
Just shove it straight in the side hole.
That's
just get a sledgehammer and make a hole in the side. Yeah, look.
There's no way the computer is going to know how to translate it if we can't translate it, because we have to feed the computer with a model, a translation model, so that it's able to turn those ancient words. He was being facetious.
Don't take him too.
Oh, he was joking. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Also, just
yeah, but also I think I was.
Trust.
Sorry, go.
Hang on. Just to go along with the point you made. I posted the oldest world map that we still have in existence, the Imago Mundo or whatever. is from the age of, Babylon and whatnot. And
That
for
looks like
them,
about 6th century BCE, if I'm making a guess.
around about
Is it a
around
globe?
about
Is it a
700
globe?
BCE. No, for them, the whole world was from North Africa, so round about Libya, Ethiopia, up until Europe. That's what they thought the whole world was. They didn't know about North America, Australia, the southern tip of Africa. They didn't know about, the North Pole, none of that. Australia, South America. They thought that was the whole world. So if they think that's the whole world and they put that on a flat map, why do you take that as, some sign of accuracy, some sign of deep esoteric hidden knowledge, them knowing more than we did today about what we live on? Like, why do you guys use that as evidence that the world is flat?
When there is no evidence for this globe. You see what I mean? This is what I mean by the separation anxiety syndrome, that especially, what's his name, Riding displays desperate.
But Jin, why do you then use it as evidence for flat Earth when it's got like less than 5% of all of the landmass of Earth in it?
Well, I mean, if it's coming from a long time ago, and then when I look at what they've done and where I am today, I haven't seen any globe, so it's good, isn't it? It collaborates with what I actually have experienced in my 60 years.
So this map that doesn't have Australia, Africa, South America, North America.
Yeah, but they didn't travel far enough, did they? They didn't travel
Asia.
far enough to encounter.
But then why do you rely on this as evidence if it's inaccurate?
I wouldn't rely on this as evidence of the whole world, because clearly it's not the whole world. But what they have depicted, hang on a second, please. What they have depicted is happening on a flat plane. So fine, it's good enough to start with. Okay, it purports with what we see in reality. The ball does not, does it? That's why I'm saying that's crazy, isn't it? You don't have any evidence or shred of proof for your globe, but yet you're believing in it, and you're talking like it's real because it is real when it's not real. Okay, and then you're looking at your sextant that can only work on a flat surface because it's all about straight lines. Yeah, and then they talk about the something gyroscope thing. Yeah, that's been calibrated to work on the globe. There is no globe. It's not designed that way. That's what I'm saying. It's just all fake.
Hot mic.
It's all fake. That's what it is, you see.
So again, Jim, I'll push back as I normally do on the fact that you say there's no evidence for it, yet we've measured it. We have images of it. We've got the ability to show, rotation through different means. You might disagree with that methodology, but to say that there is no evidence is dishonest.
It's not dishonest. There is no evidence. There has been no measurements of this Earth. How did they get the actual circumference of 24,901 miles? How did they actually get that? There's no evidence for this at all. Zero.
Yeah, and that's done by the Aristophanes experiment. If you do a 3.1, it shows that it's curved.
No,
I disagree with the evidence, but that is still evidence.
It's not evidence.
Well, again, you call it what you want.
Proving anything. It's not even evidence.
I would say there is no evidence for the ether.
Only a story. It's actually a story.
I would say that there is no evidence for the ether, and that entire 50-minute video is based purely on something that you personally admitted that you don't know what it is.
I've never actually seen the ether with my own eyes, but there were other experiments in that 50-minute video that when you talk about the ether is just 10 minutes. There's 40 minutes with 4 other experiments that prove Earth doesn't spin. So that's the thing about that.
And all rely on the ether. All three of them relied on the ether.
5 famous experiments that prove a stationary Earth. 5, and each one is 10 minutes long.
Relying on ether, most of them relying on ether, which you don't know what it is and can't demonstrate exists.
Yeah, not just on it. The thing is, they cannot detect Earth motion. That's what
they can't
prove.
detect ether either.
They
Jim.
prove that Earth isn't moving.
We don't need gyros, Jen. We don't need gyros anyway. We just look at the sky and then we can tell.
Yeah.
But Jin's basing his whole position on something that we can't detect. We don't know what it is, and it's a speculation, which is ether.
Well, at the end of the day,
gyro inside
it goes. Yeah, it goes a long way because with the
to think
experience that we
normally
had,
like a
no
normal
human
person.
being can say that they've seen the curvature of the Earth, measured it, right,
I
and
don't
felt the spin. No one can say that.
No one can say it. Oh my god. You just denied everyone's work for hundreds of years.
Oh yeah, because it's all been a deception. It's deceptive, bro. It's
Yeah,
not
in your
working.
mind.
Go on, can I ask you a
No,
question?
in reality. In reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can, you understand that the whole Rona narrative is a deception. You're onto that. So what stops you? I mean, I'm not just saying that means everything's a deception, but why are you so adamant that the other one, what we're talking about here, isn't?
Because I think even though Jesuits and Romans and Greek clever people from priest class are liars and manipulators and crazy, they still managed to find out what Earth is and tell us about it.
They didn't. They didn't. They did
be
not.
honest about it.
That's a misconception.
So, Jim,
Fantasy, wishful thinking.
Jim, to push back on your other claim, so around 170 AD. So this is also like antiquity, like ancient. This is like about 300 years, let's say 400 or 500 years after that map that I first showed you, made by the Babylonians, Ptolemy, using geometric longitude and latitude points, mapped out the landmass, I think, from Europe all the way to Far East Asia. And when you plot this, it shows curvature. If you look at what I just posted in the live stream text.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
curvature.
But what is on a piece of paper must purport and conform to what we see on Earth. We don't see
And it
curvature on
does.
Earth. Like I said,
does,
you can
though.
make things to show things, but you need to prove it in the physical world where you actually live. So you can have the words, you can have the pictures. Now let's go and see if this thing is correct. That's not there when we go.
Yeah, we go measure it, Jen, and when we measure it, it measures as curved.
I have posted a video from of 6 experiments that were conducted by the Brazilians, the Brazilian angle, and they were all believing in the Earth as a globe. That's what they said. We learned it at school. It's going against thousands and thousands of years of knowledge and everything else. And every single method they used proved flat Earth. It's there. I posted it. It's called the convex Earth scientific proof of flat Earth.
So what makes your
and they used
what makes your video more accurate and trustworthy?
Because
why
you
should we just
see
believe this
them,
video
you
posted?
see the action, you see the principles being used and the technology right in front of your eyes. And you can actually go and do these things yourself. You can actually prove these yourself. That's what's beautiful about it.
What did they do?
Okay, they used geodetic surveying of buildings, number one, yeah? So they looked at a building 110 kilometers away, which was roughly 66 miles away, okay? 2 buildings. Now, if indeed the Earth is curving, when they measure from the base of the building and then the tops, there should be a difference in measurement, okay? And they used GPS to do that, and there was no difference. They used laser beams. They used telescopes. They used sound waves. And then they used long distance observation through the telescope looking at ships. And every single one of them disproved the Earth curvature completely. No curvature at all. The video is there. You can watch the video and it takes you through, tells you who the people are, the organizations they belong to, and how they know that the Earth is a globe. This is going against And then when they actually did their experiments, they were shocked. And they were saying it, Earth is not a spinning ball. The whole school system has to change, everything. And they put their videos, their links. You can contact them and get more information. It's all there. That's just one person. One group, should I say, from Brazil.
A well-known powerhouse of scientific advancement.
One of those.
Again, that doesn't mean diddly squat, because you're the man that walking around thinking you're on a globe that you cannot prove. So you're obviously displaying the cognitive dissonance and separation anxiety.
Hey, you're the guy that
syndrome.
believes in ether that we can't detect,
Yeah.
and you don't know what it's made of, and it supports half your conclusion.
I admit that willingly. I admit that willingly because I've never seen the ether, right? But that's just one aspect that I cannot prove. But the rest of the experiments actually prove that the Earth is not moving. Okay, they're mentioning the ether. I've never seen the ether with my own eyes, so I don't believe in ether, and I don't take it as something. But I don't believe in it. I've never seen it. I've never seen it with my own eyes. But the other experiments prove that Earth is not moving. Then there is a challenge. There's another. Hang on a second. There's another video that I posted challenging you guys $20,000 to prove that Earth spins. Easy money. So if you know Earth is spinning, pick up the challenge. It's been there since 2016. Flat Earth Sherman, his name is.
Quick question, Jim. What alternative explanations have you looked at for those observations?
Alternative. Everything purports to what I live, to the way I live. So why would I be looking for an alternative? It fits my life, my reality. So I'm not going to be looking at an alternative. The alternative is the globe from which I came from. That was the alternative. The Earth is spinning. I checked it. It's not spinning. Other people have gone and checked it. I look at their work. It's not spinning. I look at my life, my experience. I didn't experience a spin. There it is. I don't need to be looking at alternatives. I stick in the reality. If alternatives come along, though, and I look at them, I say, well, that doesn't prove this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these discrepancies. So I don't go around looking for alternatives. That's silly. Why would I want to do that? I came from that alternative world. Exactly. Let's not be silly here. I'm a realist. Deal with the real. Like I said to the gentleman speaking, you can show pictures. Hang on a second, please. You can show pictures and you can show instruments that purport to show curvature, but you need to go to the real world and see that curvature and the spin. Then you know. And I know
all instruments measure the real world, Jim. That's the whole point of it. Tape measure measures distance. We use instruments to measure shit because it's more accurate than just eyeballing it.
This is why I said that Brazilian video, the ones that you call the powerhouse of technology and knowledge, yes, they bring it to bear.
I didn't call it that.
They bring it to the table, and they were the ones who believed in the globe. They've since changed their position.
I won't be watching it, sorry.
That's fine. You don't have to. It's there, though, if you want it.
I'd rather watch 2 hours about anything.
Anything else? Paint. You'd rather watch paint dry. I understand. This is the state of the psychological of the psychology of.
Hey, I'll go with the original Portuguese Vasco da Gama. So you know.
Well, again,
it is quite interesting, Jim. Can you give me a summary, Jim, with regard to the measurements based to the height of the buildings? Was it such that they come to the conclusion that it is flat indeed, or it just didn't concord to curvature?
No, they said the Earth is flat. There is no curvature. The Earth is level on the ocean. Yeah, where they were checking, it's level. They said there's no curvature. The Earth is not a ball. They said.
No, between you said they measured between two buildings.
Every single one of them.
Was that over ocean?
Sorry.
Was the measurement between two buildings? Was that over ocean?
Yeah, it was like one building was at one side of the beach or something, and then 110 miles away. 66 miles away. That's quite a long distance, yeah. So two buildings, and they had to do that because they couldn't use their equipment through buildings. The buildings would have been in the way, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure. So they've measured from the base of one building up to the top of the other, and then vice versa, yeah?
Yeah, let me just give you a step-by-step slowly. What they did was they checked the firmness of the building first, vertically and horizontally on both buildings. That's what they did first.
Beautiful.
Then measured from the base of one building to the base of the other building 66 miles away and the top. Okay? Using scientific...
hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on, did they measure from base to base? Because I couldn't imagine they'd be able to see that.
Yeah, base to base. Yeah, base to base, mate. Base to base, yeah. And top to top. They had to do that.
So they saw base to base at 66 miles.
Yeah. They used that.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And they said that Earth is not curving.
So you're saying that at 66 miles they saw the base of a building. So I've got a question time. If that was the case, if that was true, don't you think lighthouses would be way fucking more effective?
Lighthouses are being seen from like 120 miles, 60 miles. There's evidence of all that. That's nothing new, folks. We're living on a flat Earth. That's the thing, you see. So don't be surprised.
Citation, please. Where are you seeing a lighthouse 160 miles?
I didn't say 100.
Well, he's telling you how 2 buildings were just measured to
How
be
far
flat,
did you say?
and you're refusing to see it.
I said 60
so what are you going to fuck about lighthouses?
100. Let's see that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have
Oh,
to
hang
get
on,
a
he's
video
showing you
that purports that.
of the
I haven't
fucking
seen it with my own
measurement
eyes.
building store, and you don't want to see it.
There you go. So the video's there.
What do you want to
If you
fucking
watch
see
the video,
lighthouses?
you'll see. Yeah.
You're being called out, Jen. It's got no lighthouses and no long distance measurements in the video.
Not in that video. Not in that video. No, but the video that I'm talking about, that this guy's asking me about, shows you that they got buildings to buildings. They used Lake Titicaca. They used another lake which was 110 kilometers, again 60 odd miles. They used laser beams. They used sound waves. It's all there. Watch the video and you're going to be well. In fact, read the description and you'd get a good idea. A little bit long, but you can watch it.
I won't be watching.
It's all there. Beautiful.
Hopefully it's
I'd rather not.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
It's shit. It's a shit hot video. It's a shit hot video. I didn't agree with the very end of the video. I had some questions about and doubts about, but the technology they brought to bear, it's irrefutable. There's no discussion on it. It's no debate. I mean, and these were guys that were adamant that the Earth's a globe. They knew it. There's no way. And you can tell they were still in shock because they keep referring to Earth as a planet, even though they've seen the evidence for themselves. So they still hadn't got quite used to it yet. It hadn't sunk in properly because they keep saying the planet, when we don't live on a planet. If it's flat.
Well, wasn't their conclusion it's convex and not concave?
Chat being obtuse.
Yeah, the reason why they use the convex.
It's not based on spotting from base to base, mate. It's measured from base to base and from top to top.
Yeah, measured.
Sorry, it was a global video all this time.
Using GPS.
Wow. Get it right, Funk. Yeah. You're a bit on the nose with that one, mate.
It's perfect, it is, But the other one, they use visibility with the other one. The 66 miles laser beam, not laser beam, what was it they used? Telescope. Laser beam. Yeah, laser beam, I think it was. It laser beam? Hang on. 66 miles. I think that's a telescopic observation. Long distance observation. 66 miles. Then they used the laser beam at 21 miles. Sound waves at 9 miles. They used sound waves. There should have been 3.6 meters of curvature that would have obscured the signal, but the signal was received. 9 miles. Sound wave test. Signal waves, should I say. Signal waves. So they brought a lot of experience. There's 6. You just got to watch the video and you'd know. It's just perfect jigsaw puzzle, there's no doubt. Fits exactly what is expected. They show you the maths, they show you the graphs, they show you the curvature, and then they do the experiment and it didn't work. Basically, there was no curvature there. Absolutely superb.
I like how they showed that they were plumb both axes beforehand.
Yeah. And at the very end of the video, they said that horizontal plumb, and that proves that gravity doesn't exist. That's what they said. So the vertical and the horizontal. Yeah, it's all there, right at the very end of that description. It says it there, and they say it at the end of the video as well.
Well, the conclusion is the Earth's not flat, according to them. The conclusion is the Earth is convex.
No, what it is this, that obviously you've got your mountains. When they're taking it from top of mountains to sea level, there is a convexity to the shape because of the mountains. But if you look at the ocean, there is no curvature at all, zero. So they're looking at the topography, which is why they use the ocean, because there's less obstacles. It's water versus curvature. Simple, clean, pure.
Well, why have they then basically have got two websites associated with them? One is called Terra Convexia, and the other is called convexearth.org.
Well, I mean, there's two. What's the problem with that?
Well, they're saying the Earth's not flat, Jim.
No, they're not saying that at all.
Yes, they are saying that. They're saying that directly in the description of the video. They are saying that.
That's the name of their title. That's the title of their I mean, Convex as well. That's the title of their video and of the organization and their email and their website. But if you look at what they're actually saying and hear them say it, it's flat. There's no curvature. That's what you need to home in on. The title can be
you got trolled by a sideshow.
Cover. Yeah, don't judge a book by the cover.
You were trolled by a sideshow.
I can't hear you.
Hello?
I didn't hear you.
You were trolled by a sideshow.
No, not at all, mate. Not at all, mate. Everything they did was you could definitely give them 100% for honesty and integrity.
Why are they calling it Convex Earth then?
I do not know. I think maybe that's a little bit of anxiety on their part. You know, remember they did this. This was 7 years in the making. Apparently, it was 7 years in the making. So from the very beginning, obviously they were adamant it was a globe. Yeah. So that's why they did that. Probably. You know, I don't know why they chose the title. That you have to ask them. Why would I know that?
Not just the title.
It's a foolish question. I can't know that. Title. I'm looking at the content therein, and the content therein, with the integrity they brought to bear and their honesty, in that they thought they knew the Earth was a globe. As far as they're concerned, it's been proven. You know, I mean, this is
my mic low. I can't tell because he doesn't listen.
Why don't you watch the video? Just watch the video and you learn. I mean, come on.
Then it's not just the title that says Convex.
But just watch the video. Like I said, that I mean, look,
I watched it when it came out. Auto hoaxed it as a psyop.
Whenever you like, watch it whenever you like. If you don't watch it, no big deal.
Jen, you're not listening to me. You don't listen to me.
That's because I'm talking when I'm trying to tell you something.
No, it's because you don't care what I say. You're just here to ramble.
You're asking me foolish questions and you're not listening to my reply.
No, I'm not asking you foolish questions.
That's what's going on, basically.
I'm interested.
When I actually clicked on this video,
you're not listening again.
When I clicked on this video, it Convex Earth. I thought Convex Earth. Let me have a look at what these guys are from Brazil. Let's have a look. Convex Earth, but 100% flat Earth. Let's have a look. It's like a clickbait and a lure.
How is it flat if it's convex?
It's flat because if you see the title, Convex Earth, then it's got next to it, Flat Earth 100% proof. So I'm thinking, wow, let's have a look. Sorry, scientific proof, not 100% proof.
So the title is contradictory.
It's called clickbait, if you like. Put it down to that. Clickbait.
Yeah, Dawn. Fucking get with the times, mate. Get with the fucking times.
Yeah, man.
I'm just going to say what I said again. Maybe you'll listen this time. It's not just the title that says convex. It's part of the whole theory from these guys.
No, not at all. Because if you watch the video, which you haven't watched it yet, they're coming from the angle that the Earth is a globe spinning, and it's been proven for thousands of years. So we know this, and they're adamant. And then so they're saying they're going to debunk the flat Earth, basically. And then what found out was it was flat.
Jen, I'm going to say it again now, even though I just said it before, because you didn't listen before. Maybe you'll listen this time. I have watched it before when it came out, and straight away I knew it was a psyop hoax.
Well, that was your opinion. I saw it when it first came out as well, and the integrity is there. It's all there. Everything they did, you can repeat for yourself. So there is no hoax. There is no psyop, because they actually did the experiments proving the Earth not being a ball that is spinning, and they also surprisingly for themselves, they disproved gravity, and then they went on to say that they have to change their whole education system, and those people who are in the positions, those scientists, astronomers, have to rethink and look at the information we have now brought to bear. They printed a book on it, and they put it out DVDs that you can go and buy, and you can watch it for free on the thing. Yeah, brilliant. So no, not a psyop.
You got trolled.
No, not at all, mate. Not at all. Not at all. Why do you think I saved the video? Because I knew it was a gem. That's why I saved it for this length of time. Or kept it under bookmark. So,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Do you know about the aliens that this group claimed?
I have no interest in that whatsoever.
They claimed a fake alien was in a bush talking to them. They showed video of a fake alien in a bush talking to them.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. If that's the case, you show me it.
There you go. I've researched it more than you, these people.
Well, fine. You've gone through the aliens thing. I'm not interested in aliens whatsoever.
No. The people that made convex Earth. I researched them.
Yes, that's correct. You went that.
Found out they talk about fake aliens.
Fucking hell, I understood what you said. I understood what you said, and I replied that I'm not interested in going that far. Thank you. Fucking hell. Because I'm not interested in
researched.
Doesn't it make you rethink the whole
Andrew
people that
Mulder.
made it?
Not really, no, not
he's
really,
not very good.
Okay,
not
fair
really.
enough.
According to Wikipedia.
Silly, isn't
Let's start fact checking shit.
Who's fucking in
Belu, you need to research Belu and then rethink on convex Earth.
No, I don't need to do that at all. I don't need to carry unnecessary baggage. Don't need that.
If I was your flat Earth guru and I did all the measurements, but then you saw me making a fake alien in a bush, what would you think about all my flat Earth measurements?
All I'm going to say to you is that the information that came from this video regarding flat Earth is accurate. I can repeat it and do that, and it's perfectly fits with my reality. Now, if they want to believe in aliens, that's up to them. It does not in any degree. It does not in any degree diminish the integrity of the work they conducted on the flat Earth. So sit down.
Alien hoaxes don't debunk the other research.
Couldn't give a shit about
it. Okay, so Dawn, let me get this straight. So if they've done a video with a hoax alien, whatever, and then they did a video where they used a tape measure to measure a table 6 foot long, we all got to watch and measure the table 6 foot. Would you just assume because they made an alien video, that table's not really fucking 10 foot long? Even though they measured it with a tape measure?
That's basically
you question it?
That's basically my point. We have to relook at their table measurements. Because they're alien hoaxes, we have to look more careful at their measurements. That's my point, yeah.
No, I'm satisfied with that. Satisfied with their measurements. The integrity is there.
The integrity and the honesty is there. Now you don't care.
It doesn't have any bearing on it.
Fucking aliens. Give me shit about
aliens. You do an experiment. You got equipment, it's calibrated, you do the experiment. Doesn't matter what your fucking opinion of anything is.
Yeah. It's not subject to your disapproval. It's like, you can disapprove of it, but then you're just denying the truth. This is why I say the year 2022 is the year we flat earthers put the heliocentrists under the magnifying glass, psychological magnifying glass, and ask them why they want to believe in things they cannot prove. That is the year 2022. That's my aim this year.
I'm going to do it to you as well. That's my aim.
Yeah. Obviously, you have to do that because you're under the microscope now. Or the magnifying glass.
No, I decided to do
scrutinizing your mentality because you have no proof. You have no proof for your claims, and you're believing in things you cannot see.
I have proof.
You got niche, mate.
I have.
You got zero.
You can't decide what I have. That's not fair.
You got nada, mate. You haven't presented any.
Well, what do you want? I can present stuff.
Just give me the things you have that shows us all on this flat Earth that there's curvature, spin, and we're in a vacuum of space. Go for it, man. Go for it.
I already gave that.
Also enough.
I gave that already.
Oh,
yeah.
What is the point of you asking again for evidence, Jin, when you already assume that any evidence that is in contention with your belief is automatically false or CGI.
You see, you don't know me, so everything you said was totally incorrect. Your first mistake.
You said that 2
I
days
don't
ago.
assume the Earth is flat. I know it's flat. So when I know
No,
it's
you
flat,
assume that nothing
I
can
know
be in
it's
space.
flat.
Therefore, all
As
pictures
I told you before, when
of
I
things
know
in
it's
space
a
are
flat
fake.
plane, there is no way in hell that I'm going to be assuming it's flat. Silly boy, you don't know me. Okay,
So
now
you're assuming that the laws of nature is.
You have, if you have information that without a doubt, irrefutable, it's, you know, that the Earth is spinning, its curvature, you can show me, good. If you can't, get out of here.
It's
simple.
All
You presented
evidence
your evidence,
where
Jim, but I don't like
all
it.
evidence that all evidence that goes against your presumption of the laws of nature. For example, a satellite in space, you automatically assume it's fake because it can't be in space. So why do you ask for this evidence?
To quote Margaret Thatcher, you're a moaning mini minor noise in the wind.
So you're not going to respond to that.
Quote Margaret Thatcher. Who the fuck does that? Jesus.
Jin CBR1. He brings it back.
Why should anybody take you seriously, Jin? Give me one reason.
Or you. Or yourself.
Yeah.
It's the internet.
I ask why should anybody take Jin seriously if he asks for evidence which he is not even going to consider?
I bring you the news. I bring you news of the flat Earth.
No one does take him seriously, so don't
Do
worry
that.
about
You
that.
ask for evidence which you will automatically dismiss. You're wasting people time.
Not
Why
at
should
all.
anybody take you
I bring you
seriously?
the news of the flat Earth and
No,
the
you don't. You
horrifying
ask
things
for
going
evidence
on.
for Glober. You
bring
ask
you
for evidence for globe, but you're already under the impression that the Earth is flat, so all globe evidence is fake or CGI.
That's
Why?
what I bring. That's why you should take me seriously, because I bring you news of the
No.
flat Earth
Then why do
and
you
the
ask for evidence?
that have happened in the past on this flat Earth and what is continuing to
Why?
happen on
Why, Jen? Why do you ask for evidence if you're not gonna even consider it seriously?
ask evidence because you guys are saying that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. So I want to know your evidence.
I have to ask.
I have to ask. Fucking hell.
You're out of control, Jen. You're on an obsession train, and then you have to do it.
I have to ask this.
I don't understand why you're doing that.
Something
I mean,
inside you
I
making you do it.
I take myself out of the like my opinion. I consider something called subjectivity. For example, both agreeing on that something exists. If two people see something and two people talk to each other about what they see, and they are coherent, the explanations are coherent, and they are also explaining the same thing, then to me that supports something. And if I were to present something and I see and we have a disagreement, then that's a source for contention, which I would be willing to discuss. But that's separate from me, if you understand what I mean. Like if somebody present evidence, that is separate from myself. It doesn't matter what belief I have.
Independent from your information, yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, if somebody were to present an image, it doesn't matter if somebody literally presented image and said, "Here is a picture from space or from high up of flat Earth," then of course it doesn't matter if I think that the Earth is a globe. There is actually contradicting evidence now, which I have to consider. But I could also do the same as you do and say that means it's fake because the Earth is a globe.
No, not really, because
why would I do that?
no, you can't say that because I once believed in the globe without evidence. So I then went to check for the evidence for the globe and discovered flat Earth. which is what happened in that video that I was describing.
Again, take yourself out of it. Your past has nothing to do with the evidence you have presented now.
That would be impossible.
If
because
you were a tiny baby and Santa Claus was real,
hang on
doesn't
a
mean that
second,
there is
please.
any
Look, I let you
reality to
talk,
Santa
didn't I?
Claus.
I let you speak, didn't I? I let you speak and get it all out. Let me finish, and then you can talk. Okay? I deliberately did not interrupt you when you were speaking. I let you say what you had to say because I wanted to listen
Thanks
to what you
for
had to
not
say.
interrupting
So
me.
now you've got to listen to me now. Okay? And that would be impossible for me to not bring in my 60 years of life experience. That would be impossible because I lived it. So, and I cannot dismiss my senses and my knowledge to believe in something that is not real. That is not sane.
That's your bias. That is actually
I'm
not
sorry, that
necessarily a
is not
positive thing.
bias. It is not bias. It's
It is a
knowledge.
bias.
It is not a bias. It is knowledge. And I'm not going to dismiss my knowledge. Sorry, and my experiences. It is not a bias. You
It's a
have
bias
no,
because you already think that something is the way it is.
you're making
So
a mistake.
it's hard for you to change your mind.
You are making a mistake because you're forgetting that I was introduced to the globe at 6 years old for 53 years.
You don't understand what he
53
means.
years.
What he means is you've decided and you know Earth's flat, but when you talk about it, you use your bias to make anything else not even possible to look at. But then you keep asking, to look at it.
I don't do that.
Yeah,
What I do
that's
is
kind of
I
pointless.
use
Yeah, that's where I say you're wasting our time and yourself
Not
time
really.
if you're
No,
not
because
willing to look at any evidence objectively. Let's say you didn't know that the Earth was globe or flat, and somebody present you an image. What do you do then?
Well, then that would be interesting, isn't it? If I didn't know the Earth was flat, that would be
So
interesting.
if
But I know
somebody
the Earth
show
is
you an
flat.
image
But
of
I know the Earth
globe
is
Earth
flat now,
and
don't
you
I?
don't,
But I
yeah,
know
that's your
the Earth.
bias. That's your
But I know
bias.
the Earth is flat. You see, I know the Earth is flat because I came from the globe. I came
But
from the globe
that's
model.
this.
It
But
doesn't
don't you see
exist.
the issue here? That's the bias because it's
Not a
different. It's
bias.
different. If you
It's
didn't
not
have
a
this
bias.
luggage with you,
It is not
your
a
past.
bias. I'm
If you
sorry.
didn't have
I
your
go by those
past with you,
standards.
you
I
would
don't go by those. I
treat.
don't operate on those standards. You
Please,
might want to
Jen.
call it
I
a
hate.
bias. You may want to call it a bias. That's up to you. I don't call it a
Okay.
bias.
I don't care.
Coming from
I don't care.
knowledge.
Please stop talking.
Knowledge.
Please stop talking. Please stop talking.
Right, go ahead.
So you have the past with you, and you would treat the evidence you find today differently if you didn't have the past with you or not.
I agree
And to
with
me,
that. Of course. I agree
and to
with
me,
that.
that is a, let's say you didn't have any knowledge and somebody presented you a picture of a globe Earth. How would you treat that?
I would treat it exactly the way I was treated at school. That's exactly what happened. I believed in the globe. I didn't have a chance to check it. I took it at 6 years old. I took it in and uploaded it, and I took it as truth because I trusted my educators. I didn't have any. I had experiences of leveled plain life, but I've gone to a school where I'm going to learn. And what you think as a child, you're learning the truth. Okay, so you're learning the truth from your educators. So now, at 6 years old, 7 years old, whatever my experience were at that time, were arrested because now I'm being told the Earth is a globe. I'm being shown a globe, and we are showing globes all through our lives, all through my life, being reinforced all through my life. Okay, so that's what would happen. But if it's today, now, right now, me and you, right now, and you ask me to look at this globe, I'm going to do what I've done. Check it out. You see?
Shouldn't you always do the same thing whenever you present an image? If like Travis is good with images, he takes a lot of images. And if it takes an image, I'm not going to say those images are fake. No globers have said their images are fake. So I take all images seriously. We try to see if there's an explanation to it. But when we present images to you, you just say they're fake. You see the difference?
No, the difference is I have knowledge. of how they fake CGIs, and that I have knowledge of this. So now you show me your image, I'm already assuming it's CGI because I have the knowledge.
That's right.
Can
That's my whole point.
Can I not finish? Because you asked me, I'll let you speak. Now let me speak. Because I have knowledge that we cannot go to space. The vacuum of space is not peppered with satellites. So the image you showed me didn't prove that they're up there. That's the problem.
What if you're wrong?
They did actually, because if you're going to falsify your own belief, the only way you can falsify that is by actually proving that you can actually go to space. So if somebody were to present you evidence that you could go to space, for example, by taking a picture of a satellite in space, which somebody has done, you would automatically reject that because you have a presumption about how the laws of nature are. So there is no evidence that it will.
Again, you're lying. Again, you are lying.
You will not. There will no. There will not. No. I'm not finished. I'm not
Tell
finished.
me when you're finished.
I am not finished.
I'm
You
listening.
can. The cue is when I stop talking, I'm finished, Jim.
Okay.
When I'm talking, I'm not finished.
Yeah,
I
but
thought that was
sometimes you
pretty
stop
normal.
talking. Sometimes you stop talking, and then I start talking, and then you talk again. So let me know when. Say I've
Yeah, everybody has to breathe, Jen.
Jen, I just because I stopped talking for like 1 second doesn't mean that you can just immediately jump in.
Yeah, I'm like a cold
I mean, I
spring.
might take a breather for 2 seconds.
I'm a cold spring ready to unleash. When you're ready, let me know.
Calm down, Jin. So when you have, you already have the presumption of the laws of nature, which makes it impossible. But so the scientific method is to scrutinize your own theory. So you have a theory now that you can't go to space, and the only way to prove that is to see if you actually can go to space. But you have a disconnect there where you say, well, all evidence that is showing that you could go to space, for example, by showing things actually going to space, is fake. So it's impossible to falsify your own theory. You have an unfalsifiable theory.
Have you finished?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear. Have you finished?
Yes.
Right. Now, don't interrupt me for the next 3 minutes. Now, you say I presume to have knowledge of nature. That is a mistake, number one. I know the knowledge of nature. It is not a presumption, okay? Therefore, when you present me an image that somebody else took of satellites, I have never ever seen a real satellite image on Earth here through the internet. Every single image that I have seen has been CGI, that is purported in space. I have seen satellites being constructed, images. That's one thing. Seeing them being launched into space, being deployed, and being there, never seen that in my life. And I know that we cannot go to space. I know this. We cannot go there. So it's not a presumption or an assumption. It's knowledge. I know we can't go there. Okay?
Yeah.
I yield. I've finished.
Jin, knowledge is not a final position. Knowledge is something that we tentatively hold to be true until we have reasons to discard it. Which is why I keep saying, what if you're wrong? So I can't be wrong. So, for me, there are very few things I cannot be wrong about, either totally or partially. That to me is a very rational position to hold because it keeps us humble in our position. And this is the issue that you have. The fact that you want to say, there is no way that you could be wrong is an issue, Jin.
Have you finished?
Yep.
Right. That's your standard. That's your standard. I don't operate on your standards.
It's
I have
rational
my standard. Please, that's your standard. I don't operate on international standards all the time. Okay?
Rational.
My standards
international standards.
Are you now going to interrupt me when I'm talking?
Yeah, but you said international. I said rational.
It was just funny. Yeah. I apologize.
Let me listen to what I thought you said. That's why you need to speak clearly. But now let me just carry on without any interruptions yet. And it's this. I don't operate on your standards. Your standards do not my reality make. My reality, my standards are this. I know we cannot go to space. I am not wrong in that fact. I'm prepared to lay my life down on that for that one. Can't go to the moon. We cannot go to Mars. Satellites are not up there in space operating around. But I'm always interested to see the images that you guys who are exhibiting this separation anxiety disorder, I'd like to see what it is you're hanging on to. That's why I'm interested. That's why I'm interested.
Can I?
Okay?
Yeah, and I accept that you have a reality denying disorder. That's cool.
Can I jump in with my standards? My standards happen to be that I know that we can go to space. I know we went to the moon. I know we will go to the Mars. What do you say about that, Jin?
I say cosmic rays and radiation.
That has nothing to do with it.
Hang on a minute. You asked me.
Yep, go
Do
ahead.
not interrupt when I'm talking. When I'm finished, I will tell you. When I'm finished, I will clearly tell you I'm finished. So allow me to speak.
Let's Jin.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
It will take 2 minutes. Now, when regarding the what do I say about the Mars and that? I say to you this: cosmic rays and radiation. Stanley Kubrick and The Shining. Okay, we know that you cannot go to the moon because there are 3 radiation belts that human beings, the astronauts stupid enough to be out there, have to circumnavigate through. Right, and the levels of radiation would kill them instantly, and the equipment they have would blow up, such as the level of the radiation that's out there. Not to mention the cosmic ray particles traveling at almost at the speed of light, to the tune of for every square centimeter, there would be 4 cosmic ray particles impinging on that. So it's like trying to go through rain and say you're not going to get hit. And they didn't carry enough shielding to protect them, because the shielding that would be required for them to withstand cosmic ray particles is said to be over 2 meters thick. I've finished.
There are 2 possible ways to go here. One would be the intellectually honest route of listening to what you say. The other one is operating by your standards. And your standards is when you know something, you will reject all evidence. So that's the route that I will choose now. So I reject everything that you said because I said that I know we went to space, we can go to space. I know we went to the moon.
Okay.
There is nothing you can do about that knowledge.
Unfortunately for you, you're exhibiting, like I said, this cognitive dissonance followed up with the separation anxiety disorder, because you're not arguing with Jin CBR1 as such. You're arguing with the experts in the field who tell us all this. That's NASA themselves, the
NASA tell us we've gone to space.
NCAA, and astrophysicists and scientists alike.
And they all say that we've gone to space, Jin.
Bill would know. Bill Wood.
Who says we've gone to space?
Bill Casing.
The CIA is telling us there's aliens.
Yeah, silly asses.
Yeah, I mean, all of the people that you've mentioned, all the agencies you've mentioned, say we've gone to space, Jin.
No, they
so we have to believe the experts. We have to believe the experts in their field who say that we've been to space, and somehow we've managed to negotiate the Van Allen belt and the cosmic radiation. And things haven't exploded because they've told us, these experts in their field have told us that they haven't. So we have to accept their view.
No, we don't have to accept their view because there's...
Well, then why do you accept their view about the radiation?
Well, have you finished? Because I thought you had finished.
Yeah, the question is, why do you accept their points of view on the radiation and not anything else?
That's a fair question.
Because the radiation thing is damning to the ability to go to space. It would be so dangerous, you could never make it. That's the first thing.
They say that we have. Even though we've got these issues, these obstacles to overcome, they have said that we've overcome them and we've sent stuff to space.
Yeah. Then they would be lying because the information they put out that it would.
So maybe they're lying about the radiation.
And the reason why we know they're lying is, like I said, Stanley Kubrick, the greatest film director that ever lived.
The guy that moved to England so he could film Lolita because our censor board was a lot more generous than the American one. Yeah.
Whatever. The best film director that ever lived has let us know that he did that.
Well, he hasn't, has he? He's never come out and said, aha, it was a fake. He never wrote that down anywhere. It's your interpretation of some of his films, looking again to support your cognitive dissonance, your separation anxiety, and your bias.
Basically, it's this. He actually let us know in his movie. So his movie, The Shining, is the actual yelling and blowing the whistle. Fantastic.
Yeah, that's an interpretation. That's not Stanley Kubrick's words.
It's Stanley Kubrick's words, and legacy.
It's filled with symbology.
Yeah, I agree. It is filled with symbology, but when we look at symbols, that's an interpretation. Doesn't mean that we've got the exact meaning of what they're trying to portray or say. It's us making certain assumptions about what we think it means. That's the whole problem with symbology.
It's clear when you watch each scene from the very outset, the opening scene that shows the letter A referring to Apollo, because Stanley Kubrick was involved in the Apollo missions. Then the music of the dead, again, that reports that links to Apollo and everything else. It's fantastic. Then you've got the driving to the Sun Road, right, which is the name of the road that you have going to Cape Canaveral. Okay. Then the Volkswagen, for example, that had all this. Hang on a second, please. There was the Volkswagen Beetle, which is red in the Stanley Stephen King book, but in this particular case, it's yellow. It gets to the hotel, and you see all this luggage coming out of a car that it could never fit, relating to that the Saturn V rocket could not carry enough fuel to get them there and back. There's lots of things going on, I mean, I love that film, man.
Jesus Christ.
That was great. Look at the detail.
Yeah, it's fine. I love that.
You were trolled again, Jen. Oh dear.
No, I haven't. It's all logic. I love that man, Stanley Kubrick. But like I said, the environment is not conducive for any human being to be out there. It's way
maybe he was doing it as a joke, because the last film that he ever made was to show how stupid people are about the symbology that they believe, called Eyes Wide Shut. And that's how he's actually tricked and fooled people to shut their eyes. And obviously he used Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, both well-known Scientologists. So not only was this about how stupid you are, but how stupid people then join stupid organizations based on stupid beliefs.
It's not. You're not being exactly truthful there. Eyes Wide Shut was an insight into the behavior of the elite and how we miss as clear evidence, because we got our eyes open, but indeed they're wide shut. This is exactly what he's saying.
That's exactly it. He's basically trolling the people who don't believe we went to space by saying they've got their eyes wide shut. He's using Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, both who at the time were Scientologists, and we all know what a load of Scientology is. And that again was a troll by employing those people. And what made it even funnier, that Tom Cruise delivered part of the eulogy at his funeral just to complete the fucking joke.
Well,
not really. No. Hang on a second, Mo. Let me just get this out now. Basically, he was telling us, open your eyes because you're being deceived. Carry on, Mel.
It's a movie about cults.
Yeah.
And it came out before 9/11. So technically, Stanley Kubrick did flick the switch to wake humanity up.
Everybody up. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like it. Every single film he made was a wake-up call and a whistle blow in all his movies. So the moon thing, again, clear mental disorder. Like I said, 2022 is the year we flat earthers put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass and ask them why is it they want to believe in things they cannot see.
Same script. It's only been 10 minutes. You're doing it word for word again.
It's going to be happening. This is just like an advert. You get advertising on your TV, don't you? Advertising products, do you not? And you watch them. So this is what's going on. The same psychology is at play here.
You sound like a mental robot.
No, this is a man who's committed to the cause to deliver the truth.
Delusional.
Especially those who are listening to this episode in the future. Thank you.
Jen, I've DM'd you my globe Earth proof, 3 videos, because I don't want to be that hypocrite that doesn't present anything. So, if you're interested in my globe proof, you can have a quick look and then tell me about it.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to waste my time at this
No, I've
moment.
DM'd you. It's three videos proving the globe to me, and maybe obviously it won't prove it to you, but then you can at least admit that I have presented my proof.
Well, I'm going to have a look at it later on. I'm not going to look at it now.
Why not?
No, I'm not.
That's
like
what
I
you
said, I'm
asked
not
for,
gonna look at
didn't you?
it.
You
I'm
asked the
not going to
globers
be
to
wasting my.
prove.
Yeah, I'm glad you posted it. Then I will dissect it at my leisure.
Okay, well, why are you so desperately asking Globus to prove, well, and then saying you'll watch it later?
I'm going to watch it later, of course. I'm not going to speed watch it, because when you watch something, you have to get into the psychology of the people who are presenting this information. So I don't want to speed it. I want to watch it all the way through.
It's just the first one is 20 minutes of a sunset.
Don't worry about it. I'll watch it when I'm ready. When I'm good and ready.
All right. Oh, don't ask me in between for Globe Earth proof, because then it will remind
I'm
me
glad you
that you've been given it and you're still
so
asking.
far. That's good. That's okay. I'm glad you've done that. I'll watch that at my leisure.
Thanks, Dawn.
I will still carry on saying that you are suffering from separation anxiety
That's
disorder,
fine, I'll say that about you
you're
too.
exhibiting it. You're
I'll say that
exhibiting
about you too.
Whatever. You know, I mean, we've got proof.
And you could say
you go outside your front
Don't
door
ask
and have
me
a
for
look at the
Globe
flat
proof
Earth world.
anymore.
Go outside and look at the flat
Say
Earth
you're
world.
welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? My dad's deader than your dad.
Whatever. Let's hope he had a good life.
So
No, he's a shit human being, and I danced on his grave when he died.
let's discuss something, but don't ask me for Globe proof, because you've already got it.
Then say you're welcome.
I don't know if it's proof or not yet, so I haven't seen
No,
that
it
yet.
is for me. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Well,
That's
I don't
my,
know if it's proof.
Say you're welcome.
That's
Welcome
my
to the
Globe
globe.
It might be for you.
Welcome to the
who's
globe, Jim.
suffering from separation anxiety disorder. It might be for you if you presented me your proof or your evidence.
Well, I've
provided
a conclusive and proofed analysis of Eyes Wide Shut and how this was absolutely synonymous with people believing stupid things without good reason. And not accepting the fact that they can be wrong about stuff in the way that they perceive the world around them. That to me is a perfect example of Stanley Kubrick's work.
Yeah, we were gullible and
if
trusting
I'm
and
honest,
naive.
Yeah, if I'm honest about this, I was in your shoes, foolish, but I've woken up. You're still in that state of mind, so that movie applies to you.
Yeah, I like evidence, proof, and something that's repeatable and measurable. You're right. That's my shit.
You're right. In that flat, wide shut refers to you.
It's all revealed itself. All those secret societies have revealed themselves.
Yes, they have.
And the film Highlander shows that people who were Egyptian had Scottish accents.
There can be only one.
That's amazing.
You Spanish peacock. I'm not Spanish. No, he fucking wasn't.
You cut the head off, and you get the other person's power. It goes into you.
And actually, the main thrust is the whole point of Highlander is it actually was a trope for the double glazing company to go and replace all the glass that got broken.
He loves his joke. Can't be serious all the time. I get it. But
I'm doing an absurd argument because I feel that your position is absurd.
No, my position is solid, sound.
I know that's my opinion, Jim.
I know you're talking over me. I let you speak. I let you speak, didn't I?
Go on,
Jim.
Not? Go on.
My position. Allow me to defend my position at least. My position is of someone who's sane and vehemently listening to Stanley Kubrick, and now I've woken up. So thank you very much.
And every insane person, an awful lot of insane people think they are sane. I agree.
Well, yeah, I can agree with that. I am not one of them.
But you wouldn't know.
I even met
that.
with his wife, Jin. His wife came
did
out.
you?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yep.
Wow. Wicked. Brilliant. You lucky man. Yeah.
He liked animals. She told me
Yeah.
he'd be at home and he was happier with animals than being at home with his family.
There you go. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, his house in Herefordshire is beautiful. I've been there.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Really?
Place.
You've been there?
Yeah, one of my
No,
mates lives around the corner from me.
Yeah,
Well,
I've been
where his
past
house
there
is.
several times. Loads of times. Hundreds of times. I've cycled past.
What, you cycled past his house in Hereford?
Yes, Hereford, yeah, because I've cycled to Hereford. But motorcycles also.
You cycled to Hereford from London
Hang on.
hundreds of times.
When you're a courier, you're going to be using a motorbike. But on a Sunday as well, for my own health keeping, I've done that. Beautiful place.
You cycled from London to Hereford on a Sunday?
On a Sunday, early morning start, yeah. Why not? What's the problem? I've actually got the bike that I cycled on in my room right now. I'm looking at. It's a Condor made by Condor Cycles.
How far is that, Dross?
143 miles as the crow flies, and that's if you go down the M4.
I mean, I did the London to Brighton every year, there and back.
Yeah, London to Brighton's about 30 miles, Jim.
No, it's not. No, it's not, man. Not from
About 40
Central
maybe.
London. Get it right, will ya? Fucking 80. From where I live, it's 80 miles one way. Shut up, man.
So you cycled 280 odd miles in a day.
Yeah, what's the big deal? Yeah.
And
I was
by the
doing
way,
karate.
from central London
I'm a second black belt. I was a second black belt in karate at the time. Yeah.
From central London to Brighton is just over 50 miles.
No, it's not. Yeah, but I live North London, don't I? I live North London.
Yeah, and if you lived in North London is not 30 miles from central London, from the Marylebone Road, is it?
From central
it's about
London
6, 8.
From central London to Brighton is roughly 63 miles. Roughly.
It's 53 and a half miles.
How far?
53 and a half miles, so it ain't 80 miles.
It's more than that. It's more than that.
I'm looking on the route distance.
Well, it would depend on the route we take. It depends on the cycle, London to Brighton cycle route. Okay? Fucking hell, who are you? Who are you cunt? Thank you.
Someone's
Shut
checking
up.
facts.
Have you cycled it? Have you actually done the London to Brighton charity ride for cancer research? Have you done that? No. Shut up. Don't talk like you know. You see, now you're being annoying. Is this when you be annoying and be a gun?
London to Brighton cycle route, 55 miles, done by them regularly, and with the route that they've used for the last, well, God knows how many years.
Yeah, are you sure about that? Because
yeah, I'm looking at the website right fucking now, Jim.
Yeah. Well, basically, I'm adding on the mileage from going from my house to the office where we work. We all gather ourselves together, and then you go to the meeting place. So the mileage is always adding on, and then you do the cycle.
You're 30 miles away from
and then you've got to return,
there.
and then I've got
so,
to return.
So you lived out
all the
near
way
St
home.
Albans or
Hang on a
somewhere,
second.
did you?
Hang on a second, please. Hang on a second, please. I've got to get
Thought
to
you were
my
Chalk
house.
Farm.
You're not listening now. You're just talking. I've got to get to my house, to the office where we work. We gather ourselves together, leave our equipment behind, and take what we need, and then we cycle off company ride here all the way to Clapham Common, okay? And then from Clapham Common, then we then go on to Brighton, and then we've got to do that in reverse. So it's not going to be as little mileage as you think it is. All right? Thank you. Thank you.
It's not going to be 80 miles, though, Jim.
Oh shit, Jin's still here.
You've got to give in there.
He's on one. He's on one.
Thought maybe it might have run out of hot air.
You're not on my bike. You're not on my saddle, and you're not in my
He's a black belt.
Thank you. Don't try and discredit.
Anything about cycling, you're wrong.
What I tell you.
Jen is the master of cycling. He excels.
He's an expert. He's a professional expert in everything. That's not a me mocking him. That's a Jin quote.
Guys, hold on a second, Jin.
Let me tell you
Jin,
something else.
you haven't stopped talking
yet.
yet.
I've been past Stanley Kubrick's house several on hundreds of occasions because.
He talking
All right. I know. I took care of it. I took care of it.
I gotta get it moderated.
It was also very close to two
Can
IRA
have
bombings. I don't know if he's ever told you that story.
conversation with
Oh, I don't. We don't. Let's not mute him and talk about him. That does sound
What's
like
happening,
an interesting
Jeremy?
story. Yeah,
Hello,
how are you,
Jeremy.
Jeremy?
What's the
What's
latest?
news?
I'm here to wind you people up to the highest.
What's up?
Wind you right up like a twat.
Jen, you're
like
hot
spring.
micing.
That's a good insult. I'm going to use that one from now on. Junior hot mic.
You're fucking hot micing, Jeremy. Mute yourself.
You gotta relax, Jen. Don't let these guys get you worked up, bro.
It's Jin versus the world, though, Jeremy.
I know.
Jin
Just
versus
don't.
facts.
It always has
Jin
been.
versus reality.
It always has been. It always has been. How do you think I ended up as a flat earther?
Yeah.
Your stubbornness, that's the main cause, Jin.
No, it's the steadfast to doing things my way.
Stubborn
Obviously.
ego, that's why you became a flat earther.
No, it's pursuing the truth, following the norm, not taking in everything that everyone tells you. That's it, doing
Except the
things my way.
Convex Earth documentary, which you took in completely.
That Convex Earth documentary is just full of the highest impeccable integrity you'll ever see on this flat Earth.
Except when they're hoaxing an alien in a bush.
I could care less about that.
No.
They had to chuck that in, though, to distract it. Bilu.
I could care less.
Except the fact it's still in space, this concave flat Earth.
Yeah.
I could care less about. I could care less about that.
We just
I could care less
moderated
about
it.
that.
How is it
Now you're asking for it
integrity
again.
if it's a flat Earth floating in space?
You've got more problems
Did you
than
hear
all
what
the
I
other
said?
ballers.
Yeah, tell him again, man. Tell him again.
Sorry, Tom.
There you go.
What?
You've got more problems than all the other ballers. You've just asked him basically to repeat the last 4 hours.
What do you mean?
Don't worry.
I'm
It's been moderated now.
using the gaps in
I've intervened.
rambling to discuss himself with him. What's wrong with that?
You're asking me about that film.
Yeah,
and I'm
stubbornness.
telling you the
The
content.
stubborn.
It is my favourite way to.
Joking that you think you have integrity while taking in a hoax flat Earth documentary. That's just a
But it's
joke.
not a hoax flat Earth documentary because
Yes,
you
it
haven't
is.
watched it yet. You haven't. Oh yeah,
I
you said
did.
you
I
watched
watched it
so
when
I'll
it
give
came
that.
out, as I told you
I
earlier.
misspoke there. You have
Have you
watched
got
it.
your head around
I
the
watched
speed of
it.
light yet, Jeremy?
I fucking watched it.
Okay, you've watched it, but you don't understand the integrity that's in the film, in the documentary. You don't
Where's
understand.
the integrity when it's a convex flat Earth floating in space with a fake alien in a bush?
When you see the equipment, and the method that they used,
This is the best.
equipment
This is
method
old school
that they
flat Earth.
used to disprove the globe was amazing. That's
the
the
opposite
integrity.
of
This is a
integrity.
repeat.
If I ever saw an opposite of integrity.
Geo's now doing repeats,
It is.
guys.
You don't know what it is. You can't spell the word, and you don't know what it is. You don't have a shred of it. That's the problem.
This is from 2018.
Yeah, correct. 2018. Yeah.
I think Geo's sick. He's just running repeats.
Yeah. Yeah, it's from
Oh,
2018.
yeah,
It's
Tom,
bloody
when you
good.
discussed the gyro, that's a repeat of 2017, 2018.
Fantastic.
Well, you guys still haven't verified it. Yeah, I know. It's getting lame, isn't it?
You're obsessed with something being verified that you don't believe in. That's your problem.
Hang on.
Not a
Verifying
problem, it's
something I
all-
don't believe in. That's a bit interesting.
That's definitely a you issue.
Is it? I thought you guys haven't verified something you believe in.
You thought. That's a you thought. Get it?
Is it?
Yes.
So you guys have verified it?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. So we're still there, 2015. No worries. Claims of verification.
All
Just nothing.
verified. It's just you. Get it?
Okay, fair enough. No worries. No worries.
Good job. Well done. Good job. Fantastic.
No. Jesuits are good for one thing, it turns out.
Why would it be any different to what they've told us?
Who's they?
Who are you asking?
Everyone.
I think Mel's asking me. Okay. Well, because they've given us reasons to not trust them, Mel. Plenty of examples to not trust them.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Good answer. And when you actually go and actually have a look at the thing, I mean, you took the thing. One thing because
I found a guy with a toy gyroscope who's disproving the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, that must be precise then. You guys would really honour that fucking precision if we used it to prove fucking stationary.
Stop the presses.
He does link to a Navy video that explains gyros.
That experiment makes no sense.
Which?
It's like Bob doing like what? So Bob Noodle is sitting there in his room one day and he thinks, "Oh yeah, I'll get a gyroscope and turn it on."
Yeah. Doesn't that make sense? I mean, I think it's a pretty good. Like, I often give flat earthers credit for like ingenious ways of testing things. I think it's pretty good, don't you? What do you think is not good, I guess, about it, Mel?
It's almost like he got results he wasn't expecting to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
Bob Noodle.
And this is a man who was not familiar with the equipment he was going to use. Yeah. So it was all new to him. He hadn't used it before. Okay.
I forget which it was, like which you say is the like which hypothesis. But there's like this one, the null, and the whatever. But it seems like it fundamentally showed the one that was the opposite of what he was saying.
I honestly wonder why he did the experiment in the first place.
I honestly think he thinks the Earth is stationary, and he thought of the best way he could think of to test it, and that's why he did it.
Yeah, Mel, I was
And
like
it's
you as
easiest
well,
to
because-
take his word for it and say he's a truthful person. It's just he's not accepting the results.
Have you finished now? Because
Accepting
you
what
stopped
results?
to talk.
It wasn't 15
Right. Now,
degrees
Mel,
per hour.
Yes, it was.
Fucking see.
My understanding is he started putting it in business. Well, his first result, by his own admission, even on the 24-hour live stream, is that it did measure 15 degrees an hour. What he did after that, he put in a bismuth chamber. It still got 15 degrees per hour, and then percentage talked through a bunch of other things that he started doing, namely fudging with temperature, that started getting different results. But the first chunk of measurements, by his own testimony, got 15 degrees an hour. He had to start fuddling with temperature, and according to percentage, I haven't heard of this bit, but getting whatever that was, Gauss gun or some sort of shit, some magnetic tube to get it to show a
hang on,
different
you're
result.
going on. You're going on now. I want to say something.
Am I? Sorry, I
So,
wouldn't
Mel,
want to go on because
thank
that
you.
would make me a bit like
all right,
Jim.
shut up. Fuck
If
me.
there's anything I don't
Thank
want to
you.
be,
Thank you.
it's like
You're
Jim.
going on a bit now. You're going on a bit now. I'd like to say something. Thank you. Fucking hell. It's not the fucking hiding on dog shit show. Now, hang on a second. Now, Mel,
We
you
all know
said
it's the
this. Mel.
crazy,
You said this,
confused
Mel, yeah?
old man
You
show.
don't know why. You don't know why he was doing the experiment in the first place. I was like,
He was trying
you.
to test whether the Earth was
I
stationary.
had
Found out
the
it wasn't. I'm
same.
pretty sure.
Look at that. Look. You're talking when I'm trying to talk. I allow you to speak. I had to interrupt because you were talking too long.
Right,
You don't
you had to
realize that there
interrupt.
are other people who want
I
to
get it.
speak.
No, it's reasonable. You
Okay,
had
so
to
now
interrupt.
if
You
you
just
want
got
to
to.
carry on talking, you know what I'll do?
Okay,
If you
we'll
want to
stop
carry on
yourself, I
talking, go
guess.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. Yeah,
Talk.
he was
When
testing
you finish,
whether
I'll talk.
we live on a stationary plane, and he demonstrated that we probably aren't.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. The last thing you said, I totally agree with. I think we probably are on a stationary plane too. I do
Right.
think that. And
No, I said the
mean-
opposite of that. I said I think he tested to see if we live on a stationary plane and found we probably aren't.
Well, that's what he was trying to do in earnest, but he wasn't familiar with the equipment he was using. That's what I think, anyway. And
Right.
that's what he said when I spoke to him.
So it's an interesting thing, isn't it? When a flat earther does a test that shows that we live on something that's rotating, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, it's all of
No,
them.
he knows
It's
what he's talking
Jaren
about. He
too.
didn't know thing with the equipment.
Jaren,
Yeah.
you know, with the laser.
Yep.
What with the salad, the super accurate laser aiming device that they didn't use and stuff? You mean like FE Core? Is that Jaren?
Well,
Hope's proved by flat earthers a few times.
Well, this is it because Uber Josh, in America, he went to the Salton Sea and they did. They had a mirror and a laser, and they did get a straight beam across. I think it was. I don't know how far it was, but they did get a direct hit on the mirror.
On the target.
Have you had a fallout with Dell, Mel?
Eh?
Have you had a fallout with Dell?
Nah.
No, okay, fair enough.
Nah.
No, why did you ask that question?
Oh, just sort of sounds like Mel might have a little. Sorry, Dell and Mel. Fucking, that's hard to say too quick. Fucking Dell. Is going to have a little issue with some of the shit you're saying here tonight, Mel.
In here.
Why is that? What's wrong with Dell and the Salton Sea? Is there some goss? Share?
No, before that.
What?
Mel seems to be advocating for the spinning globe.
No, not at all.
Was that a confusion? Yeah, I think that was just a confusion.
Was it?
I think I said
I am
one thing.
breaking up a bit. My bad.
Well, no, I think it was. I said he tested to see if it looked like we're on a stationary plane. It looks like we aren't. And I think Merle took that to mean the opposite and then started agreeing with me, which might have caused the confusion. But he thought I was saying we are living on a stationary plane.
I thought he flipped fully for a minute there.
Yeah, I did too. For the first couple of seconds of him speaking, I was like, "Oh wow!" I got the impression Merle was questioning it. Now it seems like he's over the other side.
I've got my version of what Earth is. You know, I'm not the regular flat Earth. I don't think it's dome and pizza dish and all that stuff. I think everything's close in close vicinity. I think the flip is what they've said is everything's far away and really big. I think it's all local.
That is the flat Earth model with a dome, pretty much.
Well, I haven't seen a dome yet.
Stationary plane is the pizza dish. That's what we mean.
So how close do you reckon it is? Like, how far do you reckon the sun is?
From the hot air balloon footage I've seen, like it's not that far at all.
Do you reckon we could be able to triangulate it?
That's just the artificial stuff.
Most definitely can triangulate it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the one China have got up there, that's the one you're spotting from the balloon.
So pizza dish and local stars, that is what they mean by the stationary plane and the dome, pretty much.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be a circle.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Jay
And I
Tolan.
Because you were flirting with the Pac-Man a bit, weren't you, for a bit, Mel?
I just think it's I see it like levels, and I think the sky is another dimension, like completely to this one we're in.
Wow. I want to find the portal.
Jay Tolman Media reckoned it was 5,000 miles away. Did the sun?
So you'd be able to triangulate that, right?
Distance to.
You'd think so.
What about Polaris?
The if you look at the first scene of Eyes Wide, not Eyes Wide Shut, but Don't Look Up. They're in this observatory and it opens up and it shows all the stars. It looks like a screensaver.
Because like if you pick up a Polaris, we could test it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how high do you reckon Polaris is? If the sun's 4,000, are they all roughly the same distance from us, or?
Well, that's the question, because if they're smaller, and in a closer vicinity, like you have to rethink things, right? Even the fact that we can see them in the first place. They say they're light years away. I'm more thinking if we can see light rationally, logically, it has to be close for us even to see it, because we just take it. We're under the assumption that we can see light years.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So how close do you reckon?
No, we're not.
10,000
We can't see
kilometers?
light years. The light comes to us. We're not seeing light years, people. The light comes to our
Merle's
eyes.
agreeing with you, and I'm agreeing with his presuppositions. Yeah, the globe view is that you can see for very, very, very long distances if the light's bright enough. Merle's is not.
No, but you can
blithering and cohere, a barrage of blithering and coherence.
Yeah. I mean, someone that goes out to beyond the imaginary curve calls it the great switcheroo. So it's all based on how we actually see, like the way we perceive the world or the reality isn't how the reality actually is, just from looking up train tracks and how things converge in the distance. It's not really doing that, but that's our perception.
That's why it's been reverse engineered. That's why people use that word.
Yeah, Gav's done goes for about, I don't know, an hour and 45 minutes. They dig right into the spherical coordinates, 2D, 3D spheres, the eyeball, how light comes into the eye, the geometry of the visual field. So it's all good stuff.
If you think about what you just said before with the whole close versus distance, if everything is so far away and we're seeing the light, that if you think about the whole expansion thing, the light that if things are moving at the speed of light, then we're only seeing the light that was able to get to us from when it was close enough to us to actually get to us before it started heading away too fast to leave us. But anyway, how does that light actually come through clear enough when you think about it like that to actually focus in on, say, Saturn and things like that? How are we receiving a clear enough image of light from years and years and years ago that is, able to be focused on like we can? Seems like we're actually focusing in on things much closer.
Yeah.
Because it's old light that we're looking at. It's not like we didn't leave the planet yesterday and hit us today. It's fucking light years. It's old light. And yet we're able to fucking get a crisp image of it through our atmosphere.
That's it.
And it's all twisting and turning through the corkscrew of our galaxy, and it's all just fucking shit. I hate getting fucking stuck in Narnia with you fucks. Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I started to think, because I was like, if I can see it, it must be in my vicinity.
I would just need to demonstrate that, like show some evidence for it, rather than like doing my best guessing, because I don't know what. Like I feel like to be confident of that, I would need to know what something very bright and very large looks like light years away to go, it's not that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but then we've got no baseline for it, I suppose. But then at the end of the day, like, you've got to appreciate that what we're seeing is very old light, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the
coming
story.
from those
planets. Even from Alpha Centauri, what is it, like 7 years old? From further ones, it's hundreds, is my understanding.
Yeah, so, they could have already been, not there.
Yeah.
Could have already gone. We won't know about it.
Yep.
Well,
some of them could long be extinct and we're waiting to see them go pop.
How the fuck are we focusing in on these things? How is the light coming through so perfectly after traveling
Same
that
as
time
through
if somebody,
space.
it's like
when we're moving.
if a car that's driving backfires, or this is a better example actually. If you've ever been to an air show and a plane breaks through the sound barrier, where the plane is compared to where that crack hits you from is vastly different, because the plane's moving so fast that by the time the wave from the sound gets to you, you're like, that's not there. That's like 100 meters back there.
Yeah, but do you think the sound out the back of the aeroplane is exactly the same as the sound that we hear? Or do you think it's changed a bit through the air? Because that's sort of the analogy. It's like the light would have changed a little bit over those years, and the fact that we are not in the same location. Like it's not actually the same light that was projected towards us originally.
Isn't it?
We've moved from that location. Well, no.
Well, I mean, but it's radiating out. The
light,
light's radiating. Light's not looking for us. It's radiating out in all directions,
No.
and we're getting whichever bits
I
happen
know.
to twinkle into our eyes.
Yeah, but only from that location. So the light that was radiating out to the left is not the light that we're going to see from the location that we are now. So until we move as a planet and get into a different spot, then we see different light coming from a different angle. That's not the same light though. Like the same, literally the same packets of light or whatever you want to call it, photons. It's light waves. It's different light. But still, this whole focusing in on it thing, that just seems like it would be very, very hard to do over time with everything that's going on. Be hard to check that though. Actually, no, it wouldn't. Oh, maybe. Because stars do twinkle. So there is that.
Understanding is that's the atmosphere, though. My understanding is the explanation is that is just a little bit of refraction in the atmosphere, and when you go up above the atmosphere, they're steady points of light.
Because because when we're seeing redshift and blueshift from things, then that's obviously got nothing to do with what's happening right now. Redshift and blueshift must be relating to things that have fucking happened a long time ago.
Yep, would be right.
And then, but hang on a minute, things are moving. So why are we still seeing it as red and blue shift? Wouldn't it be a different frequency?
If it was moving away from us at the point that light left, then it's red shifting, and we're getting red light that comes from it, which is wider.
Yeah, but how long does a red shift for? Yeah, but how long does a red shift for before the frequency changes into a different, or is red and blue shift like very general?
My understanding is it'll leave at a wavelength and it'll just stay at that wavelength. The only thing that'll change that wavelength is its speed in relation to the observer. It's whether it's traveling towards or away from the observer.
Yeah, coming back would be very different. Because you're getting multiple waves coming at you at different frequencies as it's approaching.
Well, that'll be blue shift. Yeah, that's not different frequencies. That would be the peaks of the waves. The frequency is higher. At least that's my, again, layperson's understanding.
Yeah, higher towards.
Squished up, like the Doppler effect.
Yeah, see that again. As we're spinning around as a globe around the sun, as we're heading towards some things, we should actually be having a different effect going through the light that we're seeing things as we would moving away.
I think that is the case. Yeah, I think that is the case. I think the effect is
going one way, the other.
Quite subtle, but yes, I think that is the case.
Well, obviously, it'd be calculated to be the fact. It wouldn't be a guess. It'd be like, yeah, that's definitely happening.
Well, I mean,
it has to.
You have to take the word for Hubble for this anyway. I don't think you can measure redshift with on Earth telescopes. I might be wrong about that, but my understanding is all of that stuff was done.
Are you talking about the aeroplane telescope outside?
Is that what you think
no,
I
that's
mean when
the
I
other
say
one.
Hubble?
Sorry, no, I got the telescopes mixed up. Like there's another telescope that's up there. You know, the door opens on the side of the telescope, isn't it?
Yeah, I've heard
You've
of
seen
that
that one,
one.
haven't you? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
pretty
I
amazing.
just would
Like the
be
fucking
astounded if you
technology
can.
in there.
Yeah, sure. All of it's amazing.
Gyroscopes and shit in there. I wonder what. That'd be really off-putting. You're trying to line up a star and it just keeps on pull back to the center of a rotating sphere. Fucking stupid thing. You must admit, though, with those ring laser gyros, the fiber optic ones, wouldn't be very hard within the detector software that reads the phase shift to just include a 15-degree standard drift.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. That's what I was challenging on before.
With the same software,
all that needs,
account
all
for
that
that
I
when
would
it
say
comes to
that.
movement.
Yeah, all I would say that needs to, that requires, is that at least some people within companies that make fiber optic or ring laser gyros have to be in on this whole moon thing. Just grows the conspiracy.
Well, with that thought, there has to be someone. Yes, whoever did the actual, the software that
Well, if
runs
there's
it.
just one person,
It
what
wouldn't have to
happens
be
when
any more than one person.
Right, what happens when they die? Or get disgruntled or get confused,
Mate,
or
they
need
pass it
some
on
help
to their
with their
son beforehand.
software.
You don't reckon any secrets have never been passed down in families
To their
before?
son? What, and their son follows them into the lying to people by programming gyro code?
If you don't think that's ever happened before, where secrets
No, I don't
are
think
passed
that. No,
down
no,
from
it's
one
not about.
family
No.
to another one,
If you switch that significantly, it's not that
it
has
could
never
even be
happened. What you
that it
require is
turns
that
out one of the family
always
members,
happens.
like mum's sister, brother's son.
But
So
that
you keep
happening
that secret.
once isn't enough, is it? That's required to happen every time this one dodgy person at the gyro company loses his job or gets bored or dies or gets sick or wants to move to a new country. It always requires that he's got somebody else to fill his role.
Yeah.
Well, people don't move country. That's never happened.
Of course they do. But
I've lived in 3 countries in my life.
What? And you can't work remotely?
Sneaking code into my ex-employer? No. No, I've never snuck code in anywhere, let alone into a place I don't work anymore because I've moved to a different country.
You don't need to sneak a code. Why are you sneaking a code?
I don't know. We had a guy called Jeremy who did something on the computers. Then Jeremy went off to live in India to find himself, but for some reason kept asking for password updates and logging into the system to do work even though he doesn't work here anymore. Why does he keep doing software updates on our gyros? Why do we need Jeremy anymore? Because Jeremy's job is to lie about the globe. None of us know about it.
But no one's lying. The one person who made it, they're still using it. Why does anyone even need to lie or even know about it?
Because he's putting in a drift that's not there. He's adding an error
putting it in.
and then controlling back out that error.
No one's added it. The one person did it at the start. No one's had to do it ever again since.
So one person made all gyros and nobody else has ever checked their work or tried to start again from the beginning.
Possibly. Shit. Have you ever checked it?
And that's the most probable solution to this problem.
Guys, are we still talking about gyroscopes and compasses?
No, we just got back onto it.
It's required though. Like what Whites is proposing requires a massive conspiracy, and every time he tries to.
Well, conspiracy is only one or two people, really, and the rest is compartmentalized.
I'm lying.
2 people. Who are the 2 people? Like, how many different companies make gyros?
The leaders.
The same people that have
the leaders make the gyros.
Yeah,
there are no leaders. Reality is a lie.
The leaders know the secret.
And nobody else has been like, geez, I wonder if I can spin things up quickly and sell them for a living.
Oh God! Anyone that's had anything to do with the gyroscope company knows they're a bit shifty.
Fucking hell. Very rigid.
Time
Very
is a
rigid.
lie.
Yeah, very rigid. Exactly, rigid in space.
Yep, absolutely. They've got one guy who
Time
does
is
all of
not
the
a lie.
coding for them, and he adds in a 15-degree
cool.
error, only to delete it back out.
Yeah, exactly right.
So what do they make? Like a bunch of shell companies?
Yeah,
No,
that's what they do.
you're all really
They're all
confused as to how
companies.
this would work, mate.
Come on, you
really
can't kill anyone in life.
Mechanical gyros will physically process in that time. It's not that you've just got some computer where you delete it. They will physically move to a different orientation.
And they all buy their
But they
microchips from the same company. And that's where it all
I've just posted one. Where's the microchip in that one? That looks fairly mechanical and basic.
In the middle of it.
Forever. In this case,
in the middle of it. Okay, that's a lot of complexity to this conspiracy.
Don't you be chiming in, Button.
Hey, excuse me, Mr. Moderator. How can we convince you if everything is just a lie? It's impossible, literally.
How?
Yeah, it seems very improbable. I don't think it's impossible that this many people lie, or this kind of thing happens without people lying. But for each person lying,
look, there's one thing.
It increases the improbability of it in my mind.
You know, Max Scotty.
I'll tell you one thing, Riding. One thing is absolute fact. Absolute fact. Everybody lies.
Sure.
Exactly right. So then you need no more proof.
So let's go with your job, Bandy. Like, what was the biggest lie you ever told in your job professionally? Like, your job was to sort of build safe and effective,
when I'm quoting people and I work in a very nice profit for myself, that'd be the biggest lie.
But are you lying to somebody? Like, are you giving them a cost breakdown and just fabricating, like going, this pipe actually costs 4 times as much as it does?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, that's pretty sneaky. Inflated costs, I guess, is one thing. Do you ever lie about how the pipes work? Like go, I laid like a 4-inch pipe for your sewage, thing, and in fact you only laid a 2-inch pipe for it? Look,
put it this way, right? Generally when you buy stuff, right, you always buy extra, right? So you always got a supply of stuff. And so you always so then when you get the smaller jobs, you generally got a supply of stuff. So you go and quote people, and so the stuff has already been paid for by the previous clients, right? But then when you go to the next client, right?
Yeah, we used to do that in weddings too.
Exactly right. So that's where you make your real cream, when you're charging people for stuff that you haven't even had to buy, and stuff.
We would do the same with centerpieces, where you'd have 2 weddings on a weekend, and one person would get the glass centerpieces. In the second couple, you'd be like, why don't you get the glass centerpieces? They're only $20 a table. Not telling them we've already got that out of the other couple.
Or you charge people for 50 meters of piping when you're only using 42 or whatever the case may be. You always round up. You never round down. Riding, always round up.
That's just safe too. If you stuff up bits of pipe, or you've got to go around something, I imagine.
Exactly right. And look, there are times too when you'll do a job and you hit the unexpected and it takes you longer. So sometimes, but generally when you've been in the game long enough, doesn't matter what profession you're in, you can kind of negate all those unexpected little obstacles. But I would say every single one of the gyro companies, they're all damn filthy liars. Every single one of them.
Not just inflating their costs, but just lying how the instrument works. I get it.
Exactly.
Right. You know what this reminds me of? On the other server, the Gems server. So there's a guy who's, he's called Scotty, and I think it was his grandfather. He had an image from outer space since he was an astronaut, and he took a picture of Earth. You know what they called that picture? Fake, right? So this is the problem. even if we do have our own definite evidence, we will just be called liars as well. I can be
Well,
called a liar.
look, Button, I don't even think Scott's father even existed.
It was immaculate conception.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not a liar right now. I'm only a liar until I get you that picture and I'm an astronaut.
Exactly.
That's why we can't really give you anything.
Exactly. Look, look. Once you can measure bendy water, then you might have an argument.
That's not going to happen.
Exactly.
It's very small scale. Very local.
Stop looking for excuses why not to do it, Button.
I'm sorry, you know, the lifetime of some particles don't decay according to your human lifespan, or, you know, there are so many physical phenomena that don't conform to your needs.
Look, I would imagine, Button, that if you can get that electron microscope and zoom into string particles, right, that you could quite easily measure the curve of water in a bathtub.
You wouldn't be able to, because the strings might be smaller than the wavelength of light.
Oh, so now you're going to blame light why you can't do it. See,
No, in string theory, the smallest, tiniest thing is postulated to be these vibrating strings of energy. So you're not even going to be able to use light to see them. This is how we see stuff. We use photons to see stuff.
Barton, stop with the excuses, my friend.
That's how physics works. That's how physics works. You know what? I need physics to apologize to you. But I'm not confident about the explanation.
Is it horse
You know
hair?
what, Button? You know what? Two plumb bobs hung side by side will always, measurably and repeatably, right, be parallel. They won't diverge. They won't converge. They'll always be exactly parallel.
I'm not gonna reply at this point.
Have you ever measured it to an accuracy within the error bars that the globe predicts it would have?
Oh my god.
My Fat Max has absolutely zero error in it. Zero.
Hang on. We can throw out the rest of the conversation because I'm fascinated to hear about this. What is it? A Fat Max has zero error bar.
Exactly.
So it measures down to what, like the neutrino or something?
The multi-neutrino.
Hang on, what do you have? Like you've got
down
millimeters, nanometers.
Yep.
It's down to the CH.
CH is it? So it goes all the way down there. Can you show me a photo of this magical device?
It's called a Fat Max. You can Google it. You can get them from Bunnings. Right? They're about $24.95. Right? They're pretty easily available.
Nah, they're about $5.
I was wondering what I was going to find.
I've got the big 30-meter one. Right? So it was about $25. One I've got.
Heavy,
yeah.
Oh, you chat shit.
What?
And this is how you've measured the
There we go. Look at that.
Yeah.
The
I guess I need to see the indentations on it to go. So are these the nanometer? What do you call it?
There we go. Look at
from
that.
one point to the next.
Look how accurate that. Look how well it's built with precision. It's built with absolute precision. That tool, my friend. Right? Zero error. Zero error in that.
There you go.
I mean, there's a funny line. There's a funny line in that photo.
Oh, you can take that to the bank.
I'd question the operator, but the tool itself is probably very precise.
Exactly.
To be able to measure the predicted deviation of two plumb bobs hung next to one another within 8 meters of one another.
So is 8 meters like what? 25 feet?
Calculate shit.
25 feet would probably be close.
Thereabouts, Travis, about 25 feet, yeah.
26.2 feet.
Yeah.
Because no one's ever measured it further. So you're right, man.
So what's the expected lean between that? I don't know how you'd work that out. What do you get? How do you do it?
You're going to have more sag in your fucking tape measure across that distance.
Oh, you figure out how much of a nautical mile that is. So how many times does 26 feet fit into a nautical mile?
You need like a perfectly straight tape measure, which doesn't exist.
I don't know. The Fat Max is pretty straight. It's pretty robust.
So it fits into the 1 nautical mile. That fits into 1 nautical mile 233 times.
There we go. Look at that.
So then we need to go 1 arc minute divided by 233. And we get 1.2 times 10 to the negative 6 radians.
What's that in millimeters?
It's very, very little.
All right. There we go.
Wow. Who would have thought eggshells? 2 plumb bobs are basically parallel.
Yeah. I don't know.
There we go.
Indistinguishable.
See? Prove me wrong.
There could be an electron in it, according to eggshells.
But we can see electrons.
I don't know.
Yeah, we should measure that. Easy.
And see angles.
Man, I've got feeler gauges that go down to 1/1000 of an inch. They're pretty damn accurate.
Love a good feeler gauge.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I had one of my cars got serviced going back a couple of years ago, and the mechanic left a full set of fucking kick-ass fucking feeler gauges.
Oh, really?
Inside the engine bay. Yeah, in the engine bay, yeah. And this mechanic was like 2.5 hours away. And so I was like, do I drive back or do I keep these feeler gauges? And I'm like, yeah, sweet.
I got good snap-on tools myself. They're good.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Snap-on, and I've got a few King Chrome.
Fucking one of my Relly's fucking grandpa's was a snap-on dude.
Oh yeah,
he was loaded as, man.
Did he have one of those vans? Did he have one of the vans you used to drive? Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he had a whole area, so anyone in that area had to contract through him. Yeah.
Yeah.
To the hill.
Yeah. That's where I got a lot of my stuff from, those vans. So they used to come around and
yeah. Apparently fucking with the lifetime warranty, that was the clincher for a lot of people with him.
And it doesn't matter how many tools you got, you can always find a new swizzle stick that you've got to buy. Are you working out yet?
Remember the old Holden? I was going to just interject for a Holden fan. Are you a Holden fan?
My dick.
Look, Fords are full of rust, and Holdens. I'm more of a lesbian car kind of guy. I go for the Subarus.
Remember the old Holden special? I think it was on. It was the premiere, and it had like a sun visor on the windscreen, an actual physical sun visor.
Yeah,
and you used to have these like kind of air conditioning style snail shaped vents that go on like a turbo shape on the outside of your passenger window, and it had a pipe coming inside, and you get really nice cool air because it had a water cavity in it. That was the old style air conditioning invented in Australia.
I had an old Kingswood back in the day, powder puff blue it was.
Beauty.
Powder puff blue, not the Kingswood. Remember that?
I had the Valiant Charger with a chain steering wheel.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah.
I ended up just taking it at the end of its life. I took it to one of those smash-up derbies and just trashed it.
Tell you what, my neighbour had the old Leylands, right? And that was an underrated car, the old Leyland P76.
The old Leyland, eh?
Yeah.
Wow. Reminds me of a Skoda I was given once, and all I had to do was get a battery for it. I couldn't believe the interior of the Skoda. It was low like a MR2 to the ground, at very low ground clearance. So even you're going 50, you feel like you're going 100. And it had the ugliest body on it. It was a really bad eyesore, you know. But when you sit inside with the bucket seats and all the dials, and it had like every instrument cluster all the way along the dashboard, and everything was made of quality. But the battery ran out, and I left it on the side of the road with the keys in it. Yeah.
Cool.
What does larder mean in English? Remember the old larders?
Oh yeah, where'd they come from? Those larders, they're like a square box. Those things, weren't they?
Yeah.
Czechoslovakia, I think, originally.
Oh, Czech. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm now doubting myself, so I've got to check.
I think you're
yeah,
right.
they were that like that
I don't
Soviet
blame you
era
for
thing, weren't
doubting
they?
yourself, Russ. I don't blame you for doubting yourself.
Well, you know, I think it's a very good thing to do is have a little bit of doubt. No, they were actually made in Russia. I lied.
There you go.
Owned by the French group Renault.
Renault.
Yeah, that was.
Is that how you say it? Renault?
Renault. Very
Renault.
posh. It's like Target.
What were you saying, Dross?
It's Renault.
Renault.
It's like when we make an adjustment to the shape of our house, we do some renos.
Yeah.
Some renovation.
Yeah, we're just going, oh, what's happening? Oh, I got doing renos. Been sleeping at my mother-in-law's house because they're doing renos. Apparently they're making new larders now, and that looks like an ordinary car.
That's got a bit of a Subaru XV type of a look to it. I've got a Subaru XV.
I like it when Kiwis talk about shining their dick.
Their dick. Shining their dick.
My big dick. I've got the biggest dick in all of Auckland. People come round to sit on my dick.
So I've got the wife outside standing the dick.
Do you live on 4th Street?
Isn't there an ad there? I think that you...
There was, yeah, Waddles. Waddles had an ad. They used to have a
Yes.
Kiwi in it, yeah.
Hey, I'm not saying I'm into deck, but I'm a bit of a deck head. Please that one on cyber.
Why are so many
Here we
Aussies
go.
into flat Earth?
Huh? What?
Why are so many Aussies obsessed with flat Earth?
Because it's flat porn. You know this. Stop fooling yourself. You're just playing a game.
No, that's okay. That's part of the answer. But why Aussies is my question then.
Why wouldn't Aussies? Aussies are smart. They're ingenious. They're the mother of all invention.
Okay,
that's
an
why.
answer. Because it's true and you're smart. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Well, you asked.
I actually think if you look at it this way, you know, all the Aussies are descended from Crims. All Crims are dishonest. Therefore, they have to promote a dishonest perception of the world. I know this to be a fact.
That is harsh.
Yeah.
That is very harsh, Truss. Very.
You're right. There are a lot of Greek people in Australia now.
That's why we have the best kebabs.
I think we got the best of all cuisine.
We do actually. We do have a really good food culture here, I must say. We really do.
Well, that's similar everywhere.
I think, you know, I mean, for me, I mean, I get on well with Aussies and Kiwis generally, because you kind of say what you think, and I think that's a good thing.
We say what we think, and we never mean what we say.
Well, no, you just have very expressive terms of endearment for your mates.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. If he calls you a cunt, you're his mate, but if he calls you mate, you better watch out.
Yeah, exactly right. There we go.
So I've got workmen over fixing my new door, and they've put the frame in. It looks strong. The door looks strong, but there's like a 2-inch gap round the frame to my wall now.
What?
And
they haven't done their job.
Oh,
Don't let it go.
Finishing it now, but I'm just wondering what they do. Do they just plaster over the gap?
They'll probably just put some quadding or something. They'll just put some filling in there of some sort.
And now I can't hear because of drilling. So,
but I would have thought that they would like that would just mean like if it's 2-inch gap, you mean 2 inches between brick and wood.
Yeah, that's
that
what
sounds like
saying.
they've got the wrong size door and they're just going to jank it later.
I heard them say it's an odd one. There's some gaps, but we'll make it work.
Yeah, they'll just put
That's exactly what you want to fucking hear.
What they're gonna do?
Look, as long as you don't.
Dawn, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna probably use Dawn. They're gonna use something that's gonna make that door. Yeah.
Did they remove the original?
Dawn, they're gonna use something that will seal the frame. They're gonna seal that frame in there.
Yeah.
Did they remove?
Can you hear me, Dawn?
Can
you hear me?
Did they remove the original
They'll
door
probably
frame?
use something to insulate. Yeah, they're gonna insulate the door.
Yeah, I'm hoping they have
kind of
got a technique for filling in this gap.
Bit of ether,
maybe.
Yeah, you know what they use, and it will seal it very well, and then they'll plaster it. So that no wind will go through that door.
Bit of quantum foam could do it.
If someone knew this, they could kick down the frame at the side, and that would just push off the brick.
I can
I've seen them foam in that that stuff that goes and then expands in place.
Yeah.
But I thought you only did that if there was
Yeah.
fill the last ½ inch, not a 2-inch gap.
They ain't going to insulate it. No way. I guarantee they're not going to put insulation in there. All they'll do is put some quadding over it, some sort of filling of some sort. But they're not going to insulate it. Not a chance in hell.
Okay.
It's in England though. It gets pretty cold there. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
It's a 2-inch gap.
Is this your house or are you renting?
It's a fire door inside.
Right. It's a fire door though. Is this your house or are you renting?
This is council flat.
Oh, they ain't doing fucking shit.
No.
They're janking their way out of that job.
I'll probably leave the 2-inch gap there and then go.
So your landlord can peek and see what you're doing. He actually asked us to install it with the gap.
Oh, we thought you wanted a peephole.
Peep slot.
Yeah, peep slot.
Dawn, is
like
it a
a
1970s council?
That is easier now.
What?
Is easier.
It's a 1970s build.
Probably. It's a 3-story, small rectangular block thing with a balcony.
What borough is it? What borough?
He's in Norwich, mate.
It's Norwich, not
Oh,
London.
he's in Norwich. All right.
But what's your home address?
Yeah. What's your phone number?
It's all been disclosed already. You can look it up.
I know vaguely where you live, but
I'm joking. I'm just saying words.
Only because I know Norwich. Or you say you'd be closer to King's Lynn than you'd be to Ipswich.
Hey, JJ.
G'day, JJ. Cement it in. Yeah, that would be a bit of a less janky thing to just like slop in some cement.
Hey,
You
well,
just got a big gap at the bottom of your door.
The bottom seems fine. What they've got, is like sponge extenders to go across this 1.5-2-inch gap, and then they're screwing the frame through this stuff, like supports. But between these extra supports, there's just empty gap now between the brick and the door.
Fill it. If you don't need to open it, just fill it.
No,
Oh,
they're
it's a
going
fire
to do
door.
it. I'm just wondering how strong it will be for a new fire door.
Or kick it and find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recommend.
You want to make sure
hanging-
it burns well, otherwise it's not going to be very good as a fire door.
Yeah. Put it to the test.
Put my trust in the science.
Exactly.
We know what British construction of council flats is like for fires, though, don't we?
It depends on the year. That's why I asked when it was built, because they did the kind of a whole lot of rush council house building in the 70s and early 80s, where they basically just sort of like stuck a row of bricks up, put a roof on top, chucked in a few windows and doors, and went, there you go.
Mine's pretty strong. It's not a tower block, so I don't think it's covered in flammable material. Hopefully not.
Yeah, that part of White City.
Renfrew Tower comes to mind with all that cladding. Renfrew Tower. Yeah, Renfrew Tower comes to mind, with all that cladding. In Acton the other day. Do you remember? Last year or the year before last?
Well, it's White City, not Acton.
Terrible thing happened.
Was it? Doesn't White City come to Acton anyway? My friend lives there. That's why I said that. I've got a friend who lives there. Acton.
Actually, it might be Latimer Road. Sorry, I think I'm wrong. It's Latimer Road.
Yeah, which is Acton, isn't it?
No, that's Westbourne.
Westbourne Grove.
Oh, my sister used to live there.
Westbourne Grove. It's
not
Acton,
W11. No, it's W11, mate.
W11.
Westbourne Grove, sorry, is what I'm thinking.
Is Renfrew Tower in W11, was it?
Yeah.
Notting Hill area?
Yeah. Holland Park, Notting Hill,
right.
White City, Notting Hill, Latimer Road.
Acton is right there, isn't it? Acton's right there.
Well, then you got Shepherd's Bush, then you got Acton.
Shepherd's Bush, exactly. Shepherd's Bush is more the place. More local to Shepherd's Bush, that's it.
Yeah, so Shepherd's Bush, north of Shepherd's Bush is White City.
Yeah.
So the southwest, southeast of Shepherd's Bush is Ken.
Then you've got Askew Road leading you down onto Richmond.
Askew Road's Hammersmith.
Yeah. Askew Road leads you to Hammersmith.
Runs from the Uxbridge Road, Goldhawk Road through to
it brings you right up to Shepherd's Bush. Right up to Shepherd's Bush.
I used to live on Askew Road.
Yeah. Long road, isn't it?
Yeah.
Long, twisty road. I like it. Nice houses on there.
Yeah, there's if you're going off the Uxbridge Road towards Hammersmith, before you get to Ravenscourt Park, there's a set of block of flats on the right hand side. That's where I used to live.
Oh right, yeah, the old block of flats, eh?
There's a number of them, but all the nice houses are on the left, and and after you go past those blocks of flats, then you get all the nice houses bordering Ravenscourt Park.
Yeah. I used to go past there every day.
Great. At the time I had a job, I was working in Hammersmith. I could literally just walk across Ravenscourt Park to go there. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah. I used to go to the Hammersmith Palais now and again. I saw what's his name.
And for the record, can we have your name and your badge number? And also, are you stationed here in this police station?
Oh. Who's in the police? Who's getting nicked?
I've always thought Bandsaw might have a bit of a hard-on for a Karen.
Someone's getting nicked, eh?
I think that's probably some anti-vaxxer who's making a video trying to out Karen a cop.
For Karen, there was something Jim Jam posted is what I was looking at.
That's definitely woke Karen.
I started looking at it, but I don't know. It bored me, so I've turned it off now.
Oh, we're surrounded by coppers, Jim. You're all old Bill.
What was that? Sorry, police officer?
Yes, you lot are all old Bill. You're letting it all slip now. Little slip there, eh? You wrong, and you.
What's that riding?
Somebody's made a ramp car, so a car that they can run into and you go up as a ramp. Apparently modelled on something from GTA.
Oh, one of those nice looking thing, isn't it?
Deliciously irresponsible. I think it's fantastic.
It's the new filth mobile.
Looks solid.
Looks like, I think you could put that in Mad Max and drive a motorbike up it and then film it in slow motion.
Oh, I just watched the last Mad Max Dawn, whatever that was called.
Fury Road.
Fury Road, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that does look interesting.
Well, that's right. That's what I got to do. I got told the new Mad Max is casting, and so I want to apply to be an extra in the new Mad Max.
What?
Yes.
They're doing another one.
Sweet Mad Max.
If you go up in one of these, they'll take you on straight away.
Apparently they're no, they want motorbike riders, and I'm like, well, I can do a wheelie and a power slide. That sounds kind of Mad Maxy.
Yeah.
Where can they possibly take Mad Max now? Like it's the same.
I mean, the new one was virtually a reboot.
Out the government. Like
it had nothing. The new one had virtually nothing to do with the old ones. If they just keep focusing on different characters in the apocalypse, I think you can keep it going forever.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to know more about those the milkers being milked.
Yeah, that's right. No.
I think what they should do is actually do another one with Mel Gibson. A bit like Old Man Logan. They could do Old Man Mad Max.
Oh, tell you what, if they got Mel, he'd command a pretty penny to get in it.
No, not
So apparently
nowadays.
it's
He kind of screwed his pooch on his cost, didn't he?
Yeah.
Furiosa,
Where's the
it's
milking?
called. Okay.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed in Fury Road. I must say.
Yeah, I didn't find it like that interesting as film.
My favourite one is still the first one.
Yeah. The old ones are so good. We went to the Mad Max Museum when we were doing our Outback trip, and he's got like a bunch of the original cars and stuff from it. And it did give me such a yearning to watch that film. And the practical stunts, like if they slammed a motorbike into a car, they just actually slammed a motorbike into a car.
Yeah. The old Sandman. Yeah.
Gets me though is when you see sort of like all this sort of like built up defenses and stuff and all that shit, and you think if they only dug a ditch around it, that would make such a difference to their protection.
So agree, wasn't it, Jeremy? Weren't Jeremy you saying the other day like dig a fucking ditch? I hadn't thought about it till it started popping up in these conversations. I was like, a ditch is a good idea.
Fill it with sharp laser beams on it.
It's the most basic defenses. You dig a ditch, you pile the earth up on the side you're looking to protect, and then you build a wall on top of it. Basics of castle building.
What's this you've just dropped, Gin? Flat Earth fallout, legal court proof. No.
Here's what I'm going to bet it is for you, Bandy. It's a thing that flat earthers share around as proof that the Earth's flat, that it was found such in court, when in fact what it was a bet between two individuals, one of whom didn't satisfy the terms of the bet, and so the court ruled in the favour of the flat earther, relating nothing to do with curvature, relating to whether the terms of the bet were met.
Okay.
That's my guess.
You might be right. I don't know. I've never seen it.
Yeah. And the
I've seen
terms
something
of the bet,
similar to that.
they were about.
Yeah, no, that's not right.
Well, they're
That's
about
not the
demonstrate
one.
this to me in this
the
fashion.
It's a different one. This is a different one, guys. It's a different one. I know the one that Riding's talking about, and it's not that one. No.
Okay. What's this one? Sum it up.
It's only 5 minutes. It's only 5 minutes. If you're interested, you'll watch it.
Gin, I don't have 5
sum it
minutes
up,
at the
Gin.
moment. Just sum it up for me, buddy.
It's only 5 minutes.
Oh,
You watch
Gin.
it.
That's all you need to know about the video, Bandy. It's 5 minutes long.
No.
And Jin's unable to give you a summary because
if you're interested,
I'm
you will
doubtful
watch it.
he's even watched many of the videos he posts.
If you're interested, you'll watch it. That's all I got to say.
Not.
Okay, Jin.
Then don't watch it. Simple.
Cool.
It says in the title,
I
it's
just want
flat
to
Earth. That's good enough
summarize
for Jim.
just quickly, Jin. Just quickly. See if it
5
catches my
minutes.
interest.
Surely you have 5 minutes.
Surely
When
it's
you
coming up in
watch it at your
15
leisure.
seconds.
Watch it at your leisure. You don't have to watch it now.
Moderator.
Andy, you can watch it before you go and do another stroke of your bandsaw. Run out to the shed and give it a pat. 5 minutes is nothing.
I just wanted it bloody summed up in 15 seconds. But anyway, not to worry. Don't worry, Jin.
We'll have busted
Don't
for 7 minutes. Come on.
help me help you, Jin. That's all I'm asking.
I don't need help. I'm helping you guys. If you're interested, guys, you don't. You
Maybe
don't.
I need help.
Oh, silence there, Bandy. Bit of silence.
I know. I have to watch it now. Fuck it.
It's not even a court case. It's a lawyer talking about flat Earth. They don't go to court, as far as I can tell thus far.
I have to say, having been watching this is so far my favourite image. Is they've categorically identified it because they captured this image.
Is this from this video?
Yeah.
So that little bit of pixels is evidence the Earth's flat. Good. Well, I'm glad Bandsaw you were asking for clear evidence of plumb lines diverging. I'm clicking through it. There is no legal court proof in here. Glenn Hall. I'm even going to want to find Glenn Hall, and I'm even going to doubt that he's a lawyer. Not a high confidence interval, I should say, but.
And the worst thing is he said this video was borrowed from blah 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 blah, which doesn't exist as a link.
Glenn Hall claiming he's a lawyer.
Definitive
Is he
enough for
claiming
me.
he's a lawyer, or is somebody else claiming that about him? No, he's not even saying he's a lawyer.
Was your claim, was it, Eggshells?
No, it's in the link Jin shares. It says flat Earth fallout, legal court proof, no curvature equals no globe. And then the link in there says a lawyer describes in the video below this less than 5 minutes, this proof of the flat Earth as the simplest flat Earth proof. Da 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 da. And I'm just not finding anywhere where Glenn Hall claims he's a lawyer. He has spiritual teachings. Okay, his website is zedek.us. Living waters, we have entered the tribulation. All Israel shall be saved. What is living water? Oh, where's an about me section? Come on. Truth about New Jerusalem. That's truth about New Jerusalem.
Oh, this is
Bible
classic.
teaching.
I've got to post this image. So this is from Glenn Hall.
Yeah, I'm doubtful this guy's a lawyer.
That is just the best.
Oh, I saw that just the other day. When you obscure the sun with something, with the moon with something black, it goes black. Solved.
I like it. I saw that the other day.
Yeah, so where's the evidence that this guy is a lawyer or that there's a court case, Jen? Like you've demanded we watch your 5-minute video. We're now doing some digging on it. It sounds like just a flat earther sitting in front of a video making another claim. Like, where about it should we be?
It's a real
is it a court
location.
proof?
It's a real location, my friend. He's not lying there, is he?
Let me repeat myself. Where is this a court case?
That's known as clickbait. Come on, clickbait.
So you
man.
lied to
Clickbait.
us. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't lie to you at all. I didn't lie. I said if you're
You posted
interested,
a deceptive
you will watch
link
this.
and stood by it and made us go follow it.
No. The content therein, though. Why don't you watch the video? Why don't you watch it, man?
Let me just get this right. The
Lots of
article with the
it's
deceptive
only 5
title
minutes, right?
has honest
It's
content.
Exactly. It might be a deceptive title, but why don't you watch the content? You see, you're snipping it, but you
like,
won't eat it.
The only
You're
interest
snipping
in
it, but
that
you won't
was that
eat it
there
to
was meant to be
find
a
out if
legal
it's
court proof.
delicious
I
or
proposed
not.
what I thought it
Just
was, which is I thought it was going to be weak, and it's even weaker than that. You clarified that it was something different, but didn't
Watch
point
the
out,
video.
hey, this isn't about a legal court proof.
You just watch
It
5
may
minute
not even be a
video.
lawyer talking. It's just a guy talking about an island that he thinks shouldn't be seen.
Exactly.
Does that seem to you like strong evidence, Jin?
I've got
very strong.
The location is a real
Go
place,
for
so
it,
it is
Bandy.
strong evidence. The fact is, it's 100% provable. You can do it yourself, and it's a real location.
I'm a bit disappointed because I read the title and I'm waiting for it, and I've watched half of it so far. I went on mute and I watched half of it, and I'm waiting for this legal court. And it's just like some random dude just chatting away. Now, I'm not saying that it's not proof, Jin.
Thank you.
Jin accepted that it was deceptive. He's accepted he's being deceptive.
Yeah, but I'm saying
I'm not deceptive.
It's a bit clickbaitish. That's why I wanted a quick synopsis.
I'm not being deceptive, though. I'm not being deceptive at all because.
So you posted a link. We asked you for a synopsis. You refused to give a synopsis. Stood by the link until we had to go watch it, and now your position is that you weren't being deceptive.
Oh, here we go. Look, my aim was
could we just ask the audience here whether they think that's deceptive behaviour or not?
It's another record. It's a longer distance. It's a longer distance.
So is the evidence for the globe deceptive?
It's actually a longer distance. Than
Okay, so you're agreeing that it was deceptive. You're just saying other people are also deceptive.
I'm not agreeing at all. I am not.
Yeah, I said no.
I do not agree.
Okay, so as deceptive, do you think that'd be fair to say?
I'm not being deceptive at all.
No,
What I'm trying to
there's
say
much
to you,
more
let me
deception
say
coming
it.
from the ball side than Jim. I'm sorry.
No. I don't mean how much deception. I mean
If you
how
let me
deceptive was this
explain,
individual act.
If you let me
I think
explain,
pretty
you'll
deceptive.
Based on volume and
understand. So it's
deception
up
as
to
well.
when you're ready.
Okay.
When you're ready, you'll listen. And it's this.
So what about others? Jeremy, you're usually pretty fair. If you're about, do you reckon this is deceptive or not?
No.
Or just dumb? I guess that's another option.
It's not deceptive at all because the information is accurate. It's pointing you to the truth. Clickbait.
If I posted half a boat and said court rules that the earth is a globe, and when you clicked on it, it was just a picture of half a boat, then yeah, that'd be deceptive. If I post a picture of half a boat and say, I think this is evidence of curvature of earth, and it's just a photo of half a boat, and I go, this is just a photo of half a boat, I don't think there's anything deceptive about that. I may be reaching, in your opinion, the wrong conclusion, but I'm not labeling something one thing when it is clearly not that thing.
No, because it says proof of flat Earth.
If you continue to show,
but we interpret that's interpreting evidence differently.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me talking?
That's interpreting evidence differently, not lying about what the evidence is.
You're going on and going on and going on and going on. Why don't you just let me explain to you something and then carry on? Yeah. What I'm trying to say is this: my aim was to get you to look at the video because the content.
Find out that you're a liar.
Are you talking over me again? What's going on?
Yes.
What's going on? You're just being a cunt, aren't you? Right, now, as I said...
Yeah, probably.
You're just being a cunt, aren't you? You want to be a cunt,
You're being a liar and I'm being a cunt. That's probably
accurate. Together then. Right, let's go then, But like I said, my aim was to get you to look at the video because the truth is in there. The content is 100% accurate and it's a real place. So there's no deception going on.
So
no deception at all.
How do we know exactly where the deception stops? If you admit that it started with deception, at what point should we trust the things you say, and at which point should we go, this is probably Jin lying again through clickbait?
Well, you can actually prove the location, can't you? You can go to the website and you can actually look at the location as well.
You know, at this point, whenever Jin tells me about his childhood story or whatever, photos, I just say it's fake at this point. Just to show him this is ridiculous.
Whatever.
You're just losing credibility, Jin. You're losing credibility even amongst the people on your side.
No.
I need to know.
100%. It's a real location. It's a real location. You can actually look at the place and you can do it for yourself.
No, Antarctica doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I must
You know
say,
that.
I must
I
say
don't waste time, people. I don't
that
waste your
I'm having a Scooby Doo at the moment, and that picture that Druss posted is getting much clearer.
There
He
you
did
go.
that for me. Fucking.
I know. I don't waste your time, people. I always give you the best
I'm
stuff.
disappointed, Gene.
I give you the best stuff, man.
You tricked me, Gene. You tricked me. I can't believe you tricked me.
The point is, it's proof, though, isn't it? That's the thing. 100% proof. And Dawn,
Somebody
if
please
Dawn was
moderate the
here,
moderator.
if Dawn was here, he would say, "Yeah, Jim, there's a lighthouse. Thank you," because he was asking about. I said 60 miles and 120 miles. This is even further. There you go.
Miles of fake.
Gene, you tricked me, Gene. I
I
can't
always
believe
do
you tricked me.
I always do my
Well,
best.
Jin obviously has been there and he's tested that, Bandy. So
You
because
didn't
he
need
said
to
that's
trick
what
me,
you
Gene.
could do.
My
that's
bob's
my next
always
step.
parallel, Gin. You didn't need to trick me.
Hey, let's leave your plums out of
Oh,
this,
come
Bandy.
on. Come on. You
Everything is CGI.
Yeah, you mean your CGI? You mean and
I am
everything
CGI.
is
The
CGI.
miles,
That's right.
kilometers are CGI.
You are CGI. Everything
Here we
CGI.
go.
Your whole life is CGI. Even
Here
your
we
clothes
go.
are CGI.
The internet is fake and unreliable.
Hey,
Even your
writing.
toothpaste is CGI, mate.
Actually, Druss might be able to answer this because he's been around the traps a bit longer than writing. Hey, Druss, have you seen that footage of NASA when they're in their command center and George Bush Sr. is being pushed through it in a wheelchair, and behind him is an astronaut standing in front of a green screen, pretending to be in space, a blue screen, green screen, same thing.
See,
Have you
the
seen
interesting thing about that was it was a checkerboard, black and green. So basically, what it was black lines on a green background, which wouldn't work for green screen.
It was a blue screen. A blue screen, guys. Blue
screen. How did he get that up in space?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, we've got heavy lifting ability, so we can take all that CGI into space. There's no problem there.
That's so dodgy, Druss. That's dodgy as all get up.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can actually find the picture.
That's dodgy.
Just if nothing else, just to have the fun of saying that it wasn't blue, it was actually green with
No, the video I saw, it was
black
a blue
lines on it.
screen. It was a blue screen.
What's the question?
Jin knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, got Bush being pushed up in the wheelchair.
Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
Yeah, it's a blue screen, man. Blue screen.
Blue, green, purple. It's all the same. It all spells out dodgy.
It all smells dodgy. It smells dodgy. That's what it does. Yeah, definitely.
We were both kind of half right there, Jin. It's not a blue screen. There you go. There's the image. I actually found it for you. So you will concede it's not blue. That it does have those squares on it, which I did recognise being there. I just thought it was green on black.
Blue screen, man. Blue screen.
You can't do blue screen with that.
No, that will not
It
work.
was a blue screen. It was a blue screen. When you watch the video from the beginning, it's the blue screen.
That is the image of the guy standing in front of it.
I would use that to determine the speed of a ball or something like that, to go how often does it cross a square. It's going to make it way harder to do blue screen.
Bandit, I have a question. Bandit, I came quite in late, but I'm curious. Why did Jin trick you? What happened?
Why did he trick me?
Yeah, because I heard you saying he tricked you.
Because he wanted me to watch a video of that he posted, and it was legal proof of the flat Earth and court proof, and it wasn't quite what the title.
Yeah, I expected that. That's exactly what I thought.
I've got some evidence. that that's not a blue screen. If you want, I'll just share my screen. It's probably going to be easier. This is I would say pretty irrefutable.
Okay, hold on. I've got to watch your screen. Hold on.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. It's loading.
Blue screen, man.
Okay, go.
It was a
sure.
screen.
So it's probably going to be
It was a blue screen.
Evidence.
It was a blue screen. It was.
Well, you tricked me again. What the hell, Riley? What the hell?
I thought you didn't mind
Jim,
siding with people who lie.
Jim, just for you, I thought I would put a nice video in the chat, which is in Japanese. So, you know, you've obviously got the skills to understand that. Though the caption translation works pretty well. Yeah, you can't do that in a Vomit Comet. I don't see any way to do that purely with CGI. I'm interested in your opinion.
Sorry, what have you posted?
Is this tourist? No, it looks different. They had like a Japanese tourist go on board the ISS recently.
This is Soichi
Yeah, it was
Noguchi.
Mr. Maezawa.
Is he the one, or
Japanese Mr. Maezawa?
No, this is an astronaut.
And that is
Yeah, it looks more like a scientist.
If I butchered the pronunciation,
that's the blue
I do
screen.
apologise, Jim.
I was right, wasn't I, guys? That was a blue screen. I was right. There you go. Blue screen. That was blue.
I think we worked out that it was irrefutably Rick Astley. Never giving you up.
Blue screen.
But he also never let you down, which kind of proves anti-gravity, doesn't it? You've got to have 0G if you're never going to give you up or let you down.
So where's the blue screen, Jim? Do you think that grid that's up there is a blue screen?
Well, that's what I called that. That was the blue screen that was behind him. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. So you think you can do blue screen work with that?
Well, they do. They do blue screen.
I'm sitting in front of a green screen. I've done a fair bit of green screen work, both as an actor and made content from it. Let me tell you what's the problem with that. White stripes will mean that you either are going to lose bits of the person or gain bits of the canvas wherever they are white, particularly wherever they intersect with him. So if there's anything white-ish, like near his hands, because they're looking kind of light in the light, around his shirt, around his face, around the logo. If you're controlling for blue, then you will have a grid saying up in the image. If you're controlling for white as well, all of the other white in the shot will go away.
Where's that video supposed to be of taken, Druss? Is that in the ISS or is that in some Japanese vomit comment?
The ISS.
That would be the ISS and Mr. Maezawa.
From your one that you're claiming is the blue screen, Jin, can we have the original video of that? Certainly the right.
No. What I'm saying is that the image that Bandsaw was talking about is this guy. What's this guy's name? Tim Peaks. What's his name? This guy, the guy in the actual video. Yeah, Tim Peaks. And behind him is a blue screen with the grid. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying.
You can't do blue screen with a grid like that, Jim.
No, you do that to measure.
What I'm saying, you're
to
not
do measurements of the speed of something.
I'm saying that you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying behind Tim Peak is a blue screen with white square, checkered, whatever. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what the fuck they're doing there, but I remember this scene in another video. It was either a blue screen or a green screen, which one? But that's what he was doing. This is
you close your eyes hard enough, and you really believe, Jin, maybe it'll become CGI.
Don't worry.
Where's the original video? Like anyway. The whole point of blue screen or green screen, I've got one sitting attached to my wall right next to me. I use it every day when I'm training. The whole point of it is to remove it. So why would you still have it in your final edit?
Yeah, I know. But when Bandsaw was talking about Bush being wheeled off, right? In that scene is Tim Peaks with a screen behind him, which is what we're looking at now exactly, a blue screen with square checkers, and he's got, what's he doing, something with a ball or something? Okay?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was describing.
The title of the video.
Just so we know what video we're talking about. That's all. Okay?
Yeah.
No, they're doing fakery. The point is, it was exactly when Tim Peaks was faking something. That's the point that Bandsaw was making.
But they left the blue screen in. Do you think it's possible that there is a different explanation
how they
for
do
that?
The fakery. They let us know how they do
you think
fakery.
there is a different possible explanation for why he had that blue sheet with white grids on it?
No. The one
There's
thing is
no other. There is only one possible explanation.
Faking it.
Sounds kind of narrow-minded to me.
It's not narrow-minded at all.
Sounds like somebody who's not able to think of the variables in order to be able to control for them. Right? You've got to know the other alternatives so you can test them and determine them to be false, correct?
You know what I'm going to do?
There you go, Riding. There's the original video.
There we go. Yeah, that's the one, Russ.
I can always rely on Jin to come in with some bullshit and somebody else to fix it. Thank you very much.
It's not bullshit at all,
How can we tell? You sometimes straight up lie.
Dog shit. No,
always does this
no
with his
chance
videos.
at all, man.
I know he's impervious to a debunking. One of my favorite incidents was him talking with Druss about the radiation in the upper atmosphere or beyond the upper atmosphere, and Druss goes and gets the original quote that Jin was quoting, and finds that the guy in the next line goes, "All of this had dissipated within weeks." It's like his whole case rested on it.
Writing, I accept that you can't do green screen work with a blue checkerboard thing from what you've explained to me. I accept that, but it's still fake as fuck.
Yeah,
could be. It could be. It could well be fake. I just am highly confident that it would be fake for that reason.
You've got electron microscopes, Bansel, and we can't do something like rockets use basic Newtonian mechanics for it.
Look, but you can't even show a rocket working in a vacuum.
Oh God!
Except the rockets that do get tested in vacuums
with the big exhaust systems.
It's got nothing to do with air, you know. It's got nothing to do with air. The experts are telling you this.
What experts? Are you an expert in rockets?
So if the problem is your problem with them working in a vacuum, that what are they pushing against? That standard argument, what are they pushing against?
100%.
Okay. Can I run you through some other alternatives though? When you see firefighters holding a fire hose, and it takes like 8 guys to hold it to the ground, and if one guy gets it, he gets like tossed around in the air. Is it your position that he's being tossed around because of the force of the air being pushed back by the water ejecting, or could it be like an equal and opposite reaction from the water ejecting? And the air makes
we're talking about rockets pushing up off of Earth and going into vacuum space. And
you know, during the first year of my undergraduate, we even were given like rocket science stuff. We were looking. We've got these DMs, small differentials of change in mass. We looked at it all, and nothing in any of those lecture notes or the equations had anything to do with the medium.
What?
Don't admit that.
A really simple explanation is if you're on a pair of roller skates and you're trying to push open a heavy fire door, you can push it open a bit, but funny enough, you also push yourself away from it. That's the only principle we're showing. So if I chuck loads of mass out the back of a rocket, the opposite reaction is to push the fucking rocket forward. It's nothing to do with the air around it.
Yep, it has.
Oh, don't know.
You can't just make that statement against Newton's, Newtonian mechanics and then just go silent.
Who's Newton? He's dead now. He's dead. He's irrelevant.
What the hell? That makes sense.
You leave his relatives out of this.
Uh-oh. This guy's been sitting on top of the fire hose and gets pushed back by it.
Yeah. And look, at part of that water's hitting the ground, part of that sphere.
Right, but hang on. So once it's hitting the ground, it's left the hose. So it leaves the hose, and then it pushes against the ground. And how does it impart? Like, let's say it's 2 inches out of the end of the nozzle. Hits the ground. How does it then deliver that force of hitting the ground back to the guy who's 2 foot behind it?
It just does.
Bansel, can I say something to you specifically, Bansel?
Yes.
If you look at,
you're a good sport, Bansel.
Bansel, do you know the equation for the force, gravitational force is GMM over R squared? You may have heard of it. Anyways, in this equation, when you work out the acceleration of objects on Earth, near the surface of Earth, you'll notice something. The acceleration will always be independent, mathematically speaking, in the equation, independent of the mass of the object, which means the mass of objects would be irrelevant when it comes to the acceleration of objects towards Earth. And behold, that's what we see in a vacuum. They both, no matter what mass they are, they both fall at the rate of 9.81 meters per second squared. So the mathematics is independent of this variable m, small m, meaning the mass of the object, and that's what it reflects experimentally. So in the equation, we need a variable that tells us when you change this variable, something in the equation changes. And this should be related to the medium.
And Button, you just said a very important thing then, right? You said, behold, this is what we see in a vacuum. I haven't seen it in a vacuum.
Seen what? What I said. Because I thought you said the word hole.
You said, behold, this is what we see in a vacuum too.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's right.
I haven't seen it in a vacuum. And
You want me
neither.
to send you the video by Brian Cox? He did an experiment, and I told you about this ages ago, I think 2 days ago.
Yep, send me a video. Put it in text. Let's have a look at a rocket in a vacuum. Let's go.
Wait. I didn't say rocket in a vacuum. I was talking about masses of objects falling at the rate of 9.81 meters.
Are we talking bowling balls and feathers?
Yeah, I was telling you how in an equation, mathematically, if the variable is absent, let's say mass is not inside the equation. If there's no mass in the equation, it means it's independent of this variable.
Yep, and we're not talking about objects falling in a vacuum.
No, I was telling you this as a stepping stone to this topic, which is that in the equations, if there's nothing about the medium mathematically, then who cares about the medium? Honestly.
But I want to skip a few stones and get to the rocket in the vacuum.
You want to skip stones? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Well, I'll do that next. I'm going through these debunks of. Go on, sorry.
You should kind of care about the medium too if you're a scientist.
There you go.
Yeah, you should. But the equations themselves, when it comes to ignoring these variables as an additional kind of force, it's like when we ignore air resistance or drag. You can ignore it, and those equations themselves have nothing to do with the air. Do you understand what I mean?
You know what's fascinating, Button? Like one of the most expensive sports in the world, Formula One. And then the amount of testing that they do in wind tunnels to get the aerodynamics just perfect, make sure everything works, is absolutely extraordinary, right? Now, you may not be able to see today's wind tunnel results from Ferrari or McLaren or whatever, but you can definitely see results from 5 years ago because what they did go is not relevant to today's season. But you can definitely see stuff. Now, one would presume, right, if I was NASA with $222 billion a day as my budget, right, that I would be testing my little rockets. I'd make a little mini rocket and I'd put it in a vacuum and I'd go, I need to get this thing to work as possible.
A rocket inside a vacuum. You know how big that vacuum would have to be? Because it has to go up, The rocket would
and we could do a little one where they did the bowling ball and feather. We could do a little one, and then we can work our way up from there.
Okay. So what about this guy? He's done a little rocket in a vacuum chamber.
Which one?
I don't know. I've just googled rocket in a vacuum chamber, and I found a channel called Warped Perception that's about to set one off.
Where?
I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, sorry.
I'll post the link as well.
Yeah, no. I'll watch your screen. Or
I won't rickroll you again.
It comes.
Look how little. No, we're talking about a decent vacuum here, not a little one.
Hang on. It feels like you're going to be moving the goalpost a bit. You said let's start with a little one, so I deliberately pulled up a little one.
We're not going to send you anything.
We can't be having a little vacuum.
You'll have a problem with everything.
Okay.
The rocket should have been colored in red. No, that rocket should have been colored in brown. The brown will interact with the photons, and the photons interacting with the light and the magnetic field and the ether. It's going to change the brown.
There he goes. Color. There's a rocket in a vacuum chamber causing a force. That's a quite ingenious way to do it, actually. They've got it in the middle of a bit of spring. That's quite cool. Pushes forward. Okay, this works in place. Blah, 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 blah.
They are as dodgy as anything, those videos you're looking at right now.
You wanted a miniature demonstration of it, and I found you a miniature demonstration. You said it's too miniature.
Now it's CGI.
A miniature rocket in a big vacuum. That's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Sorry, you're high.
That's what I said. I was very clear.
Look, I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it.
A miniature rocket in a big vacuum.
Okay, here we go. Preparing NASA's Glenn vacuum chamber to test a high-powered thruster. Is that big enough for you?
What's big to him?
Yeah, that's pretty big. That's pretty big.
Okay, fine.
Now let's see what happens here, writing. Let's see what happens.
I haven't watched the end of it, so there's
No,
entirely
it's
possible.
only 50 seconds. Let's see where the rocket goes. Come on. Come on.
Well, it says preparing, so I'm not 100% that it would actually set it off.
Okay, we're ready.
We'll see.
We're waiting. We're waiting. Are we going to see this rocket move in a vacuum?
I've got no idea.
Hopefully we see it move.
Well, you won't want it to move. That would be pretty dangerous.
Of course,
you want it to exert force, but you don't want it to move.
of course we want to see it move. Otherwise, how do we know it's...
Yeah.
My goodness gracious, you guys are not very scientific. You're not very scientific.
No. But what would, if it moved? That's going to cause all sorts of problems. Don't you think
Like
that just
what?
having something that measures? Well, I mean, it's got to be set up in the right place. You've got to create a vacuum chamber. If you start pointing rockets at the walls, you're going to rip off
That's
panels
what we
and
want.
shit like
That's
that.
what we want.
No.
That's
Nobody cares what flat earthers want, Jen. If there's a claim that something should exist,
Are you trying to tell me, writing, that vacuum chamber where they drop the feather and the ball, if they were to get a little miniature rocket as big as a Matchbox toy and set it off, it's going to cause dramas? No, it's not. You know it's not.
hang on, you want a miniature rocket again?
I want a miniature rocket in a big vacuum. That's what I want.
I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't find that. Sorry, I misunderstood you. We got our wires crossed then. I would be surprised if I could find that. I imagine this is a big facility that tests big rockets, and they'd have to be basically like lolling to set off a little rocket in there for funsies.
Well, you know what, Ferrari?
I think it's for funsies.
Little cars.
I do think it's for funsies.
You know what? I'm going to change my tactic with the flat earth.
How much of your bread have you paid to NASA in the last few years? And if that number's got like 4 or 5 zeros, I can see a case for it. If it's not, then why would they do it? There's no benefit.
Hey, guys, I want to change my tactic with the flat earthers. Let's go with the side that has more evidence. The side with the most evidence we choose to believe in. Now, who do you think?
You haven't got
that
evidence. Right? No.
Let's weigh the scale.
Ask Jin that. He thinks his denial of our evidence is evidence.
Yeah, obviously I'm not asking Jin. There's no way.
But they'd apparently never been to space, and they developed technology to go to space, not knowing what space was.
Considering
Polynesians created rafts to go to other islands, even though they'd never been to other islands.
They knew what
water raft works, though.
They knew what water was.
They tested the raft. They made sure the raft floated. They made sure they could put a little bit of water and a couple of goats on it before they left.
Do you remember the electron microscope?
Sure,
that uses
I think we did the same with before we sent humans into space, right? There's Laika, whose corpse is still floating around up there, aren't they?
Yeah. What'd you say, Bud? What'd you say, Bud?
Do you remember the electron microscope? That involves quantum mechanics. I actually studied it in quantum mechanics, and it goes to show how amazing our technology has gone and how far all of these fields in physics are.
Oh,
and
100%.
Quantum mechanics depends on Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah.
It's very involved.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you tell me how we are able to go to space.
Can I just ask before I keep looking for this, Jin? Let's suppose, against all odds, I found a rocket being tested, even a miniature one being tested in this facility. Do you have? Are you going to make a commitment to not say how do we know that it was a vacuum at the time that they shot that?
I'm going to
found
say
a rocket
that.
being tested. Here we go. Here's a rocket being tested. It doesn't move, but it's a rocket being tested in a vacuum chamber.
It's got to be moving around. It's not to the criteria. Sorry.
No, Bandy doesn't disregard stuff without reason. Bandy's not Jen. Jen will just say it's fake before he's even clicked on the link.
No, I've seen rocket engines in a vacuum. Yeah.
that again. Yeah,
We
play it
don't
again.
care what you've seen, Jin.
It doesn't even move riding.
It's fixed to H-beams.
There you go.
Fixed to H-beams. Let's see if the H-beams wiggle. Boom. That whole thing looks like something causes a lot of force at the ignition point there.
Oh, that's dodgy. That's dodgy at best.
I mean,
can you repeat the video?
If you've got I'm just continuing scrolling through it. If you've got a vacuum chamber of finite space,
it's no good, man.
And you want to, I would just put a force measuring device somewhere on that. See how much thrust I'm getting.
Of course, if you were to put a force meter underneath that thruster, you'll measure something. I'm guaranteed of that. But get a little matchbox size rocket, put it in a big vacuum, and let it go, and see where it goes.
I reckon it'll shoot up into the air even quicker than it does on Earth.
I posted a video of a guy who made a vacuum, like a 50-gallon chamber, and he lit a rocket inside it, a tiny rocket, like a fireworks rocket, and it was attached to like something that could spin, so it could move freely.
Okay, I'm watching it as we speak.
No, it's no good because it makes
the rockets
its own
push
exhaust,
off air,
and it creates its own atmosphere. It creates atmosphere instantly. It's too small. We need a big
exactly.
But do you see how that's like continually like really running
It's on moving. Yeah, it's the goal.
Why would it initially move? At the first millisecond it actually activated, it started moving. Why would it do that? Because at that point there is no gas left in the beginning. Sure, it fills up with gas eventually, but in the beginning there is no gas. So why does it move instantly?
Instantly fills the space. Yep.
It doesn't, because it takes time to fill with gas. It has to burn.
Okay.
How's he doing this? He's doing this
move initially. It would move.
No, that initially is pushing off the side of the vacuum. You can see that clearly.
I have a suggestion for another experiment we can do. We can increase the air density so that there are more air particles in the air, and see if the rocket goes even faster, controlling the other variables. So we don't change anything from the rocket. We just increase the amount of air in the air, and then see if the rocket moves faster than that.
I think.
I love this guy's description for his video. And his description for his video is: do rockets push off air? Compelling evidence. Also, do you know that Jesus is the Son of God and Jesus is the Word of God? And well, that all things are made by him. Our sins, mine, and yours are paid for. And he just goes on about it. This is compelling physics.
It's interesting how people who make these debunk videos. There was one, don't know who made it, where there was a vacuum cleaner sucking off air in front of the rocket, behind of the rocket, and saying, "See, it doesn't move." It's like, yeah, there's no vacuum there. There's headwind. I mean, obviously it wouldn't move.
Misunderstood what a vacuum cleaner is exactly.
Yeah, so dishonest.
I don't think. Do you think dishonest though, Mailman?
Vacuum.
It could be retarded also, like just pure stupidity.
I think it's like expecting to see something, desperately expecting to see something. And then when something goes your way, like when it doesn't go your way, you're like, well, I must have done something wrong. And when it does go your way, you're like, proof. You could call it intellectual dishonesty, but I don't think it's like dishonest. I would describe as like
you're desperate.
Jin before I think was openly dishonest.
Intellectual dissonance.
I think you guys.
I like it. New phrase.
You guys are definitely losing on the vacuum rocket argument. You need to get back to plumb bombs. You're definitely losing on this one.
Well,
no, but
it is again an argument from absence, right?
If Newton was wrong, you win a Nobel. I told you.
Well, what am I going to do with the Nobel button? What am I going to do with it?
With $1 million? Okay.
Man, I don't need $1 million, and I can Photoshop a bell and hang it on my wall.
I don't need $1 million, but you know, I'll take it. Thanks.
In the classics, they'd say the heliocentric model has sweet fuck all.
I know this guy, this YouTuber. He always has a vacuum chamber. He always uses it in different things, with different things. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, this vacuum thing
Actually,
is like me
this is
claiming.
perfect. We just need to demonstrate the conservation of momentum in terms of something being ejected inside of this kind of vacuum tube. I mean, a vacuum chamber. It doesn't have to be something big, as Bance or randomly claims.
It's very optimistic, Button, but there is an ISS floating around in space.
Dare you throw that I randomly claim it?
Yeah, you did randomly claim it. Like
It's very optimistic, but there is an ISS beaming down live images,
vacuum
and
chamber.
people don't
I
agree.
mean,
So
this
I
is-
don't think a vacuum. Go on, sorry, mailman.
Sorry, the whole vacuum thing is like me saying that plumb bobs don't work in water, and when you show it, I'll say no, that's not big enough water.
There's no.
Yeah,
And
not
then
long
when
enough
you
plumb
show
bobs.
bigger water, I say, well, prove it's in water. And
Could be
is
magnetic
it
plumb
salt
bobs.
water?
Yeah.
Is it salt water? Is it whatever water? Or it's just an empty claim that doesn't work.
Nothing like.
We could just throw two balls
Nothing
together
at
and
all,
make
sir.
them
Nothing.
collide. Those two balls, when they collide in the vacuum chamber, they would change direction. If they change direction, we have displayed exactly what we wanted to display.
Now
But
you
they think
guys,
it pushes off.
you guys are just being silly now.
But do you,
I'd
but do you
say the
get
same
the?
thing back
do-
to you.
Get it working in a vacuum.
Yeah. Do you get the answer? Like,
And then we'll laugh.
I think actually Button made a really good point then. Let's say we've got two pool balls in a vacuum and they go clacking across the surface from one another. Do you think they're going to clack off one another and go in different directions?
Or just stop dead in the center for no reason.
I don't know. We'd have to test that.
All right, let's test it.
You don't
but
know?
You know what it would
You're
need.
not able to guess at that?
Oh, I've got a 50-50 chance of getting it right if I guess, don't I?
If you think so, you think we're playing pool in a bar that's a perfect vacuum. We're out in space, we're wearing our spacesuits. Actually, it's not in a bar. We're out in the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
And we're wearing our spacesuits. And
Yeah.
we're playing pool, and I hit the white ball and it hits the black ball. And you think there's a chance, a 50-50 chance that the black ball will not move and the white ball will just do what? What do you think will happen next?
Well, I know what will happen, right? Right? I know that I'll beat you by 7 balls and make you have to jump on the pool table
Well,
and
but
yourself.
that would require that once I hit the white ball with the black ball with the white ball, the black ball will go off in a different direction, right? It'll go away from wherever the white ball hit it.
Ah, yeah.
Okay. So what about if the black ball was holding the white ball and threw it away? Still
what?
the same effect?
Look, how does a white ball hold onto a black ball and throw it?
Okay. So I get a little cap. Right? A little starter's pistol cap.
Yeah.
And I make it go bang in between them. They're pushed together and I go bang. And so there's like a force pushing them apart. Would you say both balls would go in opposite directions?
Whoa, there's probably a pretty good chance. Now look at Jin's video. There's some irrefutable proof
that Jesus is the Son of God and only get to heaven by him. By the way, something rocket.
All right. Do rockets push off air? Good on you, Jin. He's the man. He always has the reliable sources.
Banto, can I ask you a question? Like you're saying that rockets push off of air. So the rocket burns fuel, and then there's mass ejected from the engine, right?
Yep.
Where does that mass eject a force? Like
What do you mean?
where does
it goes out into space?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, I found a perfect
so
video.
where is it exerting? Where is it exerting a force?
Perfect video.
Out into space.
So not into a medium.
Well, space apparently has no medium. That's what I'm told.
Yeah, but you said that rockets push off of air.
Yeah.
Look at that
Yeah,
motion in a vacuum. What are you gonna say now?
Where have you posted a button?
It should have been Coca-Cola, right?
Are you talking about my stream?
Yeah, I'm talking about your stream. I'm asking them to comment on this. What's their problem going to be this time? CGI, Coca-Cola.
Oh, look at that!
Hold on, I've got to check it out. What am I doing? What am I looking at?
Jump back. Just watch my stream for a bit.
Yeah, I'm watching now. What am I looking at?
So he's created a vacuum there.
Yeah.
And then there's an ordinary Sprite can. Bang! Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Straight away
Move.
hits the edge.
Motion in a vacuum.
Instantaneously starts moving away from the ejected matter.
And look what happens in such a... Do that in a big vacuum. God, you guys, come
Why
up
does it have
short.
to be a big vacuum? You can't claim.
Next,
you can't claim that's a variable.
Bandy, next you're not going to claim like that's too big a vacuum, are you?
Look at
It's going to be something else.
Oof. That's quite good demonstration because it's instantaneous, right? So it gets around this problem of, well, the vacuum wasn't a vacuum anymore.
Pushing off the wall of the vacuum. Oh, my goodness gracious me. You guys...
So hang on.
Look at that.
How's a particle that is 2 inches from the back of the can somehow transferring that energy back to the can?
Bang! Look.
That's enough. We have the evidence.
That was my point.
More evidence.
Can
we admit that?
That was where I was going. Like if there's mass coming out of the rocket, and 5 inches from the rocket it hits a wall, how does that affect the rocket?
How does it go backwards?
This is too easy to debunk,
like
you
trying to climb up a waterfall by climbing up.
Yeah, this is like if I kick a football and it hits a wall, I don't knock over. It doesn't affect me.
You've got zero experimental evidence and zero theory backing up flat Earth.
He's going frame by frame here as well. Okay, so frame by frame, let's look at it, Bandy.
Let's go.
In the first frame, before it escapes, look, poof, poof. Notice how for an equal and opposite amount of that, you're getting a bit of that.
Yeah, but look,
Liquid
what about...
is still contained here.
No,
he's going that way.
What about the gas that has come out slightly before the liquid? You
Would
didn't
there
think
be gas? Well, I'd imagine there'd be liquid all the way up to that thing. Maybe the gas would probably be at the top, but that bottom bit's going to be liquid, right? It's going to be a can with all but that
not
much
a rocket in space.
liquid in it.
Come on, guys, you can do better than this.
Can't tell if you're trolling, Bandy.
Yeah,
disappointed.
They're scraping the barrel. They're scraping the barrel, aren't they?
So the more the can's going to look that way. So nothing's hit the wall yet. He's pointing that bit out now, actually.
The theory is there, and the experiments are there. Everything linked together.
It's almost. I'm struggling to tell there. He's got to replay that. It's almost hit this wall before it's hit that wall. Yeah, that's another question from Level-Headed that I think is good. When I fire a gun, it wallops me in the shoulder. Is that a result of it pushing on the air, or is that a result of the slug leaving the end of the barrel?
What are you talking about? You've got the explosion in the barrel, and you've got the bullet and all that sort of stuff, and the compression in the chamber is put out.
Yep, exactly. So there's matter going forwards, so the equal and opposite reaction into my shoulder is going backwards, right?
100%.
So what about if the bullet that was going out was just sort of rocket gunk,
in the vacuum
rocket
space,
shit gunk?
You've got to.
I'm going to send another video. By the way.
Go in the space, and not only that, right? Not only that. Let's get this correct.
Story,
because when we
it's going to be exciting.
When we see these rockets, when we actually see these rockets in space, they fire their thrusters, and then the thrusters go up, and then the momentum carries on. You know. So we've got to prove that things are indeed floating in the vacuum of space, and that
they don't float.
It's not been proven, man.
No, they don't float in a vacuum.
Well, this is, that's what the rockets are doing, aren't they? When they go,
Jim doesn't understand anything he attempts to debunk.
If you remove an object away from objects of mass like planets, hello, I'm
hang on a second. When they went to the moon,
Good luck with that button.
Lunar command module.
Okay.
The lunar command
You'll say something, and then he will interrupt halfway through to just continue whatever he was already saying a couple of seconds ago.
I've got experience with them.
All right.
We're talking about Apollo 11 and all the 3 stages, yeah? Stage 1 drops
so I send a video.
Stage 2 drops off.
Live stream.
And then you've got stage
I've got it
3,
open now.
Yeah?
Okay.
You've got stage 3.
Action Lab again.
Yeah, I like some of his videos.
On the way to the moon, yeah?
Jim's still going on
the way to the moon in a vacuum. It fires its thrusters, okay? And then it's getting this forward momentum, supposedly, yeah? And then Newton's third law applies, yeah? A body in motion remains in motion unless hitting by another force.
You are now,
yep. Yeah, is that right? Is that right about Newton's third law? Is that correct?
I like how you said Newton's third law.
I said, I didn't say Newton, I said Newton's third law.
Yeah, you corrected yourself. Anyways.
No, listen clearly anyway. Is that correct? That Newton's, Sir Isaac Newton's third law of a body in motion remains in motion unless hit by another force. Now that force,
that's not the third law.
Hasn't been proven in space.
The first law. But who cares about
the third law?
Oh wow, he's using a ping pong ball to smash a can. That's awesome.
Yeah, look at this motion. Motion.
So I see. So he evacuates the tube. Oof. And then wow, that is pretty impressive. So he just creates a vacuum.
Yeah, look at the
front of it, and then pops the vacuum behind it. And it
just replay that again.
He's gonna play it again a chunk of times. But like this is what he's doing. He puts a ping pong ball in there, then evacuates the air out of that tube, and then pops behind it. So the atmosphere rushes in the back of the tube where he's popped it, and it comes out at supersonic speeds because there's no speed of sound in a vacuum. Off.
That's not a
Look
good
at this. Smash.
I mean, we know that guns have the same recoil whether underwater or in air. So the medium is totally irrelevant to the force.
Notice some of the liquid splashed against the wall. That's and it came back. It went back.
Yeah, it's not going to work in a vacuum of space.
Oh, what?
Demonstrate it. It's got to move.
Look
We've got to see it moving around.
Look at the damage of the can.
Literally, you know, it leaves Earth and then goes into the vacuum of space and continues moving. That's never going to happen.
That's crazy.
Can't simulate. You've got to go to space to do it. To get an accurate, what's the word? Similarity to this thing, right? Analogous. You need to go to space to do that because we've got to experience that. It's not something you can just be told.
So
that's what's going on.
So submarines don't work because no one's ever tested them before using them.
We can actually test submarines. We can test it, but if we can test it on Earth, you're not listening to me yet.
How can anybody do anything for the first time with that logic?
Submarine. We can actually test a submarine, but now let's test the rockets. If that's the case,
no.
so
How can you test a submarine? Show me compressed water.
We can go into a submarine. We can go into a submarine.
We can go into
yeah, we can go into a rocket.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I can't go into a submarine.
Of course we can.
No, you can't. He does engage in conversation.
What is he talking about?
It doesn't go well for him.
Yeah. I mean, when the who made the movie? The movie guy who went to the Marianas Trench.
Or should I say disorder?
Who's that?
It's not going well.
He's the movie director who made Avatar.
Well. But anyway, you and your dad.
I want to say Spielberg, but that's wrong.
Oh,
you know how we can solve all this? So let's just all hire a plane and we'll fly over the Antarctica, and we'll solve it all.
Yeah.
You can just take a flight.
There's Qantas do flights.
Not straight over the top, south to north.
Oh yeah, no, they go back to the same port. They go Sydney back to Sydney.
Exactly.
Melbourne back to Melbourne.
Exactly. You know what I mean, writing when I say fly over Antarctica.
There was the QF-14 flight just, a couple of months ago.
Even Kosho would agree.
Agree on what?
Just say yes, Kosho. You'll be right.
Yeah, definitely.
Kosho's back. What happened the other night? I said I could find my location using Stellarium, and then your fucking app broke, and you showed me to be a liar and inept and smelly and ugly. And
you should be used to that, right?
What happened to the app? Well, it wasn't turned on, or it didn't work?
I don't know. I don't know how to turn it on or anything. I just went in there and started punching in commands, and I said, "Is Kosho's app broken?" And it just wasn't responding. It wasn't giving me any.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
GPs.
The Discord fucking shut it down, and then I had to get a new API from them, so it's back up now. I apologize though.
You made me look like a liar to all my friends.
Pretty much.
I'm sorry, man.
It's a cool app. It's a cool app. That's okay. I'm just joshing.
It was down. It was down for too long. I was just that was one of the things I was thinking about. I was like, nobody uses it, sparingly, so no one's missing it. So I just didn't feel rushed to do it, so it's my bad. But
no, you're good. You're doing it for free. It's a free service. I'm jokingly complaining.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna test it out and see if it still works. Let me check out.
Let me get Stellarium.
Yeah, well, I usually use Heavens Above, but same thing.
Heavens Above. Okay.
Yeah, because it'll give me my night.
Where do we want to test where we are?
Let's see, I can do anywhere. I have a few cities ready to go. Well, I can do Melbourne since a couple of you guys are over in that area.
Yeah. Do somewhere near Adelaide. Do Bandy's house. I'll do the same actually. I'll do Stellarium, and you do Heavens Above, and see what we get.
Okay.
Because I think the Stellarium place, because when I say Sydney, it always gives me like near Sydney, and I think they've got it somewhere out in western suburbs.
He lands in the middle of the ocean. That's what happens. He has to swim.
No, I don't know if I showed you my new one, but it lands just like pretty much in Castle Hill or somewhere. It's like 17 k's from me.
Yep.
Where are you? You're near Adelaide. You're out on some peninsula. I'm going to put you there.
I put Kangaroo Island.
Oh, you're on Kangaroo Island?
No, I'm in Cape Jervis.
Right. Which points at Kangaroo Island, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, I'll do that. I'll go Deep Creek Conservation Park will be my place.
Let's do in general of Melbourne, because that's the thing that with the picture. Whenever I get a chance, I'm gonna write it so it gives me like an exact location, but it involves a little more math. But the picture, you get a general because it's showing you the whole globe, so it gives you a general location.
Have you seen that Bacon's made a competition for your app? It's a website.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. He did. It's like you give it 3 stars. Now he doesn't know the names of the stars, so you have to give it the right ascension and declination, and then tell it the altitude. But you do that for 3 different ones, and it'll give you the lat long of exactly where you are.
Wow.
All right, so let's do Sirius.
Gives you the exact. Okay.
69. Hang on, you do, if it's 69, 26, 51, do I do spaces between them, or do I have to turn that into decimal?
I think you just need to, you don't need to do that. There's just spaces. So you do the command and then the first star.
69, 28.
Hold on.
25, enter, bang.
Yeah, the first star and then the altitude, and then the star and the altitude, that's right.
Temp? Is it still temp.sirius.69?
No, it should be Sextivis.
.temp. Sorry, not .temp. Sextivis. Sirius.
And then you have to convert the depending on how you get the angles, you have to convert them to decimals.
I do need to convert them to decimals, do I?
Yeah. And you can do that just by multiplying by No, I'm sorry. You can divide it by 60.
Right. Sextivis is now going to be 69 dot. The 33 is going to be 51. I'm going to call it that. 69.51 is not available. Please try within. Oh, fuck, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait. That was my one.
Yeah, because sometimes some stars aren't available, and it's hard to know.
Serious.
But yeah, I guess
69.35 is going to be about 60-ish. Sirius is not available.
Sirius is not available. Yeah, sometimes if there's a typo.
No, I've done it again. I did a typo. Cirrus. Oh, wow, I'm bad.
Because I was going to use Sirius. But okay, cool. Actually, what 3 are you using? Because I guess we're doing the same area.
I'm going to use, well, I'm only going to use 2 because that's what you normally do, isn't it? And you go, I guess I'm not in, like, India.
Well, no, I don't think it's, I don't know if it's going to be, if it's going to allow you to do 2, though. I can set it up so it can do that, but yeah, it needs you to put in 3, just the way the code is. It'll give you an error if you don't put in the 3rd one.
Oh, so your one now, you have to put in all 3. It doesn't just give you a GP and a radius size anymore.
Right, yeah, it actually draws the 3 circles. I mean, pretty sure I played around with it a whole bunch of time, tested it.
But how do you get that by time then? Because it would take you a bit more time to punch in the first to the last star.
Oh, no, well, I mean, okay, so whatever I'm doing on Heavens Above, I have the whole screen, so I'm just writing them down, and it's on the same screen, so it's not updating at all while I'm doing it. I guess if you're using Stellarium, you could always pause the. But
then my timestamp for your app is going to be out, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess you could fast forward slightly, just like if it's gonna take you a minute to write them down, just fast forward 1 minute, something like that. I mean, actually, now I think about it, now that I'm talking to you, I'm probably gonna be a little bit behind too. Let me see. Let me find out. I gotta do the math too. Yeah, shit. Yeah, I'm gonna be slightly behind, but we'll see. Let's find out. I dropped my pen too, so now I'm gonna be real far behind. Oh, come on.
I'm going to race you then, and I'm going to try Bacon's method.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me see here.
I'll pick a random point in the night.
My new door looks really good now. It's all filled with this heat paste foam stuff, and it looks solid.
You make it not sound so solid.
Well, I have filled it. I don't know what with. It looks alright. I've now got 5 new door keys.
Five new door keys. That's pretty good.
He said, "Don't fucking lose them," but then we have to break in and charge it. Perhaps got triggered in the chat. Now, level
Who got
headed
triggered?
got triggered with him. Moon gazing.
What? There's triggering in the chat? I've been missing things.
Well, he was listening and then wanted to tell you that Jin can't have a conversation as like a gotcha to Flat Earth. So I reminded him that he was a Flat Earther, exactly like Jin. And now he's insulting my family. And now there's another guy who's joining in to insult me.
What's going on? What's this? What's foolish? Just sorry, Bandy. We have some noobs who. About. I missed something.
I think because moon gazing is saying somebody's a parasite, and people are big on the insulting thing at the moment.
Oh, we're not supposed to be doing that.
Rigel is not available.
Oh, I can delete that comment, so I'll delete it, shall I?
Is it Rigel? I've been calling it Regal.
I could be saying it wrong, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm going Regal as well. Rigel.
It's pretty disappointing when you fucking got to moderate, to be quite honest with you.
I mean, I do think the best moderator is a reluctant moderator. Like, I hate to bring it up again, but wow, Ruck here is bad.
Yeah.
I hate doing it. I really do. I hate having to fucking
exactly.
step in. It fucking shits me.
But that's the best.
weird
Like
that
that's
people
who you
think-
want as a moderator, right? Somebody who's like who doesn't relish muting and banning and stuff. Whereas like, geez, I've had conversations with Rakir where he shouts and demands me to say certain words and then mutes me until I say them. I'm like, what are you, fucking QE?
Yeah, it's 24/7 style. But yeah, people. I mean, if you mod, I mean, most people. I feel like if you're a mod for any regular amount of time, there's no enjoying. You don't enjoy it at all.
What the hell is this? I'm reading from moon gazing. What the fuck?
It's drama hour.
How do I take a screenshot?
You can
I
press
just
Windows.
use I just do Alt. What is it?
Well,
Alt
I
Shift
think-
S
I think
and grab
when
that
you-
part of the screen.
I think when you're asking people to swallow a razor blade and wash it down with Clorox, is that a bannable offence?
Yes.
I don't know.
What do you reckon,
I would, just,
Kosho?
I would warn them and mute them and put them in Gems. We have a role called Just Shit, and it doesn't allow them to even view most channels and stuff.
Okay.
I don't really ban people.
Sorry, this is bullshit.
Here's the moment of truth, Bandy. I'm about to plug that lat long into thingy. Let's see if I've done something wrong.
I can't find a third star to use.
I've done Regal, Sirius, Regal, and Procyon. Uh-oh, I'm in the ocean again. How far in the ocean am I? Oh my god, I'm zooming out a long way. Oh, I'm a long way out in the ocean. Now I've got to go hunt down my error. Okay, I think I'll just
frame
decimals. Da-da-da.
Is Vile VIAL or VILE?
VIL.
Second one.
VIAL is a word, but it is like a little glass bottle. So check the right
I
ascension.
thought that was spelled VILE.
Yeah, it's still.
What a glass bottle is?
No, it's not. I'm just fucking with you.
All right. Anybody else would say it, and I'd be like, "Your spelling is wrong," and then you say it, and I'm like, "Maybe."
All right. So I just gave him a warning, so that should hopefully.
I'll do the same with level-headed as well. Actually, moon gazing is being more reasonable, and the other guy's not.
43, 48, 40.6. Okay, so that's correct. And now we go back to Sirius. 6, 46, 7.9. 46, 7.9. 16, 44, 3. The altitude is.
Oh, it's Babs.
18,
Oh, okay. Jerry, I didn't know that. What the hell?
I think moon gazing is trying to be more reasonable. Level-headed is just, being rather vociferously attacking, but also Dawn's provoking them like fuck. So there's a bit of
But he's not asking him to swallow razor blade stuff though.
No, he's not.
Like that's crossing the line a bit, in my opinion.
So far out.
So I've warned him.
Yeah, but Don's not that impressionable, so I'm not sure if he's gonna follow through with it.
But Geo doesn't want, because he's live streaming and he live streams the chat and stuff too, and he wants it to be a family show, so he doesn't want that sort of stuff, going on. We can have some quite heated argy-bargy, but he still wants to keep it civil.
Yeah, no, it's fair, man. It's his server. Hey, I'll show you the picture for the one I got. I'm actually kind of slightly proud. At least I'm proud it's working correctly.
Oh no! I shot the other side now. That's pretty good.
That's fair. Yeah, it's fairly close. It's fairly close. I forget. Is Adelaide on the other side of that Bay Area? I have it in Melbourne. At least the basic city, as far as Heavens Above is concerned. I don't know where the center's at, but I mean that seems. I can't really zoom in from my point of view, but that seems pretty good.
Crazy. Did you make that app, Kosho?
Well, I made it's a function with the bot. So I just made it. Yeah, I just made it a command in the bot. You can just put it Sextivis, and then you put the 3 stars you're using and their altitude, and it'll locate you.
Cool.
Fuck, that's what I forgot. It was South Australian time.
Yeah, we're half an hour ahead of you.
Yeah, I had to write. I had to write that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
No, I had to write all that stuff in the bot, so it automatically in the bot it converts whatever time. Well, I mean, it converts your time. Actually, your computer uses UTC time in general, so I'm pretty sure. Well, either way, you can call the command for UTC time. Yeah.
I think I've corrected it now. Hopefully, this should be bang on where I set it to be. Your one's very cool in that it draws circles rather than giving a dot. I feel like you guys need to. Going for a swim again. But I'm much closer. It's a shorter swim than last time.
NTP is based on universal time. So if you've got that enabled, then you're using it.
Well, I mean, with Python, you can call several commands, and I think the one I call specifically gives you UTC time.
FC1509, he said, sadly. If you want to look up exactly what NTP is based on, what standard.
So that's the thing is I'm probably manic depressive. I probably would be classified as that, but when I work on projects like this, I like dive completely into it. It's like all I can focus on, and then after the fact, I don't really remember much. I wouldn't be able to recall really anything that I used because I had to look things up and all sort of type of stuff. So it's like I couldn't even implement something like this again without.
Why don't you make a flat Earth version of this, Kosho?
I did. It's actually in there.
What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, because the mapping thing that I have, with that thing that I imported for the mapping, you can actually call whatever projection you want to call. So the only problem is it gets real funky. So circles are not going to work the same way on either map. So depending on how I do it, I can make circles regular circles, or I can make circles as they appear on the globe, but obviously projected, so the circles would be distorted. You know what I mean? So even thinking about it though, Bandsaw, you can realize that making these same 3 circles would not work out the same way once you use a projection, a flat Earth projection.
Okay. Yeah.
Because of the distortion. Yeah. Because either they're not going to be circles, or they're not going to be the right size circles in the right place, and so they won't.
Where are you driving to, Kosho? Sounds like you're in the.
Yeah, I'm in a car. I'm by the airport. It's a long story, but my girlfriend. Yeah, it's a long story.
Oh god, we need more of this.
She just lives too far away for me to drive to her place. And I have to do something over here in a couple hours, so I get to hang out somewhere.
Is this the girlfriend that threatened to?
Yeah.
That's gold, Kosho. Well, it's good that you stuck by her.
Yeah. I know it's not story hour, but when it is story hour, I got funny stuff to tell you. But about to be a nice sunrise right now. Very nice over here. Yeah, but about the flat Earth version of this map, what were you? What did you imagine when you were? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, because your line of equal altitude should be always perfectly circular, right? But on the flat Earth, they wouldn't be. You wouldn't have a perfectly circular line of equal altitude. Well, I mean, maybe you would. That's always the question with the flat Earth, like what model are you using? But if you drew a line of equal altitude that exists on the globe and mapped that onto a flat Earth, it wouldn't even be like oval shaped. It'd be like horseshoe oval shaped if you went far south enough. Is that right? Is that how it ends up?
It would be. They get disgusting looking a little bit. Yeah, they get very strange looking.
Disgusting.
Because the distortions aren't equal in every direction. So it's like it just looks funky. But
can we copy the same all three measurements you gave the thing, and how do we then make it show us what one of these maps would look like for those same 3 points you just did on the globe?
Yeah, that's the problem. Is I have it in the program, but I edited it out because it was causing problems, and I wanted this part to work, so I'd have to go. And I could go to my apartment, but
No, don't do it. No, that's too much to ask of you. I just thought it was still running.
But actually,
I want to see a wonky circle of equal altitude.
That's the only reason I didn't go to my apartment. I was like, wait, what do I need? I don't really need to do anything. So I ended up fucking around on the computer or something like that, but at least because something to do. So I might go there and fix that one up. Right. But again, though, you could do circles of equal altitude on a flat Earth projection map, knowing that it was, distorted or whatever, but still make 3 actual circles. But then what would end up happening is they're not going to intersect in one place, most likely, and they're definitely not going to intersect in the location where you stated, because the circle's not going to be. It's not going to be accurate, because in in every direction, it wouldn't be equal distance, because some directions, because it's distorted, some directions are shorter and longer than others.
Yeah, because angles on flat are logarithmic or like different to where if they're circular and the light's parallel. Because that's the other thing I'd think it'd be fun to test, and that is like near versus far stars, like because what is it? Brian Flat Earth Tests claims he's triangulated the height of Polaris as 39.59 off the Earth, and that'd be funny to get lines of equal altitude with these tiny little close-in stars.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure if he's. Yeah. I know he's calculated it using 45 degrees, but even that's not even accurate.
I've a couple of times asked him, but I find him very difficult to ask questions when I've said how to
do it. That was the only time I've seen you get irritated. Yeah, that's the only time I've seen you get flustered was asking him. And
my girlfriend was getting annoyed with me too. Like, who are you shouting at in there? Like, you just won't fucking answer the question.
Yeah, well, I think ultimately, I know you have a better way of showcasing that, but ultimately, it's just because there is no actual answer, no honest one at least. But that's another story. I'm trying to think of the 45 degrees. No, let me see. He said 3959. Because the truth is, you get that height, but only from one location. I'm trying to remember exactly where that is.
Yeah, because I imagine you could clock it from 2 locations and get a height, and then provided you don't test that height, you can just take that to the bank. But he just said, I did it on land. But it stands out to me because I know Geo's said that, and I think it comes from Mr. Astrotheology or somebody like that. There's somebody who's big in the movement who claims that the whole what they've done, quote unquote, is invert the whole globe model. So all of the distances are inverse. So he might have just taken it from that. Because but I thought they were usually claiming the sun is 39.59 away, not Polaris.
Well, no, it'd be the same. It'd be the same reason for both objects, because the truth is that they're both variable heights, depending on where you're taking the measurement at. But if you're taking the measurement from some location, and the sun's directly above the equator, you can use the distance from you to the equator, and then the two angles, 90 degrees being one of them, and then whatever angle you get to determine the height of it. Actually, fairly. Let me see. Let me see where he gets 3959 from. Hold on.
This is pathetic. I swear to God, this is pathetic.
What's pathetic?
Is there more text chat?
This is shit that's going on. What I'm having to do with Babs in text is pathetic.
Oh, what's up with Babs?
He's just throwing out vile insults, to be quite honest with you, Kosho. It's not allowed on this server, to be quite honest with you. So I gave him a warning, and he basically he's just trying to poke the bear. That's what he's trying to do.
If you can hear me, Babs, just remember there's always a clever way to persist. Poking the bear.
Look, I don't mind if they want to have back and forth, Kosho. I've got no problems whatsoever. But when you're telling people to swallow razor blades and bleach and all that sort of stuff, it's a no-go zone on this server.
Wow, how can I be there's got to be something going wrong in the maths here. I've just noticed that Bacon's thing has outputted the 35, 41, 40, 49 south, which is fine. But then the east is 135.000000. Like, nothing could be that perfect.
135. And what's the rest of it?
000000.
It's just after the decimal point. After the decimal point. Okay. You know what? My code was doing that at one point. I forgot why it was doing it. I fixed it. But yeah, it might just be an error in his code. But yeah, mine was doing that at one point.
Gotta go back and see how you did yours.
Yeah, like I said, even trying to put it in my head, there's so much because the way I code is so sloppy compared to probably other people. Like what I do is I do little chunks at a time, and I get to the most crude, inefficient version as possible, just so I can get the function working. And then once I get it working, I go back and I make it more efficient. And usually that involves a lot of restructuring, so you end up with this really sloppy. It just ends up being real sloppy, unfortunately.
Oh, Hurricane Kosho, what up?
What's going on, my man? Hurricane? What's with the Hurricane Kosho? What's that?
So weird hearing you guys in the same room.
When his wife's at work, we're both free.
That's how we're starting it. All right, not a good start.
What's up, man?
Is it also that you guys have very similar accents? Is that right? You like from similar cities or something?
Well, we're both from New York, but I don't sound like I'm from New York most of the time.
I'm from the hood parts. Kosho's from Candyland.
So he's from upstate New York, like literally a hop skip from Canada, right? I'm from the city, okay, dude. I'm from the Bronx.
The nice part though, where the grass grows and shit.
Yeah, right. The nice part of the Bronx, yeah, dude.
I'm from the hood parts.
No, dude. When I was a kid, I got strangled by cassette tape wire by some other kids.
Okay,
I just met those guys too.
He's like, listen to my mixtape, goddammit.
I've been shot and robbed at gunpoint.
Yeah, by yourself.
Can't get robbed with a cassette. You can't get strangled with cassette tape wire. That shit breaks dumb easy.
Well, I didn't die. I'm still alive. So, yeah, I survived it, man. Anyhow, let me see this triangle thing. I don't know why I'm fucking around with this triangle thing. Hey, yeah. So I'm sure you guys already talked about this volcano thing, right? It's pretty.
No, I haven't talked about that with anybody.
What,
yet.
the one that apparently is on a satellite footage.
Oh, it's on It's on every satellite, right? It's on every satellite.
Every one of them.
Yeah, that's
Damn.
right. All the Skylink or whatever, Starlink's on. No, I don't know. It's all the ones that were pointed at it, looking at it, but they're all some of the most amazing shots. I mean, the Himawari. I mean, you just see this massive explosion. Can't be mistaken.
Which
I gotta admit
volcano?
though. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Tonga.
Oh, Tonga. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I don't know if that is the name of the volcano too, or the name of the islands, or both.
Yeah,
or?
just Tonga's just the islands. They're near Australia.
Okay,
Let me find the name of it. It was Unga Tonga volcano eruption.
Unga Tonga. That's original. Unga Tonga.
Yeah, that's where fucking Captain Caveman lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to like the Himawari, for example, sometimes we say, hey, why don't we go look at the clouds on see if it matches. It matches perfectly. Or say, look at Epic. It matches perfectly. With the volcano shit, it's like you don't even need to look at the clouds. You just got to look at that event on Himawari, and sure enough, at the exact time the event is happening, you know that footage is grade A, 100% correct.
And that all of the different satellites, you can line up like the different ripples and bulges in the different parts of the explosion. So you can see those ones where they overlay and they snap from one image to another, and it's clearly from a different orientation in space, and the coloring and stuff changes, but the shape of the mushroom cloud remains the same.
I'm gonna YouTube it now.
I've got it on my screen. I'll share you a link.
You share me a link, okay?
Yeah. You have the one with like a whole bunch of different. It's just like a short clip with a whole bunch of different shots.
Let me find.
Kosho, could I ask a question? Does the Himawari do a whole orbit of the Earth?
It's orbiting the Earth, but it's in geostationary, so it's gonna stay fixed on one spot.
Okay.
That's some pretty impressive CGI right there.
Yeah, and the way nighttime hits it, like how long that cloud is there, that like it's still way up in the atmosphere, and then darkness just shrouds it.
Gets rid of bugs from any.
That's crazy. That looks really cool.
Yeah, this one looks like it's a few. Is it a few different ones?
I have one that's got a couple, but the Himawari one is cool just because of the way, like there's different shots, but the one from the Himawari, it's from the west of it, so in the sun setting, so you get this like really it's just there's really good visuals of it because the sun was setting right as it was happening.
Right. Yeah, I think I've got Himawari now.
Hey, Ali, how you going, buddy?
Hey, Banso, how you doing? You've got your work cut out. I was sitting listening. I was a good conversation there, kind of thing. But I wanted to say something. Actually, I find it hard, because usually I disagree with like the majority of ball earthers, what ball earthers say or whatever. Usually those are totally wrong, right? But I found it very strange. I had to agree with Kosho and the other dude there. About what Brian was saying, he triangulated or he got the altitude or the height, how far away the moon was.
Polaris is.
Yeah, Polaris is or whatever. Yeah, that's right. Polaris is. And I was thinking, I totally agree. It is. It's just as mad as someone thinking that they could look at the brightness of some event in the sky and decide that and get all the distance to the stars as well at the same time. It's ridiculous, So I totally agree with you guys. That can never work, because you would have to stand right under the North Pole. You'd have to have your 90-degree angle, you'd have to be right underneath it. So you can't thing with the distance. You can't find the distance to the sun, the moon, or any star by triangulation, and you certainly can't do it with fucking looking at a light source that you don't even know how far away it is. So
Not at
yes,
all. Yeah.
exactly, man. You know what I mean? And it's like I heard a conversation the other night, and they're talking about this huge about 2 hours talking about candles and supernovas and stuff. And I still get passionate, but I tend not to come on because I just love listening to the conversation. Because I go ballistic. It's like I'm pulling my fucking hair out, thinking, Jesus, like, come on. You know what I mean? It's not because I believe in the flat Earth. I use logic and fucking reasoning. And no matter what, even on flat Earth and stuff like that, I use it as well. You know, I don't believe all the crap. But here's guys giving other people lectures on how to logic and reason when they're not even logicking and reasoning themselves, man.
Exactly.
And it's so funny. And that wasn't a dig. That wasn't a dig at any ball earth or whatever. But I would just say, have a think about that, man. And then you might have a wee bit more fun and not get so triggered and addicted to the conversation.
Oh, I'm about to have
Do you think, though, Ali, that we would need to have an answer to the question? Like the answer to the question is admittedly kind of weird from the globe Earth side, but if you do celestial navigation and you navigate using anybody except the sun, except the moon, so the sun, any of the planets or the stars, you have to ascribe a height and altitude to it. You just give it an altitude of infinite.
You can give an altitude above the horizon. I agree. And that's fine, but don't start giving distances. That's impossible. And anybody...
That's what I mean, distances.
Anybody that was honest...
You ascribe distances to it to do celestial navigation. You just treat those distances as if they're infinite. But if you're saying flat, infinite doesn't work because, like, if you see Kosho's app, if you scroll up in the chat,
that's an app.
Like
and why does it go weird?
Past the hours.
Yeah, but you guys have just spent the last half an hour talking about the flaw in it, and Kosho saying, but if you do this and that, and I'll ask Kosho a question: did you actually take in the wobble of the Earth that it does in 24 hours? Did you take in the fact that actually, did you take in the fact when you look at the North Pole actually makes a little circle, and it doesn't take 12,000 years? So did you take that wobble into account? Because that'll affect every other star. That's what I'm saying. How can you do star trails?
What wobble are you talking about over 24 hours? I don't know of any such wobble. I thought
the only wobble
I know of is 24,000
Yeah, but I know you don't. I know you don't know that because I know you don't know. No, that's called precession, right?
Precession happens once every at a rate of 24,000 years.
Let me answer.
Doesn't happen 24 hours.
Let him answer.
I know you don't know that, right? I know you don't know that because you haven't looked in, because you come on here and waffle a load of crap. The most people that come in here,
I'm inviting you to share it rather than chill a bit, Ali. I'm just inviting you to tell me about what precession you're talking about. Not say I know you don't 14 times. What precession are you talking about that happens over 24 hours?
I told you that the North Pole goes round in a little circle. And any astronomer, I'll tell you that. Yeah, that's fine.
No, so the Northern Star does, Polaris does, but that's because it's not.
Polaris does. It goes round. The Polaris goes round in a little circle over 24 hours.
That's a misunderstanding. That's because Polaris isn't perfectly on the North Celestial Pole. That doesn't mean the Earth's wobbling. It means Polaris is not on the North Celestial Pole.
But you're saying that's the North then. So how can you measure the distance of something that's wobbling like that? All the other stars should be doing that then.
No, they're not. They're all circling. They're all circling perfectly around a point at which Polaris is not. Polaris is half a degree off the North Celestial Pole. But they would also have little. Listen, they would also have little circles. They would have little ecliptics because the Earth, as you seem to believe, is moving. So if that's moving a little circle, it doesn't matter whether it's spinning as well. It'll still make that. But every single star should be doing what the North Pole does, but in a certain
every single star does it.
Every single star describes a perfect circle around the North Celestial Pole.
I'm talking about
no precession that happens at
little ecliptics. You know what ecliptics are?
Ecliptic
That's
is
what
like
the
the
North-
plane of the
that's what
planets
the
at which
North
the planets
Star
and the
does, right? No.
planets appear.
Oh,
Elliptical,
sorry,
do
actually,
you mean?
my fault. An epicycle. My apologies. They're called an epicycle. My apologies.
Epicycle.
Little
okay.
epicycles, right? The North Pole does an epicycle. And if all the other stars would do them because the Earth's rotating. All those little stars would be doing little epicycles, the same as the North Pole.
No, wrong. The
No,
Earth.
I don't say that. You can even
let me clarify
that
for you. What you are misunderstanding is the actual model. Let me
That's why
describe to you the
star
model, and you can
trails are
describe
not
that
real.
wrong. So the model says that we're rotating perfectly around the North Celestial Pole, upon which Polaris is very close, but not on it. And we do precess, but at a rate of once every 24,000 years. The globe model doesn't suggest. Let me just finish. Let me just finish, Ali.
No, but you're talking about the wrong subject. Non-sequitur.
I can't help fix your misapprehension if you're under the impression that you need to interrupt.
No, but I'm finished. There you go.
It's just like, if what you're trying to do is describe the globe model, you're not. You're failing. The globe model is that it spins perfectly on its axis, except for precession, which happens once every 24,000 years. Completes a cycle after 24,000 years. All of the stars describe a perfect circle around our axis of rotation, which is our north and south celestial pole. So the Polaris does a very small circle, described by two-thirds of a degree, and things like Orion, way out near the celestial equator, do a far bigger loop that seems like virtually a straight line if you look up at it. South Celestial Pole, the Southern Cross, does a much smaller one, and we've also got Sigma Octantis, which is a similar kind of distance from the South Celestial Pole. So all of them are doing exactly the same thing, which is describing a perfect circle around that point. Just some of the circles are bigger or smaller by our perspective.
Yes, but that would work for every star, though.
What would?
Why? Well, it would be. It would. It'd work for every star, because you would never have the north. You would never have that centre point then.
I mean,
you could never have that centre point.
What do you mean by a centre point? There's nothing in the centre point. There is a central point around which is rotating.
Right, exactly. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So if the Earth's rotating like that, and the stars are fixed, the only reason that the stars look as if they're moving is because the Earth's moving. Yeah, none of them would be perfect circles going round the North Pole.
What about if the Earth was spinning in perfect circles?
It couldn't. That's impossible.
Why?
Because you're fixed at a different point. If you're focusing, and all these stars go round like that, right? They all go round perfectly in this big, huge circle, right?
Yeah.
But and they'll be there whatever happens, right? Now, if you say that you're not pointing straightly at the North Pole, then they would all do that.
They do. Like, what would it look like if the Earth was spinning perfectly on its axis? What would it look like if the Earth was spinning perfectly on its axis? There was zero precession.
It wouldn't look like big circles when you looked at the North Pole then.
I'm not asking what it wouldn't look like. I'm saying, what would it look like if the Earth was spinning perfectly on its axis?
Well, I told you that all the stars would have little epicycles.
Epicycles, as in they're going to go in. Because when I find epicycle on the internet, it tells me it's going in a large circle with a small little, like doing a little circle as it goes around.
Yeah.
Why would one
how they thought the
point of
planets
rotation?
orbited? That was the only difference. Wait a minute. That's what it is. It does a little circle, but it's going in a bigger orbit. That's what an epicycle is. That's why it's called that. And that's what the original.
But I'm asking,
that
why
was
would the stars
geocentric.
do that?
That was the geocentric model. But see, you're asking why. Right, listen, you're asking, and because I haven't got a reason for it or anything like that, you won't ask that question yourself. Because he can't answer why, that means it's whatever he's talking about is a lot of rubbish or whatever.
It's just, I'm just inviting you to explain your reason for that. Because to me,
well, you're telling me why.
If I spun, please don't interrupt in the middle of me speaking, Ali. Chill. Take a breath, Josephine. If I spun around in my
Ali,
I'll let you finish, man. Come on.
Just quickly, guys. I'm going to love you and leave you.
Yeah,
I'm being summoned to the bedroom, so I'm going to go have some fun.
Yeah, I might be close behind you.
All right.
To me, if I right, see you, Bandy.
Hey, Bandy, nice one, mate.
If I spun perfectly around in my office chair, everything in the room would spin. I wouldn't have any reason to assume there are going to be epicycles. I imagine that like there's points of light, points of darkness, shoes, shit on the walls. They would spin and they would probably create a smear, but all of it would be perfect circles around a central point of rotation, which is the pole of my stool on my chair and whatever the point is that's above me on the roof. Why would it be doing epicycles? What's going to be doing epicycles if I spin around on my chair? I can show my chair video live. Dawn loved it last time. I've got a tip of a room. I can show you what I'm talking about.
Well, think about it.
I am.
That's what you need to do. You need to think about it.
I am.
I think I understand what he's saying, although it's not really relevant. Because, like, for players, for example, players, for example,
I'll give you that one.
Yeah, players, for example, is doing a circle, which is the smaller circle, in a day, but it also does a long 26,000 year circle, and all other circles as well, though, too, because we have the orbit. So it's like technically, it's just the epicycle thing is just not really relevant because even the daily one is not relevant. I mean, none of them are relevant because it's not going to cause any kind of error because you're taking a single moment.
So if
it sounded like when we started with this, Ali, you were under the impression that the Earth processes every 24 hours.
Right. I never said it processes. There's a wobble. The star, if the North Star's fixed, then there's a wobble because the North Star goes round in a little tiny circle.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it wouldn't. It would go in a bigger circle. It would go around a centre point, which it doesn't do. It doesn't spin round.
Circle.
Right,
You'll find evidence.
I'll concede because I can't really explain because I'm now smoking and having a beer, so I can't explain. But I tried my best there. That was it. Whatever. But anyway, how about this one?
I wouldn't bother.
How about this one? Right. This is what I wanted to talk about. Did you hear about on Apollo 12? Do you believe in the moon landings, by the way?
Yeah, I do.
Right, okay.
I did. At one point, I doubted them. But when I got in this community, and people like Gem Panda he's made some pretty in-depth videos. And there's just a lot of evidence that we go over in this.
I'm with you as well. I was didn't think about it. Then I became a denier, and then I went back to actually no. So here was an interesting thing, and it was quite interesting. There was one of the missions in the Apollo landing. They were to set down on the moon a sensor, like it records like earthquakes on the Earth, right? And they decided, well, when they finished with the LEM, that it was no good, so they thought, right, how about we smash it into the ground to find out what the moon was made of, that kind of thing. God knows how. Right, I don't see how you can, but that was the mission anyway. So they blasted this thing. I think it got up to about 3,500 miles an hour or something, and smashed into the ground about 40 miles away. And for about half an hour, this sensor was just ringing like a bell. And some of the scientists thought it was hollow. And I was just laughing about I don't know whether, either way, I don't care. But I just thought it was quite an interesting...
I didn't know that. I heard about the moon thing. I didn't realize that
could have been where... That could have been where that conspiracy theory about it being a Death Star and stuff like that came from. Well, I don't know, but I was actually going to check that. I thought, all right, I wonder when that theory came up, because Apollo 12, I don't know, it was like the 70-something. Was it? Yeah, it was. I think it was probably 71 or something like that. I think it was after the 60s. But anyway, the point was, I was thinking maybe that's where that conspiracy came off, because you get that conspiracy about the hollow moon anyway, for starters. But it's like a Death Star, so
I'd like to see. You said you think it was Apollo 12?
Yeah, I think it was Apollo 12. They did an experiment doing a ground test. I watched a video just 2 days ago about it.
I gotta
It came
see
up in
that. If you can post it, if you can find it and post it, that'd be cool. Because I actually didn't know that. It sounds like an interesting test. Yeah.
And I think I've watched more NASA videos. That's how I believed I ended up with the moon landings. I thought, well, actually, it was me debunking for myself the bubbles in space. When, if you watch the rocket, when it vents hydrogen, and fuck's sake, man, these things are cool. So the outside of that, what do you call it, rocket will be cold, right? The hydrogen, it turns into fucking water. It was quite easy science for me. So, and then I'm thinking, right, okay, so this thing, and it gets colder as you go up there, part of it, so you'll still have ice particles. And then when it's docking, it was always happened when they were docking, or you seen some of the astronauts out. And it's like, it was how they looked. But it's how they looked when they were spinning. You could see they were going from light to dark, light to dark. I said, that's not a fucking bubble. I've lived in I've been scuba and diving, snorkeling and all that. I know what a bubble looks underwater. I was like, that's not fucking right. And that sort of changed me. But that was quite interesting. That thing about it rang for about 25 minutes. And the reason that the scientists they were well amazed. And because usually if there's an earthquake, the sensor will maybe vibrate for a certain, or pick up a signal.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it could possibly have a not have a liquid. It doesn't have a liquid core or anything like that. Possibly, which would probably cause the vibration to go longer. But I think the real issue.
No, not like if that was solid, Kosho, that if you know anything about concrete or solid, you can whack it right and it'll travel fast as fuck, because sound travels, or the energy of sound travels faster through a denser medium, opposite to light kind of thing. So it passes through fucking, but it doesn't vibrate. It doesn't ring for ages.
No, but that's the thing though. If it's spherical, then it's going to be bouncing back and forth as it's hitting the walls, and it's coming back, and then they're going to be interfering. The waves are going to be interfering with each other.
That's baffled.
That's what I was going to say though. Is that's the issue. That's why there wouldn't really be any answers, is because I don't know how many sensors they had, but the reason why we can make
one. They only had one.
They only had one. Okay. The reason why we can come to conclusions on Earth is because we have many sensors, and you can all over the place, so you can see when these waves are hitting where. Whereas if you only have one sensor, all you're going to be able to tell is that you're getting some sort of pattern that's repeating.
Right, do you know what? It's kind of sad that what you're just trying to do there, man. It was like you were negating that fascination. I think because some of the scientists that were there, actually, it said in the documentary, some of the forward scientists put forward, it sounded hollow, man. They said it rang like a bell now. But I don't buy into all this anyway.
I agree with you.
I'm just reporting.
I agree. That's what I'm saying, is that there's no conclusions you can come to. You can come to the possible conclusions, but there's going to be very many of them, and I'm sure that could be one of them. But if you have a range of answers, then there's no conclusion you can come to. So you'd have to redo something like that with multiple sensors, multiple places, to give to give an actual answer, or an answer that would be worth anything.
Exactly.
It does seem like that would be one conclusion.
I totally agree with you, Kosho. That's why I don't buy into the bullshit science, because I think exactly what you said there. And that's what I'm saying. It's kind of laughable because there's loads of intelligent people on the Ball Earth side. I just call them dumbasses, but I've talked to loads of them in private. But when you say things like that, and that's the moon, right? And they've been there, right? But, you know, still use folks are still willing to believe that, you know, they've got that, what's this little tiny light in the sky, or this thing that you can't see, or measuring this and all that kind of stuff. It kind of...
You're depressing me, Ali.
Say again?
You're depressing me.
Oh, sorry.
You believe that men have managed to fly a rocket through space, work out orbital mechanics, work out orbital mechanics, but on the flat Earth instead of the globe Earth somehow, land on the moon, and then you believe it vibrates like a bell from that story. But
well,
you don't, but you still want to deny, like, looking at a star and having an explanation of what it is.
I've seen one video, right? Like, I've watched, as I say, I've probably watched more. I've watched hundreds and hundreds of hours of every single mission, every satellite missions that NASA supposedly did. More so that there's only one person I think that's probably watched the same, and that's Jem Panda when he made that video. I was probably the only person that sat through the 2.5 hours or 3 hours or however long it went. And I actually watched it. I watched it from start to finish, and I even commended. I thought I was really professional, but there was only one thing wrong. It was just taking the piss out of flat earthers, or that little. There was a wee snidey edge to it, but apart from that, it was fucking spot. It was really good. I enjoyed it. You know, I can watch things like that because it fascinates.
My other question was going to be, how do you know it rang like a bell? Who said that again? Because I forgot.
The Apollo 12 mission, when they got what they did is when they took off, right? They took off and they decided they already left. It was like a ground sensor, like I can't even remember the name of it, but it's a machine that it records earthquakes or whatever. They even a seismograph. There you go. Thank you very much, sir. A seismograph, and they used that. They had that. They even recorded their footsteps, and it came over the top. If people think it's fake or whatever, but I choose to believe this. So it came over the comms. Oh, we can hear your footsteps, blah blah, or whatever, right? They said that, and then what they did is they fucked off, done some experiments, and they fucked off in the land, connected with the orbit or the moon orbit or whatever it was, and they decided to blast this thing down at a certain point and hit the ground and see if they could measure what was inside the earth. I laughed when they said that. I said, right, okay, fair enough. They believe. Well, listen, I don't believe, I don't believe even if they came back with results, they could say, well, it's 40% nickel and it's 65% molten shite that actually we get volcano and all that crap.
I like the idea that the moon might be hollow and artificial.
Yeah, well, that's what they got, Don. That's what they got. They blasted the lemon at 3,800 miles away, 3,800 miles an hour. About 40 miles away, they smashed it into the deck. It made a crater, what was it, 10 meters wide. I can't remember the specs, but they were telling the size of the crater that they made, and the thing, it just rang. They showed you the graph, and it was just like constantly ringing, like it was showing up. Like there was a vibration, and it kept vibrating. But look, if you're in an atmosphere that's really got no friction or wind or anything like that, well, why wouldn't it be vibrating? But I don't know if the sensor works underground. If you know what I mean.
It's a weird description for the astronaut to say it rang like a bell.
Yeah, no, the scientists, not the thing. That was the scientists, and some of them even said it sounded hollow. It sounded, and like loads of them, they had quotes of
What
the
if
different
it's a
scientists.
psyop and they say sounds like Bell, like Baal, and they're just giving weird hints to put people off what the moon is like.
Oh God, man! Do you know that? You know, people probably, I don't care anyway. Yeah, well, do you know, that's not even out of the park either. Maybe that's why.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, if you could actually, you could argue for why Bell could be a representative of Baal. I'm sure it'd be quite easy to tie the two
It is.
together.
I'm just joking that they meant that. I don't know. So you think Earth's flat?
Anything's possible, Don.
You think Earth's flat and Freemasonic astronauts managed to fly up and land on a spherical moon above it?
I don't know if it's spherical on the other side. I know we've seen pictures, but there's because during my time looking at the hundreds of hours, there was one mission, right? That because they actually flew this. It was the first time they were flying that.
Like somehow
they were
they
actually
got up and landed
flying.
on the moon. You believe they?
But they actually flew around on that. Right. This is what I'm going to say. What the film that I've seen, and I believe they went to the moon. So I'm going to believe that they did this. They were actually flying this thing around the moon, and they headed off towards the dark side, right? And they got like where it was half light, half dark, kind of thing. And what you seen after that, it looked as if it'd been a huge big chunk hacked off the back of the moon. It looked totally fucking unreal landscape just for a minute, and then what it did is it circled back and flew around again.
So now you believe they landed on the moon, but you're not even sure what the moon is, kind of thing.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Well, man, know, but I do you know? Well, yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I just think it's fun.
Doesn't affect my life. No. You know, it doesn't make me believe NASA or stop believing what the reality that I see around me is at the moment. But because it doesn't matter. It gives me, it's like a hobby thinking, what's space? No, it's just another thing to think about.
More questions for you. Do you believe in other stuff in outer space, like other suns? Do you reckon it's possible there's another sun far away?
No. But I tell you what I do. I think there's another sun. I think if you've got I believe there's a black sun.
Saturn or another body?
No. Like Lilith. It was called Lilith in the old days, man. They called it. They had that after that.
I've heard two stories that Saturn used to be closer and it's the second sun. But I've also heard another idea that there's another orb that like hides behind our sun the whole time. And there's two suns.
Right, I believe in the duality, Don. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
I believe in. I do. Because only because of the thing cause and reaction. Right? Because when you think about it, well, do you know there has to be a.
Let me get to my real question. You believe they can land on the moon, so do you believe technically they could land on Mars? That's going to push you out further and further out.
I don't like. Well, I don't go as far as that. I don't go as far as that because the fact is that I don't.
Is it another body that's landable above Earth?
I think the different. I don't know. It's an object in the sky, right?
Yeah, that's what
it's
I'm
getting. Right.
But listen, same as the moon.
Yeah. But I don't think. I don't think they could ever land on it because they'd just get fucking zapped with whatever fucking mad shit's out there, man. I don't think it's
That's what
ever
I'm getting at.
possible to
That's
go
what I'm
any
getting at.
further.
If you believe there's an object as the moon and you can land on it and it rings, then maybe on Mars is another object and there's more unknown stuff on it.
Yeah, but I don't think it's humanly possible to go that far.
Right. How come?
Well, there's loads of ones. The first one, I think, up there, there's this mad. It's an environment we are not meant to live in for starters, right? But I do go in. What do you call it? I don't know whether it's called radiation. I would just call it vapor. It's like a vapor and it's poisonous, but it can penetrate. It's some mad shit out there. I don't know. I can't.
You think the moon's within reach, but the others maybe not.
Yeah, and I think the only reason that the moon's, I'm telling you, man, all that talk about building shit, you get bombarded with shit, whatever they call it, right? And I believe in the ISS as well. These guys come back and they can go away. They can go away for about 3-4 weeks. So I don't even know. I don't even think they go away as long. They might go for a month max or whatever.
Yeah.
But they come back with the bones of like a fucking 80-year-old man.
I'm agreeing. Traveling through the void is hard. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if we can work out how to, like we did to the moon, maybe we could go to other places.
Nah, not because of the fact is, though, mate. I don't think you can spend any long time out there, and that's why they've no fucking went back.
You know what?
But it's quite funny how these guys survived, though, right? But that guy turned into an alky, right? And that's what I said, you know, they seen something up there. These guys seen something, and that's why I believe it's the military. That's all it is. There's space is a militarized zone. It's a militarized
zone.
How
I understand this is because you can see the moon. Like last night, it was huge.
It was full.
It looks a lot closer, right? And all Mars is a tiny little red flickering dot. But what I'm wondering is, if you had a really good telescope, or you knew a friend who was into astronomy and they had one, and you looked, and then you saw Mars as a bright disc ball thing, like the moon, maybe you could then stretch your imagination to think, even though that's further, and I've had to use a zooming tool to see it, now I see it as another thing like the moon. You know what I'm getting at?
No, because that doesn't. Well, the thing with me is I stop with because I don't think you can last very long. You're getting bombarded with what they call radiation or whatever, but you're getting bombarded with some. It's like like you put a fish. Only some animals can what do you call it? Live in that layer that's deep down in the ocean. There's a layer of thing, but you've got microorganisms and stuff like that. Because they can cope with, they can process whatever's happening there into a livable kind of product where they can hold themselves fit or alive or whatever. And I think the minute we leave the protection, that atmosphere, it's like a fucking protection, I think, and a barrier or whatever. And when people...
They only just managed to get to the moon and survive, sort of thing. And that's the limit. Any further and longer, and they would just.
I think they realised. I think they realised because they're getting zapped because the sun's a funny thing, you know. Well, whatever it's, I think it'd be like living in a poisonous gas up there, but it can penetrate. It's if you were to believe in atoms or molecules, it can penetrate even metal, solid objects. Man, it can that kind of thing, which is kind of weird.
No, I agree with this. The radiation, I think it's hard to travel through space. But for me, that means it's even hard to go to the moon. But now I understand you've just sort of believed in the moon and the ISS, but any further, and then you believe the same as me, it's too hard to do. So that's why they've exaggerated and lied and stuff.
Yeah, I think others on. Yeah, it's a weird one. I don't know. I don't think, and even Elon Musk, I think, see these people, I'm actually going to give them a buy because in the end, they're just useful idiots in the greater plan. They're not part of the greater plan. Well, they are part of the greater plan, but I think some of them are delusional and think they've got a free pass, you know, the golden ticket. I think people like Elon Musk are actually allowed to exist in the system because, you know, it can cause separation. You know, Elon Musk causes separation. You know, a lot of these people do. All they do is you either like them or you don't, and anything to cause an argument. And they're, you know, and they're like, you know, they've got cult followings and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So they're handy to have, kind of thing, and they can get like, as long as they don't interrupt the program. I think these people are just oblivious to.
But do you think there's a car in space? Or...
Dude, that was fucked up, man. You know, anybody that truly, it was funny. There was no, you know, there was no CGI experts that came out that maybe I didn't look hard. There probably was to prove it was real. You know, and folk like that, think about that, Don, right? Think about that. Say you liked winding people up. I've done this at work. I've had it done on me. You know, you like developers with computer programs or film filmographers or guys that work behind the camera or directors or editors. You know, sometimes they like to have a wee private joke in amongst editors, you know, when they're sitting at a wee party. It's, I fucking caught that one in Shrek, man. That was a classic, by the way. And they'll talk about their little, you know, that little signature. I worked in, when I worked in, I drive for a living, but when I worked in like landscaping and stuff like that, I would always fucking, you know, hammer my initials into a stone on a wall I was making or a thing, just because it was like gamble days stuff, you know, like old days, like craftsman kind of stuff. You always signed your work. So I look at it the same way. You know, if someone's got an art, like for editing, filming or whatever, they're going to put their little wee joke and maybe tell only a couple of their mates. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. I don't think, you know, I don't think he's one of them that looks down upon people. I don't think he's one of them. He's a very strange, not a strange.
The Tesla in space is just a practical joke for the stage show kind of thing.
A private joke. He even said that. You know, not that I'm saying that it could be, no, but it's like I don't buy that. I don't buy that. Not with the ball earth behind it in the sun. And that's one of the reasons, because even at certain heights, it's stupid. It's stupid. You know, it's like that thing, you know, why use a GoPro or why, you know, whatever. I hope it's not do you know what, Don? Right, I do, but if you know, I think it's an infinite plane, but it's that same thing, you know. It's like, all right, how deep does it go? And where's the end of it? But I think that's a question that's been implanted in us. Because if you look at a ball's fine, all right, you've got it all, it's good. It's good to know you're there, kind of thing, because it seems to me that a lot of people are looking for, like, you've got evolutionists, what do you call it, atheists, ball earthers, flat earthers, fucking scientists. Everybody seems to be looking for something that's in the past. They're yearning for this knowledge of the past, when, you know, like, you know, I've heard the argument for looking back into the past so you can learn from your mistakes and that, but look, ever since I've known that fucking saying, it doesn't look like to me anybody seems to be paying attention to that saying. Say, all right, fuck that, man. You know, I mean, there's no point looking back or that kind of, oh, you know, how it used to be, or they did that. You know what I mean?
Kev has presented an argument against our argument that they get zapped by microwave radiation. His argument is they don't get zapped. Which, I mean, I did.
Okay, well. Well, see, and this is the thing, Don, right? He says they don't get zapped, right? Now, when I talk about science and stuff like that, here's another great we understand about me, Don. That when I talk about science and, you know, what do you call it, atoms and electrons and light, what I think light is and all that, I don't buy into any of that shit, but it's the only way you can communicate your idea is describing it in that way. I don't believe there's little bouncing balls and stuff like that.
It says radiation belts are not dangerous. It's just charged particles. So that's a bit more information.
All right, okay. Well, see, if he really knew about it, he would be saying, yeah, just at a certain from the beginning it begins, these so-called this radiation belts are not belts at all, they're just like bands of different radiation, and the same one repeats at the start of it, but all the way through it's all ionized and radiated fucking bouncy balls zapping about the place, man. But just a different phase, a different whatever they want to call it, point of decay or energy phase or whatever, you know, whatever state it's in. But they're still there, you know. It's just like a big layer thing. You know, it's not. There is no separation. It's part of the atmosphere. What do you call it?
What he says now is microwaves have a bad rap because microwave ovens. So now I think he's fully in denial of the dangers of radiation, basically now.
All right, okay, well, we better tell NASA that, because you could check that thing out. See, this is why I like believing the moon landings in the ISS, right? Well, if Kev or whatever wanted to check out a bit of information, find out what happens to the astronauts about their bones calcify because of the atmosphere that they're living in there, right? And if they even knew the truth, they're part of an experiment, dude. See again? That is our atmosphere, that environment, then shall we call it? That environment that they're up there. Their bones age, and they come back with. It's likened to osteoporosis. It's
we spoke about this the other day. It's weightlessness because they're not supporting their bodies.
No, but that's to do with the muscles. They say that's to do with the muscles. No. I'm not talking about the muscles. It's nothing at all to do with that. Your bones, only your muscles would get smaller. No.
Do you think the radiation is affecting their bones or something?
No, it is. It is. Go and have a look at the fucking papers. It's written on it by NASA, by the very people that are telling you why they don't go there.
Take your word for it.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that sorry to interrupt, guys? Is that muscle wastage? Is it called atrophy or entropy, where the muscle wastes away?
I don't know what it's called, but it's to do with the bones, Jim. It's to do with the bones. Forget about the muscle wastage, and that's why they exercise. It's
the same. They work in conjunction though. Like whenever, so I lift weights and stuff. When you lift weights, your muscles they grow fast. I mean, they grow faster than your bone density, but your bone density is also something that improves from lifting weights.
But even with the exercise, Kosho, even with the exercise, they come back with that fucking problem. Even though they do their exercise and stuff, it's nothing to do with muscle waste.
Yeah, but you know they're not up in space. Hang on, Jock.
Yeah, right. They're up in an environment, right? But wait a minute, Jim. They're up in an environment that is not compatible to fucking human living. In the fucking story.
Yeah, they're not up there. They're not up there anyway. Jock,
yeah, okay, that's what you say. But that's what you say.
It's not.
You can't say that.
It's not technologically possible.
Now you've got see, this is the thing.
Wait a minute.
Well, here,
Jock,
listen.
Jock,
Now
give me
you've
2
got a
seconds,
handle
Jock.
on
Give me
reality.
2 minutes, Jock.
This is the
Jock,
thing.
give me 2 minutes.
I hear people, scientists and ball earthers and flat earthers, and all these people say things for definite as if they've got a handle on reality, and that's fucking absurd. When you look,
hang on, Jock.
when you actually look at what you know, you cannot say with definition, with definite,
Well, I
that you know
can
what
for
fucking reality
definition.
is.
Jock,
You stop
for
saying that.
definition, Jock, for definition, I can say that the Earth is not a spinning ball, right? So how can then they tell us that the ISS is falling round the Earth ball at 17,500 miles an hour? That's a lot. You believe that then? You think that's possible? Do you think that is possible in any way, shape, or form? Jock.
What, spinning it? Hey, listen, do you know what a vortex is? You can sit, you can make you can make fluid, but you can make fluid vortexes, and you can sit things on top of it and it'll go round in a circle on a plane.
Yeah, so, I've done that myself
right,
as a kid.
Right, I've just explained to you.
Jock, the Earth is not doesn't measure as a spherical ball of the dimensions we're given.
I never said it did.
Detect the spin, right? That's something we know for sure. Okay, I know that 100%. And then they're telling us that the ISS is currently 250 miles above the Earth's surface. Okay, and it's going around the Earth. Okay, falling around the Earth. Now, where in nature do you see anything orbiting on a spherical ball and not drop down to the ground? But
that's not my argument. We're not talking about that, Jim. I'm talking about, think of a whirlpool, and if you sit in a certain point, not a whirlpool where there's a centre, there's obviously a thing, but you get held in. So I could sit an object in there and it'll go quite happily around in a circle.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you that they're telling us that the ISS is floating up there.
Yeah, but that's what they can tell. But that's how I see it in my model. If that's up there, which I do believe it is, that's how it's going about the Earth. It's just going round in a big circle.
It's not up there, Jock. Jock, it's not up there, Jock. Okay? It's what we call blue screen, green screen, and
you can see it, Ian. There's no blue screen up there.
It's not up there, mate. It's just fucking.
Yeah, we can see
but
it.
That's not a blue screen. Do you know what that was right here, Jim? This is how I got sick. I got sick of this. Remember that guy there that stood there with the blue background with the checkered things?
Yeah,
now,
since
I was a kid, right, dude, that's how you judge the speed of something, because you know how big those. I mean, that's not even. That was a joke when they said it was a fucking green screen. It was a thing for whatever he was letting go. I have to say that whatever he was letting go, they were judging the speed of it, how it rose, or what he did.
Yeah, because they had to edit in so that it's doing their shenanigans to make it look real to the people who are watching it. They're not really in the ISS. That's the.
Did you have satellite telly? See, did you ever have? I remember when. Right, but I remember when satellite telly came in, when it first came in.
Yeah,
you could be watching a program, right? You could be sitting watching a program and it'd start getting all pixelated. You'd start seeing squares in the corner of these colours, and you wouldn't get a pic. Then it would go back to normal, and then it would, pixelate again.
I remember that.
Right, that's all I see. That's all I see there. People say, "Oh, look, his hands disappeared," and things like that. Look, all that is pixelation on a satellite feed.
Yeah,
that's all it is. I've had it since I was a kid, mate.
All right,
I had it since I was a kid.
Doc, it's because the signal's breaking down, and remember, that doesn't mean that the satellites are above the Earth, supposedly in this spherical ball orbiting or geostationary.
And that's true as well. Yes, that's true. But I choose to believe that. But I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
choose to believe it. Fine. I choose to know. I choose to know. I don't want to believe.
I don't go about telling people what reality is.
Hang on, Jock. So I can actually stand up sure-footedly, Jock, and say, no, there are no satellites up there, geostationary or orbiting. No, the Earth is not a spinning fucking ball in the vacuum of space. No, the ISS is not there orbiting the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour in an hour and a half orbits. No, they're not. Those things are not happening 1,000%.
What's your proof for that, Jen?
What's my proof for that? The physics behind it wouldn't allow it. The physics behind it wouldn't allow it. The fact that they haven't gone to the moon and we can't replicate this stuff. We can't replicate it here on Earth. We can't. It goes against nature's laws. Never have I seen in my life something orbiting a sphere and keep on going around non-stop. What the hell?
But that doesn't mean. But Jim, I explained how I see it. These things are just floating around above.
You said you believe it. You said just now. You want to believe it. Fine. I know.
No, but I believe that because it can fit in with my model. I've got see. The thing is, I'm perfectly happy where I've got a model of the Earth in my reality, right? And I'm quite happy with it. But I still love fucking science, and I believe that they're not telling us what that is, and it's military. So we're not privy to the information what's up there. But I choose to believe that these things go up there. In my model. It doesn't. There's no contradiction. I can explain it. I've done it loads of times. Explain what I think, but I'm not going to spend time.
I just think.
I can explain it in my own head, and that's up to me.
Okay, I got you.
Reality is subjective, mate.
Yeah, I just feel that you don't understand. I don't think you don't understand the natural law well enough to understand that the things that they're telling us that they can do.
Do you believe in the Fibonacci code, Jim? You know that Fibonacci code?
No, I don't.
So what do you believe then?
I just believe in things that I can actually prove, touch, experience. That's what I know. And it then becomes no longer a belief. It becomes knowledge. I gather knowledge. That's what I want to gather. Through reality. Don't carry beliefs. I haven't got room for that. I haven't got time for that. I've got to know. So I can know as much as I can. And when I can't know, I will admit I don't know that. So, and if I don't know that, I can't carry a belief for it.
So you don't know that these things are going about up in space?
Oh, well, I know that. I know that they're not doing that. I know that.
You haven't touched it. Have you ever worked on a satellite? Have you ever touched a satellite? Have you ever worked on a satellite?
I've only seen them being constructed, but I've never seen them deployed. And every image that I've seen of a satellite since 2015 have all been CGI.
Right, and the thing is, right, here's another thing that annoys the fuck out of me as well, is that people expect that NASA or these private corporations should give photographs or you've got to prove it to me. I tell you what, if I had a company, once you understand NASA's a company, right, and getting the mentality of a company way of thinking, why the fuck? See if someone came up to me, hey mate, I want photographs. You're getting some of my tax money. I want to see you've got proof you're doing the work. I'd turn around them and say, go fucking mind your own fucking business, you prick. I'm not obliged obliged to perform. You know the law. I'm not obliged to perform.
Hang on a second. All right, Jock, you made your point, Jock. And then suddenly that guy gets a roundhouse kick in the nuts. And I say, I'm a taxpayer and you're using my money to fucking lie, yeah? So you better produce the fucking photograph.
Yeah, but I might be getting tax breaks off the... Hey, but listen, if I've got a company, I'm getting tax breaks off the government, but I'm still going to tell him to fuck off. What the fuck's it got to do with you?
He couldn't tell me to fuck off because I am a taxpayer and I'm going to say to him...
It's a military, Jim. But how can you imagine? How can you possibly imagine they even give two flying fucks about what the public think?
Well, I mean,
they just take the money, man.
We're going with your scenario. If the situation...
but it's absurd.
If the situation...
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah,
it's absurd to demand photographs of these organisations.
Of course, I've got every right to demand. Look, I've got every right to demand. Hang on, Jock. I've got every right to demand photographs if I'm not satisfied with the words I heard. Yeah? Fucking hell. If the words are not doing it, can I actually see this thing going on? And I know for sure that the ISS is not falling around the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour. We don't have to moving that far.
But you can see it, Jen. You can watch. You can get the app on your phone. It'll tell you when it's coming.
It's apps. I'll let you finish. Go on. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was
Go
just
ahead.
saying you can see the ISS fly over.
What do you see? Because every time I ask people what they've seen a light, and I've said to them that a light does not an ISS make. And then if you look at the ISS, it's supposed to be 240 odd miles away, nearly 250 miles up into the above the Earth's atmosphere. You're not going to see that with the naked eye, man. Come on, 250 miles away. Come on.
Yo, Jay, if I could tell you my experience the other night, because I was expecting this, the ISS actually was directly over my head. It was about 90 degrees in the sky, and I wanted to make an observation where I measured. So I observed it, and then I checked where it was. You know, at some given time later. It happened to be 2 minutes later. Anyway, it was right above my head in the sky, and it was brighter than anything else. You could see that it was moving fast because it was moving faster than anything else. And then by using the time that it was over my head and the time it was over.
What was moving?
Hold on, sir.
What was it?
And the
What
time,
did you
hold
see?
on, dude. Hold on.
What did you see?
And the time that it was over Cleveland, it was
What did you
moving
see?
fast.
What was it you
Hold on,
saw?
dude. It doesn't matter because I'm saying something, dude. Hold up. The speed that it was moving from my location to Cleveland was 17,000 miles per hour. So whatever it was, that's how fast it was moving. Now, what I saw was
you don't even know what you saw. You
was
don't
a
even know.
very bright object, just like
you saw.
the same way that you might see the same way that you might see a plane at night, where you can't see that it's a plane, you just see the light up there. I couldn't see a shape or anything like that. I saw a very bright object moving fast across the sky. Okay,
Sure.
so you're
right. A plane is only 5 miles up of the Earth's
That's
surface,
fantastic, man. See, the problem with you talking the entire time I was talking, you missed the main point of what I said, dude. You missed the main point of what I said. Completely missed the point, man.
250 miles up. So what did you see? I still don't know what you saw.
Listen, if we're gonna have a conversation, we're gonna listen to each other, okay? The fact that you're describing a plane tells me that you didn't listen to what he said.
What did you see? What did you
Jim,
see?
we're not having a conversation. We're doing this, man.
What did you see?
Yeah, Jen. Try not to overtalk, if you would, please.
Okay. What did you see?
Stop bitching. Like, Kosho, you could have just continued that conversation and not bitched about it in left lane. You didn't have to come in and put. They got the point. That was said 5 times or stop over talking. Yeah, but still, he's right. He's right, though. He's right, Jim. I just say that. But, you know, no need to. Once you say it and Jim says, yep, fine, then fucking just continue, man, and stop moaning.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jen, I'd like to have a conversation, though, Jen. So this means, like, you know, you can respond to what I'm saying to you. Because when you described a plane, that's how I'm telling you. I know it was not a plane. It looked like it could be a plane, although it looked like it was moving faster, and it was much brighter. So these two things tell me that okay, it could be a plane. The thing that tells me it's definitely not a plane was the fact that I observed it right above my head, and then 2 minutes later it was in Cleveland, Ohio, right right above that position, and it tells me that it was moving 16,000 miles per hour at least. But we know it's moving 17.5, but that's the distance along the ground. It's about 16,000. So that's how fast it has to be moving, which is way faster than any plane. That's the conclusion I've come to.
Have you finished? Have you finished? Yeah. Right.
I mean, it's quite clear.
First of all, what did you see?
I explained that part to you as well. I told you that it was a very. I told you it was a very bright.
I'm going to ask you again. What did you see?
Why would you ask me again? But I'm in the middle of answering the question.
I don't know what you saw yet. I want to know what it is you were looking at.
I know you don't know what I saw because you didn't listen to me when I told you the first time. But I told you I saw a very bright object very bright, brighter than any star or any plane.
Object, yeah. Was it a light? Was it a light?
Yeah, it's a very bright object. I don't know what you can't make out anything except for the light.
Oh, look! You saw a bright object, yeah. So when you look up when you're looking at something, hang on, I'm going to take you through this. When you look up at 5 miles at a plane, you can see it's a plane because you see the lights are flashing, and you might be able to make out the lights on each wingspan and the nose, and so you get the idea that it's a plane and it's only 5 miles. Now you're saying you saw something 250 miles up into the Earth's sky there, right? A bright object. So was it a light? What color was it, this object that you saw? What was the color?
Let's just call it a white, bright light. And the plane, though, the plane that you see that's very high in the sky at night, you can't make it out. Not if it's high, you can only see the light. And you see the very faint light, and you might see it blinking.
You didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said. When I've seen a plane, when I've seen a plane in the sky, I've seen a red light, green light on the wings, and they're flashing. So you know that that's a plane. You know that's a plane, even at night. Okay? Thank you. You may not see the actual planes, the writing and the color because it's nighttime, but you see the spread of the light that tells you, that's the wingspan, the tail, the nose, that's a plane going by. And you can gauge it by the speed. Okay, now you said you saw this thing and it was over Ohio in 2 minutes. How do you know it was over Ohio? How do you know that?
I had somebody verify. There was somebody. Yeah, I had a lot of people. I had a lot of people. I had a lot of people check to see what was going over their path.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't believe.
Yeah, you can look at the text chat in Japan. I was asking about it for several days.
I don't believe you, and I cannot believe you. Sorry.
That's fine. You can go in Japan's text chat. You can verify that I indeed had been asking people and posting the path for several days.
For the conversation, thank you. Your story's hard to believe. Okay.
I don't care if it's hard to believe. I'm telling you that you can easily verify it by looking in the text chat of a server that you're in. That the proof is in there, but you can choose not to believe something that you can easily prove.
No, I've tried to look for it and I've never found it. That's the thing. So never mind.
No, I'm saying the text in Japan's text chat.
In the sky does not an ISS make. Thank you very much.
That's fine. It does. It does make an object, though.
Who knows what that is you're seeing? Okay. Thank you very much. But
we know how fast it's moving.
Definitely not the ISS. That's
okay. Fine.
Sure.
Call it whatever you want.
Believe it.
Call it whatever you want. Then I'm not telling you to believe it's the ISS. I'm telling you it's an object that's moving at 16,000 miles per hour.
I didn't see it. So I don't know what the fuck it is. You saw it.
What were you saying, Kojo?
Jesus Christ. I'm saying that I'm not claiming that it's the ISS. Not to you, at least. I'm claiming that it's an object that was moving at least 16,000 miles per hour, based on my observation. That's what I'm saying.
I thought you said it was the ISS. You said you can get it.
Well, it was the ISS, but I'm not. That's not my claim to you right now.
It's to get the app because you can see it, Jim. You get the app. You know where it is, the location. So you believe it's the ISS. Thank you. Stop lying. Don't lie about your position as well.
I didn't say I don't believe it's the ISS. Dude, Jesus Christ, man. I'm not saying I don't believe it's the ISS. I'm saying my claim to you right now is that it's an object that was moving at least 16,000 miles per hour. I'm not going to attempt to try to claim it to be the ISS to you because you're not even accepting that it was an object moving that fast. That's the first step.
Of course not. It's just what you said. I haven't seen it for myself. I asked you, how did you know it was over Ohio? So you had to ring them up to find out. Did you see it? Is that what you did, really? Yeah. Yeah? Really?
Yeah. Are you in Tokyo? I mean, not Tokyo. Are you near Tokyo?
I'm near Tokyo, yeah.
Okay, well, then we're going to do it this way then, man. Give me a second.
Hey, Kosho, a quick question. Can you see the moon, or have you seen the moon lately? to what phase it is?
Yeah, it was nearly a full moon, and it was. I saw it. I saw it either this morning, or yesterday morning. It was pretty. It was set. It was setting. It was just morning time. It was setting.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Right,
I saw the moon too. I saw the moon
I want
2
to
days
do
ago.
that's what I think, right? Because I've got film of the moon and the sun. By the way, I'll make another statement. I don't believe the sun illuminates the moon. No way, man. No. And
I
I've
would
got
agree with
video. I've got a video, right? And I can show the sun and the moon 180 degrees apart. See, on the level. Imagine we've got a level, right? The sun's just risen. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning. And I set my level, the camera, and I pan round, and 180 degrees behind me is the moon. It's about 30 degrees altitude, it's probably about 45, 50 degrees altitude off the horizon. And it's lit at 7:05. The lit side's on the 7:05 of the clock. And it's 180 degrees. And the sun's right in front of it, like that. And I was like,
I would agree with you,
minute
Jock.
here.
I've seen that myself, Jock. I've seen that myself, Jock. I've been watching that for so many years.
I filmed it. I filmed this,
I took pictures.
and I stuck it on. I gave people when Jose was around, and I handed out the video, and just one guy. That's all I needed was one guy to go, fuck, I can't oh, that's interesting. But the others come up with loads of explanations.
Why don't you let people finish talking, man?
I'm finished anyway.
Yeah, no, it's just we didn't hear a word of what you said because Jin kept under talking you the whole time. Jin, you need to control yourself, man. I've been watching this the whole year or something, whatever. I've been watching for a long time.
Normal conversation. You heard what he
But
said.
you can't talk while someone else is talking. Come on, man. I didn't hear a word he said because of you.
I heard what he said before I said that. So don't talk.
I didn't hear what he said. I didn't hear a word he said because of
Clean your ears
you.
out.
Control
Get some
yourself, okay?
Q-tips.
Please control yourself. You're too old to be acting like this, Jim.
Get some Q-tips, mate. Don't worry about my age either.
Ali B, how much of the moon did you say was lit? Did you say it was like 80% lit or something like that?
7:05. If you look at a clock, right, and then you draw a line between the five. Well, it's maybe about 8:10, in between about 7 minutes or something like that, past 7 between 8, and that was lit pointing, and I was like, because that got me thinking about perspective and stuff like that, right? I was like, right, this is fucking this isn't right, and I've seen loads of things like that. I just don't have my camera with me, and that's why I know. If anything, the moon somehow stores the light, and it just does what it fucking does on a certain thing.
If you had to estimate though, how much of the moon would you say was lit to like 80%?
I could see the whole thing. I could see the whole thing, but it was during the day. It was in the morning, and the moon was
full
high.
moon, you're saying?
Yeah. No. I could see the whole moon, but the bit that was lit on it was one of the blue moons. But with a lit side on the 7:05. I've got a video of it. 7:05 on this. It was in the morning, as I say, about 7 o'clock. I've even got the date and the time.
Yeah, it would just be a cool video. I'm curious about the percentage that you think was lit though. Like
That was about half.
Thing.
It was about half. It was 7:05. So think of that on a clock and tell me. It was about 5 past. If you look at the moon as a clock, from the 5 between the 5, if you drew a line to the 5 to the 7, and everything on the left hand side of that was lit. That's that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I filmed, and the thing was, it was even better. It was even more weird because the sun was just on coming up to the horizon, right? And the moon was about, as I say, 40, 50 degrees above. Yeah, I would say about that. It wasn't 90 actually. It might be more, because you could see I lifted the camera. You can see I done it as straight as I could. But the difference in between the thing, it wouldn't have mattered if people said. I didn't care anyway, because Boleth was, oh, he moved the camera, oh, it's hanging like that. But you could see, if you were honest with yourself, you would have seen that. And you couldn't explain it. I went to Stellarium. I put in where I was, the country that was, right enough. I was in Belgium, in Brussels. And I put that there, and I looked up at the moon, and I seen the same thing that I seen. But when I thought, right, let's have a look at the sun's, or the rotation of the moon, compared to where the sun was and how I would have had to see it on a globe, what time it was. I went right deep into it, man. I took about a month get my head round it, looking at Stellarium and stuff like that, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work because the moon's in the wrong place for what to happen. That I saw, the moon would have to be still lit, but it was a video about. It would have to been a video to I couldn't be fucked.
So but those pictures I posted in the chat, is that about the phase the moon was in between those? Somewhere between those.
Well, at 7:05, I can't be bothered going into the chat culture. I'm not into that. I'm just saying, if you know what a clock looks like, 7:05 in the morning, around 7 o'clock, funny enough, and way higher than the altitude of the sun above the horizon. It was impossible. It should have been full. It should have been fully lit. It was blue. The sky was blue. I could see one half, but the other half was
obscured by the atmosphere.
Honestly, Jim, you see that, man, and you've probably, of course, man. Japan, the land of the rising sun, man. That's where the sun. That's where you get that's what it's famous for. That's why it's got it on its fucking flag. You should look at that more. Watch the moon rise and the moon set. They are the most amazing things you ever see. If you watch them set.
I have done.
Most folk don't. A lot of. I was born in the countryside, and I do a lot of driving, so I can watch the moon for hours as I'm driving for 4 or 5 hours, 4.5 hours, or 9 hours, or whatever I've got to drive.
I saw the moon 2 days ago, around 4 a.m. It was a full moon. 4 a.m.
Ah, right, okay. I had that's why I asked Don. He was in Britain, right? He's in Britain. That's what I'd like to do, a moon watch, and then you could get an idea. Forget about putting land anywhere. Just work on angles and don't put a map down or anything. Just points on a grid system, right? And just do that and and what it was doing, where the sun was and stuff like that, And I think most people would have to be. Nobody's done that before. Science had the old answers. Copernicus or whoever it was decided what the heliocentric model was. They've stuck with that. You know what I mean? There's been loads of people that have suggested shit, but it's like, this is hundreds and hundreds of years old. Shit, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Did you know that, Jim? The sextant. Yeah. I was just going to ask you, and Kosho, if he's listening, did you know that the sextant was around before the globe was even made? Before any globe was made, they were using sextants. 994 AD. Did you know that?
It's not true. It's not true.
Well, I can post it for you right now. Right now, I can post it. I just watched the video. Okay, so
I thought the sextant took the measurement from the 90 degrees and downwards towards the horizon. I thought that's what.
Yeah. If you watch it.
Yeah, but you take it from 90 degrees from where you are, because they knew. They already knew in navigation that you couldn't really follow the stars up below 15-20 degrees because they moved like shit, man. They moved too fast. So they took the measurement. I thought it was called, I can't remember what it's called. Kojo probably knows it. The name that it's the It's straight above you. It's 90 degrees above you.
Oh, zenith.
The zenith. That's it.
Actually,
They take it from the zenith, from the 90 degree, not the horizon. And if they took it from the horizon, we all know it's an apparent horizon. And to hear that argument get joked about the sextant proving the whatever it proves, it was horizontal lines, end of story. It's stupid to even have the argument about that. But that was the point. It was the zenith. I think that I thought the sextant walked off her, because you look through two. I never looked into it. I never looked into it much, but what I did.
That's right.
Or something. Well, it was something to do with zenith.
Okay, here we go. I posted the video, right? Gosh, it's right there now. It's moving along fast. 52 minutes, I think, past the hour. Yeah, sextants since 994 AD, proving flat Earth. All right, watch it. It's 11.5 minutes long. Absolutely marvelous video. Superb. It's a knockout.
There was globes in the 1500s.
We're talking 994 AD. 994 AD.
The modern sextant didn't exist back then. I think they're probably talking about the astrolabe. The astrolabe or something like that, right?
Or they're not talking about the astrolabe. Look at the sextant. Look at it. Watch the video. It's 11.5 minutes long. When you're ready, at your leisure, if you're interested.
Sure, I'll check it out. I thought sextants. I thought they were. Yeah, it says they were invented in 1757.
No, the sextant 994. It's written there. AD. Watch it and read the documents. Fuck's sake.
I'll check it out, man.
You know check it out, man. Check it out. Check it out and blow your eyeballs out, and then shatter the illusion of the heliocentric model, because that's all it is. It's an illusion, and then you'll end your what's it called, the separation anxiety disorder. That'll stop instantly, because you'll wake up and realize it's a flat Earth. Until then, you're going to be in that disorder. Unfortunately,
I'm watching this video right now. I just want to let you know though, Jen. I was looking at the ISS passes for you near Tokyo, and you'll actually have two really bright passings tonight and tomorrow night. Probably some of the brightest passings you can get.
I've heard that all the time. When I've looked, I've never seen it, so I'll try again. Don't worry.
Well, in your local time,
as long as I get the time, then I'll
yeah,
try
your local
right.
time. Yeah, your local time. It'll be tonight. I think at 6:30 p.m.
Midnight here. It's midnight here. Midnight.
Wait. What's the date?
Well, today is the 18th of January.
So did the 19th just start?
The 19th will be starting in a few minutes' time. Yeah, 7
Okay,
minutes.
all right. Well, then we missed that one. But the one for tomorrow is even brighter and higher. And actually, this is the best one. It's 77 degrees, and it's going to be the brightest object, so brighter than Venus even. And that'll be at 5.
Around about the same time.
No, at 5:40.
5:40 p.m. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, local time. And what I'll do is I'll investigate, and I'll see if there's anybody else who's going to be able to see that same pass. Because that'll be interesting.
Just because one person has seen it, I need to be able to see it.
Yeah, no, exactly. You'll see it. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what makes it interesting. Is if you see it, and then also someone else sees that same ISS and that same pass, like let's say 2 minutes later, or 2 minutes prior, then you can glean some information from that, like how fast it's moving.
Yeah, I've got to be able to see it.
Well, like I said, if you can see, I don't know where you are in the city, but if you can see at least one star, then you'll be able to see the ISS, because it'll be brighter than any other star or any star on the planet or anything.
Yeah, whatever. Never seen it, and like I said, I don't think it won't be the ISS, but I want to see what you guys are saying. You're seeing this bright object, 250 odd miles up into the black, dark sky of the night sky. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. I'm gonna see who else might be seeing it along the same path. So let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe someone else in Japan might see it.
Well,
I don't know, maybe someone in Australia.
You've got no one else in Japan but Jin CBR1 at the moment. You guys are over at the west, most of you, in Australia.
Well, there's Huey. Remember, Huey's there, and then we don't talk to this guy anymore. But
Who's
yeah,
Huey?
free-minded.
Who's Huey? Huey? Who's that?
I think you've talked with him, and yeah, either you were talking to him or free-minded was.
Oh, maybe.
Free-minded
Yeah.
also there.
You might be right there. Yeah, Huey.
He's an older dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at Australia. I'm gonna see if maybe anyone in Australia might be able to cast that same pass, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I doubt it.
It wasn't there's somebody who's in what do you call that place? Korea or Vietnam or something like that. I forget what it is.
No, we haven't got anyone. We had someone in China, but that was on Hangouts. That I remember, not on the Discord.
Well, I'm gonna post a picture of what of the path. Hold on. This is the supposed path.
Here, Kosho, here's one for you, right? And this is what, because I can tell you like science, and you do your research, which is real, and I know you do. But yeah, somewhat, and I do the same somewhat as well. I like to look in, and one of the things that got me, another like, shall we say, proof of my belief that science doesn't really know what they're talking about, was always, because it always bothered me, right? You know how the moon makes and I got an explanation of someone for this, right? So the moon is orbiting the Earth, and it's got a ecliptical. No. Yeah, ecliptical, not elliptical. Where there's a closer point, an apogee and a perigee or something like that, right? So there's a closer point and a far away point. So I asked the question, so as the moon is whizzing, well, when it's out further, what's pulling it in? And I was sort of told gravity. So gravity's pulling it into the centre. It's accelerating at 9 meters, so it's accelerating. So anyway, then suddenly it gets closer and closer, and it gets to this point. I asked the question, I said, oh, well, why doesn't it get sucked into the Earth then? Or why doesn't it suddenly start? Because you would think that as it came closer, even if it whipped by and came back, there would have to be a stronger force on the other side as it came round short and then flew off in the other. So I always wondered that. I said, well, what stopped it from just getting sucked in the Earth? They said it was momentum, or it was inertia. I think it was it was momentum first. Right? And then they said, well, it went out, then it went way out. And I said, right, so now it's heading off. So, if the force of gravity wasn't strong enough to pull it in because it would be heading straight as it got closer and closer. It'd be heading for the centre of the Earth. It'd be heading for this centre point.
I got you. I understand.
I never ever got that, and then I got told why it didn't just fucking fly off is because of its inertia.
Right, yeah, the momentum or whatever. But I know I can.
And then I got this, and these are fucking reasonable questions.
No, I understand. It is a reasonable question. It is a reasonable question, but I know you said you weren't looking at the chat, but I did. I posted it's a pretty good tool. It's called the Newton's Cannon simulator thing, and What I'll do, if you're not going to look at the chat, I'll just describe what Newton's cannon is, because it might give you an idea of what's actually happening. But you know that, first of all, did you know that if you shot a bullet, and you dropped the bullet right next to you, that they're both going to be falling to the ground, even though one of them's flying very fast. They're both gonna hit the ground relatively at the same time. Like however long it takes, it's still going to fall towards the ground. Okay. So Newton's cannon, he was describing if he had shot a cannon off a mountain, and if he had shot that cannon fast enough, that as it was falling to the ground, just like it normally would, if it was falling fast enough and the Earth was round, then as it would fall towards the ground, there would be, because the Earth is curved, there'd be more ground there. And so that's the idea of an orbit.
And
is just
that make a perfect circle.
Well, but yeah, if you shot it at the right speed, but some of those would be all elongated circles.
No, they weren't. No. That's not how that animation that you're telling me. I've seen it 1,000 times. I know what Newton's cannon is. But the point I'm saying is that when they showed or explained it, how it did that, it just continued round in a perfect circle. But the moon doesn't do that.
No, but it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Like the animation that I posted, you can change the speed.
Yeah, but that's it doesn't. Yeah, I've done it. Actually, it's on PHET or PHET or something. I bet it's something like that, or PNet or something.
Yeah, it's something similar. It's some physics Weber
Or
EU, but either way,
I think it's called FET or something like that. I've played about all these. I mean, you've got to remember, Kosho, see, you have to believe that nature is 1, 2, 3, or it's binary code, or you believe in some simulation theory or alternative universities where you have to believe in that to believe what you've just tried to tell me. To get nature's chaotic, man. Nature's not.
I'm not describing perfect
well,
circles,
that's what
though.
you're doing. You're telling me to go to a simulation.
No,
and that's all
I'm not
that is,
saying anything about a simulation, and I'm not saying anything about perfect circles, because there's only one specific speed that you will get it from any given height that will make it go in a perfect circle, and it's fairly hard to do that. Instead, you're going to get
and otherwise
depending on
it'll
how
fly
fast you're going.
past you. It'll fly past you in a straight line, Kosho.
Well, no, it'll never go in a straight line. It'll always be affected by Earth's gravity by some extent, but depending on how fast it's going,
But eventually, when released, it'll go in a straight line. It's like, if I get a ball on the end of a string, I spin it over my head, I let it go, it will go in it. The minute I stop that angular momentum, that object, due to the force of direction, is going to go straight. End of story. Straight in the light.
Well, that's not the end of the story, because it's going to do another thing too. It's going to be, by your movement, you're going to make it go in a straight line, but then by something else, it's going to start falling towards the ground, and so it's going to make an arc path.
No, because it loses the power to hold itself up within the atmosphere that we live in.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying about the bullet. Like with a bullet, when you drop it and fire it, they're both going to hit the ground at the same time.
Yeah, of course, because it can't support itself anymore, because things fall in the atmosphere that we live in. That we're in.
So it was never supporting itself.
Yeah, exactly. So why are you making these points? I know why things fall.
No, because you're describing the ball that you swung around and then you flung it. It's going in a straight line because of the way you flung it, but it's also falling towards the ground.
No, it's not. It's not. It's where I let it go determines exactly where that force you've got. Come on, man. You give people big talks on whatever forces are and all that kind of stuff. If you're swinging a ball, right, there's a force acting in an angular. It's going round in a circle. The only thing, it wants to go straight. At every point, it wants to go straight, but you're holding on to it. You're restricting it. The minute you let go, that's when the point that action happens at the speed of light, no delay. It's gone, man, in a straight line, unless acted upon other forces, as your God says, which is quite obvious, actually.
So you're telling me if you get a yo-yo, if you get a yo-yo right now and you make a circle, swing it around in circles, and then you let it go, you're telling me that the yo-yo is going to go in a straight path from when from where you let it go at. It's gonna keep going in a straight path. I'm telling you that it's gonna go in that straight
That's
path.
a different force. That's
Yeah, but
that's a different force.
it's gonna start falling towards
Not
the
the
ground
same
at the same
thing.
time.
Yeah, but it's not the same. It's not got anything at all to do with the same force I was talking about. That we are talking about the moon going round a fucking object, and what would happen to it if released from the restraining force that you were holding it.
Very, very quick, Ali B. The thing, because I don't know why you're disagreeing with. If you have the yo-yo or whatever you have, you make it go in a straight
That's a
path.
yo-yo. I'm not
hold on,
talking about a
Ali
yo-yo.
B. Hold on.
That's not that's not orbiting. You're bringing up a non sequitur. I'll let you go.
No, I'm not Ali B. Just hold on a second. Because in the case of the yo-yo, it goes in a straight path, plus it falls down, so it goes in a curved path. If you're talking about a moon or any object that you fire off the Earth, perpendicular to the downward force, it's moving in a straight line, just like the yo-yo when you let it go, but it's also moving towards the Earth because it's falling towards it. So both those two things are happening at the same time. The straight path and the
honestly, I can't believe you. They words, that verbiage that you just spat out there came out of your mouth. I can't believe that, Kosho. You're way more honest than that. I can't believe you believe what you just said there. That's ridiculous.
I don't understand if you don't believe
that
it.
was like an excuse. That was like, you know, I never scolded my kids, so I'm going to refer to what I seen on the television. That was like someone, hey, by the way, you've ate the chocolate and they've got the chocolate over the face, and it's like a child giving an excuse rather than yeah.
You got
anyway, I'm mute.
That he's wrong, Ali, or are you just gonna say he's wrong?
Welcome to the Kosho Show, Jock.
No, I never said he was wrong. I never even said that. I was amazed that he would even, because that's what it sounded like. It sounded like but not in the tone that he said it. But it sounded like a child giving me, and it was hot. That's what I'm saying. I get frustrated about, because they're smart people, and Kosho's not smart. But yet he fucking sells his intelligence for even believing that crap, or even trying to say that to me, even try to explain that as an explanation, even thinking I don't think he was even talking to me, right? Because that was a load of rubbish, and that's what that was. That was like an excuse. That wasn't even an honest answer, and he knows it. He knows it now anyway, because I went on for it for about 5 minutes. I'll mute.
I still don't understand how come you don't agree with the thing that you flung out of your hand that was going in a circle. When it flung out of your hand, the influence that of the centrifugal force is going to cause it to go in a straight line. That's true, in a straight line in the direction that it was going when it left your hand. However, because there's another thing acting on it, the downward force, it's going to also be have a force acting downwards. And what this causes,
there is no up or down in space. There is no up or down in space. So you know that. So stop mentioning directions.
Yeah, well, there is a
Stop mentioning
direction. There's
but
the
there
Earth.
isn't. There is.
Yeah, there
you
is.
don't know your
There
science.
is.
Well, then you don't know what the bullshit scientists are.
I
bullshit.
do. I actually do know.
There is no direction.
In space,
there is no direction in space.
The downward direction is going to be towards the gravitational attraction. In this case, the Earth. If you're talking about orbiting the Earth, downward is going to be towards the Earth. Things fall towards the Earth. They fall down. So you can talk about. You can talk about.
That's not down. That's not down when you fall to the center of object. That's not down. That's falling towards the center of an object. You're telling me there's that string. So right, okay. So what and this is it. Right, okay. Here we go. This is the question. Say that was a good argument. Very nice. I would have probably thought that myself, right? And then I say, oh, right. So gravity is like that's me. It's actually me standing at the center, spinning round, and holding on to this fucking object and letting a little bit of rope out at a certain point and then winding it in quickly so it comes back around. That's what I'd have to be doing at the centre of the earth if my name was Gravity. That's what I'd have to be doing. Right, so that's it. Stupid things like that. Oh, excuse me.
I'm going to post this picture. Oh, here's a good one. No, that's not a good one. Here's a good one. Alright, you said you weren't looking at the chat, though. Well, I hope you look at this one. Anyways, here's a couple of pictures. I'll try to post one that's better. Either one of those work, though. But yeah, same thing with if this ball were anywhere, you can imagine this ball is on Earth, or you can imagine this ball is outside of the Earth, being thrown perpendicular to the downward or towards the center of the Earth, and the same thing would occur. The ball would go in the direction that you throw it, but it would be constantly influenced by the center of the Earth, towards the direction of the center of the Earth, and so it would end up making a curved path. This is always the case.
Kosho. It's always the case. That was like the stamp on this statement. Yeah, come on, you just
see it with the moon, by the way. The exact same thing. Centripetal acceleration towards the Earth. So it goes in orbit.
A little earlier, I posted the Newton's cannon. I was messing around with it. I just changed the speed. Some speeds it's not going fast enough to make a full orbit, and some speeds it's fast. It's going faster. It's going too fast almost to where it makes a ellipse orbit, where it gets further away on the other side. Just depends how fast it's going.
Right, but they never tested that Kosho. They'd done some mathematics, right? Done a bit of measurement, scaled it up, and off they went. And that was it. Hey, look at this. This proves it. You can't fail.
You can't fail, Jimmy.
Nah, something like that, Jimbo.
Do you fellas know what an ICBM is?
Intercontinental ballistic missile. There you go.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Educate me. Educate me.
No. You're exactly. That's exactly what it is.
These destroyers, these murderers of children. Yeah, come on. Let's talk about those. Let's talk
about those. In order for those things to go intercontinental, they have to fire them high enough at an angle, and they have to fire them.
I know how they work. I stop it. It proves nothing. Stop it. You're insulting my intelligence.
Hold on.
Hey, dude.
Hold on.
Well, let me say something kosher. Right?
Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm responding to what you said because you haven't tested this.
What I always did. Well, don't insult me.
Let me finish what I'm saying first. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is that the mechanism that allows the intercontinental missile to go as far as it does is the fact that it's not doing a full orbit, but it does a portion of an orbit in order to go further than it would usually be allowed to be able to fire something, because it's going further. It's still falling towards the ground. It's just going fast enough to where it's going further than it usually goes. So it's like a portion of an orbit.
Yeah, okay, right. Yep, okay. Hey, Great. And what's your point?
My point was to refute what you had just claimed, that they had never tested this, and before they'd ever gone to orbit, the Germans and even us in America, we did actually test firing rockets using this principle, not going into a complete orbit, but doing a portion of an orbit to increase the distance that you're able to fire something.
They didn't put right. How much difference does the gravitational equation make to the direction of a missile?
I wonder, it depends on the speed they
used it. If they used it, if you notice, I did give them the benefit of the doubt that they used it. So if they used it, what would be the difference between if they didn't use it or they used it? Remember,
well, it would depend on the speed.
They're not going up very far, so there's not much of a change.
Well, it depends on the speed, is what it depends on. They do angle it, that makes it go further, and they also make it go high, which makes it take longer to fall. But it also is going fast, which gives it a little bit extra.
Yeah, but what would be the difference if they didn't use that equation? If they didn't bother using the gravitational equation, how many less kids would they kill when their missiles went off target?
I'm not sure what you're asking, because I'm not stating that they used any equations. I'm telling you that they used the principle. I mean, I'm sure it would be part of the equation, but it's just.
Oh, well, they have to. If they're going to take gravity, I would be interested to know, just personally, for a questionable type of character that I am, although that quote could be construed in different ways, but I like to question things. So as a curious person, I'm just wondering how much difference it would make if you added or never used the gravitational equation to send a missile to another country on a shortcut into space, quick shortcut into another country.
There's actually a name for it too. It's called FOBS, or Fractional Orbit Bombardment System.
Nice.
Yeah, and this was developed under the USSR. Hold on.
Who were given the technology by the USA.
Well, I think by the Germans, but I think it might be.
Who do you think Germany is, or who has been? Who do you think Germany has been for during that shit that you're talking about? They had a camp. The Germans didn't have an army. Americans lived in Germany. There were a base in Germany. There was huge army bases all over Germany for years. So apart from Germany that was invaded by America up until the 90s.
Yeah, it says here most ICBMs actually fly at or very near orbital speed. I didn't know that. Although not. Yeah, I wonder how they get that fast. That's crazy. I didn't realize they got that fast.
How about this one then, Kosho? This will blow your mind, right? It blew my mind because I believe in satellites and I believe in the ISS. That's why it blew my mind. I thought, what they did do is there's a book. It's called Guy Sieber. It's called Satellites something, right? It's this massive big technical book about it, but one chapter about it describes what satellites are up in in orbit, and different like geocentric or the Lagrange points. It shows you all that, explains all that kind of thing, and then it gives you a list of satellites at certain heights and what they are and blah blah and what speed they're going at. And one of them I thought was fucking, I was like, whoa, because I believe in satellites, that about 60,000 feet, 65,000 feet, in this book, there were military satellites, but in this book, they were traveling at 17,500 miles an hour, which I thought was quite funny because the ISS kind of thing. But they've actually got a list of satellites. I was like, fuck, man.
You're saying in this book, they claim there was something that was 65,000 feet
No,
up?
it was a guy. Hey, this guy, this book was only written for satellite technicians. It was like a study course.
How high? How high did you say it was?
About 65, 75,000 feet. It was around the range, you know, it was above commercial, right? But it was around the range. It was around the range that the Lockheed Blackbird flew at. It was
No, it's
around
lower.
that.
Yeah, lower than that even.
Yeah.
What?
No, it was 75. Well, Lockheed was up about 75,000 feet.
Do you have access to this book or?
Yeah, it's just I'll get it. It's I think it was Justin Sieber satellites. It's a PDF thing. It's a big read. It explains about orbital mechanics, how they position satellites, how they measure sea level, everything. The whole fucking. It's not like a book for sitting at night time. It's a proper study book. You do.
What's it called again?
A guy called Seaborn, Justin Seaborn. It's called Satellites. I'll actually find that for you.
Okay, okay. It's called Satellites?
No, it's not called Satellite. It's called, but it's if I can, I'll get the guy's name, but it's Seaborn, spelled with an S, Seebl, and it's called. Oh God, man. It's called it has the word satellites in it, and the guy's name's Justin Seaborn. Say satellites and then PDF. You could get away with PDF. I think they might do. But Seaber spelled Seebel. Is that long ago?
Can you spell his last name again?
Seaber. Seebel. I think it was Justin or something like that. It was a foreign name anyway. But it was essential reading for people that wanted to do that. How they track them, how they tell what speed they're doing. That's why I find it fascinating when Kosho, when you said you track the speed of the ISS, because I know what satellites do to track speed and stuff like that because of that book. Because I read every page of it, by the way.
I'd like to see it, but I can't. I don't know if the name's.
I'll find it, and then I'll tell you what I'll do. But I'll find it, and I'll at some point.
Okay.
I'll find it at some point. Justin, I'm sure it's Justin. I might have it on my drive. I'll go for a research. I'll mute, and you can fantasize about a spinning ball hurtling through space, circling the sun, and having no point to life.
Okay. I'm trying to find it, but yeah, of course, if the name's not correct, it's going to be hard. Would you ever know about how old this document is?
Coach, are you there?
Hey, what's going on, man?
You know, Eggshells?
Yeah. I was talking to him earlier.
You know, he's playing with some trilateration.
Yeah. Yeah, he told me,
So,
yeah, you made a site, yeah.
yeah, so did you see how exactly he picked the timestamp of the measurements? Or I'm not sure if you were here when he was picking the values.
Yeah, he said that he was using the wrong time zone, maybe?
No, I think that's correct. As I checked, the only difference was the elevation angle of the stars. They were a little bit below the actual values. I think that's because he maybe didn't turn off the atmosphere, so there was a bit of refraction going on. But I think the main issue is actually my algorithm. I think much more sensible to mistakes than it should be.
Okay. He did say something about the longitude. He said the longitude was almost perfect. Like there was nothing after the decimal or something.
Yeah. But as soon as I corrected the elevation angles, it got way closer. And
oh, okay.
But it's still too far. I think maybe when he picked the time, I mean his time doesn't have seconds. I mean the seconds are 0, 0, 0. So I'm not sure if he didn't see the seconds because Stellarium only show the minutes. Because some
I will
seconds.
tell you this. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
No, go.
Well, I think he was kind of rounding certain things because I was hearing him do the calculating in his head or taking notes in his head.
I posted. Sorry, Kosho. I posted.
Hold on a second.
Posted
Okay,
in the chat.
I appreciate it big time, man. But hold on. Hold on one second. So I heard him discussing out loud. He was saying like the degree, the elevation angle, and then he said I can hear him rounding it off. So instead of doing like the exact decimal,
I realized that some right ascension and declination values didn't have the decimals.
Yeah.
And I also put those. It also got closer, but it's still a little bit far. I mean, it's further than it should. I think the problem is the algorithm, because I'm doing this. I'm doing like a search on the surface of the Earth and looking for minimizing the error between the distances. But I'm not sure if that's the ideal way to do it.
Well, I posted the picture, the one that the way in my bot that what it gets, and if you zoom in, you can actually see that there's
where they overlap.
Yeah, there's a slight plate. Like they don't intersect. They don't meet in the exact point. But that's because even the slightest delays and errors will give you a big enough error. But so in the time it takes me to take the calculation and write them down, that takes probably about a minute or 2 minutes, and then you go and you put it in to the bot or whatever, and it's already kind of moved a little bit. So it's not perfect. So I'm gonna try to add in some sort of delay and see if that does anything.
Right. I'm considering doing the algorithm a little bit differently, because I'm trying to minimize the sum of the square of the errors of the distances. So I get a position, not a random position, kind of a random position, and then I take the distance between that position and the GPs, and I get the difference between the measured value and the actual value, and then I square those differences, and I use the sum of those squares as an estimate of how wrong or how far from the actual point it is. So, and then I try to minimize the value. So I expect that this is going to make the point closer and closer to where the error goes to the minimum value. But
But you're not just using the exact. You're not using just the measured angle distance.
and the GP.
I just use whatever I just use the angle.
Yeah, you can use just the angle. That's
No, but that's what I'm saying. But if you do it with the way in which you're making corrections, and if you use exact angles or like the exactly correct angles, wouldn't it give you an error?
sorry.
Okay, so like in what you just described was the way in which you were correcting for any sort of errors.
No. The thing is, the algorithm doesn't trilaterally directly. It sorts some points over the surface, and then it see which one of those have the closest distances to the GP compared to the distances you're giving the algorithm. So, for example, you have GP A, B, and C. In, let's say, you're 100 miles from every one of them. And if I pick a point, and that point is 200 miles from one of those points, then there's a 100-mile mistake on that point that I picked. So I'll use that squared to determine that that point is very far from where it should be. So if I get other points, that sum of squares is going to be smaller if the point is closer to the actual position of yours. So I drop the first one and I stick with the second one. And now I pick other points around that one. And the next point that has the smaller difference between the GPs and the distances you're giving is going to be the next point to be considered. So this keeps moving the point closer and closer to where the distances actually matches the distance you're providing. Do you get it?
Yeah, one second. Sorry about that. No, so I was gonna tell you. I'm not sure if you've seen this before, but there's an equation. There's a like you can do the intersecting planes on the surface of a sphere. I saw equations for that, and I think that would at least give you the intersection between the intersecting line between two circles, right? And if you use that same so if you did that with two circles or two GPs, and they did that with one of the GPs and then another GP, so you have two lines that are the intersecting planes. You can just see where those lines intersect, right? The line, I think there's something like that, or maybe where those lines intersect with the surface of the sphere, right? Okay, sorry, I was thinking out loud, but yeah. So there's gonna be one point where those two lines intersect with the surface of the sphere and each other, and yeah, and so you'd have to do the equation for that, and I think you would get more precise, because the way you're doing it seems like it's more of a it's like hit or miss. It's like guessing basically, right?
Yeah, but it runs enough iterations that it gets to a very accurate precision. It should. I mean, if you give perfect values of GPs and distances, it gives you your position perfectly. And because how close it is to the actual position decreases very rapidly. Every iteration basically cuts in half the distance between you and the distance it's trying and the distance you are. So if you give perfect values, after 50 iterations, it's very precise already. But the problem is, I think slight mistakes make this algorithm not work so well. But the reason why I'm not using the equations is that I want to use math that I understand. I don't want to just pick formulas, but I'm gonna try to get there by using like a combination of linear algebra and some trigonometry.
Yeah, that's interesting. The way that you actually, you know, what's funny is I was trying to solve that same problem in gems. So I was having a problem with the drawing because I ended up just drawing the circles and doing a visual thing. But actually, I want to go back and write in the actual intersection and pinpoint like the exact location. Anyways, when I was trying to figure out when I was trying to do that instead of drawing the circles, I was trying to figure out a good way to calculate it, and just in the top of my head, I was going to do it the way that you described, like just basically guessing and checking and that kind of thing. And the only reason I didn't is because I didn't want to do the thing that you have to do, where you have to iterate over and over again to try to minimize it. But you're right, yeah, it does get it does the amount of times you need to do that is not very large. I guess it seems like it would be on top of your head, but yeah, you only have to do it a few times before it starts getting closer and closer to where it actually.
I did that because I'm using an algorithm. So I mean, if I have to make it 1,000 times, it's okay. It's only gonna take like some milliseconds.
Yeah, but hold on. If you have all three GPs, right, and then you have the distance it is from all of them, let's say 100 kilometers, whatever, and you have some location, what's the distance? I mean, the distance it gives you, So what I guess we're gonna end up with is like a distance from all three of those GPs, and they're all gonna be wrong. Some of them will be like, 50, some will be 300, some like whatever, and so. What do you use to get it closer to the actual? So
yeah, I use the square
okay,
of the differences. So if the position I'm trying, for example, is 100 miles for a star, but the given distance, the measured distance, is let's say 110 miles, then I get the difference is 10 miles, and I square that. I'm using the square of the three distances. I mean, not the square of the distances, the square of the differences between the point I'm trying right now and the distances I know I am, like the measured one. So every point I try is going to give me new three distances, and I get the difference between those that I just got from this new point I'm trying to the ones I measured, and then I square those three distances. Because
what do you do with that result?
I compare to other points I'm trying, and I
mean,
stick with the ones that are smaller.
I mean, once you get the differences, you square them, and so what do you do? How do you use? Yeah, no, they sum them. How do you use that result to determine where you're going to test your new position at? Like, how do you translate that to a position?
Because I always try 4 points around the last one. So I pick 4. I start at 0, 0. So I started at latitude 0 and longitude 0. And then I pick 4 points around that, and then I get that value that I just described for those 4 points. And the one that gives me the smaller value is my next center point. So now I'm going to get 4 points around that one. But now the 4 points are not going to be as far as it used to be before, because now I know I'm closer. So I keep switching which is my point based on that value. So the one that gives me the smaller value is going to be my new center point. And then I get go.
How are you translating the positions to because the positions are in longitude and latitude, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how are you using the sum as a Like how you translating that distance to a point along the surface?
That's the thing. I'm not. What I'm doing is I pick a point and I measure the value. The value tells me how off I am, and then I'm going to get new values close to that one, and see if any of those values any of those points give me a smaller value. And if any of them do, I'm going to pick that point as my next center. So now I'm going to get points around that one. And do you get what I'm doing? So I'm picking points around a point, and I'm getting how off all of those 4 points are. And the least off is where I'm going to focus in the next iteration. So I always have a point in the center that I'm focusing, and I get 4 points around it. I measure how much they're off, and I pick the least off of them. And that becomes my new center. Then I focus on that, pick more 4 points, measure the errors of them, get the least off, and focus on that one. And this keeps going. And the square around them keeps shrinking because I'm getting smaller and smaller differences in latitude and longitude. Does that make sense? If you want, I can show you the code. That might make it easier to understand that.
No, I get what you're saying now. You're not using it to find. You're using the 0, 0 position, and then from that position measuring distances. From each new position, right? Yeah. So you're not actually using them to pinpoint locations. You're using a location to be the closest GP. Is that right? Whichever GP is the closest.
Exactly. That's my current algorithm. The previous one was a non-deterministic one, so it was pretty much an evolutionary algorithm. I just created like generations of points, and I checked their fitness, and I picked the best ones, combined them, and created a new generation of points. But that took much more generation because evolutionary algorithms aren't that efficient.
Yeah, well, I mean, why not just go with the? If it works, it works. I was just saying, what about the one with the actual formula for the intersection of two planes on a surface of a sphere? Because that'll give you exact position instead of having to guess and check and all that kind of stuff. I haven't done it yet, but in principle, it should work, right?
Yeah, but that's much more complicated. And,
once you have the equation, you just have to code it.
That's what I don't want to do. Don't want to just find an equation. I want to use only what I know.
Okay.
All right. So everything you find, like the formula for the distances over the curve, all of that I can explain you down to, I don't know, any piece of any formula. I understand everything about everything that's there. So for example, I'm not using spherical geometry to get distance between points. I'm using Euclidean geometry. So I'm getting the XYZ positions, then I'm getting the straight line distance, then I'm turning that. I'm assuming that's a chord line, and then I get the arc of that chord line, and then I get the distance. So I'm using Euclidean geometry instead of spherical geometry. I know it's a more heavy math, but it gives the same value, it gives the same result. So yeah, I'm only using the math that I understand.
No, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm not using trigonometry either. I'm using I guess Euclidean. I guess because it's I'm just doing the angle. Like once you get the angle, just using the distance to create a circle. Well, I have to calculate where the GP is using the almanac or whatever. What are you using for your almanac? Are you just getting the almanac for online?
No, I have a calculation to correct for how many degrees the right ascension of the stars are from their GPs. So I have a timestamp in which all of stars are aligned with their own GPs. So if you get the right ascension declination, that's gonna match their GP. So this happens every sidereal day. So I just found one specific point in time in which that happens, and when you give me the time of your measurement, I get how much time passed between the time I know that they're aligned and your time. And given that, from that difference, I can then say, well, so the stars must be shifted so many degrees of longitude, and then I just subtract that to get their current GPs. But you have to tell me which the right ascension and declination. I don't have an almanac, so you have to give me the right ascension and declination of the stars. The only thing I correct for is the time. That's so you wouldn't need any page of the almanac would work. It wouldn't need to be. I mean, yeah, you have to get the right ascension and declination of the star in the celestial sphere, and so yeah, that doesn't matter. It does half of the job of the almanac. It doesn't have the recording of the star's position, but it does account for the time.
The SHA. Yeah, I think what you're talking about. You're basically calculating the GHA from the SHA. Yeah, because in the book or in the almanac thing that I'm using from online, I think I pull the SHA and the declination, or no, the right ascension and yeah. So the right ascension and the SHA, I forget what the difference is between two of them, but I think it gives you the SHA and the declination, and then I have an equation for the any given time timestamp. You can find the GHA of Aries, and then you just have to add that to the SHA of the star. And
but does that work for any given time across how many years? Because mine doesn't work for like a decade. If you get a decade after, then this starts to give an off position because of we have the axis of rotation of the Earth wobbling and also processing. So that shifts their position in the celestial sphere a little bit across the years. And
I'm glad. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
I'm glad I found this this link I'm about to show you, but it's basically it has on it an equation that I think it works for the beginning of time up until forever. I don't think there's any corrections that you have to make for when it was. But let me pull it up real quick so you see what I mean. Now I did in this here it is, and it gives you the equation for like I said, the SHA of Aries, and if you have that, which I use in my program or whatever, my function, I use that, and I just add in the SHA of the star, which is going to change day to day, and you add those two things together, and it gives you the exact GHA, so the longitude of that star, and of course the declination doesn't change really ever. But yeah, let me post this real quick because this was useful. This was the most useful thing for me in when I made mine, because I was trying to calculate this.
Yeah, what I'm doing is I go to Stellarium, I go to the end of June or the start of July, and I'll get exactly in which timestamp the stars are going to be aligned with their own GP, and then I use that as a baseline. So across that year, it's going to work fine because it's right in the middle. So you're going to get the smaller error. But yeah, that doesn't take into account.
And hang on, Kosho, now. And what does all this mean when you've done all this? Does it mean you're on a spinning ball flying through the universe?
Pretty much.
Is that what it means? Yeah?
Mine does mean that we're on
a second.
Mine does.
I was talking, Kosho. I was talking. I haven't finished. When I finish, I'll let you know, yeah? Now, so why can't you measure the ground under your feet to prove your curvature? Because looking to the stars is not measuring the ground, is it? And proving the curvature. Can you
Well,
do that?
that was a rather convoluted question, so I'm just going to answer the first part, which made sense. And does that prove that we're on a spinning ball, whatever, in space? It does prove that we're on a. It does prove that we're on a spherical ball the size of Earth. So
No,
the
it
size
doesn't.
and
It
the size and
doesn't.
shit. No,
No,
I'm going to tell you why, Jen. I'm going to tell you why, Jen. Because the picture I just posted, this was using Melbourne, Australia, and 3 stars as they were placed, and creating 3 circles of equal altitude using those 3 stars, and it gave the exact position that we were observing that from, which was Melbourne, Australia. And this is only possible on a ball, because if I was making this if I was making these 3 circles
what
on
we
any flat
observe
map,
in reality. We don't observe that. That's your
if I
words.
made these 3 circles on any flat map, they would be distorted circles, not perfect circles.
I'm considering adding a visualization to the website, like putting a projection there and the circles on the projection.
What language did you code it in?
It's JavaScript.
Oh.
Well, it's an online web page, so it basically can only be JavaScript.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I'd like to check it out. I use Python. I'd like to see it in JavaScript, because then I can. Anyways, there's libraries in Python. I'm sure there's libraries in JavaScript that do similar things, but there's a very useful one in Python that it has like a whole map. It's like a map library, and you can use lots of different. It basically uses data, lots of sorts of types of data, and presents it in whichever projection you want to present it in. It's pretty cool. I'm sure there's an equivalent in JavaScript, but I think Jen said, "Hold on a second." Okay. I was gonna say the reason why it works on this picture, and why if I were to show you it on a flat plane, the projection of whatever map I used would distort these circles, making them not circles, which would make the observation fantasy. Basically, it wouldn't be real.
Kosho, like I said, hang on, Kosho. All this stuff has to be done in the real world, so we can actually see the curvature of the Earth that you claim we live on. Words and little pictures and your description doesn't really bring it to life. You understand? You've got to go out there in the real, and when we're out there in the real world, we don't see any curvature at all. In fact, we can prove that the Earth is indeed a level plane. It's so simple.
Yeah.
And things can work on a flat level plane. That's what they're designed to. They've been around since 994 AD, and for thousands of years, people knew the Earth was flat. They had no reason to think they were on a spinning ball. No reason at all. That's only 479 years old, that idea. Copernicus. Yeah. So, it's an idea. It's the new boy on the block.
But do you have any idea what he's doing there, Jen? Do you know the math and everything that he's doing?
I understand the maths that he's doing, but he's not really doing it to prove the globe. That's the thing.
Oh, I mean,
you say it proves globe.
You have to.
You say it proves globe, yeah, and then you go out there, you don't see the globe. So it's flat Earth.
You would have to deny how celestial navigation works.
Yes.
Kosho,
I mean, I put
look into the stars.
Put a screenshot there.
Look into the stars. Does not prove you on a ball.
Where my algorithm spotted the position for eggshells.
I'd like to. What you have to do is go and demonstrate it. Speaking it is nice. Get your sextant, get your equipment, get out there, put the video on, and show us the curvature so everybody can see it.
Yeah, that's not showing the curvature, but if that works to give you a position, then yeah, it must be a sphere.
It's all happening on a level flat plane, so you need to go out there and get it done. I don't want
Well,
to believe in
it's-
something you can't prove. Simple
Oh,
as
good
that.
luck doing the trilateration on a flat surface.
Numbers
Jin,
do
you
not
said,
prove that.
Jin, you cut out when you said that something is designed in the 1950s or something that only works on a flat Earth. What was that?
No. 994 AD was when the first sextant came out.
Ah, sextant. Okay. Okay. I didn't hear what you said was
Sorry.
done. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
No, it's all good. At least just a connection thing.
I think I might get a better. Might get the algorithm to work better if I divide the errors, I mean the differences squared by the distance itself, because closer distance are more precise than further distances. So
Are you actually seeing the curvature though? Have you actually took a picture?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
Well,
an
that's what I'm
algorithm.
talking about.
But I'm not talking to you.
Okay, never mind.
And I don't know if a sextant is designed to work on a specific surface, though.
It's
just
designed to
measure
measure angles. Yeah. You can even use it horizontally to measure azimuth.
I think you can. Well, you can't use it. Well, you can use it if you have something in your zenith. You can use it that way too.
You can also use it. You can also use it to lock a
I'll
gate.
post you a video. Sorry, I'll post a video for you, which you can watch anytime. You don't have to watch it now. You can watch it later. It's 11 minutes long. That's all, 11 and a half minutes. And it's the flat earth heavyweights. Those who are very learned in the flat earth, especially with sextants, telling you how they work, yeah? And you're going to be shocked. Okay?
I know how a sextant works.
Yeah, we all
I
do.
know you don't, because you think it works on a
We actually looked it up. And we are actually trying to use it as like me and Chris are doing. You guys are not doing any of
I
this.
will
You're just
assist you in
saying.
your knowledge, in your quest.
Yeah, it's just simple. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and you establish that
There
with a
you go.
sextant, and then you measure an angle.
No, you're describing it all wrong. You're thinking it's
Oh.
proving globe, so you know you need to.
No,
work
I'm
that.
not.
So
And
you know the way to do it,
I'm
right,
just
Jim?
talking about the function. I'm not talking about globe or flat Earth. I'm just talking about the function.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, Jin, if you know better than us, I can give you stars and angles, and then you tell me what my position is, right? And you show me how exactly you get to that. Let's see how you do that on a flat surface.
Whatever you're doing is happening on a flat Earth. That's my point. So all your
You haven't checked
calculations
it.
that you're making, all those calculations you're making, is all.
You haven't checked that, Jim. You haven't checked that.
Yeah, it's all on a flat Earth, mate.
You haven't checked that. You're just assuming.
It's all on a flat Earth, mate.
Just yapping.
Well, repeating yourself is not gonna make you. It's not gonna become any argument. It's just you repeating your undemonstrated claim.
It's bad because you're telling me that it's a globe when it's not. When you're telling me that the sextants work on the globe and they don't.
Well, show us how it does work on a flat Earth, Jen. Show us how it works.
Yeah.
Oh shit! No, you couldn't hear me. You couldn't hear me. No wonder.
I said 2 minutes ago, I've posted a video which is only 11 and a half minutes long.
Yeah.
The flat earth heavyweights who are more learned than me.
Gene, I have news about that, man. I've been trying to tell you, but I was muted. I forgot. I didn't see that. I was.
Hang on a second. I was talking. Hang on a second. I was talking.
I have news for you, dude.
10 more seconds. 10 more seconds. Basically, this. I did say that the people in the video are more learned than me. They're the flat earth heavyweights. Watch that video. It's only 11 minutes long. I've already posted it, and you will learn how it works properly and how it doesn't work on a globe, and how the terminology they use deceives everyone because they're using certain words to deceive people.
This is time that didn't need to be spent. You didn't say anything just there, but regardless, that not anything that nobody over you could have said, "Hey, watch the video. This is the timestamp." You did already say it. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Now I'm not saying anything. I have actual information, Jen. I have actual information. Actual information, Jin. Hold on.
Get it
Earlier,
right,
I told you, Jin. Hold on, dude. I told you earlier that the sextant was invented in the 1700s, right? And you said, "Oh no, this says 904 or something like that." And I was like, "Wait a minute." So I'm seeing everywhere it says 1700s, but then I am seeing that the astrolabe, as I said before, the astrolabe, it actually was invented in the 10th century. So I think whatever this video is discussing, the sextant, is they're not talking about a sextant. They're talking about the astrolabe.
Did you watch the, did you watch the 11-minute video? Did you actually watch it slowly at the right pace and not skip anything? Did you watch it?
Well, I mean, I don't think you did. If either they got it wrong or you got it wrong.
I haven't got it wrong. That's why I brought it to you guys. I've watched it twice so far. I should watch it again because I love it.
Okay, well, even in the thumbnail it says sextants since 994 AD, proving flat Earth.
Yes.
The sextant wasn't invented then. They were using astrolabes back then.
No.
That's when the astrolabe was invented. Or astrolabe. I say astrolabe.
The astrolabe is older than that. The astrolabe is older than that, actually. That's much older.
About 1,000 years ago, 10th century.
Much older.
It says it was invented in 10th century.
I don't know where you got that from. That's a mistake. It's much older than that. Astrolabe is much older than that.
How much older? Well, yeah, it says the astrolabes were primarily invented in 225 BC, but then it says the Arabs, I guess they reinvented it or rediscovered it or whatever.
There you go. You say, look, you're already changing your speech already. You're already changing. Quiet. You always put
no.
You never ever.
I'm telling you that, yeah, you're right. The astrolabe was invented, or a form of it was invented earlier. That's true.
I know what I'm
telling you that it was the time that you're giving, the 994.
Yeah, if you want to learn how to,
it was reintroduced by the Arabs.
I know that. If you want to watch, if you want to learn about how sextants don't work on the globe, watch that video and watch it properly. Probably twice in your case, so it sinks in.
Yeah, but where does it say that where does it say that sextants were used back then? When they rediscovered the astrolabe, they didn't invent the sextant on the same day.
I mean, why would they have sextants? Watch the video and you'll learn. You're not watching the video, you're just rabbiting on. Go and watch it at your leisure. Have a cup of tea.
I've already watched.
Have a hot dog and a soda and watch it, man.
It's all wrong, Jen.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And did you notice how riding on eggshells was very sheepish in that video? Very quiet. Oh, yeah, I'll agree with that. Yes, I'll agree with that. But when he's here, he's fucking the loudest one with the sextant. But now he's been told that it works. Oh, yeah, I'll agree with that. I love that video, man. Yeah, it just shuts you all up one time. Watch the video. Don't be scared of a video, man.
Have you watched my video yet, Jim, that I sent you?
I'm savouring them.
Oh,
That's a good thing, isn't it? I'm having my dinner now, so yeah.
it's perfect time. Watch the sunset and think about how it proves the globe to dawn.
Yeah, I like to watch the thing uninterrupted. I don't want to be doing things. I don't like doing that. Not when I want to watch to learn, yeah?
So, Jin, does a sextant use a triangulation?
Yeah.
Okay, and they are straight lines.
Absolutely straight lines, no curved lines whatsoever.
Okay. So if I'm 3,105, was it miles from the North Pole, where you have a 45-degree angle to Polaris?
Okay.
Would that mean that the physical elevation of Polaris would be the same because it's a 45-degree angle?
It should be.
Okay. But that doesn't work because we have a linear function between the angle and the distance.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, it doesn't.
That's a critical point, Jen. You should know about that.
If you know how it works. You should know.
All I know is that no curved ball, no sextant is working on no curved ball. That's a fact. Any of your references to that is just crazy.
I just showed you how they don't work on flat Earth.
No, you haven't done that. That's how they don't work on a
I
coconut.
just did.
No, you did not, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
I
you did.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Straight lines.
No,
Straight lines between 3 points.
I'm sorry, you got it all wrong. You're not looking at the thing correctly because we're living on a flat plane. No curvature, no spin, no vacuum.
No, but you agreed. You agreed that it's a
I
triangle
agree.
with
Yeah,
straight lines.
Yeah, yeah, straight lines.
Yes. So trigonometry doesn't work then.
Not necessarily. The thing is, it's all on a flat plane. Okay, all on a flat plane. Trigonometry is working on a flat plane. It's not working on a spinning ball.
But if you have a linear function between the distance and the angle,
We don't have linear
it doesn't work. Yeah, you do. 1 degree per 69 months.
Yeah, it's all happening on a flat plane, son. Flat, level, stationary plane. And the other thing is, then we have military documents from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, CIA, Russia, NASA, and all the other space agencies. And they say whenever they're using... Yeah, don't worry, I'll do it for you in a minute. I'll do it for you in a minute. 1 second. They're saying that if you're going to use your weapons or fly or send a rocket up, you have to consider Earth as a motionless, flat stationary plane every single time.
Can you post one document?
The question there is, why would I have to do that if I'm living on a spinning ball? Surely the maths that I need to be using is to consider the Earth moving, and a spherical ball maths is what I should be using, right?
Can you post?
You don't do that.
Can you post one document that we can look at?
I will post you the video where the documents are held there.
Oh, fucking hell. 10-hour video.
No, hang on. Before you fucking hell it, the first 2 minutes of the video is describing, Richie from Boston talking about how he was against the flat earth, but now he's a flat earther. And then the documents begin from there onwards, okay? So take your time. It's only 15 minutes long. You don't have to watch it now. If you're in the interest of learning, should always take your time. Shouldn't be a panic thing, okay? That's your
Which is
problem,
just a
you're panicking.
summarization of the bad argument that we already heard multiple times. And we can address with, and it's easily addressable.
Your globe is
It's
not
easily,
alive. If you can prove the globe, the arguments would go away. If
It
you can
easily-
prove the globe, the arguments would be gone.
it's easily debunked. It's easily debunked with just two rectangle triangles.
Son. I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'm still here reminding you. I'll be here till I die.
Alright,
Reminding you, son.
can you check the picture I sent?
You delusional young man.
You're
I'll be here to
saying
remind you. I will always remind
I'm not
you.
here. I'm not
Don't
here
go
to
out and prove
be.
it with the video and show us the. I will always remind you that you don't show us the curvature. That's what I'm going to remind you every single time.
That's not what we're
Don't
talking
show
about.
me. That's what I'm here. Show me the curvature, boy.
That's
Show
that's
me.
not the point.
Then I'll
The
be
point
gone.
is,
Gone with the
you're.
wind and enjoy.
Never mind. I'm just going to lower your volume. Never stop speaking.
Exactly. You can't show me. Show me that curvature. Get your video
You can't
working.
show me a
Prove how the
document that
sextant
you're
work on the
talking
globe.
You didn't post the
Show
document.
me.
First.
Prove it to Jig CBR1. Hurry up. The one and only.
Oh, he posted a YouTube video compilation of flat Earth arguments. That's better, right?
Yeah, I mean, he said that he has some documents that show that the Earth is flat, but I haven't seen any.
For
Sorry,
evidence
I'm
and
taking
stuff
my
for the
time
globe,
now.
and
I've
remember I
located.
sent you some.
What did
Now
I
you're
tell
asking
you?
for it again.
What's pleasure? I'm savouring them, yeah?
No,
Did I not use
no,
the
you're
right
not
word
allowed
there?
to ask
You
for
should be
more in
proud.
between. That's not fair.
You should be proud. Jin savouring my videos.
You're not allowed to
You should be
ask
saying
people
Jin
for
savouring my
more.
videos. And when I send you
You're not allowed to
material,
ask people for more in between. That's not fair.
I am. Don't tell me what I'm. Well, don't tell me what I'm allowed and not allowed to, son.
But it's
Don't be
not
silly.
fair. You got to agree. If you
You're
keep
being
asking
silly.
for
Don't tell
something
me
that you've
what's
already
fair and
got,
not fair. Stop
the
crying like a little
definition of
baby now.
insanity.
You're a little baby now. You're a little.
Why are you
crying little
asking
baby
for
now,
something
little
you've
boy now.
already got?
I've got your stuff. I've got your stuff. Yeah. Right.
You asked the royal we, the Glober. Show me the curve. Show me the curve. I've given you 3 videos that you've ignored.
Yeah, nice one, Dawn. And I'm going to watch those videos at my leisure. I'm going to watch them at my leisure. I'm
I
going to
told you
save
you're
them.
not allowed to ask for more
I'm
Globers
relishing
in
them.
between while
I'm
ignoring
relishing
mine.
the
That's not
moment.
fair.
I'm not ignoring yours. I'm relishing. I'm relishing.
Now that's real. That was the first one called flat Earth. I was total.
Right. You don't ask too many times for more while you're ignoring mine.
I'm going to ask for more. Of course I'm going to ask for more. Of course. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, people are making claims that their sextants are working on a globe and they can do this and read that, do their trigonometry calculations. And I said, okay, can you put that all in a video and then show us that curvature that you're going over whilst you're doing it, please? Let's have a look.
That's what I just
Or is it going to be all on a level flat plane, like I've said all along?
Does matter.
Yeah.
Because the shape of the Earth and the line.
CBR1.
It's only 11 minutes. All you have to do is watch the sunset. You can even fast forward through it. You watch the sunset, think about it.
I like to watch it and get into it. Get into the psychology.
If you want to understand and you want to see the curve and the globe proof,
yeah.
Given.
Now we got somebody hot mic in there all the way through for the last 5 minutes, but never mind. What a waste of time that is. Whoever that is, good luck to you. You're hot micing crazy.
Gene, I watched your video. I watched your video.
Yeah,
sorry.
I watched your video. I don't know which one, because I posted two now. Which one?
Jen, that's great. That's great, Jen. I watched the video about the sextants, right?
Okay. Good.
Jen, dude, just wait, man. Just wait. Just don't need to respond yet. Anyways, the sextant they're talking about is not a navigational sextant. It's irrelevant in this context. It's a totally different instrument.
Now you're
no,
being
I'm not
silly.
Dude, I just did the research, dude. These are two different instruments, completely different.
Being an arse now. Now you're being an arse.
Now let him finish.
It doesn't work the same way as navigational sextant.
Foolish man, you're being your typical foolish, idiotic self. Carry on. It's not a navigational tool. What a wally! What a fucking.
It's not a navigational sextant.
You know what? I can't wait to tell the others about what you just said there. They're gonna crack up.
They're not all for navigation. They're for understanding the distance and the height of stuff in the sky. Sometimes.
Yeah, some of them are for navigation as well, because you use the stars.
No, none of them are.
That's the point.
Learn your position on the Earth, yeah, and it has
These
to
are
be
fixed objects. Those objects that they're talking about in the video are fixed objects. They cannot be used for navigation because they're fixed.
Yeah,
they're fixed in position. They're giant objects that are fixed in place.
Did you hear? If you watch the video, did you hear Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley tell you exactly, and all the others telling you how it can only work on a flat plane? Did you hear them clearly?
We know that argument. That's a very old argument. We all understand it. We all know it's false.
No, you don't understand it. To understand it is the Earth is flat. You don't understand it. Sorry. No,
Yeah, we do. You're just not open to discuss it.
No, your very actions and the way you speak proves that you don't know.
All right.
Dude, we are the ones doing the calculations for. We are the one doing the calculation for trilateration on the Earth, and you're saying you're the one who understands it. How do you know we got it wrong?
Calculations and saying you're on a ball, then you're not doing your calculations.
So how they do the trilateration part, Jim?
Watch the video that I sent you. You learn, okay?
Yeah, they don't show how to do the trilateration.
Watch the video and learn, please. If you really
I did.
Watch the video and learn.
Jen, can you stop repeating yourself for a second, please?
Yeah, go on.
Jim isn't here to have a conversation.
I'm here to remind you that the Earth is a spinning, not a spinning ball.
That's fantastic, Jen. I'm asking you a question. The thing I brought up, the thing that you made me watch, right? The sextants. I'm telling you that the sextant that they're discussing in that video, 904, that was mentioned at 904, is not the same instrument that we're discussing for navigation. It's a different object. Different device.
Work. I will say it again. Sextants only work on a flat plane, regardless if it's for navigation or for looking at the fucking stars. Okay?
Address what he's saying. Address what he's saying, Jen.
I am addressing. I've addressed it clearly.
Yeah, he's repeating himself, so that addresses it, right?
I've addressed it clearly. Sextants can only work on a flat, leveled, stationary plane.
If you made a claim many times, that means that claim is correct, right? So he's addressing, because he's repeating himself many times.
Exactly. Fuck's sake.
Such a bad argument, Jin.
It's a perfect argument, precise, coherent, leaving no one in any doubt. Anyone listening to this episode in the near future will understand that there's some. If anybody heard this, it's got a problem to go and check. That's what's happening here. So if anyone listens to this episode in the near future, or the distant future for that matter, it's going to prompt them to have a look.
I'm telling you this.
That's the
3
whole
days
idea.
ago.
That's
There's no
why I'm here for.
episodes.
That's why I'm here for.
No such thing.
To make sure. That's why I'm here. To make sure that people think, so it's not a given that the Earth is a ball. This guy's arguing very strongly that it's not. Let me go and check. Let me go and check to see. Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Don't worry. There's method in my madness, folks.
You're rambling, buddy. Rambling. You're rambling. Come on, man.
I'm not rambling. I'm being perfect. Thank you. Now, what else do you want to say? Are you still gonna continue to think you're on a ball? Yeah?
I want you to address what Kosho said about the instrument that they're talking about.
How many times do I have to tell you? Sextants don't work on the fucking globe. What are they for? Celestial stars looking or navigating? And the astrolabe was well before 1700s or whatever you said. Got the date, 10,000.
Why don't they work on a globe? And how do you know?
10,000. 1000. Sorry. Yeah.
Why don't they work on a globe? And how do you know?
Because the very shaped spherical ball is not conducive to use such an instrument. So that is why.
Sorry, that's not an explanation. That's just
the ball debunks itself.
reaffirming. That's reasserting.
And if
your
you want
belief.
any
It's
more
not an explanation.
for further details and for further information, please look to the video that I sent you.
Oh, you mean I don't know? Ask QE. That's what you mean.
Yeah, Jane, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, we all heard it before, Jim.
It sounds like you don't even have the answer that everybody else does. If I were a flat earther, and Don had asked me that, I would tell Don, hey, that's fine, dude. I would tell Don, that's great, dude. You don't have the answer, so I don't know why you're trying to still give it, okay? But if Don was asking me, and I'm a flat earther, I would tell Don that sextants are measuring the angle to an object and creating a triangle. And hold on, dude. And creating a triangle, at which case the base of that triangle that's aimed at the object, which is traveling along the Earth, is not going to be. It's going to be a curve. It's going to have to be a curved line, and it's not going to be able to create an angle. But that's it. It's the whole thing's
Remember,
no real angles on the bottom too.
Flat
points,
Earth,
right?
Flat Earth. When you say
If it was a globe, you can't get a real angle on the bottom 2 corners.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, this is true, but in reality, you're not making a triangle at all. You're not making a triangle with 3 angles, and 3 sides. You're just measuring the angle from the angular elevation of some object, and you're referencing it to some imaginary horizontal. So there's a horizontal that doesn't exist, or doesn't have to exist, because all you have to do is make sure that your instrument is level or referencing the horizon.
It's through Earth or above Earth, right? And it doesn't matter. You've still got a triangle.
No, there's no triangles involved.
No,
yeah, there's no line. It's just
triangle.
It's just an angle.
Yeah, it's just referencing.
Flat Earthers say it's a triangle, a wrong triangle, but actually there's no triangle involved.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Jin, I checked your video. Do you stand by the video or the documents that are in the video?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. There's 5 assumptions made in the one of the documents. It says a point mass vehicle. I don't know if that exists, but the second one is a flat, non-rotating Earth. You accept that?
That's correct.
Okay, and then a constant gravity field with 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration.
If that were to exist, yeah.
It's in the document, yeah. So okay, you accept
gravity.
Gravity
Itself
you accept gravity.
Exist, things fall at that rate. Yeah. What's the problem?
Yeah, we have. So, yeah, we have gravity, And then there is a.
You will never have gravity, never in a million years.
Well, the document says differently. But it also says a non-lifting body in a non-varying atmosphere. So do we have wind, or is that debunked again?
They said in a non-varying atmosphere, yeah?
Yes, non-moving, non-varying.
Such conditions do exist from time to time.
No, but you're saying that this happens all the time. This is a document.
From time to time.
Okay. What about the constant gravity field? Does that happen from time to time?
There is no such thing, sir. There is no such thing.
But the document says so.
If there were such a thing, you would have to consider.
But the document that you're
the document says so.
Yeah, you're citing this as factual information, but you're going to cherry what you're true.
It is. It's proving that the Earth isn't moving because you have to factor that all in.
So you're cherry what you like out of it.
No.
So
you
you,
see, the
so you
people
do
who
accept
produce the
gravity.
documents, the people who are producing the documents inadvertently let that slip. Yeah, remember that. They all believe. They all believe. The people who are producing these documents. Can I not get it out? Let me get it out for you, right? The people who are producing the documents are saying one thing when they know the truth. They know the Earth is stationary. They know this, but they're deceiving everybody else that it's bloody well spinning. What's the matter with you people? Are you that dumb you can't work that out?
No, you're deceiving us because the document says there's gravity field.
You're deceiving yourself, mate. I'm here bringing you the truth.
The document says that there is a gravity field.
Like I told you, like I just explained a minute ago, they know that there's no such thing, but for you guys, they're deceiving you. They have to say that.
Ah, okay. So how do you know that they? How do you know that they just don't deceive us with the flat, non-rotating Earth?
We can see it's flat. That's why we can prove that.
Well, we can see there's gravity, and we can see that it's not flat.
I can speak clearly.
It's an unproven theory. It is an unproven theory. Isaac Newton couldn't prove it, and then Einstein's bending and warping of space-time fabric is another unproven theory. So there's no proof of anything here.
You don't prove theories.
No evidence, no proof. No justice.
So a flat, non-rotating Earth.
No evidence, no proof.
The Earth isn't flat. You know that, right? You live right next to Mount Fuji, right?
Yeah, of course. I've climbed it 14 times.
Yeah, so the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, you're an idiot. No,
the document says it's flat.
Proof. No evidence, no proof. Okay?
You just said it yourself. I mean,
no justice, no peace. No evidence, no proof. That's what it's all about here, folks. That's all that's going on.
I like the dishonest cherry picking that you're doing with the documents, like everyone's doing.
Everybody who knows Gene CBR1 knows that Gene CBR1 is the biggest cherry picker you'll ever beat because he will always cherry pick the best information to present his case. Always.
Yeah, and everything that goes against you, you just dismiss.
It's not a crime, sir. It's not a crime.
Yeah, it's dishonest, but it's not a crime. I mean, no,
it is not a crime. It is not a crime.
Call me dishonest. Kelly, ever thought?
Crime against yourself.
Don't call me dishonest.
You're a truther that actually bases his arguments on lies.
I am a truther who tells you the truth. He's a cherry picker. I don't hide that fact. Fucking well known.
Oh,
so
God.
Don't call me a liar, you dishonest, no good scumbag, you.
No, you said you believe the documents, but then you don't believe the document.
Flat stationary plane. Yeah.
Constant gravity field.
Constant gravity doesn't exist, mate. We know that.
Well, the document says so, but
don't worry. The Earth is
I know
not
that
moving.
flat Earth doesn't exist.
Okay, just make sure when you fire your weapons, don't do the curvature one because you're going to miss. Okay, you'll end up killing innocent people.
Didn't help people in the Falklands.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what artillery.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah, if you don't take it into account, you're fucked.
If you don't take it, if you don't take that stationary plane into account, you're gonna fuck up big time. That's what they tell you in the manual.
They don't tell you that.
My neighbor was an artilleryman. He shot self-propelled howitzers. He said if you don't calculate for rotation, you will miss.
No, that's bullshit. My brother was an artilleryman, so no. You're Okay, you're talking out your ass, man.
Well, my brother said.
I see you. You don't even know what you stepped in.
Anecdote versus
Don't go
anecdote
there.
forever.
I was in the military, and I did some, because I was a driver. I did some sort of not education. I don't know how you'd say it, but we studied the training in radio transmissions, and we had these towers. I don't know how high they were. I don't know, maybe 10, 15 meters, something like that. And you always had to go to a high place in order to get the line of sight, because, I mean, when you're in lower elevation, there's something in the way. So there's a limit to those transmissions that we can do because of the curvature of the Earth. And that was what we were told. That we use it.
I never got told that in the army. Not once did I get told that. Not once did they mention curvature of the Earth. Ever.
Sure, there's a lot of people over here.
The Coriolis effect. I only learned all this when I became a flat earther. That's what I learned.
So in reality, you have to accommodate. You have to accommodate the curvature to make it work.
No, not. We didn't learn that. Excuse me for 1 second. It's going to be a bit noisy. Sorry.
Those documents that Jen is talking about, they almost always, actually they don't always do this, but they'll say something like, we're gonna assume, they say something like, we're gonna assume a flat Earth, stationary, no winds, constant gravity field, whatever they say these things, and then they tell you what kind of errors, like how long, they tell you what variables, like when they will become too high, whether it's the altitude or whatever, to where you can't use that anymore, or they'll tell you what kind of errors you'll get in certain circumstances from using that, and that those will give you a general idea. Yeah, they almost always tell you that in almost all those documents. So I don't know why you're ignoring that part of it and just using the fact that they say, hey, we're going to assume this.
The main point is that you have to consider the Earth as a motionless level plane every time, and that's telling, because the Earth is motionless and stationary. Because if it were a spinning ball, then you would have to use a different set of maths in order to fire a weapon, fly, or do a rocket. Come on.
I'm specifically telling you that those are A, not instructions on how to fire a missile or anything, and B, that those are they're specifically telling you that it's going to give you errors if you assume this. They don't have to assume that. They are assuming it, and they're telling you what kind of errors assuming it will cause.
He sounded so convinced too.
Yeah.
All of these back and forths are just simply our opinions. The only thing that is going to satisfy or settle these arguments are field demonstrations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with the sextant and the 1 degree for 69 miles, that's demonstrated daily.
Yeah, I just did that earlier.
Okay, again, that is perfectly well within the parameters of attributing the same degree of curvature to the sky. All you have to do is transfer what you... Okay, somebody's got a freaking... Hold on. I don't know if that's me. Is somebody else's mic totally blaring?
It could have been me because I was lighting up, but I'm on mute now.
No, I think that's me. Sorry.
Okay, so again, all you have to do is transfer what you believe to be happening on the surface of the Earth to the sky. It
doesn't work, Travis.
Yeah, that's not enough.
Okay.
That's not enough.
Okay, again, gentlemen, this is what I said. All of this is well and good and opinion. The only way to satisfy this is to do it in the field. Simply because, hold on, Howard. Simply because you say that doesn't work, okay? Somebody's got a fucking loud fucking mic. Go on mute. Okay.
Sorry,
Hold on.
Travis, that might be me.
Okay. My point is, Howard, both you and I drive trucks. Okay, so I would love to know how you eliminated the possibility that the sky is performing the function that we're claiming happens on the Earth.
I don't
Even if
know
that
what
was, yeah, even if that was the case,
Okay, Bacon, I don't know why the fuck you're talking. I asked
because I want to answer.
Howard.
Alright.
I addressed. Okay, that's not the point, guys. Guys, this isn't the point.
Yeah, sorry, Howard, go on.
This isn't the point, guys. Just shut the fuck up.
Travis, he passed the mic to Bacon. Let him fucking answer.
It doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is, I addressed Howard. Okay.
And Howard
There's
said,
no
Bacon,
reason-
you're welcome to answer.
Okay, listen to me very careful, Druss. That's after the fact. He didn't say, oh, does anybody else want to answer this for me? And then appeal to Bacon. Bacon started talking. I jumped in to correct Bacon.
I'll just stop the matter and let's carry on with the conversation. This is
Yeah, why not just to stick with the conversation?
You're just stopping the conversation from flowing, Travis.
You guys, it's not.
Yeah,
no.
you guys, matter. Let's do more matter.
I didn't disrupt the conversation. Bacon did.
You're just now whinging about the whole point. You've been doing so for the last 3 minutes.
No, I said one.
Okay, hold
yeah,
on.
I said one sentence, and then I said, "Howard, you're good to go."
Okay.
So what was your point, Bacon?
No. I'm going to reiterate my question, okay, because it was specific. Here it goes
So what was
again.
your point, Bacon?
Okay, here it goes again. Howard, I would love for you to show us how you, Howard, eliminated the sky functioning the way I'm suggesting. Howard.
I used a piece of paper and a pencil and a protractor.
If that's satisfactory for your science, then God help us all. That's not
It's
reality.
simple geometry. It's simple geometry.
A piece of paper. Yeah, the sky is not simple, Howard. It's not a three-dimensional object, Howard.
Sorry, how do you know that? Travis.
How do you know it's not?
No, I'm asking. You've made a claim now. Don't just suddenly shift it back to me. You've made a claim that it's not three-dimensional. Where's your evidence?
My observations of it. It has 3 different points of reference. It has the celestial equator. It has a southern and northern rotation. Those are 3 separate, and yet they all work in unison. That's impossible in 3 dimensions.
What do you mean they all work in unison?
Okay. I have made, yes. Preliminary, yes. Novice, yes. Basic observations of the sky, okay? Back in November, I had spent 2 weeks shooting the sky. I had observations that blew my mind. And I'm looking at the sky. It's got nothing to do with fucking flat Earth. It's got everything to do with, like, what the fuck's going on up there? I've never looked up there like this, okay? So what I'm trying to explain to you is, with the naked eye, the sky appears to you to move in uniformity. That is, with my naked eye, I cannot see a southern rotation. I cannot detect a celestial equator. I cannot detect a northern rotation with my naked eye.
I see a northern rotation every night when I look at the constellation of Orion at the beginning of the evening, and then later at night it has moved.
Okay, listen very carefully, Druss.
Shut up with the patronising fucking tone, Travis.
Yeah, let us just answer you. You're putting a lot on the table in your lot of answers.
Why are you talking?
Because I'm a part of this conversation. You don't get to decide who can share the conversation.
Okay, well then I would like a moderator, please.
You're breaking up.
Thank God for that.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna comment that here in the southern hemisphere, I can see the southern point in which the stars goes around, because there is the Crux constellation that points to the celestial south, and we can see rotating around the celestial south over the night.
Okay? Now, okay.
He still hasn't fucking stopped speaking. He didn't even bother listening to you. No, until you actually give someone some space to fucking talk, Travis. No, there is no Druss. There is no talking to me. Calm the fuck down.
Druss, I'm not the one.
Did you hear me?
Yelling at me right now, okay? You are. Yeah, I'm
Did
calm,
you hear me?
okay?
Did you hear me?
Can you not hear me? Can you not
hear me?
I already said yes. Why are you repeating yourself?
You're roboting really bad, Travis.
Yeah, and there might have been something weird going on because I actually saw that he was muted, but then he was at the same time I could hear his voice, so I'm not sure. There must have been something weird going on.
Can somebody, anybody hear me?
What?
Me?
No, Jin's doing a pretty good impression of Travis at the moment.
What the hell is that?
Okay.
With Rob Jin.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Druss, your point is a non sequitur. I didn't say anything about watching Orion go from one side of the sky to the next. I said there's no way to distinguish between all three of those points of reference. They all look like they're moving in unison. Okay? That was the point I was trying to make.
Except for the planets.
Okay, did I refer to the planets, Druss?
You talked about the night sky. You didn't exclude them.
No, I didn't. Yes, I fucking did. I said the southern rotation, the celestial equator, and the northern rotation. I did not talk. Yeah, I didn't talk about the planets, Druss.
So they're not all moving in. So the sky is not moving in unison, then, is it?
Druss, what is the context for my comment?
That the sky was moving in unison.
No, not just the sky, specifically. Okay? If this
Orion's belt.
This could have been a peaceful. This could have been a peaceful conversation without you interrupting and ejaculating all over what I was saying.
Well, it could have been a peaceful conversation if you weren't using such a fucking patronizing tone to everybody, Travis.
If you wouldn't, if you would shut the fuck up and wait for something to be said, then you could respond.
We waited to lots of things to be said. I mean, yeah, we waited a lot, and you said a bunch of things, and we're just trying to answer you.
You went into this big, wild diatribe of how I've looked up into the night sky and how I've been amazed and how it all moves in unison and you can't detect the southern or the northern rotation. Blood, 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 blood. That's what I heard.
Okay, great. Now, since you know what my point was, what was my point?
That the sky moves in unison.
No, that wasn't the point. No.
Then why don't you just fucking concisely repeat the point?
The point is, my claim was that the sky isn't three-dimensional. Okay? And the reason why it's not three-dimensional is you have three separate frames of reference doing three different things and yet moving in unison. That can't happen in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, it certainly can.
Why not?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and show me.
Sure, I mean,
go ahead and show me.
So very, very, very simple example. If you put something in one corner of your room, something in another corner of your room, something in the middle of the room, and they're all hanging, so they're in 3 dimensions, and you spin round, they all move in unison according to your point of view.
Okay, is that the sky?
Well, that's great.
Oh, you're saying that can't happen on 3 dimensions. He's just showing how it can. So saying that's not the sky doesn't address that he just proved you wrong.
And the fact that we have the planets that do not move in unison with this 2-dimensional sky that you want to propose is also a bit silly.
I didn't say the sky.
We also know the fact that from monitoring, I'm going to finish this fucking point if it kills you. And we also have observed over time the fact that stars are moving not in unison, that they are moving apart from each other.
Okay, I didn't say the sky was two-dimensional.
Did everyone else hear him say the sky was two-dimensional?
Oh, he said it's not three-dimensional, right?
He said it couldn't happen in 3 dimensions. So, sorry, are we talking 4 or 5 dimensions, or 2, or are you talking about 1?
Okay, again, I'm just simply making comments about the observations that
So
I'm
if it's
making.
not 3D, what is it?
I don't know. I can't get up there, can I, Druss?
So then why are you saying it's not 3-dimensional if you haven't been up there and you don't know what it is?
Okay. It seems to me that it can't simply be 3-dimensional because of the way that I'm describing it. The way that you responded and gave us a demonstration of putting something up in your room, 3 different objects, is not an equivalent because it's not the sky. You're just making some ad hoc shit up in your head, okay? And I said, show us. I didn't say explain.
That wasn't supposed to be analogous to the sky. That was supposed to demonstrate that your claim that it cannot be 3-dimensional is just wrong.
This is where you guys lose your minds because you think that simply describing
Oh, tell us. Yes, go on. Tell us how we're losing our minds, Travis. Make it more about the meta. Why don't you stir it up a bit more and create more emotion in the room rather than just being a bit clinical and keeping to the point?
This is where you guys fail to understand that concrete, physical, dynamic equivalence is what science is about. I can make any shit up I want, write it down on a piece of paper, use a protractor, Howard. It doesn't mean that it corresponds to reality.
Travis.
It doesn't mean that it corresponds to reality. So yes, it's very important that you have a dynamic equivalent when trying to reduplicate and model out what you think is happening.
Sure, and we can create a model which doesn't have to be the night sky that we can utilize to prove certain principles, Travis. That's where your intellect has failed to understand what is going on and why you have all these silly ideas that you hold. This is how you sound to me.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for that demonstration. So again, as I said to you initially, show us. Shut the fuck up and show us. Look, you're talking about how you can model it, and I asked you to do that. All you did was ejaculate.
All you did was ejaculate, Travis. That's all you've done. Talking about how you've looked at the night sky, Travis, with your ignorance, Travis, because you don't understand, Travis.
Just keep
and
going,
you wonder why
Travis.
people get annoyed at you.
Just keep
Travis.
Travis, all you said is that the sky is curving, and that's why we get these measurements, and that it can't be the case because it wouldn't change anything.
Yes,
No, it wouldn't. Would
yes,
it?
okay, yes. Okay, yes.
No.
Okay.
No.
I mean, if he wants to say that it's a 2-dimensional thing projected onto some sort of dome, then no.
I didn't say anything about a dome or.
I know, but that's where you're kind of going for because that's where it's curved.
No, it's not. No,
Is
it's
it
not.
a test? Sorry. Go on.
Well, Travis.
Listen, it's very simple. Just real quick. It's very simple. All I'm suggesting, gentlemen, is that it is possible that these measurements are simply happening because they are effects of whatever the sky is. I didn't say that it was curved. I said the effect is happening in the sky.
You actually said maybe the sky is curved. Yeah, you said and maybe that explains why we see these things. You said that earlier on.
Okay, fine. All I'm trying to do is just simply, again, ask questions.
What questions?
Sure, and I mean, I guess the simple answer back would be is that within astronomy, they've taken distant measurements to various objects using various methods, And
Okay, whoever's got
you
an
know, they
open
seem
mic,
to be relatively consistent. You know, admittedly, the further away you get, the bigger your error is probably going to be. But you know, we kind of know these things are not local.
How do you know what the error is? How do you know what the error is? How did you go test it to see what the error was?
That's a very good question.
I'm waiting for the answer.
I don't have all the answers, Fuzzy. What?
Oh no! Well, we've been trying to find out these answers for 5 years.
Oh no, you haven't. Otherwise, you would have gone and read his astronomy book and found out.
We have, and they just tell you the distances. They don't tell you how they actually verify the distances to get the error.
Oh, they don't. You're saying that in astronomy books they don't tell you how they got the distance.
No, I said how they verified.
Yeah, they do tell you how they verified it. They
So who
tell
verified
you how
the distance to Polaris?
it's been done a number of times,
It's
and
been
it's been
verified?
corrected.
It's been verified.
What do you mean by verified? Do you mean correlating measurements to come up with a similar answer?
No, I mean you said the error rates, right? If you said that the bigger the distance, the bigger the error, right? So you have to actually go to figure it out to see where you're actually measuring.
Oh, so we have to go and touch.
Right or not.
So no, in the sense
That's
that you're using
verification.
in the sense that you're using verification, where I have to go and touch something to say it's there. No.
Well, we're talking about a measurement, and you're saying that there's an error in the measurement, so you know the correct measurement, and that you know how much you were off by. How do you know the correct measurement? You never went to Polaris.
We don't.
Right?
We generally specify a tolerance when we do a measurement because there's never an exact measurement for fucking anything.
So you don't actually know. You're just making stuff up.
No. We can again when we do a measurement, and I'll go back to my table, which I've used dozens of times because it seems like you guys don't learn anything. Sorry, Travis has affected me, Fuzzy. I apologise for that last comment. That was unfair and unreasonable towards you. I apologise.
Okay.
When I measure a table, sorry, I came in hot, and that was wrong. I recognise I was being a douche. When I measure a table, I can use a tape measure, and my table roughly measures at 1 meter 70 centimeters. But that tape measure is going to have a tolerance, and there are going to be a number of things that can affect it. What I can say to you very safely is my table is between 169 and 171 centimeters. The actual figure will lie between those two bounds.
Okay, because you can physically go and measure the table to find out if you're right or wrong within that variable that you just said. Right.
That is a great point.
Right. So, and that's fine. I'm willing to go with you on that. That's fine because the table is right there. It's a physically tangible thing you can stand next to and pull a tape next to. Right. I get that. Right.
So now let's take another example where I don't have.
Hold on.
So
I want. Just real quick, that's what we mean by verify, okay? Just to be clear.
Yeah, I know. I was going to finish my point. I realize that's what you mean by verify. You've got to go and touch it. So the next thing I'm going to do is I want to measure the distance to a tree that is someone else's garden, and I'm not allowed to go into that garden. If I go into that garden, I will be shot by that person. There's no physical way I can go and touch that tree without dying because they've got robotic systems set up. So what I can do is I can use a laser measure. That's one method I could do. I can use triangulation to do that. That's another method that I can do. I can eyeball it. That's another method I can do. Yeah, and I could start to range to that object.
Right.
Now, whilst I haven't gone and touched it, and I can't have any tactile contact with it, I can still come up with a pretty accurate measurement of how far that tree is.
Yeah, but hold on.
Not good enough.
Real quick,
good
though.
enough.
But yeah, here's the problem. Yeah, you could go adjacent to that person's property and drive until you see you're next to the tree. The point is that you could, in some way, you know the distance between here and 100 yards or 500 yards. I mean, that's something that you can physically measure, and physically you can't tangibly, but you can see it. If you can see it with your naked eye, I
can see Polaris with my naked eye.
Right, but again, you can't go to Polaris in any way, shape, or form.
I can't go to the tree in any way, shape, or
Yes,
form.
you can. You can fly a drone over there.
No, you'll be shot. The drone will be shot. You'll be shot. You can't go to the tree.
Why exactly are we talking about distance to Paris?
But it's like if that's still within physical reality. What you're saying is that you can eyeball something 100 trillion light years away.
No. I just was being generous with the tree and saying, you know, I can say, well, you know, the tree outside my house, well, is probably about
right.
10,
Rangefinders,
meters
I
away.
get that, but that's something that's like if golfers can use a rangefinder and hit it, you know, okay, that's something that we all can use. That's still something physically testable and tangible that we all can verify. That you can test. You can test that the rangefinder is correct on something else that's 500 yards away, so that you then, when you see the tree 500, yes, okay. So where did you test something accurately and get the preciseness of the distance by anything in the sky?
I mean, again, we're making a set of assumptions when it comes to doing that measurement.
I know that's everything is based on assumptions.
whether we're talking about the tree or whether we're talking about Polaris.
But that's exactly the point, though, is that you're starting everything off with an assumption.
And that's
I mean, but we start pretty much
Thank
everything
you.
off with an assumption if you want to get down to it.
Yes, assumption is not a reality make, okay? So that's not good. It's not a good way to start. That's why we know the Earth is not a spinning ball. It's all an assumption.
I mean,
you're assuming it's not.
Yeah, your assumption could be wrong, and therefore everything you're basing everything else on is wrong. But if you're assuming,
I concede that.
Then, but
whether it's the tree or whether it's Polaris, I can see.
No. Okay, so the tree, we can establish a baseline of something that else that golfers use a rangefinder, right? We can establish that is a testable distance that we can, so that if we verify that many times, and then we swing it over to our neighbors, you know, which we can't go, we can, we can be very,
You've got more confidence in that than you have in the ranging.
Works.
Yeah.
Right,
because you've got more
but because I've been able to verify the distance of a tree on my own property.
You just have more confidence.
No, because if we're using the same exact tool and we're verifying a distance in my property that's 500 yards away from a tree, then I can go walk out, measure a tape, and be like, yep, this device says it's 500 yards. I've actually measured 500 yards with multiple rulers and multiple parameters. This is a very well fine-tuned machine that can range find very well. So when I put it over to my friend's house or my neighbor's house, then I can verify. I can reasonably assume that that's going to be correct.
Assumption.
I agree. Hold on. The point is that you have never been able to verify any distance by anything in the sky to get that baseline to assume that your things are correct.
Oh, we can do that for the moon, certainly, because we use exactly the same method as we do for ranging to the moon as we do ranging to an aeroplane.
No, we cannot, sir. We don't know.
Please stop interrupting, Jen. I was addressing Fuzzy.
No, I knew you were going to say the moon. I knew you were going to say the moon, but that brings us to other problems. But
assumptions. We don't know the distance to the moon. It's an assumption, sir. And the sun.
It's been measured.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to assume
you guys
that
understand.
telling us the truth.
It's never been measured.
NASA really did lose all those tapes.
All right, fair enough. You guys understand. You understand that there's other ways to have multiple arrays of measurements to make to feel confident in something. If you have a star and you do stellar parallax and stellar aberration, two totally different methods, and you receive around the same distance, then the second method confirms the first method, and you get a higher degree of confidence. And then you do some other method that gives you a similar distance again. These three measurements are going to give each other confidence. This is how you verify things. It doesn't have to be just a touch that you just do.
When was the baseline established? When was one light year actually verified in distance?
Yeah.
One light year is defined.
Light year. Don't worry about light years, dude. Just use miles. You can use the distance in miles.
Oh, okay. When was the distance to any celestial object verified? So that you can confidently say from the stars. So which star was actually?
You can use parallax and then aberration.
That's still making a set of assumptions.
Like what? What's the assumption?
It's all an assumption.
That trigonometry works.
Yeah.
That's the basic assumption we're making, that trigonometry works, Fuzzy.
6 trillion miles.
Yeah. So I guess, but the point is that
miles.
when did you when in my example of shooting the rangefinder on my own tree on my own property and being able to verify that, when was that done on a star?
So I would take the closest star to us because we might as well do something that's a bit closer.
Well, how do you know it's the closest? That's the
closer
point.
the star, yeah, through trigonometry.
Because it's the one with the biggest parallax.
Okay.
Still hasn't been verified the distance. 6 trillion miles.
So
why we don't need? Why exactly?
Who measured the?
Let me know.
On our own property, right? So who measured that distance to make sure that it was the closest?
Yeah, 6 trillion.
Many astronomers.
No.
Let me.
Who actually? No. Again, you see, many astronomers. I'm talking of.
Will take you through it. 37.
You missed the point of what I said, man. Verifying it can be done by doing multiple types of measurements and getting the same distance. That would be verifying it.
Yeah.
Anyone who's done multiple measurements would be verifying it.
Yeah, the problem with what you're saying, Kosho, in my opinion, the problem is, and I don't have the ability to hold on, please. Hold on. The problem is we don't have the ability to go back to the very first claim upon which your parallax and other two measurements are based, right? So there's a primary claim that your measurements actually depend on. So if I were to ask you what that claim is, who knows what it is? So there's something.
I know what it is.
Okay, hold on. Just let me finish my point. My point is that even though you're giving us an example of how you think that it can be verified, each of those three ways is assuming that there is something about what you're observing to be the case that they've never verified to begin with. So whatever the primary claim is, that's the point that we need you to prove was verified to begin with.
That's fine. The primary claim for both aberration and parallax is the same thing, and it's the distance to the sun. And as to say it's an assumption would be one way of saying it, but to say that this is a method for which we have verification of through the same multiple methods, strategies I was talking about before. But once you have the distance to the sun, these other parallax and aberration, there's no assumptions being made.
Okay, great. So now, instead of talking about a star and its distance, now you've just simply changed the object because the question now becomes the same question. How did you verify anything about the distance to the sun? Okay?
The multiple methods.
Okay, multiple methods. Wonderful. So let's begin with the initial claim for the sun. How far away is the sun, Kosho?
But 93 million miles about.
Okay, great. Okay, great. How was that determined?
Well, one way, the first way, but the way which you do now is accurate. You can use Aristarchus's method with the observation during the half moon. You get the same distance if you do the thing that they did with the transit of Venus, and you get the same distance when you do the radio bouncing radio waves off of it. Okay, and these three methods done today give you the same distance.
Okay, but I feel like you veered off from explaining how it was done to describing different things. So again, let's just go back to the primary measurement of Aristarchus. What was that about the moon and stuff? I'm not trying to catch you. I'm trying to hear exactly what you believe to be the case. How did Aristarchus?
That's fine. Yeah.
Argue.
So I'll tell you how Aristarchus did it, but I'm not telling you how things were done the first time they were done. I'm telling you how things are done and confirmed and verified today. But yeah, Aristarchus' method done today would be you take the half moon, and you basically tell the angle between the moon and the sun with the Earth at its at the corner, and that gives you the ratio.
Wait,
you take the tangent of that angle.
Wait, I'm sorry. So we're talking about the sun and the moon in the sky. So I'm unclear as to why you brought the Earth into this.
Because you're measuring the angle between the two objects from your position, from the Earth's position.
Yeah,
The Earth.
all of that Travis.
Wait, Bacon, please. I'm asking Kosho, please. What I don't understand I want to understand where you're placing the Earth. Are you
I
placing
think
the
this
Earth?
should be pointed out. Let me. Yeah, I want to add something that I think would help
Okay,
the
can I get a
discussion.
moderator, please?
Please, yeah, get a